Also meaning that BDS, they're going to start doing things a little bit differently that we don't always see. Out comes the Tachanka onto the bottom of White Stairs, but out comes the nade from BlackRay onto Breedy. Shuts the man down. A big entry once again. Cyclops starting to dominate the early rounds. And right now, Des, BDS, I'm going to whisper it, they look a little bit rattled.
I mean, for Breedy to die in the entry engagement, let me just kind of set this in context. He was involved in 5 entry engagements across 9 games in EUL. He is like the most, not so much passive support player, it feels like the wrong word to use, but most safe support player I've seen in a long time. For him to get caught by that, like that by BlackRay, that's a little concerning, to be honest with you. It's very uncharacteristic for Breedy. But I did want to say, Reaper, I imagine, is rattled. As a man who loves his purest siege,
it's taken you 3 days, Des.
Mate, to mention Reaper, I'm surprised it's taken me this long. And I know that he's on the German stream right now, probably muttering expletives under his breath. It's one of them. But my God, is it beautiful to watch. Let's see, though. They found that entry kill. The question now is, what can they do with the rest? They haven't bothered with vertical control, but they've got 2 inside of Freezer and Shiro. Burning hot fire inside of Freezer. A mix of hot and cold could put up a bit of a firestorm. And that's exactly what Cyclops are cooking up. They've got something special for BDS in the oven. They're taking it out. C4 comes through. Nice for Shaiko. A 2 versus 2. Rafal, Shaiko against BlackRay and Irrigator.
Shaiko had something special cooked up for them there. BlackRay starts to get that diffuser down. I'm not sure if Rafal's aware. He does switch onto the Yokai. He's not going to have time though, Des. He's left it too late. The diffuser goes down again. 2 versus 2 now. Irrigator and BlackRay effectively flip to the defensive side now. They need to lock this down. It's all on BDS to find a retake here. There are air jabs out. There's utility in place to try and assist. Irrigator shut down by Shaiko. Rafal, he's going for that disabled, but BlackRay comes down. Big kill. Can he get the second? No, surely not. Shaiko dances across the door. This is tense. BlackRay just holding his angle. Can he find the kill? Yes! Shuts down Shaiko with a headshot, and Cyclops somehow steal another round from under the nose of BDS.
Unbelievable, Tim. 4 rounds on the bounce.
It's unbelievable, Tim.
We were saying BDS are 4-0 up. They look absolutely incredible. The structured play, the time they're taking, letting Cyclops run around saying, look, when you kids are done running around and treating this like a play park, we'll come in and show you what real siege looks like. But Cyclops, the last 4 rounds, these last 2 especially, have been something special. Some awesome executes coming out. I do not remember the last time I saw a team ignore the second floor and focus solely on getting the freezer wall open and going for a plant that way. It is magical stuff. My voice was fried last night on the podcast that we did. I can already feel it going again because it's one of them, Tim. You've just got to scream and celebrate what amazing siege we're seeing.
Who needs more than 4 hours sleep? That's what I'm asking right now. I'm absolutely tip-top. My energy levels are bang up there thanks to Cyclops, and I'm sure that plenty of other people feel exactly the same way because right now, we're in a situation, Des. We thought BDS would be coming out of this securing that playoff spot, but they just might not. And I tell you what, Des, I'll tell you another thing. I'm just going to have a quick look at the groups because I want to make sure I'm right before I say this, and I am. BDS could be fighting for their lives, Des, in the next game.
They could. They could.
If they lose against, it's a big if, but if they lose against the Soniqs, having lost against Cyclops here in regulation time, there's a lot that has to go against them. But if they were to lose here in regulation and to lose to the Soniqs, Team 1 win both of their games against the Soniqs and Cyclops, then Team 1 and Cyclops go through. BDS are not safe.
Imagine a world. Imagine a world where a major like this and a group like this doesn't have BDS going through, given they were the only team on the first day to go undefeated, alongside Liquid, of course, but in their group, the only one to go undefeated and look solid. And here they are, rattled somewhat by an APAC team. But, Tim, we shouldn't get too excited because BDS are still in this. They had a prolific first half. It's still 4-4. Dare we say that magical word that often follows us around, Tim? Is that what we want to see?
I mean, it's looking that way right now, isn't it? The thing is, getting to overtime will suit BDS because it guarantees them a point, and that I'm pretty sure I'd have to really look into it in depth. But I'm 99% confident in saying that if they get a point from overtime, then that will secure them and they'll go through to the playoffs. Because if Team 1 tie up with them, then I think BDS are... Oh no, there's 1-1 on the head-to-head. I'd have to look into this way more. So I'm not even going to say that. Oh my word, Des. This is absolutely wild right now. And the storylines just start writing themselves themselves. It's absolutely beautiful. 4-4, we come into this. 1 minute and a half left to go. The Monte is pushing in. We've got the Monte, Des.
And here he is. And they found it as well. The coordination is there. But the C4 from downtown from Alems. Nice. Good way to shut it down. They expected this push to come in. They had an answer. Good adaptation from BDS to deal with that. And now the onus goes on to Cyclops to adapt without 2 of their picks. However, do you really need to adapt when Gatarada can take the head off Striker without taking a single bullet? Maybe not.
I'm going to say, adapt to that. There's absolutely nothing that you can do. Shaiko shut down, and that's going to leave us now 3 versus 3. 1 minute left to go. The attack here, of course, coming onto Reading. Still don't have full top floor control. We can see 1 man remaining. It's Renshiro in Cocktail. He's going to just hold his position for as long as possible next to that hatch. It is only a Gemini decoy. Don't get overexcited. He hasn't pulled a Black Ray just yet, keeping himself off the radar. He's going to have to drop away soon, but he wants to take a challenge, I think, before he does. He wants to try and take one with him. There's also a little bit of support on White Stairs. Renshiro ultimately will hit the fadeaway as he shoots through the soft wall, dropping down the hatch. Doesn't manage to find anybody, though, but not a lot of time for Cyclops to work with here.
Now, they've got to make it work here and now, Tim, the way I'm looking at it. 20 seconds on the clock. It's got to be a pretty aggressive push in. You've still got 2 players inside of sight. Renshiro lay down. Do they know here? Because the grenade's being cut. In comes the smoke grenade. Comes into the backside as well. They might have had an idea. They don't see him. Sprays through the smoke, but finds nothing. He's down to a sliver of HP. The double C4 coming out of Brede. That's what you're looking for from your supportive backline. Gator left in a 1 versus 3 with no time on the clock. BDS win down to time.
Renshiro might not have been able to find them, but Brede certainly could with what could be a crucial Nitro. And Des, this just keeps bringing me back into my mind to a certain 0.179 seconds.
The magical round 1. And this is the thing. We always say at the time, we might speak about this later on and look back at it. That is probably what's going to happen if this keeps on going all the way up towards overtime. If that had been stuck and come off, very different conversation with Cyclops walking away with 3 rounds out the first half. Here, I think it's a tactical timeout, being called in here by one of the teams, understandably so. It's got a little bit blurry in the server, I think, so far, Race. 4 rounds each, and then BDS have just managed to pull 1 round back. It is their timeout that has been called, and you can see LMs now discussing across the team, making sure they know exactly what it is they want to do. Interesting to note, by the way, I'm not sure who it is that's with them, who was behind them. Then I'm pretty sure it was someone that's kind of a manager or standing coach for them. Didn't have a headset on. So it's all about the players here having the discussion amongst themselves.
Very much so. I mean, there's an awful lot of experience across that lineup. You know, more than capable. We know Alems has got one of the best strategical brains inside of Siege, and he's, as you can see, just sort of furiously passing that information on. This is what we need to do. This is where the issues are. This is how we need to close this down. BDS have got themselves on to 5-4, but I'll bet you any money, Des, when they were 4-0 up, they didn't expect to be finding themselves 5-4. I think everybody at the Mexico Major is, you know, giving these APAC teams a lot of respect now, and they know exactly what they're capable of. But still, at that point, you feel like you've got that momentum, you're cruising, you're going to move through and take that win. But Cyclops just fighting tooth and nail. APAC giving up absolutely nothing here.
See what happens then in round number 10. The clash was hovered for a second, and taken away for the Wamai, instead coming in for Rafal in this case. So no shield play, but this is the kind of stuff that I look at, and when I see it, I just think, oh, CAG, you're doing it again. The Glaz, the Capital, the smokes raining through Supreme. You are going to see a really spicy smoke-based execute coming out here unless BDS can shut it down in the early rounds.
I mean, European fans are looking at this, Des, and thinking, you know, we really need BDS to come through here and get themselves secured in the playoffs, because nobody else is safe from Europe. That's the reality. G2 have struggled so far. They can still make it, but it's going to take a mammoth effort from them today. You've got Empire. They're going to have to fight against Invictus, another tough APAC side that are getting wins, that are taking names. BDS really did feel like the best hope for Europe to get themselves secured in those playoffs. But right now, there is nothing secure about this.
Okay, got a bit of a reset. And let's see how things play out from here. But again, with the strat coming in from Cyclops, I'm mildly excited about what might come through them. The one we've seen them do a few times with things like this is normally when you get them just kind of spamming a load of smokes into the site, you'll leave, say, Anderson playing up on the skylight, looking to shoot through smoke, for example. We'll consider as well the DKB on side that they don't really have, or at least BDS's side, don't have anywhere safe to sit and play.
Absolutely not. Like you say, those phone calls can come in. Very disruptive, just give away the location of roamers, of people trying to hold angles. Black Ray just sending a nade up there. Not going to find anybody, unsuccessful on this occasion. Just looking general area in barback storage. Doesn't manage to take the shield out either. Now a second is going to come out, but once again just finds himself unlucky as the man moves away from where he was a second before. But Olems doesn't move, Des, and Black Ray manages to thread the eye of a needle through the joists and just shuts the man down. And that's another opener for Cyclops, and another round that we're going to be on the edge of our seats.
Won't be able to pull that one off for long. Sledge losing that SMG potentially. Income smoke number one. Glass is on the window. They're looking for a similar execute again, but the thing you got to worry about is on the side of BDS. They've seen this before. They may have an answer. Is Renshiro looking for a jump out here? I think he might be considering it. Sees the man on the upside down, goes to the jump out. He can find three. No, Anderson with the reverse finds Renshiro. Great way to stop what could have been absolute catastrophe for Cyclops, because I'm pretty sure Renshiro saw those two men on rappel and thought, that's two easy kills for me.
Anaton having absolutely none of that, and it's never easy to make a challenge from the rappel like that. Your angles are always limited as to just how far you can look round, so great play from him. 4 versus 3. We've got Shaiko on about half health on the Arune. Out comes another one of those smoke grenades. Ayagator finds Rafal on an attempt to jump out again, I think, there, and that leaves us 4 versus 2. The pressure's mounting. Shaiko's low health. There could be an opportunity for Cyclops to get in and get the diffuser down, but they're aware. Shaiko tries to move round on the flank through Piano, will be unsuccessful. Ayagator shuts down 1, shuts down 2, closes out the round. We're back to 5. Oh, we're going to 12.
What is mental about that is that attack wasn't massively different to what we saw out of Cyclops earlier on. Another east side take. BDS knew this was a thing, and I thought maybe we'd see C4s being a thing, but even Cyclops appeared to anticipate that. They played it so smart, getting control downstairs, finding that reverse angle dome coming out of Black Ray. Look at the zoomed in replay here just to see the exact pixel angle that he caught. It was something beautiful, and Ayagator did absolute work. Anaton, to my mind, saved that round with that reverse angle swing onto Renshiro on the jump out. If a team like Cyclops doesn't know how to deal with jump outs after all the jump outs they do, no one can.
Have you got that coin again, Des? I've absolutely no idea where this is going to go. It's on an absolute knife edge.
Come on, Ace.
Right
Come
now.
on, Ace. Give it to me. What are you saying?
I think it's going to have to be Cyclops heads, isn't it?
Cyclops heads. Or got tails.
I don't even remember if we were right yesterday. We made the joke, we tossed the coin, and then I can't even remember if it ended up right or not. Well, the coin has spoken. It says BDS, and that is how close this is. This is 50-50 right now. BDS on the defense so far, only with 1 successful defense, and that was in the reading room. This time they're going to go down to kitchen. We saw it in round 8, and Cyclops were able to get that plant down. If you remember, there's route 1 through freezer, plant down just over the threshold. It came down to a 1v1, but they won it out, and they win it out again and get themselves the match point opportunity, get themselves the playoff spot match point opportunity.
It's could come down to that. I mean, looking at the shield coming in now as well, if they can press ahead and get themselves up to 6 and 5, BDS and Europe start to sweat, as you mentioned about that next game. Truthfully, the thing is, we came into this all the same BDS should win it, and we're like, okay, well, we expect this to be the outcome. Turns out we're all absolutely trash at our jobs and should no longer be doing predictions. I'd say we throw it to the wolves and let Reddit and Twitter start predicting instead, and we'll throw in, I don't know, Fabian's mom can start voting or something as well. Whatever they want to do, that can be the 3rd vote on our desk in future, because they'll probably do just as good a job with how unpredictable these games have been from start to finish.
The Mexico Major has been tough to make the calls. Now then, Anaton, he's going to be rushing into the small bakery kitchen there. He's going to have to just stop his progress for a second to take out a goo mine. Legion almost certainly being brought along to try and deal with this exact threat. Shaiko, he manages to find a threat with a nitro onto Ayagator. Manages to take the man down. Black Ray just missing the head of Renshiro behind there. And then out goes that goo mine just to prevent Anaton from pushing up onto the window and feeding information back in. Meanwhile, Maverick working on that reinforced wall in the bakery to get it open. So that may just give a little bit of exposure to the plant spot for Cyclops.
No, they've got one to deal with above here. They've even got the ping coming through. You can see it on your screen now. That 4 ping indicating that Vigil was playing up above. One of the trying to catch him here, potentially playing him with a grenade up onto the up floor. That seems to be the game plan, but the Vigil has backed away, I think, for a second, so not quite going to be a thing. BDS, mindful of once you've been spotted upstairs inside of that train room, chances are someone's going to be chucking nades at you or pushing you, or in general, just threatening your well-being.
Just taking a few pot shots in through the soft wall there. I'm just having a look what sort of breach. No, they maybe don't want to risk getting Black Ray that close up to the wall. There is the potential to just use a couple of magazines and shoot it out, but it's open one way or another. In comes a big nade from Suzuki there, managing to get Renshiro, but not before Alems finds one for himself, and that leaves us now 4 versus 3. BDS still in control of this one, but not for long, as Suzuki goes in and absolutely deletes Rafal. Starts to think about getting the diffuser down, but with Gatorada down but not out, it's not going to be easy. And there we go, 2 versus 3. Diffuser not going to go down. Breedy finds the kill. Alems doing the job as well. Anaton finds one. 16 seconds left to go. Surely he can't recover the diffuser. Get it planted and survive here. He's got no other choice. The push is going to come forward as the diffuser's going down. They've got 3 seconds here, BDS, to do something about this. Shaco finds the man, and BDS will be the ones with the opportunity to push themselves into the playoffs through regulation time.
Oh, baby, it's at that time. If this ends 7-5 now for BDS, it would be the expected outcome, but my God, has it been a road to get there. It did enough to shut down the Monty there, that opening C4 kill onto Irrigator. A big part of that, I think. Otherwise, the execute comes off far stronger with the Capitao on side, because realistically, that moves some of the smokes they had to be able to block off, for example, the red rotate. In general, just to cut members of BDS out of the picture entirely. It's a good starting kill. And again, it all trickles downhill. It turns from a snowball into an avalanche the longer the round goes. The smaller things in the round, that's what you got to keep a close eye on. The final round of regulation will be on Reading and Fireplace. Another very anti-info coming out of BDS on the defensive side. And Cyclops, stick or twist, they stick. The Monty's back again.
If BDS win this, it's worth remembering again that they have won this map effectively by 0.179 seconds. That is how close Cyclops were to disabling the activated diffuser in round 1. Renshiro finding the shot that won the round for BDS. 0.179 seconds different. And Cyclops win that round, and we're potentially facing a situation of overtime rather than a 7-5 BDS win. The finest of margins here. It could be heartbreaking for Cyclops in the long run, depending how the rest of the day plays out for them. But if nothing else, they can come away from this matchup, Des, and they can hold their heads high, because they have run one of the best European teams in BDS, one of the best teams in World Siege on their day. They have run them to the very wire so far, and there is still a possibility that Cyclops run them beyond that wire.
That's the thing when this group gets complicated, right? Is when we start thinking about those overtime results and how the points start stacking up, for example. It'll be sheer chaos, because then we have to start looking at, for example, the head-to-head, the win percentage on maps, for example. All those things just start baking into it if Team 1 could pull off a little bit of a miracle later on. Time will tell. We'll see how things press forward, because thinking on it, actually, for Team 1, if they win their 2 games and go up to 10 points and draw with a team that loses in overtime here, they would have...
I think they end up on the same... I had a quick look, and off the top of my head...
Team 1 will have lost 2 in regulation. And if I'm saying here, if it goes into overtime, right, I'm pretty sure, no matter what happens in this game, if it goes to overtime, Team 1 cannot make it. These 2 teams then get locked in.
Team 1 could have 3 wins, so the map win percentage could be 50%, and that's where Cyclops would stand.
No, but this is the thing. I think that percentage, surely that counts as well overtime, and that comes into consideration, whether or not you win regulation versus overtime.
We'll check into it, but generally speaking, I think it's usually picked up. Irrigator manages to, let's not speculate ourselves. We'll ask the people who know, and just get into the depth of that. We'll bring you all the stats and all the information of how it might play out. Don't you worry. Alems, he's going to lose his life. Rafal's going to lose his. Des, this is going one way. Alligator's got himself a 2k, and we could be going into that overtime situation. I can say that whoever wins in overtime will still secure the playoff position. It will put them on 11 points, which will be clear of the 10 that Team 1 can achieve. So the 2-point winner is still enough for playoffs.
Oh boy, I mean, Alligator is showing here how hard he was missed in the last round. In that first one being C4'd out, another one coming in. Blackray finds it. Tim, these overtimes, they just keep on following us, but it's Shaiko and Brede. We said earlier on in the match, if you want any two players to be in a clutch situation like this, it's most likely to be them. The back line, the front line, working in harmony to try and push back the side of Cyclops, but the fear is you're against the Monty. They get one more kill, that Monty is going to walk at them and bully them. You're against one of the best and brightest in APAC in that regards.
Anaton's just given the information there that Shaiko was playing inside of the service room, but Anaton does get shut down. Blackray, however, finding the kill onto Brede to trade it out. It's all down to Shaiko Des to keep them out of overtime. Suzushi getting the diffuser down. He can't do a thing. He can't move. There's just utility flying in at him. There's bullets from above, and that's going to close it out. We're going all the way to overtime between BDS and Cyclops.
Ooh, alrighty. It's getting spicy, boys. We get another best of 3, and it's BDS starting on the defense. We've seen the teams fly and flourish in that first half on the attacking side of things, taking 4 rounds on the attack. Based on history, you would give the lean towards Cyclops here, who again step in towards playing the Monty. This will be interesting. The stick or twist for the Clash or the Monty. Does anyone move away? Oh, it's Anaton breaking form. Okay. Stepping across instead onto the Twitch, I imagine, which is what we've seen him use throughout the game so far. But Rafal, the one with the Clash on side, we'll keep a close eye on that.
Once again, you and I head into overtime, Des. I don't know exactly how the A stream's gone, but I dare say that we might. I mean, I think we've had a volume of games, so that will help us. But I think, again, we've probably got the highest percentage of games going to overtime.
We have to get someone. Who was the guy who did the stats for us last time at SI?
I think it was Boxy. It was Boxy last time.
Producer Simon coming out here.
Always supportive in our ears.
Was that Simon or Medics? Because it sounded like it was through an intercom.
No, it was Producer Simon.
Was it Producer Simon? Fair enough. Simon, we love you. I'm sure Medics also hates us at the same time, mind you.
Well, wait, I think it was Medics.
Now I'm really confused. We're rattled. Probably as rattled as these two teams are.
I know, that's what I'm going to say. There's plenty of rattling going on inside of the server. We're into the action phase of overtime round 1. This is round 13 overall. There is nothing to separate these two teams on the attack. They have both won 4, lost 2. Cyclops, they come in with, you would have to argue, a marginal advantage here, given that the majority of attacking rounds have been won. They are going to attack first in overtime. Blackray looking to get himself inside of the white garage very quickly. He's just going to be droning it out to begin with, but Gatorado looking to support as well. It's now or never for BDS. They had their opportunity. They were 4-0 up to begin with, and Cyclops somehow managed to just wrestle their way back into it, and BDS are going to be forever kicking themselves if they don't manage to secure this. Now Lem's getting very aggressive there. Alligator's going to be downed. It's going well for BDS so far, and Shiro trying to get the nitro out, manages to find the kill onto the downed Alligator, prevents him being picked up, and that's a big start for BDS.
Now, I'm not superstitious, Ace, but 2 rounds ago in round 11, Alligator was the first one dead and Cyclops lost. In the round he stayed alive, he got 2 kills and they won. Now, I'm not really a betting man, but that's the way this could work out. Anaton dropping in through the hatch on the back of a Candela, riding him on the way through. Doesn't see the man sat in behind the bar. Can I help you, sir? Yes. Here's a bullet to the face, he says. 2 kills coming in for BDS. The Cyclops having the sting removed from their tail so far in this round.
BDS looking good here in overtime. Maybe just dialed it up a notch. Maybe kicked it up a gear to try and find the traction they need to get this one over the line. It is 5 versus 3. Cyclops just taking a little bit of a break, taking a little bit of a breather inside of the round here. Let's try and get that information. They've just blocked off the potential peek from White Stairs, but it's not going to matter as Lems, he goes head on and he hits Suzushi like a train on the rappel. Shaiko finds Blackray, and all of a sudden it seems like BDS have just switched on. Gatorada finding a kill onto the down Shaiko with a nade, but he's got a lot of work to do. It's going to have to be an ace And he's got a clash to go up against. Almost impossible. Lems shuts him down from above, and that's going to be the round for BDS. Advantage once again. They've had a match point already, Des. They failed to close it out. Can they do it at the second time of asking, or will we see all 15?
Second bite of the cherry, as you like to say, Ace. It's a tough one, isn't it? BDS on the attacking side. Again, those first 4 rounds of this game decisively going the way of the French squad. Outside of maybe round 1, because it did come down to 0.179 seconds under the diffuser. But outside of that, it was close and pretty decisive in the second to fourth rounds coming out for BDS. And Cyclops, they fought their way back. 4 rounds back to back for them. And since then, it has gone BDS CAG, BDS CAG, BDS. If we're following flow, Cyclops walk away the winner in this round. And you'd look at that next round and say it all spins on a dime in that final round 15 to see if we can break that flow.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many
Cyclops are going to have to bring something special here. They struggled on the defense. They go into kitchen. We saw them defend it in round 2 and round 5. They won it in 5. They lost it in 2. Cyclops didn't prevent Breeder getting in and getting the diffuser down very quickly in the round that they lost here. So that's something that they need to manage. They need to be careful that they are aware of the gaps in their defense potentially. Ooh. And Breeder being able to walk in. What have you spotted, Des? Hit me with it.
A Jackal coming out for Lems. He hasn't picked that up so far in this game. We've seen him exclusively on Flores and IQ, and this is the round that he opts to bring out the Jackal.
I mean, it sort of makes sense. Cyclops have been playing pretty heavily off-site when they've played kitchen.
Oh, it does, but it's more the change in one sudden round. You know, what's been the trigger for that? Is it how the halves have gone for them so far that they're thinking, yeah, we actually could really use a Jackal here, and they've discussed as the rounds have gone by that actually when we go on attack next, bringing along a Jackal would be a good shout. Please tell me someone shoots out the default cam. No.
Not so far. Jackal gets the Claymore down. Lem's just blocking off the white stairs peak, but this could be an absolute freebie here, Des. They've not taken out the default cam. We've spoken about small mistakes for BDS, and this could be one of them, but is somebody going to be brave enough on the side of Cyclops to take the opportunity to get out there and to make them pay for this error? Anaton, he's just holding down the rappel. Out comes the Nitro. It's an absolute mile away. Nobody's wanting to take the run out or the peak. They know there's a Claymore covering the jump out, but the white door was a potential. The bakery door was a potential. That could just be a missed opportunity.
That's what I would have got excited about. Yeah, a white door run out, but it would have mean just charging down white stairs, potentially past a couple of drones, and they'd have known what's coming. So for once, Cyclops maybe showing a little bit of restraint there, not wanting to get too chaotic and trying to deal with that. But here we go. North Bakery going to be the start, smashing their way in through this and making sure it's secured with an air jab. It's like slowly locking down different parts of the map to contain the beast that is Cyclops inside.
Oh, you can feel the tension inside of this one. Halfway through the round, and we haven't even had a coming together of any players yet, let alone a kill. But there you go. In it comes. Shaiko finds the first on Suzushi, and somehow BDS have just found another level, Des. They've just found an ability now to get these kills when they need them. Gatarada on the castle, trying to rotate around, make himself a nuisance from the red stairs. Cyclops, it's now or never. You've got to do something, otherwise you're going to be fighting into the late day, and that game against Team 1 is going to become more important than any other you've had over the last 3 days. 1 minute left to go. Lems, he can scan out. He's going to take the default cam this time. Cyclops, they've got the backs to the wall.
They have, but don't feel too pressurized just yet, because the main setup coming in from the side of BDS is again on the ground floor. If you remember last time here, Cyclops were the ones playing on the upstairs and threatening, for example, through the ceiling, but Shaiko, he threatens through walls. Black Ray even taken out 5 versus 3. Where is Breeder? Because Breeder go plant. I plant. In he goes. Lems finds another. BDS might have just done it, Tim. They get another. That's the closeout they're looking for. Irrigator, APAC Hearts. They break that it couldn't be a victory, but 1 point could be enough to help them get through a flawless round from BDS to close as they defeat the Cyclops 8-6.
It's not over for Cyclops yet. It is not over for APAC. But what a performance they have just put on for us there, Des. That is the best that we can ask for them, to come in and to just leave absolutely everything on the field, which they have done. Look at Black Ray's performance, 16-9. Absolutely dragging his team towards that playoff position, but BDS say no. They say not today. The spot is ours. and they will be the ones who claim it with that 2 points from overtime.
Oh, wow. What a game to start the day off. We promised you belters from start to finish on the B stream, and that one was one of the highest quality games that we have seen throughout the group stage. Every game has been fantastic. It's almost like, Tim, when you get together the 3 or 4 best teams from every region around the room, stick them in around the world, stick them in a hotel and see what happens. Magic starts to fly. I really can't wait to see if these teams were to face off again in the bracket stage at some point, because I have no doubt it would be a screamer of a series.
It's been absolutely phenomenal start to the day. I'm certain that it's going to continue because we've just got important game after important game laid out ahead of us. There's another 5 to come. I wish it was 10 days. I wish it was 15, because today I've just got a feeling that it's going to be one game after another like that, and I could watch that for the rest of the time.
Well, BDS don't have to worry about their next game. So Jackie sat there watching the French team feel happy about that victory. What do you think, Jackie? You think Cyclops can come back in and do it still?
You'd hope so, right? They showed a lot of resolve, a lot of resilience there. Round 7, man. I'm sat watching the game and I'm thinking, you know what? I mean, maybe Des has some facts behind why he's always ranting and raving about this team. They were looking sick. The plays were beautiful. The shots were ridiculous as well. Just as its own standpoint, some of the shots that came out of all of the Cyclops players had me just on the edge of my seat. Beautiful reaction times, pixel sniffing, it was disgusting. In the end though, of course, the result's all that matters, right? And this is huge for BDS. An important win, even though it's in OT, Tim, those 2 points are worth their weight in gold.
Oh, they really are. That's it now. BDS are on 11 points. You have to look at the third place team, essentially, to see if anybody could then knock them down into third place and not into the playoffs. Team 1 currently have 4 points, 2 games to go, so they can max out at 10 points, so that leaves BDS safe. They're on 11 points, they're 1 clear of the closest third place rival, so they will go through to the playoffs. It could still be in second position. Cyclops have got another game, BDS have got another game. If BDS lose to the Soniqs and Cyclops beat Team 1, Cyclops would go through in the top spot because they'd have 12 points versus BDS's 11. That's talking straightforward, no overtimes. But it's still all there in the mix. You're talking about seeding, you're talking about many other things, but the focus for me on Group A now comes down to that question of Cyclops versus Team 1. Team 1, they just have to win both of their games, and then we go down to those multi-levels of tiebreakers and who is going to come out on top. I think it will come down to a round win percentage, but we'll get that confirmed. It's just, honestly, this day is going to get better and better. I'm so excited.
Oh yeah, there's never a dull moment. And someone that was constantly serving up success in that game as well, although they lost, was Black Ray Des. He was looking beautiful. I mean, that performance really did have me enthralled.
He's just making an absolute nightmare of himself around the map is the thing, Jackie. Whether it's the start of the round or the mid-round, he was the one lurking and skulking around the various rooms. And as soon as BDS push in, they leave the tiniest gap in their intel coverage, their drone play, and he's in there like a buzzard, just slaying him down, slapping him silly. And as we saw in a couple of those rounds back in the first half, if BDS did lose the early man, they couldn't really kind of put the whole plan together, and things did fall apart a bit from there. But that's to be expected. Black Ray, highly destructive, kept them busy, matched only really by Shaiko on the other side. Really impressive showing when you're stacking up against one of the most well-known and respected gunner names in the world, including the 1v1 that you just saw here in round 8.
Oh, see, that's why I love having Jacob on replays as well. Instantly into the Black Ray highlight package. All of them just perfection. It's so sick to watch, man. An incredible game there to kick off what should hopefully be a beautiful day here on the B stream. We have the statistics for that series as well, so we can give everyone their dues, because all 10 gunners were giving it their all on the server, Tim.
They certainly were. I mean, look at that. 28 kills between Shaiko and Renshiro. A lot of those coming in the early game for Renshiro. He went a little bit quiet through the middle, and that was just about when BDS were struggling, but then came back at the end with a few more and helped his team get it over the line. We can't ignore Black Ray on the other side as well. 16 kills, really carrying the team towards that potential victory. But if nothing else, Cyclops have just put themselves one step closer by securing that point. Just great performances all round. I've got to shout Breedy out as well. 79% cost, highest in the server, tied with Gatarada, and a great game again from him. Just plants galore.
Unstoppable stuff. Des, any key takeaways for you?
I know it's not a stat that's shown, but Tim did just touch on it at the end there very lightly. Breede and planting. It's a match made in heaven. I think in those first 4 rounds we touched on it. He was going for a plant in every single one. I think in one of them he did get denied because Shoko took the kill whilst he was going for the plant. But the other 3, the plant went down. BDS, super objective focused team. Some teams will say, right, it's kill time. We go and kill them. We wipe out all 5 players. That's how we win a round. BDS always going for those plants. And when you've got a support player like Breede in your back line, it's no surprise.
No. A surprise that we have in store, though, is that we are keeping BDS here on the B stream for another game. Back-to-back matchups. The next one will be up against the Soniqs. It'll be an interesting game. I can give you that fact for free. Come back for that one in a few moments when we get into BDS versus Soniqs.
What does it take to create a vibrant, thriving community? Join us on this 3rd episode of I Call Next as we discover how to create inspiring content and hype up an entire gaming scene. PayPal. Press play.
Welcome back to the Mexico Major, where we are seeing out of our 15 teams who will be walking away with a lion's share of the prize pot, securing themselves 200k and also those SI points. We're a little bit into this third day here on the B stream, as we've just wrapped up our first game, BDS versus Cyclops, with BDS coming away with an overtime win. However, now they'll be going on to their following game up against Soniqs. Let's bring in the beautiful boys that have been analysing and casting all the action over the past 2 days. Tim, Des, how are we feeling based off that previous game? We thinking BDS, they're looking like themselves, they've got the stature, or are we a bit concerned for what could be happening in this next matchup, Tim?
I'm steady as a rock, Jackie. There's no excitement or nerves for the day here. It's been a great opener. We couldn't have asked for any more. BDS coming in, securing themselves the spot in the playoffs, but and they can still be caught up. They might not get the top spot, so this game still means something for BDS. If they want to close out that number 1 spot, they need to make sure that they're beating the Soniqs, because otherwise all eyes will be on the Team 1 Cyclops matchup later on. So they're going to look to close it out now.
Yeah, you're never going to want to leave your fate in the hands of other teams. So hopefully BDS can hold on and keep the reins going. Obviously an important matchup, Des, for them. So let's start off with the European side. BDS, the 5 fraggers that have just picked up the previous win. If people are tuning in a little bit late today, Des, let's give them a recap of why this roster is so exciting.
I mean, you don't need much introduction for these boys anymore. They've been around the top of the international competitive circuit for quite some time now. Shaiko being the name that many will recognise, but some other phenomenal names stacked up around him as well. Kind of a celebrity in his own right, but Bride coming in last year, phenomenal. Renshiro, Rafal, Alems, you just can't ignore anyone on this team. And I think we saw a lot of reasons why in that last game, to be fair. The only times that they looked particularly shaken by Cyclops was when they brought out a really wacky, rapid attack, or when there was a lot of disruption around the map. They are a very solid team, very strategical, very coordinated on their attacking side. I do get a bit nervous when teams get up in their faces and start trying to disrupt them, but to me at least, coming up against Soniqs, a North American team, a region that is known for being quite structured and coordinated in their play, I feel here you're coming up against the kings of coordination in BDS, and they are going to give Soniqs a real show.
Oh, the kings of coordination. I like it. And they're all looking coordinated. Here they are getting ready. One of them that has proven he is very ready on the server already today, of course, is LMs. I mean, Tim, he looked brilliant in the previous matchup. He's had some huge impact as well in a couple of the games we've seen in the last 2 days. What more can we get from him? Is there another little bit of skill that we can squeeze out of him?
The thing with Alems is central to this BDS team, this BDS lineup, because you've got you can see him, he's sat there, he's looking over the numbers, he's looking over the stats with Eagle Me's, he's just trying to get all that information, and then he's going to deliver it in the matchup. He's going to be the one, he's the voice within the team to, be giving that guidance, and Alems is super important to BDS, and he's going to be pivotal for them coming out and getting a win here against the Soniqs, because I think something very important to point out here, the Soniqs may well not be able to qualify for the playoffs, but believe me, they're still playing to win. This is about spoiling people's party. This is about just bragging rights, wanting to get the win. This is about practice and learning for them. It's something that was posted on social media. It is about this, as I pointed out yesterday, it's a new roster, and they're going to take every opportunity they can to learn, develop, grow, and every map that they have in this LAN experience internationally is an opportunity for that. So they're going to come in full force. No two ways about it.
It's like when you go down to the local footy field and, you don't get picked for the game, but you brought the ball. So instead you just stab the ball. So let's have a look at the ball-busting Buccaneers that are, of course, the opposition for this game. Soniqs, Des. Obviously, they've had a bit of a rough tournament to this point. Do you think, with no pressure on them, effectively at this point, backs against the walls, coming out to just spoil the fun for the others, that we might see them shine in a different light this time?
I mean, NA's revenge tour starts today, Jackie. TSM are out. They can't qualify either in Group D, but they've come out today and beat Liquid, the only unbeaten team up to that point. Every team has now suffered a loss, and if TSM can do it, I've got some faith that you might just see the same coming out of the Soniqs. They made their way into here, and maybe I think at first many thought, know Soniqs not really going to deliver, and sure, when you look at the results, they haven't. But they're a team that we know as one of the best 16 in the world right now. They can step up and make themselves heard. If they come in and provide a bit of an upset here, it's not going to be the end of the world, but it's good story building. It shows that BDS can bleed the same way Cyclops demonstrated it, and I'm hoping, like I said, if nothing else, for say Rexon and Grixer, two of the new young fraggers they've brought into their squad, but we can see them getting a little bit of experience, and just maybe at the next major, that's where you'll see Soniqs really come out gunning.
Oh, man. Well, here's the thing. He might be young, but he certainly knows how to use a gun. Grixer was one of the players we wanted to give a little bit of love to, shine a light on him, because he was a huge impact for Soniqs. Tim, back on the server tonight, off the leash, effectively allowed to just go out and get large and in charge. Surely he's going to send sparks flying, right?
Absolutely. I mean, if we look towards Grix's stage 2, we know he's had reasonable performances. He's played well so far here at the Mexico Major. But if we look over to stage 2 as well, this is a player that inside of 8 maps got 77 kills, not too far away from a 10 kill per game average. And that is impressive stuff, and he's very, very central to this Soniqs team, along with Rex. And as you said, them working as a pair, they're going to develop, they're going to become a more and more deadly duo as time goes on.
They are dropping the dapper attire as well. The team was looking fresh. I love to see it. So let's have a look what fresh face place we're going to be going to. Of course, we've got to get into the veto. We've got to work out where this one's going to go down. Surely not another repeat of the map, right, for BDS?
Nah, surely not. I'm just digging now to try and find out the maps and what these teams have been playing. Can't imagine Cafe will be a thing, because Soniqs have banned it away 10 times, only had it banned against them twice. Ain't quite their cup of tea. Same can be said for maps like Coastlines. I think that'll get taken away. Club, quite a favourite coming in for Soniqs by the looks of it, so it should maybe be taken away by BDS, although it is quite a home map for them. I think BDS here, they banned Chalet, they banned Villa. I'm somewhat surprised to see Soniqs taking away Consulate, given it is one of their favourite maps. Oh wow, BDS taking away the club. All right, I'm surprised.
Getting a bit of a mix-up here. I mean, Soniqs, are going to leave Villa alone because, as we said previously, you don't need to take it out. They're happy to play there, if anything, and you've got BDS that will take it now. Coastline, you'll be glad to know, is gone, Des. That's going to be Soniqs banning that one out for you. I think we're going to be looking at the choice of Chalet, Cafe, or Oregon here. Chalet taken out by BDS once again. So Villa left in the pool, and I would suggest that's likely to be BDS's last ban if it gets left over here. So the choice now pretty much comes down to the Soniqs. Cafe or Oregon. I think we could have an Oregon on our hands.
Oh, man. If we get an Oregon, I will be licking my lips, to be honest. I've wanted it all damn day, and I'm not going to get it.
There you have it,
I mean, realistically, yeah, I mean, looking at it, to be honest, I know that BDS don't play it, and I commented on that, but also consider the stakes of this game. To them, it means nothing.
Limited.
They're probably not... Exactly. They're probably going to ban this as their go-to map, I imagine, in playoffs. I mean, truthfully, if they come out here and smash Sonic something silly, a couple of teams will look at that and just be thinking, do we really want to chance it? Do we want to leave it open? Are we going to be that team that let BDS go to Villa? Because thinking on it, when we get into best of threes, let's not forget, you only get to ban away one map, and it's either going to be your weakest or their strongest. That's where everyone assumes by default that BDS would just ban away Villa. They've put on a good show in here. Some will start asking questions of, well, what if they don't? Are we prepared to pick Villa and take them there? Be a good little test for BDS, I think. A bit of a warm-up on Villa, should we say, Jackie?
I hope so. I hope so. I do wonder if it's going to potentially affect what we predicted going into this series as well. Now we've seen the veto, let's have a look at the 3 predictions we decided on. So we've all gone for BDS again. A lot of support for the EU side tonight, Tim.
There is. We've already called it correctly once, although we were made to sweat a little bit about it. We weren't sure it was going to get over the line. Des at points was wishing he took the opportunity to change it out again, but BDS did get it locked down. Do I think they're going to beat the Soniqs here? I think they probably will. I think we've seen Cyclops perform better than the Soniqs so far, so by that nature, just the straightforward process of elimination, BDS beat Cyclops, BDS should beat Soniqs. I would expect so. They're going to want that top spot. They're going to want to really go through, in pole position.
You still quietly confident in your prediction, Des?
Yeah, I mean, Soniqs again, it's not like you're playing against a top 2 team here as BDS did in their last match. This should be a bit of an easier affair, but beware, the NA team sat at the bottom of the table there, the ones who can bounce back as TSM have shown, so I'll keep a close eye on it. Small little tidbit for you, by the way. Just saw Irgator tweeted out, I think Renshiro is the best player in the world. Aw.
Staying it for the longest
Ooh,
time.
That's very cute.
So
Very
it's very
wholesome.
cute.
It's nice. It's nice. It's what we like. We're a wholesome community here. So strap in for this one because the two beautiful men that you've heard talking, building up the hype for this game, are about to guide you through all the action. Boys, get into it. Enjoy yourselves.
Oh, we're getting a real rarity here today, Tim. I feel like we've gone out hunting in the wilderness and come across a rare animal. BDS on Villa, something that we barely get to see. So for Soniqs, I hope they came ready here, brought along their little safety pistol because, my God, BDS come out here with something special to show. Teams will start sweating all around the competition.
Well, this is it. You know, we were theory crafting earlier in the map band saying, you know, you can pretty much leave Villa there because you know BDS will take it out, but that just throws a
How wrong we were.
Exactly, it just throws a complete and utter spanner in the works for the rest of the teams, doesn't it? Coming forward thinking, right, we don't need to worry about Villa as part of a best of three because BDS actually, wait, what? They might play it. Like, that's, you know, it's almost unbelievable to see this. But the interesting thing now is going to be, how is BDS's performance? If they come out and they rock it here.
This is getting me. What is that dot on your wall behind you? Because I thought there was something on my screen.
No, it's
but
not.
It's something in your room.
Dot.
It's not. I've moved the window around. It's something in your room.
I know it is.
What is it?
It's a dot on my wall.
Can you get rid of it, please?
Don't worry about it. No, I can't. It's a roll plug in the wall that I took something down from.
Oh, that's actually going to hurt me so much. All right, fine. We'll make do with it. Map's ready. Let's get into it, Villa, for the map between these two teams. The Soniqs, one of their final showings here at the Major. Do play again late against Team 1 and have a real chance to play spoiler. So, a good showing for them here might just be enough to put Team 1 on edge because, as a reminder, Team 1 needs to win in regulation both of their games against Soniqs and Cyclops later on to have a chance at making it into the top 2. Otherwise, it's BDS and Cyclops going through.
Heading into the banning phase here on Villa then, it's going to be Soniqs to take the first ban as the defenders. They will take out the first attacker and then BDS will follow suit with another attacker before we go through the same process for the defenders, but with BDS starting first that time. So Thatcher is the first one to go. The NA teams banning out the Thatcher continues, Des.
It does, mate. Honestly, it's a trend. I even DM'd Lycan yesterday and said to him, what is it with all the NA teams banning this away? I just want to kind of rifle down for his response. And he said to me, it just slows the game down and gives you a feeling of control if it's banned away. And I was like, all right, fine. NA teams, structure, they like control. I get it. Because to be fair, when you think about it on defense, and we saw this in EUL when Na'Vi played against Empire, just yeeting those EMPs into sight when you want to execute work wonders for them. What I'm really shook by here, Tim, is the bans coming out of BDS, and I know exactly why they've done this. The Ash and the Jaeger bans is because they want to show nothing. If they do bring this map out at some point in playoffs, these bans are garbage. No one's going to look at those and expect them to come out again, so good hiding by BDS.
That's it. Sometimes you've just got to keep a few things in the old back pocket for the important games that are yet to come. Kaid making up the full complement of bans there, and we're going to have Soniqs starting out on the defense of Villa. It's going to be round 1 in Aviator games. Not much of a major surprise there. Interesting, we've got the Flores switching from Alems over to Rafal here. Alems is going to bring the Capitao, Renshiro on the Zofia, so we've got a whole lot of a mix up there.
Are you surprised?
Absolutely
I'm not massively surprised. You'll either see a lot of what you saw on the last map, or things will just be kind of plain and simple as normal. Because, like for here, for example, Alems is on Sledge. Normally, Renshiro plays that. He's playing on the Zofia. Rafal's playing on the Flores that normally you'd see on Alems. So a lot of mixing and dicing around. The only thing that has really stayed consistent is Iana and Hibana.
Jacko, go kill.
You joke, actually. When he was the first person in lobby, he was like, and the observer's like, okay, we start, Shaiko, go kill.
That's what it's all about. Keep him on the Iana, keep him consistent. Don't want to be changing those weapons and recoil if you can avoid it. Now, Grix is going to get a black eye camera out in statuary there. Interesting position. I don't think I've seen that one used before. Just in behind the feet of the statue there. You get a good view onto the door. So when a team is pushing from that north side, you'll be able to see them pushing in towards the top of red stairs. So yeah, exactly there. Fascinating one. That is a nice one that you probably take away with you there. I bet it doesn't get spotted out too often either.
No, cleared out on the south side, but not enough that it's going to be only the default cam taken away rather than the Valkyrie cams. Grix is taking a shot there from somewhere as well. Not enough to finish him off, but enough to give a little bit of chip damage and just remind him BDS are watching, look busy. You got Renshiro playing on the south side at the minute by himself, I imagine, looking to threaten his way up the main stairs at some point into the round, whereas the rest of BDS putting their focus entirely on the north side and looking to move their way down through the map.
Out goes the Claymore to prevent any potential jump outs. Something that I think BDS probably need to be aware of. The Soniqs might take the opportunity here to just try and get aggressive, get aggro up into their faces, take the jump outs, take the peak, see if they can get themselves an early advantage. But they'll be looking to take a leaf out of TSM's book as well and potentially spoil BDS's party here. They have qualified for the playoffs, but they haven't secured that top spot yet, so they could well find themselves going through in second. It could impact seeding, it could impact all sorts of things. So whilst still not an essential match win for BDS, it could be an important one. Shaiko spotting out that Valkyrie cam there. Just going to take it down. That's 1 of 3 gone. The other 2 should still be active as they haven't pushed into those areas yet. But coming up to the halfway point, Grixer has to dip back. A lot of flash coming his way.
One nod I will give towards this game, thinking about it. If BDS do lose this game, don't forget, then BDS finish the group on the points that they've ended on, which is 11. Cyclops then play against Team 1 later on. If it comes down to that point, the way it shapes up at the moment I look at it is that if Cyclops win and get more points and more than like an overtime loss, they walk away with enough points to take first place off BDS.
Exactly that. You know, like I said, there is certainly something for BDS to play for here. If they get themselves into overtime, this should be fairly... We're going to be in that situation again, so I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. But even an overtime loss would create a situation where they should be getting towards safety. But with the point picked up by Cyclops, maybe not the case, because they can land on 13 points now. BDS currently on 11, so even an overtime win might not guarantee it. I'd have to do the maths. I think it probably would do based on match win percentage, but still, it could be a tricky one for them. The best bet is come in here, win this inside of 12, and just get the points on the board. Out comes the impact nade trick, going to clear off the first set of X-Kairos pellets. No more in the pocket for Rexon, so that will now be a successful opening of the vault. Lems successfully opens up his account here on Villa with a kill onto Yeti, and it starts falling apart there. Shaiko gets 2, Brede shut down, Renshiro involved as well. Rexon gets aggressive into 90 corridor, finds one, but he's got a whole world of pain ahead of him in a 1 versus for exactly that maneuver, and finds the kill. BDS take round 1.
I half expected for a second the C4 that came in to kill Brede would be shot out of the air, because remembering that we're on LAN, they are a lot easier to shoot at. Do you remember? I don't know if you saw it, but we saw it on a VOD review. I think me and you were casting it, where on Consulate, someone threw a drone from South Spawn. It was against Empire. Threw a drone from South Spawn towards the meeting room balcony. Dan was at the window and shot it out in midair. And I was like, what? Like, imagine being that present to be at the window to shoot out a drone flying through the air.
Honestly, the mechanical skill is just absolutely ridiculous sometimes with these guys, and moments like that really do make you realise just how good they are. We're going to be going back to Aviator Games again here for Soniqs. They're going to try to lock it down. It wasn't, to be fair, awfully close in round 1. It came down to a 3v1 at the end, and that's how it finished as the final kill went in. So Soniqs, they need to, I think, maybe just try and aggress more on that north side. BDS seemed to get in relatively unscathed, unchallenged. They were able to move in very quickly, pressure 90 corridor, pressure the north side door, and just really move quickly across that top side of the map. So it'd be nice to see Soniqs just apply a little bit more manpower over there and try to hold back the tide for a little bit longer.
Alrighty, that's outside again. The attempt once more. I think for Soniqs, they had the right idea as well, playing denial onto the plant spot. I appreciate it. I respect it. Here, small difference in BDS's attack, where Renshiro spawning up towards the northwest side rather than down inside the ruins. Going to start with the rest of the team up towards here, probably because there is quite a presence coming out of the Soniqs up towards the north. Sort of thing we saw before, to be fair, because TSM like running something very, very similar. When you have Bolo running around on Goyo, always going to find him holding inside a statuary and looking to cause a little bit of carnage. Grenade in hand for Shaiko. Can't imagine you'll see that shield much longer for this world. Easily cleared out, of course. No ADS is present on side. No Wamai Rafal almost being C4'd off Astro window.
Yeti still playing on this north side. This is what I wanted to see. We've got Grixer with him as well. Yeti's going to just drop himself away. Out comes the nade from Shaiko to make sure that that wall does get opened. Rafal has found himself downed. I'm not sure if that's after a little fall from the roof or not maybe, or whether he's taken a few shots. But Grixer, he's going to find a headshot onto Shaiko, and this is better from Soniqs. This is the adaptation that I wanted. Don't let BDS into north side control and to be pushing you on site immediately, getting themselves established in 90, opening up the vault. This is going to be a much more difficult job for them. They're down to half a round to go at. Renshiro manages to get a late trade onto Grixer, so that's going to now leave us 4 versus 4.
Then obviously the more supportive role here with the Mozzie. When he first came out, teams were using him in 2 different ways. One, more looking to get out on the roam, deny vision, make it so you could play on the roam without anyone catching you on a drone and finding yourself shut down just a few seconds later. Or you can play it in this more defensive style where you catch a drone, you sit back on site, you play a more supportive role to your team to give you an idea of where pushes are coming from and to give you an idea of what the reaction needs to be. Same again for BDS, so the square up is coming in onto Astro Doorway. We saw this coming in before. Renee comes singing in just to remove any gadgetry that would have been lurking around on the other side. Looking at you, Mute, with those mute jammers. Minutes play with still, Tim.
Minutes play with and kills yet to be found. We've just found ourselves in a little bit of a lull after that opening trade-off. Rafal low health because he did knock himself off the roof, I think, and found himself down but not out. He was collected, so he will be living to fight in the late round, but he's not going to be able to take too much of a challenge. Renshiro just notifying himself and his teammates that there's somebody playing in 90 corridor. Yeti just missing the shots on Lems there. Had the opportunity to shoot into the back of the sledge, but won't find it. Out comes the yellow ping, so Lems is going to try and use that nade to find a man above, but will be unsuccessful. The trading bullets back and forward with Yeti seems to continue, and once again they miss each other like ships in the night here, just passing each other. They will both live to fight another day. Kansan, however, finds a kill onto Breed. Lems goes in, collects the diffuser, looks to try and get it down, but Rexon shuts him out. 2 versus 2, becoming a battle of attrition. 3 seconds left to go, though, and BDS are going to lose on time.
All right. I mean, it's not really a BDS trait to find themselves running out of time. Again, we'll give it to the way the game is currently played out, the expectations coming into it. Maybe that's some lean, some impact on that side of things, but not bad for Soniqs to find themselves with a round 4 here, because let's not forget as well, this does have an impact. We mentioned it at the start of the last round. It can have an impact on the end outcome if Cyclops can take first place off BDS later on today. Living and Library going to be our next site. One that I think is starting to be explored a little more lately, Tim. I know that we saw it once or twice last year in NA, TSM being a team I remember running it every now and then. But we've seen teams like Na'Vi in EU start to play it. I know we've seen some awesome attacks coming out of, I think it was BDS against Vitality, where they played them one day, lost to it, came back the next day with an awesome Amaru strap from inside of the basement to counter it. I like that we're seeing it more, because now we're seeing all 4 sites being played around the map, even if Trophy Statuary is slowly starting to slip away.
Absolutely, you know, we like to see that variety, and it's just down to the sheer size of Villa. I think it was inevitable that it was going to take a long time. Ultimately, teams got very quickly acquainted with the top floor, and then there was all the nuance to be added. I mean, you remember once upon a day, every push came from the south side balcony. Then we saw the introduction of the main stairs hold. Now it's a north side push. We've seen the north side hold coming out, and it's this sort of dance back and forward. And because it's such a big map, there are plenty of options. So even those top 2 floor sites have just really taken a long time to fully explore. But as that has happened, teams have then cast their eye away. Once they feel like the attackers are getting to grips with these sites, you start thinking, right, how viable actually is living room and library? How viable is dining and kitchen? And as that has happened, the same process then, rinse and repeat. You go down there and you get that adaptation, you get that alteration of strategy until you get to a point whereby it is more or less viable.
I do love the vault holes that come through. And I think it was Na'Vi against G2 in EUL, where Na'Vi were holding inside the vault, as Kansan is doing now. These opened up, give you full coverage up towards the north walls that you would normally open up. Thank you very much, Medics, for that wonderful demonstration, who, of course, is joining the B stream, forming the dream team for us all day today. So I'm sure we'll be having a right laugh on this one. But yeah, normally up here when it was Na'Vi defending it, I think for G2, it took them like 2 minutes to clear out the top floor and hadn't even started to look at the ground floor. So it can be an absolute nightmare if you're not careful. Grenade comes singing up. Oh my God. Yeti got caught peeking and got a nade to the face.
What a grenade from Shaiko coming in there. Absolutely brilliant from him. Up between the floorboards and finds his man. Shuts him down and leaves us 5 versus 4. BDS with an advantage once again. They weren't able to make that pay in round 2. Soniqs were able to fight their way back into it. They are on a bit of an off-site here, so we'll see if the Soniqs are equally capable of doing that down here. But you've got to say, BDS probably not too familiar with attacking this one either.
Indeed, as well. In comes Rex with one coming back on the other side. I imagine for the side of BDS, they were doing prepping this because, again, they were the ones who came up with that awesome counter onto this hole previously. But having it been a long time, I honestly would love to try and get the average number of days between BDS playing on Villa, because they do try it once every in a blue moon. And when they do try and give it a go, it doesn't go well. Like I say, it goes back into the vault and doesn't get brought out again. Shaiko being gatted down by Grixer on the downstairs. Bolting in, wasn't aware, I think, that he was hanging around inside a library. 4 versus 3 for Soniqs.
Rafal just looking to push up those main stairs, or at least make sure that nobody's pushing down them. Renshiro going to shut down Super with a fantastic headshot onto the Valkyrie, leaving us now 3 versus 3, tying things up in terms of the manpower. Rafal with a lot of access to the side of site there, but chooses not to go in there yet. The Rotero drone is going to clear out the bottom section of that, so just means he doesn't have to go through that vault animation to get in there. Just enables him to take the gunfights a little bit easier.
You can see him setting up around now. They've got that Sophia playing out towards the south side. 2 or 3 now looking to zip their way. And Breede's managed to somehow snake his way in and is going for a plan. Gristin plays C4 over the top. Does find one, but Breede pros don't fake Tim. You tell me this all the time. True supports. They stick it. This one can frag out. Renshiro's got the support. It's all down to Canton on the upstairs, and they have snaked that one away. Tim, how many times have we seen Breede left in a 1 versus 1?
Plenty of times, and you would expect him to win this out. He generally does. He's going to look to move himself through that arch studio. Could get himself an angle onto the flank, but he's going to wait. He's going to wait for that noise. He knows he doesn't need to make this challenge. Doesn't want to throw his life away. Kansan knows exactly where he is. There's just very little that he can do about it. Out comes the Nitro. It won't be successful as Breede starts to move through. Finds the angle onto the man stood on top of the diffuser and closes out the round for BDS, who take themselves an advantage. He was trying to get a reinforce up Des to protect himself whilst going for the disable on the diffuse. I mean, it's a bold strategy.
The bold strategy, Karen. See if it pays off for him. And that's what maybe a little bit less not. Either way, good round coming out again. 2-1 to BDS on the attacking side as well. Never really going to be a bad thing. And trophy statuary, kind of the offside Grixer. Something funny, guys? Huh? No, nothing's funny. I do love it when you get to these kind of later ends of the group stages when things don't matter as much and you do get a little bit of fun.
It's yeah, it's always nice to see the at the end of the day, a lot of the players, they're friends with each other. They spend a lot of time playing each other inside of the server. Less so when you've got the inter-regional matches like this, but it's always an opportunity to have a little bit of fun as well. Of course, we've got to remember that as serious a game as this is, it's always nice if the entertainment is there as well. And Shaiko recognizing, saying, you know what, fair play. That was probably a decent attempt. If you get that reinforce off, maybe it's different. Maybe it does go down.
You do have to read between the lines from where the sarcasm exists in each of those messages that came through, because you're never quite 100% sure, especially considering as well the cultural differences or even the language differences as well. BDS, obviously a full French squad, do predominantly speak French. I think some of the players are always the most keen to even give interviews speaking in English, and not always the thing that you're going to see from them. Whereas NA boys, they do enjoy their banter. See how round 4 plays out though on Trophy and Statuary is mentioned. One of the, I don't want to say so much the least popular site, but it is slowly weaning that way, right? We've seen throughout the tournament when we have gone on to Villa, it's been Aviator against first, Dining is the second site, and Trophy has always been the third. And for the occasional creative team like Soniqs, see Living and Library stepping in there as well.
So the thing is, it's the opportunity to try it as well, Des. It's like I said, for the Soniqs, this match is a little bit about learning. Lems is going to learn not to run into sight without his ADS up, as Rexon is going to find a nice and easy headshot to open things up. But the Soniqs can take this as an opportunity. They're up against a very good competitive side. Let's test it. Let's see what Living Room and Library is like against this good team. Let's see, where we can open up rotations. Let's use it as a little bit of a test, a bit of a learning curve for us. Maybe it's something that we can take away and develop. Maybe it's just so they're not showing too much ahead of that stage 3 as well, which I'm sure will be firmly in Sonic's mind right now. That's going to be the next thing that they are preparing for. But right now, they've got a game to try and win here against BDS if they don't want to have it all their own way. And Shiro DarkZero looking to make the challenge into Astro. He knows that the man is there. He's going to try to deal with that shield, but needs to be careful as Super just bouncing up and down there, keeping himself unpredictable, looking to make that challenge with the SMG.
Half the round passing through and only Lems getting the one falling down. We've seen a couple of reverse vertical challenges, to be fair. So we saw it in the last game with the sledge as well, don't forget. Comments on, won't see too many more of that, given that SMG is being taken away soon. Expecting someone to be on the stairs, absolutely not the case. Rafal maybe a bit more paranoid than he should be, but a C4 comes out, catches friend Shiro. Soniqs with the 2 opening kills here, on course to be able to balance things out at 2 apiece.
Psycho looking to aggress in, and this is the problem. You can have the man advantage against BDS, but there are still players who will do exactly that to you. Yeti getting down inside of Statuary, but before he can finish the kill, Kansan finds the long angle. Shuts down 1, shuts down 2 with a headshot onto Rafal, and that leaves Breeder with it all to do. 1 versus 4 effectively, but it looks like Yeti might even be picked up here. He finds the first onto Kansan. However, it's a direct trade as Yeti does get picked up, so effectively things don't get any better for Breeder. 1 versus 4, can't use his drone and has to get the second out. 38 seconds, so he doesn't have all the time in the world where he needs to find 4 kills. He's got to find 1 about every 7.5 seconds at the minute, Des.
Yeah, I can't imagine Soniqs even giving that opportunity, to be honest with you.
No.
At this point, it's more about Breeder and a terrorist hunt run, seeing how many kills he can find himself. It is on beyond realistic mode. Some might even call it the esports mode in the game, where they're actually a little bit more realistic. It's almost like they're real players, Tim. See what you can find stepping in, but gets peaked by 2. Man, they really have upgraded that game mode lately.
I don't know, it feels like that when I play it.
Unrealistic. They do shoot back on realistic, unless you're popping heads on every corner you walk round.
Honestly, unfortunately, that's me on normal. I'm not even going to lie about it, Des. Coming into round number 5 then, we're going to be heading to Aviator Games for Soniqs. It's their penultimate defense here before they move on to the attacking half. 2 for 2. They're going to be pretty happy with that on the scoreboard, I would imagine. BDS able to get a couple of rounds, but nothing much more. It's been back and forward. 1-0, 1-1, 2-1, 2-2. Soniqs keeping themselves competitive here. They've defended Aviator Games twice, 50-50 so far on the day. They're going to look to try and improve that now and make it 2 wins for 1 loss.
Indeed, all things balanced out so far. Aviator Games, the site we stepped back into on the south side. The alibi being brought along by Yeti. We spoke about this a little bit yesterday, but didn't really have a proper conversation about it. Frost has dropped off a hell of a lot more than I expected, even with still having that shotgun secondary versus Yeti, or Yeti alibi, sorry, having the bailiff secondary. I think that 1.5 just going to show. Sites don't really balance operators. Apparently this one really does. People love their 1.5s. What can I say?
Certainly do. They've become very popular, haven't they, since they came into... I mean, again, Des, I've got like, my eyes aren't great. You know, the glasses are there for a reason. So for me, it's all about max zoom. You know, if the opportunity's there for a 2 times,
you're the kind of guy like
just give it
CQB,
to me.
like walking around a corner with a 2.5
max zoom,
on, right?
Max zoom in, yeah, absolutely. You know, I can't ADS in close quarters because it's just not. It's like I'm trying to fight with a broom handle at that point.
I want to see the man sweat dripping down his cheeks before even going for that gunfight. That level of zoom, mate. Christ. I couldn't do it. I'd just be like, what the hell? I'm just seeing pixels changing, max HD. A little bit much for me, I think.
This is why I don't get the kills, you see. This is why I put the diffuser down. That's the one thing I can do on 1 times. But right now, we'll see if BDS can get this win on 1 times or if they can speed it up and maybe just apply that multiplier to the clock here and start moving through Soniqs a little bit quicker. The Lems, he's downstairs looking for any of the roamers. Just going to clear himself a route out of Piano. Starting to dismantle the map with that big sledgehammer. Sledge's caber in hand, doing a lot of damage. I'm not really sure with what intention, but it's done nonetheless.
There's something. Here's Rafal doing normally the role that you'd see assigned again over towards the lens, but a couple of changes coming in here to mask away what BDS might normally play. Being used to good effects, as we know. BDS do really like playing this Flores. It's really curious thinking about it across the stages so far that we haven't seen it be super popular across every team, despite some being convinced that it is a little bit broken as an operator. Some just saying, nah, it's not really in our bank. We don't need it. We've got other things that we can play. Nice interesting differences that you see around the world.
5 versus 4 as Alems is going to nade himself. He's not going to find anybody. The only person he's going to find is himself. Keeping hold of that nade for too long. Almost certainly looking for a vertical kill there. It's a tough one to gauge because you're literally throwing it a few meters, so you've got to get it right onto the wire of that fuse. But let go half a second too late, and that is exactly what happens. It takes off your arm, takes off your head, and Alems finds that out the hard way. Shaiko moving into study, finds that Valkyrie cam, takes it down. Default cam goes as well, so BDS keeping on top of the information game. Rexon could be a big factor here and take out that Gemini clone. The challenge will come in. Renshiro takes damage. Rexon takes damage. Neither of them lose a life. Neither of them back out of the fight for the time being until Renshiro moves into study. Might wish that he hasn't, as he's going to be ready story and put to bed there by Grixer on the short angle. But meanwhile, Rafal and Brede get kills. Brede trading out Grixer 2 versus 2. 15 seconds left to go. It's all down to Shaiko and Brede to make something happen here. Super, Rexon holding down the site. Rexon finds one. Can Super get the second? Of course he can with the shotgun. And that is going to close out the round. 3-2 now for Soniqs.
Good stuff for the Soniqs. Sure, BDS running the clock a little bit low. Alems demonstrating to everybody why he doesn't play frag grenade operators in the first place, leaving that duty usually over to Renshiro and Shaiko in the lineup. But Soniqs pull ahead. Not a bad place to be in on the defensive side of Villa. BDS probably looking here for that third round to bring things up to 3-3 at the half. Would be a good outcome for them. Living in Library again, be that site that we step into. Last time round, worked out relatively well. It's always interesting to see the setups as they play out. The mirror windows in good use. The Valkyrie being subbed back in here in place of the Legion.
Going to be heading down to living room and library then for round 6. Final defensive round for Soniqs before we see BDS move on to the defense. If BDS can come away 3-3 here on the attack, I think they'll be pretty happy with that. There's been maybe one or two sort of mistakes, missed opportunities where they maybe could have exploited man advantage a little bit more. But Soniqs have done very, very well. I take nothing away from them. We've had a couple of those moments where they've obviously been trying something, reinforcing to get a soft wall so that you can try and disable a diffuser behind it. But on the whole, pretty solid. They've dealt with what BDS have thrown at them. They've been hitting kills, particularly Rexon. He's going well so far. Grixer getting in on that as well. Nice little duo forming between them inside of the Tuscan mansion. Interesting play there, Des.
Yeah, I mean, for Rexon and Grixer, as mentioned before, they're kind of the new superstars on the block that everyone wants to see do well. From the games that we have seen of Soniqs, and I think we've only seen 1 or 2 on this stream, we saw them play against Cyclops yesterday. I was really impressed by Kansan, to be honest with you. Thought he played really, really well. Enjoying seeing what's to come from him. This is another one of those squads that I compare to, say, down 1 Kia, right? Give him a few more months, a bit more time in the oven to really fester and stew a little bit. Take him out the oven in 3 months' time and you'll have a lovely, lovely dinner ready for you to chow down on. So maybe at the November Major, if they, of course, qualify, that's when you can see the real Soniqs coming up with a real showing.
Renshiro putting the Claymore down to prevent the hatch drop. Anybody maybe not too familiar with Villa as a map, wondering why it was just facing towards a bunch of cupboards there? It's because there is a hatch directly above it, so it just prevents Soniqs from dropping down behind them and exposing the flanks. Now, we've only got Super and Grixer on site. Rexon, Kansan and Yeti all upstairs, so BDS definitely going to have to deal with that, but there is the potential for one of them to try and drop a hatch. Maybe it will be the hatch that's got the Claymore underneath it. It's something for us to watch out for. Alems is up on the top floor. He's going to start opening up those vertical angles, but the problem is he's above kitchen and dining at the minute, and that's not the site we're playing into. It's going to be living room and library, I believe, so they need to get themselves over to the 90 corridor to Aviator Games side.
Pleased to report, Shaiko can throw grenades without taking his own arm off in the process. I'm genuinely sure for Alems it was a mistake, but it probably bounced off a wall or something daft. I can't imagine he overheld a grenade. Not the kind of thing that you really see at this level of play, to be completely honest with you.
As you say, it could easily be a piece of debris. It could be that the floor has maybe been slightly opened up. It's not gone through. It's come back off the floorboards, something like that. Renshiro opening up a nice long angle. One that's often overlooked there. It is a soft wall that leads onto the red stairs. I think it's overlooked because on the other side, there's just a painting on the wall, so it doesn't necessarily look like a soft wall, but you can shoot it out and rotate onto those red stairs. It is a potential way of clearing somebody out of there. Renshiro's going to use it as a long angle into sight, and right now, though. The Soniqs just being allowed to sit up above theirs. They're just waiting in their ivory tower, you could call it, up in Aviator Games at the minute. There's absolutely nothing to move them from it, and they're going to potentially dish out some real supremacy from up here.
Yeah, the reverse angles always make me nervous though, right? You can step forward and challenge onto them. They will see your feet from the way before you see them. Sure enough, Rexon, Kansan finding one apiece. That's what I was worried about. At the same time, BDS were trying to challenge into Vault. I think Rexon was the one who stepped out and found that kill at the top of landing. Diffuser on the ground. In comes Renshiro. He goes, I'll do it for you, boys. I'll get both playing inside of Vault. 2 for himself and a 3 versus 3 for Foul going in for the plant.
Almost certainly going to stick it as Renshiro gets one. Shaiko with another onto Super. And the last man alive, Grixer, despite how well he's been playing so far, can do nothing about the BDS onslaught that comes through there. And we found ourselves 3-3 on the half. BDS switching over and going on to defense. And this is really where BDS want to show us a little bit of something. Not too much. As you say, they're trying to keep things under wraps, but at the same time, maybe they just want to send a message to teams that think BDS don't play Villa. If they can show a few good defenses here, then maybe teams think, oh, maybe BDS can play Villa. But right now, I don't think we've really seen enough of them to suggest that'd be the case.
Can't imagine you'll see anything too exotic from them, to be honest. The Lems going onto the Vigil, maybe the one that you look at and go, well, that's kind of out there. Not massively. Lems plays this a lot on maps, like when they used to play Coast, he would always be the one playing out on it. Maybe you look at this and go, oh, well, I expect a Shaiko to be playing that sort of thing. Yes, but also no. Aviator gains the point of defense, and Rafal stepping across onto the Warden, reading into the smokes, the flashes, everything coming out from the side of the Soniqs.
Setting up inside of Study then. Shaiko using that bulletproof camera with the Aruni. Just punches the hatch out from underneath. Will prevent it, I'm pretty sure in saying, as long as he placed it far enough over on the wall, it prevents it from being meleeed and smashed. Of course, if you're that close in any way, you can take a bulletproof camera down, you can just shoot it from the side, but just taking the hatch out maybe just denies a little bit of access to it. It's probably not going to have any major impact, but it's something that you can do with Maestro cams, the evil eyes, things like that. Get them placed above a hatch, take it out, and it just at least prevents that option. If you're going to be playing in the area and looking to get a quick challenge onto it when somebody approaches, you might just not have time to deal with it.
Outside push from either one. I do get really excited when I see comps like this in case there is something giga spicy to come out the back of it. Looking at them being armed to the teeth with smokes is one of those ones that makes me excited. However, we've got to see them get in spot to pull it off. Because think about, for example, in the previous game, BDS versus Cyclops, there were a couple of rounds when Cyclops had a Capitao on side, ready to pull off a great execute with a couple of smokes, for example. But with Alligator getting C4'd off early on, removing away the Capitao, they couldn't pull off the plans that they wanted to. So keeping the crucial elements to this alive is going to be part of the game plan. I guess the one beautiful thing against BDS, as we've always said about them in Europe, 95% of the time, you are not really going to see them roaming. There is a Vigil here to roam. It's a dedicated roamer for them. But it's very uncommon that you see BDS send 2, 3 players off site and have them charging around the map. They do often quite like playing this more kind of turtle-based setup.
Well, they know that Rafal is playing over on that side of the map, but it's not going to matter as Shaiko goes in and gets 2. Here we go. BDS on the defense can be a frightening prospect. Shaiko, Renshiro just doubling down, getting another there. Alems finds one. It's all up to Kansan in a matter of seconds. Shaiko, Renshiro, and Alems have absolutely destroyed the side of Soniqs, and it leaves Kansan with a lot of work to do. He's got a few kills to his name so far, so we won't say that it's not possible. He's certainly got time on the clock. That's not a factor for him. 1 minute 30 left to go. 2 drones in hand, able to use those as well. So he sort of got the tools that he might need, but he's not going to worry about all of that. He's just going to go in and have a look for these kills. He knows they're likely to be playing at least 1 or 2 in around Study Aviator games. Try and get in there, get a kill, get the diffuser picked up, and see what he can do from there.
That's the problem, right? He's got to get across to Aviator to recover the diffuser and then go for a plant off the back of the kills, bearing in mind there are 3 people around. No C4s on side. No, Alem's backing out. I think they were expecting that he might be trying to push his way through into Aviator. Didn't expect the 90 rotate. He's found 1. 2 more to go through. And suddenly, given their HP bars, everything looks a lot more feasible, Tim.
Soniqs just coming out to clear some utility along with a flashbang. We've got one underneath and one on site at the minute. Shaiko is the first that could be found on site. He's playing just on the opposite side of that rotation, stepping into a mute jammer. That won't signal the Aruni to let him know that he's there. He takes the challenge, doesn't find the man, does on the second attempt in behind that deployable shield. 23 seconds left to go. Ranshiro underneath, but he doesn't have a nitro, Des. He's going to have to find the... Oh, it's pre-placed. Pre-placed. There we go. He's baited me in as well. Just got the nitro placed under the diffuser. Maybe a little bit of intel. I think the bulletproof cam was still up that we'd spoken about being placed by Shaiko, and that is as easy as they come.
I saw a bunch of players talking about this on Twitter earlier when someone was like, oh, isn't it kind of cheating? And everyone was there saying, no, we all do it. It's like the way that players order themselves to sit, and obviously in this case, I'm not quite sure when Rashiro was sitting. I think he was sitting more towards the back. But like players who might have any kind of information or might be droners, for example, you'll see them sat either side of the fraggers who can play off that kind of information. Because in that case there, say for example, there is a black eye cam up. Sometimes it can be easy to have it up on your other monitor. The player with the C4 can just sit and watch with their button over the G key. And as soon as someone walks in sight on the black eye camera, bam, easy to kill. No need for a call out. You've literally got to watch someone else's screen that's sat right next to you. So in case you were wondering, yes, teams do have a reason for why they sit in a certain order. It's kind of optimized around intel collection and being able to use information peripheral to you on your teammates' monitors.
Going to have the bulletproof camera brought along again by Shaiko after the impact that it had there. We've also got the black eye cameras from Rafal. So again, BDS looking for as much information as they can get. They're going to be heading over to the second top floor site, which is going to be trophy and statuary. They're not heading downstairs just yet, as we saw Soniqs much more willing and eager, I'd say, to get themselves downstairs. They were certainly down there when the opportunity arose, rather than going to trophy and statuary. Lems is going to be reinforcing down in dining and kitchen, so the Vigil going to be playing underneath, try and get some surprise kills, try and waste as much time as possible.
Understandably so. It's kind of been what he's looking for. And I know in the last round I said, oh, you know, BDS, not really a roaming team unless you're on something like a coastline. I love how, as I said it, we had a warden on the north side of the map in trophy and statue reinforcing a barricade. Well, not reinforcing, but placing down a barricade. And I was like, oh, just a way to kind of throw that whole argument to the wind, guys. Thank you very much. But we don't commonly see them playing roaming. It's more just here, I think, having a little bit of creativity, getting out in the map, trying to stretch their wings a little bit, see what they can do. Soniqs, knowing that they need to do something special on the attacking round so far. That last one, sure, it came down to a 1 versus 1, but being less than a 1 versus 3, not the best sign of confidence if you were to be thinking about taking away a win.
Just trying to get the angle onto that bulletproof camera. It takes a little bit of doing for Kansan, but he does eventually find it. I don't think he actually had a clear line of sight. He had to go through a soft surface to find it, but will do. Rafal going to take a big chunk of damage there, just below half health, and he's being chased down by Rexon, who's got him on that Jackal track. So he's just going to get pinged out. Now, that will stop for the time being, but they know that Rafal's playing on the red stairs. Cams are being checked. Trying to locate where everybody is now. This could be dangerous. If the nitro comes out, he's just going to collect it. I think Breeder just missing his shot a little bit there. Just caught it on the frame of the wall. He's going to dip back. He's still got that nitro in pocket now. The Selma grenade, the Selma charge rather, is still being blocked out by the mute jammer that's been placed on the wall. So that's going to be a job for Soniqs to clear out as well.
Indeed, one of those cameras being found out. That IQ being brought along now. We spoke about it for BDS in the previous map as well, how for half of their attacking rounds they had this, for the other half it was the Flores. And we kind of theorized, you know, why? What is it they're looking for here? And we did say, okay, maybe the Vigil being brought along is a thing that they want to be able to find out. Of course, when his gadget is active, you can see him on those cameras. Part of it maybe to identify where those mute jammers would be in position from the roof in a safe spot before they try go charging downstairs, because knowing Cyclops, you'd find yourself being disrupted early on. C4 does finally come up from Breeder, but nothing found or nothing ventured, nothing gained. Quite literally, in this case, Rexon finally finding himself going down to Rafal with a deagle on red stairs.
Rafal still playing in the same position, Des, as he was damaged in to begin with, but manages to find 2 kills from there. It's a real upset from him. Breeder finds a kill onto Super, leaving us now 5 versus 2. It's all on Yeti and Kansan, and Soniqs certainly seeming to have a bit more trouble on the attack here. A lot of trouble as they try to push into Breeder with the shotgun. Managed to find the kill eventually, Kansan, but Ilems, he gets the trade, shuts down the round. BDS take another, and they are cruising towards a victory here if this continues. 5-3 on the scoreboard.
Understandably so. Soniqs, after 2 rounds of dismay, doom, and disarray, say it's time for a timeout, to have a conversation here and figure what we can do to try and change things up. Obviously, for them at this point, we know that for them it's more playing for pride and warming themselves up to be a potential disruptor against Team 1 in the next fixture. Worth noting as well, Tim, for those who are wondering how today progresses, we have 2 games coming up between this and the continuation of Group A. We have 2 games coming in from Group C, and they are G2's 2 games. G2 versus DWG KIA and G2 versus NIP. And if you missed the 2 games yesterday, by the way, God, you need to go back and watch them. NIP losing twice to DWG KIA is not an outcome that anyone expected. It was both in overtime, so both teams walked away with something, but one considerably happier than the other, Tim.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, those games were back-to-back, and just the bravery, the nerve of DWG KIA, and I love it. They went to Clubhouse, went to 15 rounds. It's 8-7. They get the win. They've beaten the world champions. Fantastic. They have to go in to another game against them. So what do? They go back to Clubhouse again, Des. They go to overtime and they win it again. DWG KIA absolutely turning up, and they're in a position whereby if they beat G2 in that game that we've got up next, they guarantee themselves a place in the playoffs. That's the reality for DWG KIA now. It's absolutely huge. Group C is really, really fascinating. There's a lot can happen in Group C today. NIP down in the bottom of the group at the minute, they could go through quite easily. And we could see DarkZero, who are top of the group, not make it. So there's a lot that can happen inside of Group C. It's going to depend on how teams like G2 fare. They've not been playing well so far, but if we just see them turn up today, then all bets are off. Anything could happen. Group C is a real fascinating one.
Yes, indeed. Alrighty. The other downstairs defense comes in on dining and kitchen, so no living library exoticness coming in so far for BDS, maybe in the next round. On the attacking side, though, Bandits come away against a few of the NA teams, and I remember Cloud9 in APAC were one of the first teams to start giving a good use to Zero and experimenting with it at the start of Stage 2. Didn't really get any results from it, or results that they would have wanted. However, for the NA teams, I know DarkZero have drawn a couple of bans away for it. For example, Soniqs, not the case, but for them, the pick could be quite viable. It's almost like that kind of reverse Valkyrie here. It's going to be cams or little intel gathering gadgets scattered in corners and random parts of rooms here to feed information back between both teams. One thing I do really like about Zero, especially on maps like Chalet or Consulate, where it's a little bit thinner for parts of the map, you can control both floors of a map incredibly easily with a Zero. Just gives you all the info you need. I love this, by the way. Look at that.
Geeky outside. Cam coming in from Rafale there. Not going to be an easy one to find. He's just scanning through, see who he can locate out of this Soniqs attack. They are, of course, defending BDS this time down in dining and kitchen. So they're going to try to hold on to top floor, at least with the token force. We've got a couple up there at the minute. I think it's actually just fallen down to a lens now, who's up there on the vigil. Oh, no, we've got Cyclops
Welcome back to the stream. I missed my countdown. Hi guys, welcome back to the B stream. As you may have heard, we did have a little bit of a power outage there, but now that has been resolved, we are basically ready to get back into things. The players are in the lobby still, don't worry. Nothing terrible has happened. It was just a bit of a power outage or I think a surge at the venue. Us remotely, we got to sit out here and chill out for 5 minutes and be ready for the game to get back underway. BDS were 5-3 up over the Soniqs on Villa, and we shall continue from that point forward. The round that we were in, round number 9, will be replayed. We ended with a Nomad sat on a window ace.
Yeah, we'll be seeing probably very similar again. I'd have thought BDS are going pretty well on the attack at the minute. And now I use my time pretty well, Des, whilst we were waiting for everything to get back online. Do you notice anything?
You've grown some hair?
There's no longer a spot on your screen.
Oh, yeah, the dot's gone on the wall behind you. Wicked, mate. Handyman Tim. He's at the go. Got his tools out that we were speaking about yesterday.
I always like to be productive. You know, I don't like to sit around doing nothing. We obviously got ourselves back online. Mate. We were just waiting for the stream to start up. I have the stuff to hand. I thought, you know what? I'm going to put Dez's mind at rest.
Give me some peace so I can sleep well tonight, knowing that my screen is clean of any dots, mate. I love you for it. We're back into game anyway. Here we go, back underway with Cyclops against BDS. Now, if you missed the story earlier on, essentially this game, it's more a securing first place game for BDS. They win this game, they basically say there's no way that Cyclops can catch us. If they were to lose this game, Cyclops could beat Team 1 later on and snatch first place away from them. And what a story that would be. An APAC team finishing first place in a group where teams like BDS and Team 1 exist.
There's a lot of spice to come later on in Group A, particularly around Team 1. So they're going to be in a situation where if they win both of their matches, they will draw level on points with Cyclops. They'll have the same number of matches won each, so we will move on to a round win percentage. So we'll bring you the details as they happen, but the first thing they need to do is beat the Soniqs. That's all we need to worry about. Once if they do that, if they achieve that inside 12 rounds, then we'll worry about the scores and we'll tell you what needs to happen in that final game. But it is all still up in the air. Cyclops could go through. Team 1 could go through. We'll see how it plays out. Similar situation coming up in Group C right after this one as well, Des. That's a situation where all 4 teams can still qualify. Any combination of them. So absolutely wild on the Bravo stream today.
Now, you aren't blind in case you guys are looking at it as well. There is no HUD currently at the top of the screen. Don't worry. We see it. Production have caught it too. You're not the only eagle-eyed ones in the park here. They are working on it behind the scenes, and once that's sorted, we'll be back up on screen for you. And almost as if I've said it by magic, it's like the reverse caster curse ace. We're back in. We're at full power, and hopefully the 2 teams are as well.
Rafal playing that Valkyrie consistently here on Villa. Now that she's not banned out, just taking every opportunity to use it. Interesting little claymore put down from Rex in there on the through the drone hole. Just going to look to cut down any rotations for anybody not fully aware of their surroundings when heading up or down Astro stairs. Red beams onto a red carpet can be difficult to see sometimes.
Can indeed, however. No one finding any trouble, at least early on. We saw the kind of trade earlier in one of the earlier rounds, actually, where it was a bit of a shot through the last map, actually. It was the sledge from the SMG from below, landing a nasty shot from above. But there you go, as you say, the Claymore striking big. Clearly, Shaiko a little bit too eager to get himself around the map there.
Big play from Rexing. It's one of those that you sort of place down, you forget, you leave it there, you know that you're rolling the dash, you know it's a gamble, you know that you know there's a good likelihood somebody might see it. Shaiko may well have seen it. He may have been trying to maneuver around it, for example, and not been able to get a shot through the drone hole onto it or anything like that. But one way or another, he does get caught out, as does Alems by Yeti, leaving us 5 versus 3, and a little bit of a break certainly doesn't seem to have done Soniqs any harm. They lost a couple of rounds beforehand. They lost 3 rounds, in fact, back to back, and seem to have just broken that momentum now, coming through strong.
In the 1 in 30 chance that it works, it goes on to basically win you around, is the way that I look at it. Now, whether or not it's enough to press on and win Soniqs everything remains to be seen, but 5 versus 3 is a pretty good spot to be in. 80 seconds or so, and they're inside the building and starting to get this vertical flooring opened up, which is what they're looking for. Trying to identify where these rats hanging around down inside the sewer, or in this case around the kitchen, are on the side of BDS, as one of their 2 remaining C4s comes out and connects onto no one.
BDS doing well at burning time, if nothing else. Chanson is going to be downed as well, so that could be big. He'll likely be connected because there's no pressure on the top floor. Rafal just holding inside of Memorial there, looking to push onto that window. Grix's drone going to go in, surely forcing away. I'm not sure that he's seen the Valkyrie. There you go, he spun it round. I was going to say, it's difficult to tell sometimes, but it was pretty much viewing the opposite side of Memorial. But rather than dipping away, Rafal's got even more aggressive right up onto that window, looking to make a challenge. Grixer just fires in. He knows that he's there. He's using the gadget from the Zofia there just as a proximity alarm, essentially. If it explodes as soon as it goes in the window, he knows that somebody's playing inside of there. Yeti is going to be downed as well. Super killed by Renshiro, who gets a double. Breeder levels things out, and all of a sudden what was 3v5 is 2v2. Grixer gets Renshiro. It's all down to Breeder on site. 1v2, drops one. Can he get a second? There's going to be no opportunity to pick Grixer up here, realistically. Kansan has to go for the kill, pushing forward, but no, the time runs out, and somehow, Des, BDS, hang on.
I mean, I said, oh, look, I mean, maybe the one kill with the Claymore helps you get the round win. The second one, you're in a 5 versus 3, all but confirms that Soniqs would have had enough time and resource and manpower to play with to close the round out. But Brede, how many times have we got to have that sound, that name, leave our lips, Tim, in these kind of situations? Another clutch out of him. 3 rounds on the bounce for BDS on Villa. 6-3. Soniqs got a lot of work to do to fight their way back in.
Going to be heading up to Aviator Games. If Soniqs want to keep themselves fighting in this matchup at the Mexico Major, they're going to have to win this round and every subsequent round until they find themselves in overtime. BDS now on match point. They'll have an opportunity, basically, Des, to do a full defensive rotation here to close it down. If they don't win Aviator Games, they can try Trophy Statuary. If they don't win there, they can try somewhere downstairs. They've got a lot of freedom. They've got a lot of choices here that's going to help them to push forward and get this one done and secure top spot in Group A. Let's remember, that is the prize. That is the stakes here for BDS.
This site, though, being one of the most solid of the bunch, though, right? I know they have that choice to jump between others if they have to. But this one, the one where most teams will tend to thrive. Dying always being the second choice, and then normally, as mentioned, Trophy and Statuary quickly becoming the third offsite, or the third choice of sites, therefore declared offsite for a good number of teams. And can you see some members of BDS charging around the map, as although I said earlier on, they're a team that normally would play a bit more passively, sit around site, use it more as a turtle defense. At least on this one, we have seen them with 2 or 3 players extending out across the entirety of the top floor and looking to cause some trouble.
Immediate attention towards that main door there, and Shiro on the stairs with the Goyo. He's going to face a rush here as the Gemini drone comes in. He goes to take the challenge onto the second. Out goes the Nitro. Will be successful onto Grixer, being pushed by a second. Renshiro could get him here. Tries again, and finds him with the hip fire. It was actually a Lems who finished him off from behind, backing his man up and managing to get that kill. Kansan, I tell you what, that slowed him down in his tracks.
They've got the smoke canister coming out, so Kansan is now trapped pushing up these stairs, and surely BDS know that. Renshiro, oh, cheeky! Drops through the silly hatch, finds himself another. BDS might just find a flawless to close things out here. Soniqs not presenting too much of a challenge to what will be the group champions of BDS once this final kill comes through. It is for Shaiko, and that's BDS secure in first place.
BDS looking pretty confident as soon as they got onto the defense. It was even Stevens for the first half on attack, but then they have run away with it, and well, I won't say they've run away with Group A. It's taken them until day 3 to get it locked down, unlike teams like maybe Liquid, who got it done on day 2. BDS, however, will confirm top spot. They will go through top of the pile, and they will at least get, I imagine, some sort of benefit out of that in the seeding.
Well, the next game that we see from this group will be a bit later on. Soniqs coming up against Team 1. And if things go as they have in this game, I can see Team 1 winning that, which does mean it would all come down to that final game, Ace. There's so much we can dig into about the possible outcomes that we'll talk about a little bit later on. But for now, let's drag Jackie back in with us as well. Pretty fair to say, Jackie, expected outcome for all of us.
Absolutely right. All of us obviously said that we thought it would be a win for BDS, and in the end it came true. Sonic silence as BDS do their BD best. A beautiful performance there, a disjointed map, but to be honest it was worth the wait. The finish was fantastic and they still held strong. Tim looking pretty good now, obviously top in the group. at this point, they must be gagging for the playoffs to start.
Oh, that's it. They can't come soon enough for BDS right now. They want to just get into those next matchups. I'm sure they'll take the opportunity to have a little bit of a break, a little bit of rest and relaxation, but also to start putting in the work as well. They're going to have to manage the time over the next few days, look at who they are likely to play as that seeding and that information becomes available. They can start really breaking it down then for who their opponent is. For now, it's going to be focusing on their own game. Set up what are we going to try and do, and then they can tweak that depending on who they'll be going up against.
In terms of the form we had there, Des, for BDS, compared to what we had seen in EUL, is this looking more like the sort of stature of the side as well? You know, obviously we've seen a couple of shaky games already. This time around, is this them now finally hitting the ground running?
I don't want to get too excited for BDS because that's been me for the last year and a half, and I've learnt my lesson, Jackie. It's very easy to see BDS play well in groups like this, dominating their early first few games and think, wow, maybe this is finally the year they go on to do well. And it always comes down to that structured element of play that just seems to slip away from them in the later stages of a tournament. So whilst the early signs are really promising, I promised myself this year I wouldn't get too excited about them until we really saw them start bringing down big opponents. Cyclops has been close in that game that we saw earlier on. Team 1 didn't present too much of a challenge. Soniqs, as we saw, not had the best group stage so far, or well, overall full stop for the whole of the major. For me, the first real test of BDS will come in the playoffs. The problem is, you look at every other group and the teams that are going through from there, you know, look at like DarkZero, Down 1 have been doing pretty well. Look towards, say, Liquid and how they've been playing. You've also got to consider on the other end of the bracket, you've got Space Station and Furia. Can you say decisively that BDS will beat any of those teams? I don't think you can right now. It's very kind of like Ace keeps on doing with me. Flip a coin in the air and see which way it lands. So, although I'm semi-confident, I'm not quite going as far as saying I think...
And well, Group A, as you can see, still looking damn good. BDS, hot off the back of playing their 2 matches, will finally earn themselves a little bit of a break to at least rest for the meantime. But there is no rest for the Wicked here on the B stream. We still have many games to get through, and a lot of them look tantalizing, boys. It's only 2 of us that have got it. Only 2 games down even. We'll be back with more action though when we come back after the break.
What does it take to create a vibrant, thriving community? Join us on this 3rd episode of I Call Next as we discover how to create inspiring content and hype up an entire gaming scene. PayPal. Press play.
Won't you listen? Have you got
welcome back to the Mexico Major Bravo stream. We're fully aware that, of course, everyone has been a bit confused about what's gone on, couple of delays here and there. We did have a power outage in Mexico City. Thanks so much for respecting the fact we needed to get that fixed. We have been able to resolve all the issues, and from this point forward, fingers crossed for smooth sailing. Touch on wood, I haven't jinxed it. We will be back with our regularly scheduled programming. If you are just joining the B stream, we've already had 2 fantastic games, both of them featuring BDS. Now we switch on to something a little bit spicy. The first time we're seeing G2 here on the B stream, and they go up against DWG KIA that have been proving why you should have APAC on your radar. The 2 men that are always on my radar though, and I never let them get too far away, is Tim and Dez. Lads, already it's been an exciting day. 2 beautiful games from BDS, and now we get the debut of G2 on the B stream. Are you excited, Tim?
Can't wait to see this one. It's a really big matchup, is this one, Jackie. Not just that we're seeing G2 for the first time, which it's always a pleasure to watch G2, but also there's an opportunity here for DWG KIA. If they win this, they qualify to the playoffs. They can be the first APAC team to do so, because basically, as it stands at the minute, they are 3 points ahead of G2, 3 points ahead of NIP. Both of them have 2 games to play, so could both finish on 10 points. Winning here in regulation puts down 1 on 10, but they'd have the head-to-head against G2, they'd have the head-to-head against NIP, so neither of them could then surpass them, so they will get the position in the playoffs. It's absolutely massive for them. They have to do it inside 12, but what a shock it could be. What an upset for DWG KIA to put themselves straight into the playoffs.
Well, I'm sure all of us have got a lot to say about DWG KIA after the games they pulled out yesterday, but we will start off with G2. Des, the European side, obviously historic org, big fan following, always known for causing an uproar, but have they been hitting that note at the event so far?
A bit on and off, to be honest with you, Jackie. Not quite sure what it is. First day, not really there, not up to the races, not hitting their shots. Day 2 coming in, not changing anything massively in terms of their gameplay, but starting to hit some of their shots. I sat down and watched back their 8-7 game against DarkZero earlier on. It was a really close affair. On console as well, of course, why wouldn't it be on that map? And there were some good high moments from them, but also a couple of moments that looked a little bit behind, to be honest with you. Virtue was quiet, as he has been throughout the whole competition. There's still some questions to ask of G2 is, can they hit those high notes? And thankfully, Hungry has been stepping up, very keen to get himself through to playoffs. I'll avoid the obvious pun about his name, but there's definitely work for them still to be doing here. I think against DWG KIA, a team that have been terrorizing even the world champions, I'd be really nervous coming into this as a G2 fan or player.
You know, the good thing is with G2, Des, there's no way they could ever get stuck up a creek without a paddle, because they've always got kayak.
I'm not even going to go there, Jackie.
Look, you know what, mate? You know, you mentioned the puns. I had to do something with it. I'm very sorry. Tim, I'll bring it over to you, mate. Let's get into this a little bit deeper. We'll remove the top layer. Now we're into the real meat and potatoes of the team. I want to focus on Citizen for a little bit here, Tim. Someone that's definitely been making some moves.
I mean, we all know how good Citizen is. There's an argument to be made that he's the best player in the world. He's certainly up there alongside the likes of Rampy, Shaiko and Nesk. You know, we know how capable he is. We haven't really seen too much of it yet at the major, not to the levels we might expect. 43 kills, that puts him, you know, a ways behind people like Shaiko on 72. Granted, Shaiko's played an extra couple of maps, but you've got Parlu up there on 65 with 1 map extra. You know, Citizen just lagging behind. He needs a couple of big games. He can catch up. You know, if we're looking at that with Parlu, he needs to get himself a good 11, 12 kill game and then follow it up with another. He is capable of it. He's a nightmare on the roam. He just cannot be pinned down. He will win gunfights all over the map. He will just disappear into the map and pop up where you least expect it. I'm hoping, for G2 fans' sake, that we see Citizen on his best today.
Hopefully we will. Citizen definitely a staple player for the side of G2, and they're going to need all the help they can get, Des. As we've said, a little bit shaky going into it. Also, when you're thinking about their opponents, right, a team that is not only feeding off the hype from their own wins, but feeding off of the hype of the entire APAC community. There has been outcry after outcry from everyone on Twitter, Des. People have been going crazy for all of our APAC teams.
They have, and it's understandable so, right? Like Tim said earlier on, they've got the highest, win rate as a region at the Mexico Major so far. Not an easy feat to do when you've got world champions here, historic names, players that many look at and just instantly worship the ground that they walk on. But for DWG KIA, they're definitely starting to set themselves a name and a legacy ahead of themselves. Rin on day one, phenomenal performance. A bit shakier on day two, but then looking back at yesterday, Yas was the man of the day. Yas, Queen, we've all been saying it for days. Absolutely pop off. I've always said he's one of the top 2 in the region, alongside 11 from the team called T1. And I think here, really showing us why you should be fearful of him and the rest of his squad.
They're just all out gunners. You can feel it. Just watching back these replays, it's so visceral. Rin just goes in, rinses everyone like a tumble dryer, just leaves them hung out in the garden. Tim, this team looks beautiful. One of the players that has really been popping off though again, Katsang. He's proved that he is the cat's meow. Is he going to be out there barking tonight?
Katsang is a really interesting one because obviously missing the first couple of games and then coming in, but Katsang has immediately hit the ground running. We saw some great performances against NIP, particularly in that first matchup. There was absolutely no slowing Katsang down, whether there was time spent away or not. Just did not matter. Straight in, straight up to pace, and exactly what DWG KIA needed from him.
My oh my. You can see the focus as well. The entire team, they were lively yesterday. They got more bubbly the longer the day went on. The 2 latest games, Des, back-to-back versus NIP, and they did it twice on Clubhouse. I mean, it's miraculous, isn't it? Surely that was Siege history.
I mean, just a little bit. For an APAC team to come and do the double dirty over the world champions is something special. We had the pleasure of casting that last game here on this, rather second to last game here on the stream. We were like, right, it's 4 in the morning, let's go to bed. But we just couldn't quite get to sleep. I was still watching all the rounds on my phone tick by. Got to overtime and I was like, surely not. And for them to then pull 2 rounds in a row, something special. Just goes to show it isn't a fluke. It isn't a one-off. APAC are here to play. They're here to compete. And I'd wager now, arguably here to win.
Yeah, the APAC stands, or the C in APAC stands for consistency, it seems, at the minute for DWG KIA, because they looked very good. I can imagine, though, we can have a safe time predicting that Clubhouse will be taken out of the veto. So let's get into it and start to see where this game is going to be going. Tim, G2 versus DWG KIA. You can imagine they've got their eyebrows raised after yesterday.
I'm sure they will have. I'm absolutely certain that G2 will have been coming in here taking DWG KIA very seriously anyway. But after those results, it's, again, you've just really got to put the rich time in, which I'm sure they've been doing this morning, just pouring over some last-minute information, last-minute VODs, trying to get to the real sort of baseline of the plan. They need to keep it simple, the G2. They can't overcomplicate this because that's when things are going to go wrong. They've not been really functioning as well as they can do, so it's about just getting somewhere that they're comfortable, somewhere that they're familiar, and somewhere they're happy to play. Wouldn't surprise me to see a consulate here, Des.
Yeah, I think we saw Clubhouse back on day one between these 2 teams. DWG did wonderfully well, so I think that's going to have to be taken out by G2 if it boils down to it. So really for DWG KIA, they get to choose where they go. Villa was a map I said last time round I wouldn't be too surprised for us to step into. It was an old classic for G2, one of their go-to maps. Not had tons of success on it lately, admittedly, but it's the sort of map that they could step onto should they so choose. Imagine maybe you can see a coastline get taken out the pool here as well. G2 not really a team that lean in towards that. Club and Villa are the last 2 choices. I'd say we go to Villa.
Yeah, there you go. Clubhouse being taken away. No chance for those shenanigans. Everyone knows.
Please.
No.
I'm actually shocked now thinking about it that G2 have left the choice down to DWG KIA, but they would let DWG even consider going to coastline against G2, because guess who's got the better fraggers on side at the minute, who's playing better? I'd wager DWG KIA.
Absolutely. I think they've been really pulling in some huge results. Obviously, the 2 NIP games, we were sat there basically speculating, Is there a timeline they win one of these? Is there an opportunity for them to even push it over the line? And then by the end of it, we're all gobsmacked that they've taken both of the wins, and they were beautiful games of Siege as well. If you missed them, definitely go and check the VODs out at a later date, because it was sexy Siege sim.
Damwon Kia knew exactly what they were doing. They had the game plan, they went in there and they won them. And the good thing about it is they went to overtime. It's not like, you know, they just went in and it was a real off day for NIP and they ran over them or anything like that. NIP were fighting tooth and nail. They were taking them the distance. But Damwon Kia, regardless of the questions, they had all the answers, Jackie.
Well, we do have answers for one question, and that is, who do we think is going to take this game? Let's bring up the talent predictions and see who we've all
I might need a
gone
change.
for.
Oh, here we go.
Oh,
none
hang
of
on
us.
a minute. Oh, we're bringing them in one by one. We get the slow reveal.
I can't remember
This is
who I
exciting.
picked. We did these last
All
night.
right, Tim.
It was
justify yourself.
4
Let's
a.m.
go.
and I can't remember.
To be fair, I could have fat fingered and pressed the wrong team. I got no idea who I picked. I'll just make up a reason on the spot when I see which one I picked.
I like the fact that everyone's just forgot. I mean, I think at this point I did go for Damwon Kia,
Oh,
but
why
we'll
me
see.
first?
We'll see who we've gone for. G2 for Des. Des, you sticking with it? You backing it up?
Yeah, I mean, they beat NIP yesterday as well. It was a really bad day for NIP, losing 3 games yesterday. That's the world champions, by the way, as a reminder. So, I don't know, G2 a better victory over them. Monday was a really off day for G2. I'm just convinced that today, with them a bit more back in form, they'll have what it takes to beat Damwon.
He's going with the factual plays. Let's have a look at my prediction for this one as well. I'm pretty sure I went with Damwon Kia,
No.
but maybe not. In my mind, I was thinking about it. Honestly, to be fair, it was like 4 a.m. I sat there on the Google Doc, just struggling to move my mouse.
I know
So,
what you
fair
did, mate.
play.
You typed in what required the fewer key presses, right? You've either got G2 or DWG. I know exactly what you've done, mate. I understand.
Just for hands just gravitating on the G key, just used to it from my keybinds.
I feel like I
let's
might
have a
have.
look at-
I feel like I might have maintained faith. You know, I'm racking my brains.
Yeah?
I'm thinking back. And I think I might have maintained faith in my Damwon Kia.
Well, let's have a look, Tim. Let's see if you did go.
No, I didn't.
Pack representatives. No, we've all gone for G2.
I think I looked at it, I just
changing,
thought G2 due a win. They've had a bad couple of days and they need a win. And also, what sets us up for the better back end to the day? If G2 tie up Damwon Kia on points now and head to head, starts getting really spicy for the rest of the games today.
I suppose the only difference is, right, obviously today, fresh start. Both teams have had that time to rest. You're coming in on a level playing field. Last night, it was really late in the evening for us. Obviously not as bad in Mexico City. But Damwon Kia, they had energy the whole day. Somehow they were able to keep themselves looking really fresh. At this point, we get them raw and unadulterated, just out ready to frag first thing in the morning. Are we going to see a better display than we had yesterday? Or do you think this would be more normality restored from G2 then?
I think we get more of what we saw yesterday. That felt like G2 being at their kind of rest levels, right? Where Citizen's playing pretty well, Virtue's kind of lagging behind a little bit. Hungry stepped up yesterday, which was nice. The big question is it going to be enough today against Damwon Kia? It really depends, I think, on what members of Damwon shine, because if you can see Rin doing the things he's been doing previously, if Yas is up to snuff again, which he normally is, they need someone to be able to challenge alongside Citizen. I don't know if Hungry's got it in to be consistent, and Virtue's not there yet, so the question mark then is, who's joining Citizen on his conquest to shut down the 2 terrors of Damwon Kia?
You need that. You need that step up from the rest of the team to take some of the weight off them. Because as we saw yesterday as well with Damwon Kia, even if there is a moment where Rin is struggling, you've got players to step up around them. Even Woogieman was coming out with some huge rounds too.
Really big rounds from Woogieman yesterday, and we've seen it before. Great flex player, great ability to get in and make that difference when his team needs it. But my line of thinking here as well is Damwon Kia have just beat the world champions twice in overtime. They're a great team. They're playing fantastically well. Can they keep doing that throughout this group? Are they going to win out from here? Or is a top team like G2 capable of coming in and just upsetting the apple cart a little bit for them, just putting them sort of onto a back foot and making them really earn that playoff spot? I think G2 are capable of that, and I look at it, I think, you know, Damwon Kia are going to come away with 5 wins out of 6 games, for example. I'm not too sure they will do, and I think G2 picked this up. It's going to be tight though. It's another one of them. I keep saying it, 59, 51, 49. It's just so close. It wouldn't surprise me to see overtime again for Damwon Kia.
it does become really hard to predict, right? Because obviously, based on our predictions, you're looking at historics, you're looking at this sort of through the eyeglass of looking at what we've seen in the APAC region, looking at what we've seen in EUL and thinking, all right, G2, in terms of the consistency, they should be the better side. But then you just get that little bug that's in the back of your brain, Des, that sat there going, do you not remember last night? Do you not remember everything we saw? The double clubhouse. I feel like, honestly, as much as we've all predicted G2, there's still a big bit of me that has so much faith in DWG KIA after yesterday.
And we saw them play on Villa before, right? We've known the sort of thing they can do, how aggressively they can play. They're one of the teams from APAC that will run a 90 and red stairs hold, for example, to challenge anyone moving their way down from trophy statuary. I know they've got some good ideas. This was their map they played quite a lot in APAC. They played it against Cloud9, couldn't quite get the dub, at least back in the last stage of stage 1. It's a comfortable map. Is it Clubhouse, which they've beaten G2 on already and beaten NIP on twice? No, but it's still one of their favorite maps. I'm just hoping they've got what it takes to get it over the finish line on Villa, more for their sakes and for the storyline, to be completely honest with you.
I was curious as well in terms of the actual environment we're in. Obviously, finally back on LAN, allowed to have these sort of matchups where we don't have any delay. We have the factors that we can get all of our regions together finally. Who does this benefit more, Tim? Because we saw yesterday, obviously, DWG KIA, it feels like that aggressive play style where they're just going in like aim stars with no delay. It's working very well for them. For G2, how formidable are they on LAN?
Well, it's a little bit of an unknown quantity at the minute, isn't it? Because we haven't seen this G2 roster an awful lot on LAN. So we don't really know all that much, especially when they put under pressure. And the same goes for DWG KIA. You know, this is two sort of unknown quantities to a degree coming in here. You know, we can't talk about off the back of one tournament that a team is or is not a LAN team. You know, it takes more than that. We need to see this G2 roster making it to a number of majors, making it to those SIs, and then we'll be able to decide just how effective they are. Everything screams that this should be a great LAN team. If you look at some of the best LAN teams, I'm going to look towards Empire. They, as we know, can just really turn around a performance on LAN. They have usually a real sort of pivotal gunner, and that for Empire is Joystick. I look at G2, they've got Citizen. He should be able to come in and have those really big games on LAN alongside some of the others on his team. Virtue, for example, we need to see more frags out of Virtue. It's been something that he struggled with through stage 2. Did start to improve. His KPR was steadily going up playday after playday towards the end of stage 2. We need to see him bringing that aggression and bringing that ability in the LAN environment.
Now we are waiting to get underway with this matchup. It's our third best of one of the day here on the B stream. We're just resolving one issue with one of the players' computers, and then we will be able to ship this bad boy live. One of the lovely things we do get a chance to have a look at, Des, is both of our beautiful teams, of course. Here on LAN, we get the player cams. And here's the thing. DWG KIA, obviously, right now, taking their time to get themselves set up. They look a little bit more muted than they did last night. Obviously, going into the game versus NIP, normally we expect our LATAM teams to be the ones that are quite thunderous, always commanding the attention. They love the limelight, right? But it was DWG KIA that looked so loose, so happy, and was so loud round after round.
I mean, imagine thinking about it. If you've beaten the world champs, of course, you're going to be absolutely buzzing. The thing is, for them, they win this game. It's not locked in, it's not guaranteed, but it's pretty much on the way there that they will be one of the top 2 teams going through, because there'll be a real war taking place around them afterwards. They might still have to do a little bit of work later on, but to give yourself a win here, especially in regulation, will give them a massive jump forward towards getting into those top 2 spots. And imagine a world where we'd have, say, Cyclops and DWG KIA coming out when only 3 APAC teams have turned up. Bearing in mind, if Victors play against Empire, if they beat Empire, they take that second spot as well. All 3 APAC teams that have showed up to the Mexico Major might get through into playoffs. If anyone told you that storyline ahead of the Major, they'd call you crazy and go, oh, you'll be lucky to get 1. Here, it's potentially turning into all 3.
No, it's balmy. It is absolutely balmy, because I know obviously when I was coming in looking at it and I'm thinking, oh yeah, looking at the groups here, there's so much opportunity for all the LATAM teams to live lavishly. Then it gets to now, whereas Tim was saying earlier, Apex statistically currently, you know, performing the best out of all the regions. They've been commanding attention. It's just crazy, Tim. We're back on LAN. We've got Siege like this. You can't write the storyline, Tim. It's unpredictable.
Well, look at it this way. If we have 3 APAC teams make it to the playoffs, and I really wouldn't discount that at this point in time. I would say, I will confidently say at least 1 will make it. I think 2 pretty much will. 3 might be a push because there's a lot of things need to go in their favour, but at the same time, that's nearly half of the playoff teams. There's only 8 teams going through. That's almost half of them coming from the APAC region, which we would just never have expected coming into this. With the greatest respect in the world to these teams and players, we wouldn't have expected every single one of them to make it through to the playoffs when teams like G2 might be going home, when teams like Na'Vi have gone home. You know, we've got Cyclops, who, believe me, is weighted in their favour. We keep talking about Team 1, but they need 2 3-point wins in order to even challenge Cyclops before they worry about how many rounds they win and lose. So Cyclops are sitting pretty at the minute. They've got a great opportunity there. You've got this situation. DWG KIA have got 2 opportunities today to get a win and to push themselves through. Invictus, it comes down to a straight fight now with Empire to get through. Honestly, is it so wild to think that all 3 of them make it? I don't think it is at all.
No, not anymore, right? At this point, it's acceptable to say that APAC is looking like really the best region in the groups. They've been the ones that have been taking the upsets. They've been the ones that have left us on the edge of our seats. And honestly, Des, they've been the ones that have given us some of the best quality of Siege.
It's a quality is a hard measure, I think, as well, especially given the styles that are now evolving. I mentioned it earlier on cast as well, where historically it's say, they're not playing the structured style. They're not playing how NA does it, or how LATAM does it, or how EU does it, therefore it's bad. Now it's kind of being proven that you can play this much more aggressive, loose style that's all about disruption and hitting them hard, hitting them fast, and be successful with it. Today, that's worked out perfectly fine for them, so why knock it? It's a new style of Siege, one that we're not really too used to seeing, to be fair. But if it's working for APAC and it's getting the results, who are we to complain?
Exactly, man. The proof is in the pudding, and right now APAC are the ones that are eating all the pudding. They're quite greedy. They love it, and you can't blame them for it. What we will be doing, though, is heading to a brief break before we come back in for this game, just whilst we resolve a technical issue for one of the players. So grab yourself a drink, get some popcorn, because you will not want to miss the APAC performance that could be coming out on the server. G2 taking on DWG KIA after the break.
Won't you listen? Pass the key. Throw it away.
Welcome back, guys, to the B stream here at the Mexico Major. We're going into DWG KIA coming up against G2 on Villa. Thank you for sticking with us through those technical issues that we were just enduring. A few driver issues that needed rectifying on a couple of PCs. But by the sounds of it, we are good and almost ready to get into Villa Race.
That's it. We're getting everybody into the lobby and we'll be over there. I'm sure the players are absolutely itching to get themselves into this one because, as we've said, just to reiterate for everybody, I'm sure we've had some people join us since we did the pre-match. There is a lot riding on this game. The stakes are high. If DWG KIA win this inside of 12 rounds, they will be the first APAC team confirmed in the playoffs. G2 really could do with a win here to keep themselves alive and keep themselves fighting.
They do need that win, absolutely, because outside of that, DWG, as we just said a second ago, would find themselves stepping up onto 10 points, temporarily overtaking DarkZero and sitting in first place. And then it becomes all about the war between G2 and NIP. Those two teams currently sat on 4 points down towards the bottom of that group. So for them, it's going to be where the rally really begins. And the most interesting game of all, Ace, would be the one after this game. G2 are sticking with us for a fun time here on Stream B. As the next game we will have after Down 1 Gaming versus G2 is going to be NIP coming up against G2. A big game, Ace, that I know we're all dying to see. But first, we've got to see how the APAC team fare off against G2 in a rematch of what we saw on Monday. And as a reminder, in case you missed it, Down 1 Kia did beat G2 7-4 on the first day of Mexico back on Monday. So coming into here, some expectations that they might be able to give G2 another good show. And if so, G2 are pretty much saying goodbye, I think, Ace.
Absolutely. I mean, there's two ways of looking at it. Obviously, G2 have experienced Down 1 Kia now. There's no excuse for not being prepared. They know what to see, what they think is going to be brought to the table. They've watched them play twice last night against NIP back-to-back. So the information is all there. Down 1 Kia should have no real surprises, or certainly not too many of them for G2. It's nice to see that the spirits seem to be up inside of the G2 camp. There's smiles. The team spirit there, they need to transfer that into the server. They need to carry that fun, carry that energy, and get this one shut down. It's not going to be the end of the journey for them. If G2 get the win here, they need to follow it up with a positive result against NIP if they want to continue that hope of qualifying for the playoffs. Like I say, if Down 1 Kia win, they go through to the playoffs. If it's within 12 rounds, G2 will be eliminated at that point. So there is a lot on the line in this one.
But I will give to G2 as well. You can still see the smiles and all of their faces there, and the little team huddle they had before getting into the game. It'd be very easy to be downtrodden at this point, thinking we're going home. But I think it's also it was an interesting conversation someone sparked the other day, saying, you know, how long do we hold G2 to a high accolade and be saying, oh, you know, they've won things in the past, therefore they should still be winning these days. It's kind of a brand tax associated with G2, that if you're on this lineup, you're expected to go and deliver well and potentially go and win big results. But not forgetting, for Yonka, for Hungary, it's been a while for Hungary, especially since they've had themselves on a stable roster. It's only been a couple of months. Give them a bit of time. Might just find the next major's the one for them. The results, obviously, in EWEL, not looking too bad so far, but there is always building work to do.
I think that's the key word there, is building. It's about looking for that improvement there. You know, even if they've come in and had a bad start, like you say, it might not be the major for them. It may be a little bit too soon in terms of the roster and its growth. But what we do need to see is improved performances as their stay in the tournament continues. So over these 3 days, we're looking to see that improvement. And this is a perfect yardstick for it. Struggled against Down 1 Kia to begin with, face up against them now towards the end. So let's see what G2 have been able to do, what they've been able to get going, how have they been able to improve.
Absolutely. And on the side of Down 1 Kia, a little bit up and down in performance, I think it's fair to say, throughout the event so far. Day one, absolute thunder. Then came into yesterday against DZ. Didn't quite look the same hotness that we'd seen on day one. Rin barely able to get involved because the side of DZ, especially Pamba, really finding an answer on Villa of all maps, let's not forget. So for G2, I think a golden opportunity to look back at what happened on that map, take some learnings away from it. Although Down 1 Kia did go on to beat NIP twice, which is the big story that everyone was excited about towards the back end of yesterday. Either way, the game is ready. Villa between G2 and Down 1 Kia. Really keen to see how this one plays out, Ace, because as we know, the more this day wears on, the more teams are locked in to either going home and heading to the airport soon, or progressing into playoffs and getting a shot on the big stage at winning it all.
Well, this is the best bit. This is the best bit of groups for me. It's when you get down to these decision-making days where you're really having the games that will decide the fate of teams. Do they progress? Like you say, are they going back to the room to pack up and go home? This is what we are going to find out over the next few hours. We're going to be able to bring you all the answers by the end of the night, or at least the majority of them. I think some might just be finished off on the A stream once we're finished here with our games on Bravo. But we will certainly be able to see how the A group finishes. We'll certainly be able to see how the C group finishes, I think. And then we will see Maybe tomorrow morning when we get up, Des, how D has finished.
It's like waking up in the aftermath of a nuclear fallout, it feels sometimes, when you woke up after each day of the group stages so far. I do want to touch on these bans really quickly as they fly through. This is such a heavy target ban against Woogieman. When they played against DarkZero, DWG KIA I'm talking about here. When they played against DarkZero, he's attacking operator, Lion. He's defensive operator, Goyo. They're going so hard for him because we spoke about the Boogeyman and what he can achieve when he comes roaming up in the late round. Shutting him out here, forcing some different picks onto DWG KIA. Clearly a part of G2's strategy. As we've always said about them, them and their target bans has been a thing that we've seen a lot in EUL alongside Na'Vi.
Heading towards round 1 then, we're going to be with G2 defending to start with. It's going to be up in Aviator and Games. Kayak bringing the alibi, that's an interesting one. Citizen we quite regularly see on the Valkyrie if available, or we have at least historically, so plenty of black eye cameras brought along and information to be gained. One player that I'm keeping a close eye on, Des, I picked up on him before we came in here, and I think it's one that we need to just be monitoring really to get a gauge of how G2 might perform, and that is going to be Virtue. Need him working in tandem with Citizen. The best performances that we've seen out of G2 over the last 4 or 5 months have been when Virtue and Citizen have really popped off together and they've worked well. They've found frags between them. They've traded each other's deaths and they've just had fantastic sort of synergy between the two of them. We need to be seeing a little bit more out of Virtue. I think he's sat on about 29 kills so far in this tournament and it's just not enough.
That's the thing, right? And I'm almost at a point now where I feel like we're a broken record. Every caster who's spoken about this team has said, oh, Virtue needs to improve and get back to his old state. The challenge is, you know, how long do we keep on saying that? At what point does it become, right, something needs to happen now because clearly things aren't improving. And I'm sure G2 have got an explanation for what's going on. I know that Virtue said about 2 or 3 play days before the end of EUL, he had a couple of things going on that he felt he'd addressed there and was ready to get back to his old form. We haven't yet seen that. It's the big question of how long you want it to go on for. I'm not at all trying to insinuate Virtue gets dropped or anything so drastic this early on, but it's clear that it's more than just hoping for him to improve. It's just what you have to accept is that Virtue maybe isn't quite up to scratch alongside players like Citizen.
Rin finds the opener onto Hungry, and that's going to terrify G2 because Rin came out with 19 kills last time these two met. And if that is how we are going to start as we mean to go on, it could be a big problem. They're going to need to find a way to shut down the Zafir of Rin. Woogieman getting himself onto that south side balcony for the time being with the Nomad. Will use those air jabs, no doubt, to block off any potential rotations. Now, we've seen this work already once today, Des. The old Claymore through the drone hole technique. We're not seeing the beams coming through. I don't know if there's something blocking it or not, but we did see Shaco falling foul of it, so one to watch out for.
Keep a close eye on it for sure. Citizen playing downstairs inside a library with the C4 in hand that he can wield. And, well, not anymore, actually. It's been placed out in this case. 3 on side if you look at it that way, because there's also one in the back pocket of Yonka still. Harlequins play quite hard for the denial game, and sure enough, there is the pre-plays coming out of Citizen. Finds one for himself, but immediately there is a response by the side of DK. Yas finding one back.
And it's going to be Kayak that they lose with the alibi going along with him. Katsang moving through from statuary there. So DWG KIA are going to be pushing onto the north side of door. It has become pretty much the default attacking push now. It used to sort of be 50-50 as to whether we saw the attention from the north side or not, but it is almost every single attacking round now. Teams are going to want to get control of Trophy Statuary, get themselves into 90 corridor, lock down at least as far as down to the door of Games Room, and then try to push in through to the maps table, get a diffuser down either behind the vault door or behind the map table itself, depending on what's happening inside of study usually. Now, Woogieman is going to be on the study window. The laser gate reactivates in front of him, so a little bit of progress that sort of takes a backward step there.
Trying to get this vault wall opened up. Was jammed away initially. I think it even still is, but still only partially. Maybe afraid of having a grenade rolled through and blowing out the jammer. I'm not quite sure, but I expect it would be on the other side, inside of the game room itself. Yonka whiffs the headshot. Yes, not too sure about that one, buddy, but a good kill coming in for Yonka. 3 versus 3. They know where the man is. No way he wins that at range. Coated by another Citizen. Stack is zapping up and making himself heard. Here we go with another fight coming in. Coated going for the plant. It's on these two now to try and make the recovery happen. Citizen pushing his way forward as the other holds off to the second angle. One comes in. Woogie finds the kill onto Virtue, and Citizen's got it all to do in a 1 versus 2 against Coated and Woogie.
We know that he's certainly capable of it, but Virtue just missing his shots there onto Woogieman, who managed to beat him to the punch and find the kill. Citizen looking for the first of two that he's going to need. One is on red stairs. Citizen surely. No, just dips out of the way. Doesn't manage to get the kill. In come the flashbangs. That's going to force Citizen away, and it's smart play from DWG KIA. Just using everything at their disposal. Takes out the air jab, but with time ticking away, 7 seconds, he's got to do something here. It's very unlikely the challenge is going to come out, and shut down by Quartered. Citizen cannot close the round out. It's going to be DWG KIA taking number one with a good attack onto Aviator Games.
I thought you were going to say taking it with the bang, and I was going to go, actually, Ace, it was with several flashbangs. Just having them thrown at him there in the post plant as well, all sat in the back pocket. Imagine what they'll be like post-patch, of course, if you haven't seen the changes coming in the new season. A couple of changes to flashes potentially being reworked or looked at on the TTS. Lots to be excited about on that front, but DWG KIA leaning behind them even now to some good effect. First round then. DWG KIA draw first blood, and G2 are the ones who have got to find a response. But now, that response is going to look like stepping back into the same site as Rin steps away from playing the Zofia into the Flores.
As many bombs as they can.
DWG KIA coming out with a strong start then. G2, how long does it take for them to start thinking? If DWG KIA are putting rounds on the board, how long does it take for it to get into G2's head? You know, is this happening again? Are we going to suffer at the hands of DWG KIA again? Are we going to be calling it a day on our tournament? Is the match against NIP going to be nothing more than a swan song? Citizen downstairs again. He had a good round last time. Managed to get himself a nitro kill from underneath onto Rin, I believe it was, if memory serves correctly. And then we've got the setup inside a site. Banshee's just inside of the door. Laser gates. We've got bulletproof cameras. We've got everything that G2 need to hold this down. The one thing they're not getting is the frag stairs. It came down to a 2v1, so they did manage to find 3 of DWG KIA, but 3 is not enough to win a round.
It's being cheeky again. It's always in the early round. This time round, Citizen was the one being the aggressor, and Katsang being mildly wary of what was going on there. Doesn't find himself losing his life, so no big concern. At least in those first 30 seconds, no one has been spawn peeked. It's what we're so used to seeing, including, actually, I think it was in the game for DWG KIA against DarkZero, the counter spawn peaks coming in. They just had their number and knew what was going on and had a response every single time.
Woogieman a little bit slow on the draw there. Had the opportunity as the man moved across. I think it was the Aruni of Hungary, but he didn't manage to hit his shots. Virtue still playing inside his sight. We've got Kayak at the top of the main stairs. A little bit lacking of impact in round one. He'll be looking to do a bit more. We know how much of a strong influence Kayak has had on this G2 side since joining. Virtue locking himself down inside of the vault for the time being. He's going to look to see if he can deliver anything in this round.
Look at that, look. Constant pings coming in. Gadget here. Gadget here. Gadget here. Shoot. 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 Making dudes work from below. Don't need an IQ to do this. You can get away with just getting a drone inside and a few red pings to assist you along the way. Second round in a row now that Rin has found Hungry in the opening kill. This one a bit slower than last time, but it's still not good for Hungry to be dying out so early on.
Absolutely not. 1.5 minutes left to go, and it just leaves G2 once again at a man disadvantage. They did manage to level it up with that Citizen Nitro quite quickly last time, but I don't think that's going to be the case here. Katsang sending the drone in. They know that Kayak is on those stairs. There's a second one moving across, so DWG KIA looking to pressure from underneath. It's actually Rin that's going to be supporting Katsang and Yas. Kayak has got a whole world of trouble coming his way if he's not careful. Manages to find one with the MX4 Storm, cannot find another as Katsang manages to get the trade. Virtue finds Woogieman, Virtue finds Quartered. This is what we need from the Australian gunner on the side of G2. 45 seconds left to go, but a nade to the face is not going to help Citizen to keep fighting into the late round. It's Virtue, it's Yonka. They have to close this down. G2 can't allow themselves to get too far behind.
Really good control from below for the side of DWG KIA. Grenades singing up, removing gadgetry, removing players. He managing to clear out main stairs here too. So this is where the push begins. Yonka holding at the top of 90. The other holding off inside of Aviator or thereabouts, I would imagine. But it's the time they've got to work with. About 20 seconds here to go to. what's going to be the focus? Apparently, getting the soft wall opened up on bottom of 90 is the number one play because they want to try and get a plant inside a bar. Virtue daring them to come running in through this doorway. It could be a freebie for him. He's going to find it, and that's the diffuser. A triple kill for the Aussie. 1 versus 1. Yonka got to make something happen, I think, or just hold back and wait. Let them be the ones who have to move fast. 1 second. I don't think he'll be there in time. Just about gets there. Rin has now got to challenge this angle. He loses it out. Down 1 take around from the jaws of defeat when surely it looked like G2 had done enough.
What are we witnessing here? Literally millimeters across the threshold. This just seems like the day for fine margins. It was time in the BDS game. It's distance in the DWG KIA game. Somehow managing to just get that diffuser in hand and get it into the site in the absolute nick of time. Beautiful play from DWG KIA, fighting down to the last millisecond, never allowing themselves to give up on the round.
Must be an absolute dream being a DWG KIA player right now. Imagine you've come to an international tournament like this, names that no doubt you've grown up watching at majors, or just thinking, oh, one day I'll be there. So far, smashed their way through NIP, came dangerously close and actually beat G2 on Monday. Dangerously close against DarkZero, and now potentially about to do the double over G2. I tell you what, I could become a pro player. I can't become a pro player, but if I were to become one, and I could beat G2 and NIP even once, I'd retire, and that would be my trophy accolade in my career.
I thought you were honestly looking to get yourself involved then, Des. I thought it's going to be a long road, I'm sure.
Mate, every journey starts somewhere, and it all starts with a small step.
Always got to be with a single step. I tell you what, it would be just as long a journey for me and most everybody else at home, because these guys are playing on a skill level that we just can't really appreciate, a lot of us, because believe me, they are good. I came up against Citizen in game once, randomly in a ranked game, and I'm glad it was the last time. Put it that way, Des. He killed me 2 or 3 times and I didn't even see him once. Absolutely unbelievable. But back to the game at hand. Round 3, we found ourselves Citizen all the way down inside of basement. We talk about this area. It's little used on Villa, usually for nothing more than transition. There's no vertical nitro spots that Citizen can really use down here. But the point is, if DWG KIA misdrawn this and they don't find him, that's when he could be really lethal.
Tim, name me a single call-out in the basement of Villa.
Basement. Barrels.
Boxes.
Barrels.
Statue. Look at it. Like, this is you know how little it's played when no one has got a call-out for it. If someone runs down there, you're just like, guys, I'm sorry. He's disappeared into the abyss.
He's in basement. Just watch the stairs.
She's in basement. That's about it. Which stairway? I don't know, Jeff. Yonka finding Yas at the very start of this one. It was previously Rin finding the opening kill in both rounds onto Hungry. This time round, it's DK walking away with the opening death.
G2, they need to do what DWG KIA have been able to do so far, and that is once they've got that opening kill, back it up, find more, get yourself a stronger advantage, and especially for G2 on the defense, they can start to just sit back a little bit then. They don't have to pressure quite as aggressively. Now, they are defending in library and living room. We've spoken about this site already today. We are seeing more and more play in here. It's sort of 50-50 now, at least at the Mexico Major with this site or dining and kitchen. It's certainly becoming a more used option. Now then, DWG KIA going to look and clear the top floor. There's vertical angles being held by G2. Need to be careful here, Coated. He's going to be challenged from both angles. Hungry, Virtue, G2 absolutely settling into this round. Jonker will be downed but not out. An opportunity to pick him up potentially. Katsang looking for the angle onto anyone inside a site here, but they just can't find them. Woogieman, he's still on that top floor clearance. There's one inside a bar. He gets shut down, finished off, and it's going to be 1 versus 5. Katsang is out of here, and that is a flawless round for G2.
It's what baffles me is you get this kind of stuff happening sometimes. Like, think back to Na'Vi versus SSG, the counter flawless rounds that we saw coming out. First one being to SSG in round 3, then round 4, Na'Vi got one on the way back. Just goes to show that an individual round itself can't really tell you the full story of a game, but a good response from G2, and we always say getting that first round on the board is pivotal to going on to find your 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, all the way up to the point that you win. So just remind you, you can get this over the finish line. On to the next downstairs site. Then we've seen Aviator twice and living room and library just now. Dining and kitchen going to be the location for round number 4.
Dining and kitchen it is, and that's no surprise. G2 have just had their best round so far in living room and library. And holding top floor just doesn't seem to be working out for them. They've tried AVG twice. They don't want to go to trophy statuary, obviously, and it's no surprise. Like I say, you move downstairs, you go living room and library. Not only do you close the round out, you close it out flawlessly. It's been fantastic for them. So now moving into dining kitchen, it's a logical choice. You can do similar things. They'll look to hold down the top floor. They had 3 men, I think, up at the beginning of the round in and around that south side of the top floor. Aviator Games, 90 Corridor. This time it's going to be over in Master Bedroom. It's going to be over in Trophy and Astro that they need to hold down. Bathroom as well. As you can see from the bomb silhouettes, that is the area directly above the site, and that is where Katsang is going to want to get in and make that sledgehammer sing all the time against the floor. He's not worried about the walls. He wants those vertical angles on this site.
Love how we're seeing again this comp that seems to be running through a lot of teams here at Mexico. Not like it's anything new either, but the Vigil, the Mute, the Mozzie, all as a combination, all about the intel denial game. And against a team like Damwon who want to move fast, I think denying away information from them is a surefire way to make them trip up, make a couple of mistakes, get themselves caught potentially by the likes of Kayak. Not the most usual suspect for seeing a play on an operator like this, but here it's Yonka finding the entry kill once again, this time onto Woogie.
Yonka somewhat of an entry hero in the last couple of rounds for G2. Just when things felt like they were slipping a little bit after the first couple of rounds, Yonka steadies the ship by getting those entries and just really enabling G2 to have that strong foundation in the round. Coated just working from the windows, as is Katsang. They're trying to get angles into sight for the time being. The Selma charge has been applied to the wall, but they're going to wait. This is smart from Kayak. Just waits for it to be activated. They're looking to clear out the utility, and until it is cleared, you can just leave it there. Yas manages to find a kill onto Virtue with a nade there, and that is the Selma cleared off from Kayak, but it does give his position away as well, so he needs to be careful, potentially relocate himself. Yas, he's looking at working from an alternative angle, and guess what? That one's muted out as well, Des.
I'm pretty sure it's jammed from inside of dining, that on the other side of that wall, that neighbors, like parallel to the wall that you're looking at where Kayak was holding, it's been jammed out by the new jammer on the other side, as Medics has pointed out there, next to the cabinet. Thank you very much, Medics. What's the same story on this one? That's now been removed away. Gonna look to deny that one away here, Kayak, and leave it. So it is like a Habana-shaped hole, but not enough that anyone can go walking through, because at this point, looking at the Selmas on side, there is only one left for Coated. This next one needs to be placed right.
Certainly does. The impact nade coming out after the first explosion, and it clears off before the second explosion. So there we go. The Selma comes in. That's going to be... It should be maneuverable, but it's not at an easy height. It's quite low in the wall, and that's something DWG KIA need to allow for. They can't just assume that they can run in and throw that diffuser down, but it will allow them some nice lines of sight as well. Kota just getting the drone in there. DWG KIA feeling that in this last 30 seconds, they need a bit more information. They need to know exactly who is where inside of sight. Now then, they nearly catch the Vigil of Kayak dashing across the kitchen door there, but he will get away with it. He's looking for anybody trying to creep in through this breach that's been opened up. Katsang not having any joy from above yet. 13 seconds left to go, and DWG KIA need to make this happen. Hungry, he manages to find Rin. Katsang will trade it out though. 3 versus 2. You gotta hit those shots. Kayak just missing and allowing the man in to try and put the diffuser down. Here comes the pressure. Citizen just gonna be shut down by Yas as he comes through. Vertical angle. Yas with a double at the end, and that is gonna be... No, it wasn't. It was Katsang up above on the vertical that we saw, but it was Yas dashing into sight that managed to get the kill onto Citizen, and that's DWG KIA taking another round. It doesn't matter, top floor, bottom floor, they'll find wins everywhere on Villa.
A few times today we've mentioned the kind of one moment in a round that, although in itself doesn't look mega impactful, it's not the kind of shot that wins a round. It's the small things that kind of trickle from being a snowball into an avalanche, and before you know it, something has gone down a very different path than what you intended. In that round, Kayak missing that spray was the difference maker. Kota goes down. There's one man left alive on the ground floor because you've got Yas playing on the upstairs. Everything DWG KIA wanted to get done in that round rode on him being able to cross, get behind the table, and get the plant down. And for all intents and purposes, Kayak essentially missed a full mag onto him there. These things do happen, but you'd hope at this level you're being able to land those critical shots. Kayak currently still 0-3. Now stepping across to bring along the Chanka.
I think that's the thing, you know, at this level, and we say this level sort of quite broadly, we're talking about International Siege, Tier 1 International Siege, but I'm talking, even in specifics, there's the Mexico Major, the level of play that we've been seeing here from the top teams has been phenomenal so far. We've seen some really great performances, both individually and as teams. So at this level, like you say, you're not going to get much more of a chance than that. And it's not, you know, as a criticism to say, oh, as if he didn't get that kill. It's not an easy kill to get. The man's moving quickly. He's only got head and shoulders to aim at. But if you want to compete, if you want to be a champion, those are the shots you got to hit. It's, you know, it's a tough one, but it's as simple as it is. You've got to take those opportunities when they're presented to you. Look at the mistake that was punished by Cyclops for BDS. You know, it's small margins. We keep saying this, and I know BDS went on to win the game. I'm just talking about that individual round. Small mistakes, and Cyclops got in straight away. Right, that's our opportunity. That's the crack. In we go, and we'll take advantage of it. And that's maybe something that G2 haven't been able to do so far this tournament, is really punish people enough.
So I think step forward from here in round number 5. Again, I'm keeping a close eye on the Chanka from Kite. We've seen a couple of Chanka picks, and we almost saw Charla pull off a 1 versus 5 against Empire earlier on Consulate. He did fail on that last kill. I believe it was Shepard who came swinging in, or maybe Cypher who got the closing kill to win the round for Empire, but my God, was he close. Chanka being quite popular because of the site transformation properties in terms of the landscaping work that he can do, and those 14 fire rounds in back pocket. We haven't seen them be as effective as some would like, but you can play ping pong with them. It's not like fire it in a straight line as you're seeing here. Bounce it off a wall and get it to drop a little bit further down. Good cover to support Yonka here. Maybe he can even hold onto these stairs for quite a bit longer as a result.
Well, that's it. It's quite an interesting use of the Tachanka. It's not one that we've really seen before, but just bouncing them around the corners there, it just spreads fire all over those stairs, and it really does help Jonker. He's going to be able to remain there for much longer, potentially. It just really does hold off that push from main stairs. So a nice little adaptation there, which I do like. It's now the question of how long is Kayak going to remain doing that for? How long are they going to commit to that for before they think, actually, nobody's pushing up there? And we've got our answer. He's dipped back deep into sight. He's going to keep that utility in hand. He's still got 11 canisters that he can drop out to prevent and just close down any alleyways, any pushers that start to develop.
Got Coated in here. Does he know that there's a man this close? I don't think he does at this point. We might know soon. Virtue's on with the C4 coming out, but completely goes wide of the target. No one even there at the time, I don't think. For Citizen has dipped himself away. Back inside of the vault here, not looking to get himself caught up in it too early foray. However, for both sides, there are 10, well, 5 players either side, but 10 in total still in the server. 33 seconds still to play with Ace. This is going to be a bloody end to this round.
It is. It's going to be an absolute battle for both of these teams as the shots start raining in. Virtue still downstairs. A little bit of a concern. 20 seconds left to go. He's not going to be able to have too much of an impact from there. He's already used his nitro. There is the potential that peak holes have been opened up in the floor. We'll see as the round develops. Rin manages to get a headshot onto Hungry. Clearing out the vault can take that power position. They need to think about getting the diffuser down. That's exactly what Quarter does. The kills are raining in. There's Damwon Kia just seems so organised on this attack. They know where everybody is. They've got G2's number. They get the diffuser down. Katsang finds the final kill onto Virtue as he tries to rotate back to site. As I suggested, I don't know why he was still downstairs. There was the potential there that maybe they were hoping for some information that would allow him the vertical denial just with, you know, shots from his rifle, but it didn't happen. It didn't happen, and the team was short-handed on site. Not necessarily Virtue's fault, but just in terms of as a setup, you've got to question it.
Just a little bit. No surprises here that a G2 timeout has been called in. They are down 4-1. Been slapped from pillar to post by the side of down 1 so far, and even with the Shumika launcher being brought along in that round, and you know, we saw the effects. We saw the fire and was like, oh, quite effective now that you look at it. Problem was, Rin just walked through. Like, wasn't really a problem. It's almost like the area isn't quite big enough to stop you still walking around, and Rin just walked through straight into vault, shot Citizen in the face, and carried on in his walk through to killing everyone else inside the site as well. It's one of those where it looks like it's going to do a lot of work, but seems to be being proven by quite a few teams to not be as effective as maybe, you know, it was intended for the Shanka to be.
I mean, you've got to be careful with it, haven't you? You know, there's a lot of ammunition there. Make it too effective, and you've got a problem. You've got a problem because you're just going to shut down entire rooms. You're going to shut down entire attacking paths for a minute or more. You know, you've got to be very careful with how powerful that gadget is. I think it's in a nice place. It's a deterrent. You know, it stops teams wanting to push through an area necessarily, but if needs be, you can take it. You can get through there and you can make the challenge. And that's what Rin shows us there. Now, we're going to be heading back in. It is going to be the final defensive round for G2. And the big concern, I'm sure, for lots of G2 fans sat watching this is the fact that this is their defensive phase on Villa. If they're going to be getting rounds anywhere, we would expect it to be now, whereas DWG KIA have come in and brushed them aside, I think it's fair to say, so far on the attack. And then DWG KIA at a potential 5-1 are going to switch onto the defensive side of Villa. That does not bode well for G2 in terms of this matchup and in terms of the Mexico Major. Let's not forget, lose here and they are done. That is it.
Would not be the most victorious campaign for EU teams at Mexico. Empire still, of course, holding firm. BDS doing well in their group. Now they've secured into first place, but Na'Vi with the first team to go home. G2 could be the fourth, I want to say. I saw on the mainstream earlier on, Monty's found some, like, Aztec... It's not a weapon, but it's like a horn that was used by the Aztecs in war, right? And it sounds like a person screaming. It's called an Aztec death whistle, I've just been told, which tells you exactly how morbid it sounds. And it sounds horrible and terrifying at the same time. I don't want anyone to ever blow one of those in my face because I genuinely fear for my life.
I'm sure that's what, I'm sure that was its purpose, Des.
Honestly,
sure, you know, I'm sure that is, you know,
screaming those at you.
Task achieved. Just like Woogie Man achieves his task and blows death into the face of Yonka, taking the man down. That's the mute gone, and that is another opening kill for DWG KIA. It is another advantage for them on the attack. Now then, Rin's got a drone. Just sat there, pinging out the Wamai of Kayak. And there is absolutely no response. There's no idea. He's just going to stay there until he gets hit with shots.
Just give it time. They'll find something. A nade apparently might be the answer here. He is holding an alternative angle. You might get a beautiful view of that. Look at it. Medics, you are a peach of an observer. I love that angle. Katsang getting Kayak for free. And I bet he's wondering, how do they know? It's called a drone, my good friend. Coated now getting the plant down to 5 versus 3. 5 versus 2, sorry. A 5 versus 1. You called a timeout, boys, but something tells me it's going from bad to worse. Last round was a near flawless. What I call a 4 versus 1. And the last remaining one player dies. This one jonesing up to be exactly the same because Virtue has got to pull off a miracle.
DWG KIA right now, Des, are becoming unstoppable. At what point do we stop talking about them as a surprise package and do we start talking about them as potential contenders? They've beaten the world champions. Not once, Des. They've beaten them twice. They've now lining up to beat G2 for a second time. They have the potential to come out of Group C on top. They've got the potential to come out of Group C with a record of 5 wins and 1 loss if they beat DarkZero in the final matchup of the day. This is an unbelievable performance from DWG KIA. And that's coming from somebody who's been supporting them, who's been shouting them up, who's been saying that they're a team who can go places, who can get wins. I still didn't expect this sort of performance at their first international LAN. This is absolutely off the chart, and it is impressive, it is entertaining, and it's just great to see.
You know what I'd love to see? I don't know if I'd really like the draws to be, actually. I want APAC teams on different side of the bracket so we can get a Cyclops versus DWG KIA grand final and everyone gets to witness the madness that we endure on a weekly basis in APAC North. But imagine if those two teams came head to head. They know each other inside and out. They've played each other throughout all of APAC North. They have better knowledge of how the other plays and how to deal with it. No doubt would be a bit of a show for the world to endure and see what that looks like. But right now, Europe, North America, even LATAM to some level, they're feeling the pain of APAC. And that the days that Dev Marta, I know he's been screaming about it for years, the day has come that APAC is waking up and making a name for themselves. However, we've got to see them potentially get through 2 defensive win rounds first. G2, it's in their own hands now. There's nothing else they can blame. It's entirely on them if this now falls through their fingers. They can fight their way back, but it is a tall mountain to climb.
It certainly is. And The climb has to start now. You know, they are at the foot of the hill. They've got to take those first steps. They've got to tighten up the rucksack, Des. They've got to plough forward, and they've got to keep walking up this mountainside no matter what happens, because if they don't, the journey is going to end here and now. Woogieman just using that vertical angle to apply some pressure to the underneath. You got to remember they work both ways, and generally speaking, that one will be put next to the map's table to allow one of the defenders to challenge onto that plant spot in the late round if needs be, just to prevent the attackers getting the diffuser down. But it can also be used throughout the round, of course. Now, Virtue just going to be peeking in through the main door there, dips himself away. He's got Courted to contend with if G2 look to push up these main stairs. He's there, he's got the shotgun, and he's going to take those tight, short angles all day long.
Oh, it was a drone peek, really. Easy one taken out. Little swing onto the south side balcony. Notices one there. Sees the man. Sets out for the spray again. Yonka taking a bit of chip damage to the knee. But he's still an adventurer at this point. Only down to about 80 HP. And continuing his job until Yas goes for the swing. An arrow won't do the trick, but apparently a gun will.
Yas finding the opener onto Yonka. I'm not sure if he managed to take the Selma off the wall as well, or whether study wall has been opened. We'll see as that goes. Thank you, medics. It was opened partially, so he did not only get the kill, managed to take out the second destructive layer of that Selma as well. Woogieman will bite the dust now on the Valkyrie. That'll allow him to sit over on the cams, which we can see he's doing immediately, feeding information into his teammates on the defense. Rin finds Citizen. There you go. A little peek out of the window. Citizen not even getting into the map in this round. 4 versus 3. And I tell you what, Des, I look down the side of G2 and the kills are lacking. Virtue, who I called out and said we needed to see more frags, he's the one stepping up, and I'm glad to see it. 8 frags from him, but he needs a little bit more support.
Only thing, I think feels like kind of beating a man while he's down, but for Virtue, a lot of those kills have been the empty 1v4, 1v5 kills. I haven't really done much to, you know, win the team the round for the most part. Looking back at round number 3 where they won in there, it was a flawless round. So the actual round they've won was a whole team effort. We need to see a bit more coming out of everyone here. Kayak, especially at 0 and 5, this is not the game to be quiet. Hungry yesterday, top fragging in their game that they won. Today, not really being seen. Down1 KIA just keeping them against the ropes and not giving them any time to breathe or recover.
Time running out here for G2. Kayak gets an important kill onto Yas. It's going to allow him into sight to start putting the diffuser down. Big from Katsang though. The challenge is going to come in through study. There we go. 1. No, doesn't get the second. Hungry. It's now 2 versus 1. Down1 KIA win because G2 can't get the diffuser down, Des. There's more than one way to win a round in Siege, and Sand running through the hourglass will do it just as well as killing everybody on the other team.
It's match point, Ace. It's 6-1 to Down1 KIA against G2. This was meant to be G2's redemption game, the time when they could fight their way back in, go on to face off against NIP in their next game, which is coming up next on this stream, to give them a chance to fight for it. But what happens now, if Down1 KIA win this game, is NIP are the only ones who can try and challenge for a top 2 spot. Things get real dicey because DarkZero is NIP's second game, and then DarkZero play against Down1 KIA. If things go right for NIP, it's kind of counting on DarkZero to lose against Down1 KIA to guarantee themselves a spot towards the top. It's going to be such a spicy end to this group.
It really is. I mean, would you expect this from G2? Would you expect them, if they were going out of an international land, to just limp out in this way? You want them to at least go out with a bang, give us something to, you know, give you G2 fans something to cheer, something to shout about, something to get excited, even if it doesn't work out in the end. But right now, you just don't feel like they've got a round in them. They might come out and surprise us here. It's trophy and statuary for what could be the final round of Villa here, as Down1 KIA look to lock things down. And what a statement it sends, Des. If they come in here 7-1, they had 2 results against NIP yesterday where they were taken all the way to overtime, but then to come out even stronger time after time after time, there's teams that are going to be scared of playing this Down1 KIA side.
G2 brings something a little bit special here. Citizen stepping across onto the Nook. You've seen that crawling through basement. I won't say which room, it's just basement. Every single call out in downstairs, as we concluded earlier on. TV maybe get himself up a cheeky stairway somewhere to cause a little bit of trouble in the back lines of Down1 KIA, but on their side, they've got that troublesome clash, Tim. Whenever I see that, I feel nervous for any attacking team that hasn't got the tools to deal with it.
You can see the Kaid there just playing on the electrical, waiting to try and have some sort of impact. Not going to be able to. Won't be able to get it on the wall in time there, and the Hibana X Kairos pellets will open things up. Also needs to be careful now, Yas, because of course we can see the relocation of the shield immediately there. Of course, explosives could fly in through that hole, so they need to make sure that they're not wasting lives, wasting utility that could be used elsewhere. And the smoke, of course, it is going to relocate that shield into Astro to try and lock down any potential action inside a bathroom.
Square up then. Hungry on the gridlock. We spoke about this a little bit yesterday in the one game we saw it brought along as the alternative to say a Nomad. It was Constant where we saw it brought along. Virtue. That's his first opener of the game. Not a bad one to find either. Onto Yas. One who, once again, is top fragging for this team.
Good start from Virtue. The G2 just need now to find a second, I feel. And they need to get themselves 5-3. They can't let DWG KIA trade it out. They can't let them level things up again. Jonker just playing ring around the roses with Rin at the minute as the Aruni goes the opposite way into Study whilst the man's in Vault. What a little picture we've got ahead of us here. Now then, Citizen, yes, doubles down, gets the nade kill onto Courted, but Rin ultimately able to shut down Virtue whilst this dance of death continues. Yonka looking for the Aruni, knows that she's located hard left. Can he find a kill? No, Rinho somehow on the reverse angle gets the kill onto Jonker, and once again, DWG KIA are able to fight and level things up, but Citizen, he catches Rin completely unawares. Knock, knock, who's there? It's Citizen taking G2 into the lead once again, but the gun barrel gives away the Hibana inside of Master. Katsang making the challenge. The shield firmly on the back of the Clash at the minute. Needs to be careful. Overextends. Shut down by Kayak. G2 punishing mistakes right now.
That's it, yeah. Woogie left alone here on the Maestro. It's a big ask, one that he will not be able to answer. Citizen on the nut coming up and shutting down Rin, who I've got to give a lean to, by the way, Tim. The reaction times on that man are something else. As you mentioned it, Yonka was the one going for the swing. We're not forgetting we are on land. There is zero ping here. Goes for the swing and Rin responds first, gets the headshot and wins the trade. That should really not be happening at this level, but alas, it does. That's just how good Rin can be.
How good Rin can be. It's how good DWG KIA can be. Right now, G2, they need to find some answers. They've got themselves one, and that puts them 2 on the scoreboard overall, but they've got a lot of match points to play against at this stage. Any mistakes here will be costly as they come. Rin just getting caught out there. Just the silence of that Nox movement, able to allow Citizen to creep up onto the red stairs. It was great play from Citizen, a good round from him. I think it was needed. It was something that G2 just need to feel that energy seeping back into the map for them.
Well, I guess one way to surprise Rin is to play the Nook, and that's exactly what Citizen's going to do again in this round, this time heading down into Dining and Kitchen. On the other side again, seeing that Frost being replaced by the much more popular pick, it feels for most teams at this competition. Going in towards the Alibi, who's been given the 1.5 times scope that was originally on the C1 of Frost. So small tweets coming in. It doesn't sound like a big deal, but clearly it's enough that shows players value more than anything having that 1.5 times over the specific utility that you can bring instead.
Well, I mean, the thing is, Alibi's gun is fantastic as well. The MX4 Storm, you know that it's an absolute laser and it can get kills just left, right, centre. The gadgets can sort of perform a similar task to the Frost mats. They're not as lethal, but if you put them in windows, for example, it prevents people jumping in. So the task, the outcome, is sometimes largely the same. It just makes them think twice. They have to solve a problem before they can get in through a window, for example. Because if they just hop in, they're going to trigger the ping, they're going to know that they're there, you can make a challenge onto them. So absolutely can see why the Alibi is becoming popular. And we've seen some big plays here at the Mexico Major with Alibi. And I'm sure that we'll see plenty more before we're done. Yonka trying to move into Study again. This was his domain last time around. We had that challenge with Rin. Ultimately, Rin was able to get the win. He just absolutely dominated Yonka on that reverse angle. Citizen, G2, they need to get themselves... I don't know if they need to get upstairs. They don't seem to be going up there at the minute, but the defenders are pretty comfortable inside of sight right now, and a bit of vertical presence will prevent that.
The steps into here. Nate coming through. Will apologise, by the way. So I know I've told you in private, but if my headset cuts out, I can't know what's going on. You can take it, and you can just scream for the pair of us, eh?
I'll certainly do that, don't you worry.
That's true. I'm sure you will. Coach then holding up on the near angle, shotgun in hand, daring Citizen to come up through pantry here. They have the sneaking suspicion, and don't forget, of course, with the pulse on side, it's more confirmation for you. So as sneaky as Citizen thinks he's being right here, we're getting all excited about what he might be able to achieve. They know exactly where he is and what it is that he's trying to do. The ping does indicate that someone's up there, and surely at this point they know he went for the swing, and the shotgun blast comes out. Surprise has been foiled, revealed, but Coated, the one who loses out in that exchange, whilst upstairs, Yonka goes down. Rin on the jump out. That's the beautiful stuff, but Kayak is there for the trade. Better cover coming out of G2. However, still at least for a few seconds finding themselves in the 3 versus 3 until Yonka is put back on his feet. Yes, finding Hungry. Could that be it, Tim? I mean, Yonka's going to get rescued here when they're confident they're not being pushed onto, but Citizen's still dangerously low on HP.
It's taking time. Yonka's going to come back to 20 HP, so you've got 2 operators there that can die very quickly inside of a gunfight. Katsang just using that heartbeat scanner. Damwon Kia have got all the information. Honestly, time is going to become a big factor here, Des. 20 seconds, G2 are going to have to rush. And having to rush when you've only got 20, 10 HP in the case of Citizen, that is a recipe for disaster. Selma charge is going to open the hatch. It's going to come down to a drop. Katsang finds Citizen. That's 3 versus 2. Kayak gives his position away, shut down. It's Damwon Kia. It's 7-2. It's G2 eliminated from the Mexico Major, and it's Damwon Kia, the first APAC team to buy their ticket to the playoffs. They're going. They've done it. They've got the points locked in, and they will progress from Group C.
Amazing when you put it that way, Tim. G2 knocked out by a team that until 3 days ago, most people watching this stream or participating in esports probably hadn't heard of. What a splash this team has made. And for G2, that's the dreams over for now. They go back to EU. Lots to be working on ahead of the next major. But that was something special.
I'll tell you what as well, Des, that does inside of Group C is it absolutely piles the pressure onto NIP. They have 4 points. They need to win both games and rely on other results now to get out of the group, because you've got DarkZero on 9 points, you've got Damwon Kia top of the table on 10 points. So it's all to do for NIP, and they need G2 to beat DarkZero, a G2 team which have just been dismantled by Damwon Kia.
A scary amount to rely on, isn't it, when you put it that way? Lots to be thinking about. NIP, they're the ones who have now got all the damage to do. They've got to actually go on and beat G2. And for G2, it's their decision now as to whether or not they can do something magic. They can be the ones to cause an upset and bring down NIP. Yes, I'm without a headset, but I know someone else who isn't. We've got Jackie to get back on here with us as well. Jackie, all our predictions are wrong, but I can't say I'm leaving feeling unsatisfied.
No, by no means, right? If there was ever a time to be proved wrong, this was definitely the one that I'll be willing to take. Damwon Kia looking ridiculous. Quickly becoming Kendrick Lamar's favourite team because Damwon Kia just looking so damn good with the way they've been playing. To school G2 in such a manner as well, Tim. It wasn't a close game. You look at it for what it is. You look at the scoreline. That was a whitewash. They absolutely rolled them.
They did. You know, there's no two ways of... There's no dressing it up, Jackie. There's no way that we can make that look any better than it was. G2 were lost at sea. Damwon Kia had all the answers. They came through 5-1 in the first half on attack of Villa. There was just nothing G2 could do to shut them down. It was just an absolute nightmare. There was no space for them. They were challenged absolutely everywhere. Damwon Kia were just winning gunfight after gunfight. There was no fear in them whatsoever. And I said coming into the tournament that one thing that was a potential strength for Damwon Kia was the fact that in a way they'd already won. They're a new roster, they've come through the playoffs, they've got themselves to the major. It's a great achievement already, so every game they win is a bonus. So it feels like maybe they're playing a little bit freer, a little bit more sort of without pressure than everybody else. There's going to come a point where they start thinking to themselves, hang on a minute, how far can we go? And that's going to be interesting to see how they handle that. And it's probably going to become now when they're heading into the playoffs.
Well, obviously alleviating so much pressure as well is going to be huge for them, but on the flip side, we think about what this does for G2. You've still got another game as well here on the B stream. Straight after the break, Des, obviously they face off versus NIP, an NIP side that is probably a little bit salty. You imagine there's still some sodium after last night's results, so it's not going to be pretty for them, is it?
Oh, absolutely not, right. I mean, for NIP, again, the fates, they've got their own fate in their own hands here in the same way G2 have in this game. You've got to get it right against G2. G2 have got nothing to fight for anymore. You have. You could be joining them on that plane home if you're not careful. But that plane is starting to fill up fast, Jackie. And I'm pretty sure NIP want it to be going off before they're forced to take their seats. They want to get through here. G2 are there for taking. They're a wounded animal. Now's your time to strike.
Yeah, they'll be hoping that they don't have to purchase speedy boarding. For any viewers at home, though, that were watching Rin play and thinking, God damn, I wish I had aim like that. Well, we can help you on that front. We partnered up with AimLab for the event, of course, and what you can do is head on over and get involved with it. It's the best way to level up and improve inside of Siege at the minute, with multiple new programs that have been coming in, involving a ceiling peak task, also a door holding task and a headshot task. There's multiple different ways to train your aim. It's well worth it. They're also giving away an APP custom M416C skin that you can get inside of AimLab that is currently themed around the Mexico Major. So a lot that is up for grabs, and maybe you can have a fraction of the skill that Rin has. Isn't that right, Tim?
It'd only be a fraction because Rin has just gone big once again. I think Rin really enjoys playing against G2. Something tells me that he likes going up against this team.
Absolutely. And we will be seeing more from G2 here on the B stream when we come back in after the break. Keep it locked for that. NIP take them on in our next best of one.
What does it take to create a vibrant, thriving community? Join us on this third episode of I Call Next as we discover how to create inspiring content and hype up an entire gaming scene. PayPal. Press play.
Let's go. Feel like I'm at the tippy top of my game, looking down at the rafters. I had to son these boys, can't leave them bastards. A lot of dudes, just some undercover actors. I don't fall for it, I'm privy to all your tactics. Yeah, so try again, this time take a vitamin. Yeah, invite them in, welcome to the lion's den. And I'm Mufasa, big boss in charge of coming in like a bull. You see me raising the stock up. I'm sorry if I stutter, yeah. My brain move a little faster than others, yeah. I even keep a close eye on my brothers, cause sometimes it's your blood that turn into blood suckers, yeah. And I'm on a big mission. My whole team got a plate up in the kitchen, yeah. I'm talking everything, I make all the fixings, yeah. They come a long way from where they come up missing. I blame it on my confidence, yeah. Promise I'm really this astonishing. And yeah, you're now viewing the greatest of all time. No need for thank yous, the pleasure is all mine. That's my confidence. Yeah, that's right. No downplaying my accomplishments. You call me arrogant, I take it as a compliment. I got that confidence. Come on now.
Welcome back to the Bravo stream for the Mexico Major. My name is Jack and I am going to be joined, of course, by the wonderful Tim and Des, the two beautiful boys that have been looking so bonny and been keeping things so excited here for the past 2 days. Because, lads, we still got more games to go. We've reached the halfway point for the day. And now we have to see if G2 can survive, if they can do anything, or if it's just going to be a double trampling for them because they go up versus NIP. Our Latam boys, Tim.
Certainly do. It's not going to be an easy matchup for G2 simply because NIP have still got the opportunity to go through. I'm going to make a very small correction in what I said at the end of the last game. I was far too excited. It is not G2 that play DarkZero, it's DWG KIA that play DarkZero later on. So what needs to happen for NIP to still qualify? They have to win both of their games. They have to get the full 6 points. They have to play against G2. They have to play against DarkZero. They have to beat them in regulation time to get the full 6 points. That's going to put them on to 10 points. At best, it ties them up with DWG KIA. They can't beat them because they don't have the head-to-head. So they have to rely on DarkZero getting nothing. Obviously, one of DarkZero's games is NIP, so they would take a loss. They need to lose the other one to DWG KIA as well. It's the only way for NIP. So not only do they need 6 points, they need results from elsewhere.
So NIP leaving fate in the hands of other teams. Let's focus on a different team though for now. G2. We've just seen them. And honestly, they got torn to shreds. It was like they were being ripped apart by hyenas, Des. They looked weak on the server.
They got bullied, quite frankly, by a couple of players. I think especially Yas and Rin. We spoke a couple of times about members of G2 trying to swing onto someone that they knew was standing in a corner and they'd still lose the gunfights. Honestly, I don't want to kind of paint it down as simply as they just weren't as good in the server when it came to gun skill, but that's what a lot of it came down to. Their ideas weren't bad. Their strats weren't exactly massively foiled or flawed from the start. No, it's more that you had to deal with the likes of Rin and Yas on a consistent basis, and quite simply, no one on G2 was really stepping up. Virtue had his first super strong game, I think, out of all the games we've seen from G2. at the competition. But sadly, one game does not maketh a man. It does not maketh a successful group stage. And that's why they've gone crashing out.
And that's the rough part to it as well, right? Obviously, we were saying how Virtue needs to find his form, needs to start getting some games under his belts where he looks like he can have impact. That game, I think he ended close to like 10 frags by the end of it, and he looked good, but the rest of the team was just silent him. No one there to bail him out, effectively just going out playing solo Siege.
That's the thing, and it's not something that we normally expect to see from G2. You know, they're a team that everybody can make the contribution, everybody can chip in and play their part, but it just hasn't happened for them here in Mexico. There's no other way of putting it. It has been a struggle for them, and they're going to continue to struggle, I think, against NIP. Mentally, you're going to expect that, you know, they're sort of checked out of the tournament a little bit. They're playing for pride, of course, you know, try and do what they can, but can they spoil the NIP party? I don't know. I'll look at NIP's performances against DWG KIA yesterday. DWG KIA played their part. They went in and got wins, but there was mistakes from NIP as well, so they certainly look beatable. And this right now, it could be the biggest upset of the tournament, Jackie. That's what we could be witnessing here, because NIP, world champions from Six Invitational 2021, only in May, to then drop out of the group stages of the very next major, that'll be the biggest upset of this group stage.
You're right. You're absolutely right. And Des, we should focus on that, right? Because this is a huge talking point to hammer home for people. NIP looked like they were on the cusp of starting their era, being able to get the SI win, going straight into the major, looking like they're just dripping gold. And now they could be left with a bronze. Absolutely nothing, right? There is a timeline here where we don't see NIP out of groups. What on earth's going on?
It's one of them, I think, where things have just not gone the way they would have hoped. I mean, really, the big spanner in the works in this group has been DWG KIA, and we know that. And looking back at those two results from last night, both double losses to DWG KIA, they'll be kicking themselves about that. The fact that they lost to G2 yesterday on Cafe was a really big surprise as well. They're back on the first day short, a very narrow overtime victory coming in against DarkZero. They just haven't really kind of got off to the races. I think the big problem being, at least to my mind, we're not seeing the usual suspects standing up and making themselves heard. Pino is turning out to be one of the lower rated players at this tournament so far. That's not the kind of thing you say about him normally. We're talking about him and Muzi as this terrifying duo, matched really only by Nesk and Palu from Team Liquid. At this stage, they're just not hitting the sort of numbers they used to before. Muzi's playing relatively well. Julio's throwing in his lot as well. But it's a far cry from the team that we saw playing at SI 2021 just a few months ago.
It's really easy to tell that something's wrong for NIP as well, because I've been listening into the cast him, and not once have I heard Muzi the human Uzi. The man hasn't given you any reason to scream, and normally there would be bundles upon bundles of crazy plays from him.
There would be, and you know, we've seen, how many times have we seen Pino and Muzi together? You know, Des has mentioned Pino there, you bring up Muzi. We've seen them work as a pairing so well, so often, that it is a little bit unusual to see them struggling like they are. I mean, I think we're going to see something a little bit different out of them today, if I'm honest. I think, I've said it countless times, NIP are very good at winning at the right time. They're very good at finding form at the right time when they need to. You know, I've just had a quick glance at the table as well. One overtime win would be acceptable for them. A 3 and a 2 points, 5 overall, would give them a win against DarkZero. They'd have the head-to-head. So if they tie DarkZero on 9 points, that's okay. So 2 wins, only 1 in overtime, and NIP have a chance. But they've got to turn up better than they have done the last couple of days. More consistent, and just, we need to see, particularly the gun skill, the kills that we're so used to seeing from them.
Yeah. We do. We need to see more, because at the minute, if you're saying that normally they're a team that, you know, comes online at the right time was last night in those last 2 games, the back-to-back games versus DWG KIA that they underperformed in. It was a double clubhouse, so I suppose here's the exciting part. We got the veto. We can see where we're going to be going for this matchup. Surely it's not going to be happening again, right? Not another clubhouse pouncing.
Different team, different assumption on NIP's side as to how well they can perform. You might get the feeling a little bit bullshit about it, but I think I'm with you. At the point when you've kind of got those memories still rattling around your skulls after yesterday, the slapping that DWG KIA gave to you, you want to step somewhere a little bit different. So I haven't really got any solid, firm predictions just yet. I'll have a dig through some numbers and I'll come back to you in a second.
We'll get in there, get the head in the spreadsheets. Tim, we do see the Chalet ban going out, so no more Chalet today. We were spoiled with it yesterday.
I mean, I'm just thinking about where NIP are particularly good, where we've seen them have good performances previously. Consulate, we know that they're capable, and it can be a little bit up and down sometimes. Cafe, they're a good Cafe team. You know, NIP are going to be aiming surely for one of these maps that we know they can put a positive performance down on.
I reckon Cafe as well. I'm leaning towards that right now. I think Club is both teams' most played map. You're probably not going to see that coming out. Chalet, a map that NIP don't really play, so not surprised to see that go. Coastline, a map that G2 have played twice and lost on both times, so don't want to see him go in there. Those bans make sense. Maybe looking towards a Consulate or a Cafe. Them are kind of two bets where I'm hedging it right now. I don't expect, and please, I don't want to see another Villa. Thank you, NIP, taking that one away for us. 2 maps in a row is enough for me.
I'm not sure.
Honestly, I wouldn't turn my nose up at it if we did get left with a Cafe here. To be fair, I feel like that actually would probably be a good area for NIP to go in, at least feel quite comfortable to.
Yeah, I'd agree. I was just going to say, I don't think my heart can take a Consulate for NIP, because we've seen them have fantastic performances on there, and then we've seen them have to fight back from 5-1. That I just don't, I can't take it. It's too much. G2 have put me out of my misery there. Consulate is gone. NIP banning Cafe, that's quite interesting. At this point in time, I can't see them having one eye on the playoffs, because you've got to get there now. Do you know what I mean? You can't be saving maps and thinking, right, yeah, we'll save that for a best of 3. Maybe they are. Maybe that's the confidence that's coming out of them here. Maybe they're just absolutely dead set that they can do this. But when they've got to rely on DWG KIA's result as well, I don't think that's the case. You've got to come out and you've got to know 100% that you're going to win your games. So it's going to be Clubhouse or Oregon. G2.
Oregon, surely.
I mean, if I were G2, I'd take Clubhouse. There you go. I would.
I think that's well boring. I think your last little contribution to this could have been exposing NIP on Oregon, show what it is that they do on the map, because they barely ever play it. They always hide it away. Whereas here, what they're getting through the group stage with is basically playing almost exclusively Clubhouse. And I think it was the same for Liquid. They played 2 maps the entirety of group stage. You will be delighted that you've concealed 5 maps and showed nothing at the major ready for playoffs. They have so many surprises in store for people, and NIP are kind of being given a similar ticket here by G2.
We've seen a lot of teams getting away with that, actually. I think Empire as well have only played 2 maps throughout their group stage, right?
They've been pretty narrowed down to it. Yeah, Consulate has been like their bread and butter for the most part. In fact, what else have they played? Is it just Consulate?
I'm going to put a big asterisk
1 game of Clubhouse, 3 games of Consulate.
A big asterisk needs to go on that for both NIP and Empire, and that is that they need to qualify. You know,
yes.
True.
It's all well and good thinking, well, NIP have only shown a couple of maps through groups. They're not going to get out of groups at this rate. You know, they're already reliant on another result at this point in time. Liquid, absolutely, they've done it fantastically well. You know, they've hidden an awful lot coming into those playoffs, and there's going to be a lot of surprises for teams. But yeah, NIP, this isn't the time for trying to cover anything up. This is the time to make sure that you get through. You know, this is, deal with that later. Deal with the fact that teams have seen your hand later. You know, you need to get there first.
What really worries me about this, though, the fact that we have actually gone to Clubhouse, right, is sure, it's the enemy, you know, in the fact that at least they're going back there. They had the 2 games yesterday. But one of the things I mentioned to you, Tim, right, was that we saw in the BR6, NIP on Clubhouse, it was quite predictable. The strategy was rinse and repeat. Some of the early pathing that we'd see from the spawn peaks, always very repeatable. Teams started anti-stratting them, and NIP started struggling on Clubhouse. Coming into this, even months later, you see a lot of those same tendencies. DWG KIA were able to figure it out and read it like a Dr. Zeus book. So, you know, you think about it like that, right? G2, backs against the wall, no real pressure on them. You know you're out of the groups anyway. They could try and do some damage here, Des. If they've actually put the groundwork in, NIP's Clubhouse, for me, is one of the maps that I don't really favour them on too much.
It's interesting as well because it is their most played map over the last few months, yet it does have one of their lowest win rates, right? Cafe, Coast, and Consulate all got higher win rates, but clearly there's a lot of confidence coming for them into this map. And to be fair, before they lost those 2 games against DWG, that percentage would have been quite a bit higher. I think it just comes down to confidence and comfort here from them. Although last night was a bit of a shaker, it's a different team here. Maybe they're not expecting to be met with the same level of resistance that DWG KIA offered. And think for G2, bit of a cozy walk through the park for NIP, or at least you'd hope so, because again, this is one of their last chances now, or is their last chance to fight for a spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, super different kettle of fish as well, with G2 probably feeling a bit deflated and a little bit tired after playing the first map as well, right? Whereas DWG KIA, they went in looking white hot. We do have some hot takes, though, from all three of us. I believe we can have a look at our predictions for this one and see if all of us have gone for NIP. I'll start off with you, Des, just because I like throwing it to you, to be honest. Who were you thinking for this one? Who have you gone for?
I'm pretty sure I went for NIP on this one, purely on the basis of they were the team that I expected to take this game and the next one and fight their way back in. You just can't think of a major where NIP aren't in the playoffs, so it kind of felt stupid to go against that, to be honest.
Fair enough. Tim, who have you picked?
I'm really hoping that it's NIP. I think it was. Sorry, G2. I just don't see you getting a win here. It's, you know, you've got teams just coming at it from sort of different ends of the spectrum in terms of expectation. You've got NIP desperate to get themselves through to the playoffs. You've got G2 with very little to play for other than pride now and wanting to have a good performance. They've just been beaten up by DWG KIA again. I just think the ferocity and the need for NIP is what's going to see them through.
It really is do or die, right? Like, at this point, fate's in your hands. We know what this team's like as well. They are passionate. They live and breathe Siege. I went for them as well, thinking that, you know, it's a game they need to win, and also just basing it off historic results as well. There's a reason why they're the current reigning champions. There's a reason why they won back at SI. We just really haven't seen it on the server. There's still a little bit of time left for them, though, in the group. So if it was an opportunity to show up, there's at least, you know, they've got the whole world watching.
Absolutely right. I mean, this is the one where G2 have just not so much embarrassed themselves, but put themselves on full show to be ran around the mill by an APAC team. And now if that were to happen to NIP, the Siege community, I think, would have a meltdown, to be completely honest with you, because again, the kind of flag bearers, everyone was like, we're in the age of LATAM now. They've won SI 2021. They're probably going to win every major going forwards for at least the next year or so until we get back round to SI. But as said, there's a good chance they aren't making it through. Furia are already in. They're, of course, playing against Na'Vi right now on the A stream, but are already safe and already qualified. Liquid, similar story. So there are a couple of LATAM teams here who I think, if you're Liquid, maybe you missed that chance or that thought of revenge against NIP after the grand finals of SI 2021.
That's another factor as well, right? If you think you're, you know, if we put ourselves in Liquid's perspective at this minute, you're probably counting your blessings that there could be a timeline here where you don't even have to worry about any potential rematches, no domestic matchups as well, because that's the clear difference to a lot of the games we've had the blessing of seeing here, right? Obviously, with the groups, we lucked out in the sense that the regions were quite divided. You had your EU team, you had your NA team, you had your LATAM, you had your APAC team. There was no clash of domestic games. Once we get into playoffs, that's all out of the window, and there's so many more known quantities, especially for NIP, right? My point I made about Clubhouse, you apply that to the fact if we then see them go head-to-head versus a Team Liquid, with NIP underperforming individually, with a known quantity like that being in the map pool as well, all these factors that start pointing the finger that there would have been a new champion from LATAM. That's if we even get one, Tim.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a short-lived reign for LATAM, couldn't it? You know, we could well have APAC rising by the end of the night. Wouldn't surprise me to see Invictus and Cyclops both joining DWG KIA in the playoffs. And then you've got 3 out of 8, and you're starting to really prop up the chances of APAC getting through there. The big difference that's going to come, and the word of warning, the caution that I apply to it, is we haven't seen these APAC teams in best of 3s yet. And that could be very different for them. They're playing on maps that they don't like because, you know, teams will try to pick up something they're good at, but also that the other teams try to avoid normally. So they could find themselves in uncomfortable territory map-wise, but also their style could just become more familiar over 2 or 3 maps. Teams might just take that little bit of time to adapt to the aggression and unpredictability, but we might just see them handling it a little bit better. So that's the next hurdle for APAC. That's the next challenge for them before we can start talking about them, you know, potentially reigning the world and taking over from LATAM. I think there's going to be some very good LATAM contenders in there. There already is in the shape of Liquid and Furia. Would I be surprised to see NIP make it? I can't say that I would. You know, I think there's a good chance they pick up the 2 wins that they need. They're going to have to rely on DWG KIA. But also Team 1, they're really hanging by a thread at the minute. I'm not so sure that we're going to see them go through, but time will tell.
It will. And at the very least, no matter what happens, no matter which region you're rooting for, which team you're a fan of, there's one thing that we can tell you as a certified fact. It's that all of those games in the playoffs are going to be spectacular. The group stage has delivered day in, day out. The past 2 days were crazy. I mean, you know, the A stream games were probably all right, but the B stream, Des, it was popping off, weren't it?
It's where the party's been made. We had everything yesterday, didn't we? Like podcasts talking about pans and ladders and everything else under the sun, a couple of riddles on the go, some screaming games all the way through. It's where the party was really at, to be honest with you. And we said the same coming into today, and it's bubbling up into that now for NIP, right? Who, as we mentioned, a couple of games that they need to play now and win if they're going to find themselves doing particularly well. As Tim mentioned, the big one for us, I think, is Team 1 and following their journey through in the last 2 games of the day as well. Start to finish, bang out entertainment, always a way to enjoy the group stage. And to think, we aren't even yet in the playoffs when it really comes to the knockout point, but it feels like it given the intensity of the tournament, right?
It does indeed. The games have been so hyped you wouldn't even realise it was a group stage. Also, just to your point about pans, I am still sticking to my guns. You both definitely brought pots. They weren't
Incorrect.
pans.
Incorrect, mate.
What? How? Have you seen a pan? A saucepan?
Yeah, I had
Not
one
a pan.
yesterday on stream.
That's a pot.
I mean,
That
it's
was
called...
a pot. A saucepan is classed as a pot.
It's a pan for sauce, therefore a sauce pan.
A sauce,
Yes.
a
Because
you would
sauce
use-
pan is classed as a pot.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, weird this. How about we Google it, right? What is a
English
saucepan and
language,
what is it
Tim,
used for?
confuse him.
A saucepan is a deep slove-top pan with a long handle and usually a lid. Fancy that. They even declare it to be panjacky.
They're wrong. What was that? Wikipedia? Don't trust them.
No, this is vocabulary.com.
See? What even is that? What's the word vocabulary?
Do you want me to just type in define saucepan and see what comes up? See, Google gives you a
Yeah, and
definition.
if you Google image it, there will be none.
A
There
deep
will be
cooking
none of
pan,
your-
typically round, made of metal and one long handle and a lid. Pan, mate. I know this is like breaking the fabric of your life, but it's rattling inside your brain right now and causing severe damage, but it is a pan.
You cannot have a pan with that much depth.
You can.
No, you can't. These are just the hard-hitting facts and journalism that I bring to the broadcast.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing it kind of fast and loose with the word hard-hitting journalism and facts there, I'll be honest.
Right, well, I'll tell you what. I'll leave it to you, boys. You can discuss your, little ins and outs about pots and pans when we get into the game, because it looks like we are ready to kick this one off. G2 taking on NIP. G2 already out of the tournament, but can they go out with a last hurrah? Boys, find out.
Thank you very much, Jackie. It is the big one, as we say. G2's run is over, and now our attention turns towards your boys from LATAM. NIP need to win this, need to win the next if they want to have any shot at making it into that top 2, escaping into the playoffs, which begin on Friday. Don't forget, of course, tomorrow being Thursday means there is a break day, bit of media time, bit of rest for everyone. It has been an intense few days. We'll be able to sit down and enjoy it over the weekend, Tim. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, it's going to make a nice change, isn't it? We'll just sit down and enjoy it's been a fantastic production over on the Airstream. The stage, all the crew on site have been doing a fantastic job. So yeah, it's going to be a pleasure to sit down and watch.
Absolutely. Here we go. G2 with their last huddle. Clearly the one before the last game didn't really have any impact. But there was a lot of smiles around the camp, and I imagine even here now. For this team, I mentioned it earlier on, it's like a brand tax, right? As soon as you hear G2, you expect success, you expect delivery, you expect performance. And although that hasn't necessarily come through, remembering again, Hungary hasn't been to a LAN for a long, long time. The likes of Virtue and Citizen trying to find that chemistry on a LAN environment, a big one as well. Then you're stepping in towards the likes of Kayak, Yonka, who haven't really been to a LAN of this scope before. It's a great learning experience. The funny thing is, I guess, the APAC teams are the ones who are saying coming here for them, it was an experience to learn on LAN. Whereas here, don't forget, it happens around the world because right now, it's EU G2 having to do exactly the same thing.
Absolutely that. I mean, I know that you love my positivity that I bring, Des, and I'm going to hit you with some now. These teams need to look at this. Everybody at home needs to realise this and remember this, that losing at a major event is not a failure. You've succeeded in getting there. That's the point. You've already got the SI points. You're getting bonus points no matter where you finish. The fact that you've got here is the success because a whole bunch of teams in your region didn't make it this far. So, yes, you can be disappointed with your performances. Yes, there's things to take away and learn from. But never see it as a failure that you've come and you've not made it through those groups. You've turned up, you've played the best in the world. There's only going to be one winner out of these 15 teams. There's one. There's 14 that are going home without winning this tournament. That's the reality.
As you say, Tim, insufferably positive at points. It's probably a great way to describe you and your general demeanor. But let's see what gets on Clubhouse. NIP returning here after their bruising late last night against DWG KIA in that double dosage bill of smackdown that the APAC team laid onto LATAM. First ban coming through is going to be the Monty, a target ban here coming in against Hungary.
Yep, they're having absolutely none of that play. They saw enough of it yesterday, I think, Des, against DWG KIA.
That's very true. I mean, DWG KIA, as we've seen a couple of times, have been using it in a couple of cheeky ways, but it's mainly been Cyclops who have been doing a lot more of the work. Bullying people with Anderson, people peeking around the back of the shield, all the kind of glorious stuff that has netted them a few cheeky kills throughout the competition. Thatcher, no big surprise to see that taken away. As mentioned earlier on, it was Lycan who said to me, the coach of SSG, that it just gives you a bit more control. You feel like things are a bit more favourable on your side rather than just having an EMP wanged in towards your defensive line and suddenly every gadget has been disabled. Next ban, maybe a mirror coming through here. And been a very popular ban throughout the competition, in which case I expect that maybe NIP will be the ones to bring out the mirror ban.
They certainly could do. I mentioned the Monty play yesterday. Obviously, that was largely on the side of Psycho, but the clash play that DWG KIA brought was also a bit of a problem for them. Now then, they are going to take the mirror, so that is going to leave us plenty of scope here with Valkyrie still on the board and a number of others. All hard breaches are available. This is going to be a fascinating game.
Alrighty, under the round number 1. Starting things off in Church and Arsenal. A quick pause coming in. I imagine a technical discussion to have here for one of the teams. As you can see, a momentary pause on here. A name needs to be changed, apparently, I am told. Not sure why, but I imagine we'll get an update on that one pretty soon. So in this case, once that's resolved, back into things pretty quickly. As I've just found out, it's to do with stats and cameras. It's almost like, this is like the SKWCD comments that you can sometimes see, or the comics that they do, about naming someone something stupid that could delete a database in a school dictionary or something like that, or in a school like server, right? This here is because someone's name in the server is actually frying stats. How about that? I've heard wilder reasons for a pause, to be fair.
Well, I certainly have, and the fact that it's just a change of a name is going to leave it being probably quite a quick pause, I would expect. So I think we are just about getting back into it. I can see the action in front of us is ticking down. The operators are being picked, so we will get back into that game. Round 1, it's going to be G2 starting off on the attack, and they are going to be attacking down into the basement. It's going to be Church and Arsenal.
Indeed, it shall be. In terms of the actual setup they've got coming through, not seeing like a Mute Mozzie style setup suggesting an SSG roam, but I am seeing things that could suggest towards it a little here. Psycho playing on the Legion, Muzi of course on the Jaeger. May see him challenging early on up towards Blue, but normally stepping behind, back down by Generator is the go-to. One thing I've begun to notice now across 3 different teams here at the Major, I commented on this rotation here inside of Blue, the one that goes across into Church yesterday. Most teams normally do it on the second panel from the top, but yesterday we saw how DWG KIA stung, I think it was G2 when they played against them with it. But previously it was one a bit further down, maybe it's more of a BDS thing, because I was very used to seeing them do it before, but it's a small tweaks on where the rotations are made can have a massive impact in terms of what sightlines get exposed.
A little bit of attention paid towards the top floor from NIP. Then they do have the mute of Pino, but I wouldn't expect them to be completely committing up there. We can see that Pino is on the top floor, but we've got Julio on the Kaid at least downstairs. Pino's actually going to return very quickly as well. So not maybe holding on to top floor, sorry, all too hard and fast. Just looking to maybe waste a little bit of time, but just searching out for silhouettes. I think everybody is pretty much returning towards site. It's going to be a turtle defense from NIP. Plenty of time for G2 to do what they need to do.
And like you say, I think for them it will be that kind of dug back down on site, but G2 still focusing on the full map clear because you just don't know who it is that you're going to be running into here. Only one currently leading to start and poke off Slight ever so slightly is Psycho. Kind of surprised in a way because for NIP, when I think of a good number of, well, a good few of the LATAM teams, you know, that early aggression is Not maybe as strong as what you'd see out of APAC in terms of the commitment to the style, but we have seen a good few getting quite aggressive in the early round. But I remember you saying to me, Tim, when we spoke about them, I think it was on the one broadcast that I did of LATAM with you at some point, you said, you know, NIP, you asked them a couple of times, you know, why are you guys so slow? Why are things drawing to a halt? And they said, well, you know, we're working on it. Do you think that's still something that you're seeing coming out of them now when they are still quite a slow team? Or do you think you're seeing a bit of a step up in pace that's working out for them?
I think it's something that they've certainly addressed, but is it a characteristic that they can still suffer from? Yeah, I think it is, because the thing is they addressed the issue, but you've got to think about the point they were addressing it from. We're talking about executions in the last 10 or 15 seconds. They've improved that, but sometimes it's still the last 20, 25 seconds. It's not, you know, that they're going in there with a minute left. So there's still plenty of room for error. And when it does go wrong, you don't have that opportunity to go again. Now, talking about errors, Citizen just catching the window for him there with a couple of ex-Kairos pellets. This battle continues over Kitchen Hatch with Psycho using impact nades to trick them out. Muzi finds one onto Kayak. Psycho's going to take a ton of damage underneath the hatch there. Dip away, and that's going to be G2 opening up the kitchen.
I'm able to get away with this one as well. It will get one side opened up. Now, Psycho, if you really fancy challenging it, could step forward and go for the open. But with how much of this floor has been ripped to shreds, the last thing you want to do is step forward and find yourself being headshot. So I think a good choice made. But look how much time they've wasted. 30 seconds on the clock for G2. We've now got the drop coming in from Yonker as he works his way up oil here, seeing what he can find. They've got that long angle set up, and you can see the limitations in sight lines. Can't see the man playing in front of the cabinet inside of church. Muzi takes a bit of a shot, but can't quite get anything back on the other way. Yonker's still at full HP. Virtue finding one as Pino strikes back elsewhere around the map. The shotgun comes out from Pino and finds yet another. A 4 versus 2. And NIP with about 5 seconds on the clock have got enough to keep this one going. Pino finds the 3K. NIP comfortably taking round number 1.
Well, we asked questions about two players coming into this one. It was Pino, it was Muzi, and if that isn't an answer, I don't know what is. All 5 kills go into the two of them, 2 for Muzi, 3 for Pino, and what a round from Pino, particularly with that shotgun just shutting down everything that G2 wanted to do. There was just an absolute stone wall put in front of them, and there was no way around, through, over it. Anything they tried was shut down. NIP taking the first round and showing that they mean business. They're here for a win, and they want to be taking themselves through to the playoffs. The thing is, as we've said, it's a little bit out of their hands, but what they can control is their own results, and that is the thing. You've got to remember DarkZero are playing that pivotal game against DWG KIA last thing of the day. They're going to play NIP before that. So if NIP beat G2 now and then beat DarkZero, the pressure is massively on DarkZero in that DWG KIA game, because they know if they lose, that's it. They're done. They're not going to make it through. So NIP just need to do everything they can to pile the pressure on.
That's it, right? Stack it up while you can. Keep G2 sweating here. I mean, for G2, it's been a slow day. Comments on their attacks earlier on that we had were, these things are looking a bit slow here, guys. A little bit painful to watch at times. But they're almost finding themselves stalling out. And I don't know if it's motivation or things have just really dropped off for them as they've realized the mammoth task that stood before them or whatever it might be. Clearly, though, there is a lot of work they can go away and do over the break before Stage 3 gets underway in a few weeks' time. But Human Bedroom, the site that we step into, and someone needs to give the memo out to NIP. No one is playing Frost anymore. Everyone is playing Alibi. 1.5 good, no 1.5 bad. Of course, I'm joking. On this site, very, very viable because of the windows and everywhere else that you can vault through. However, more teams, as we do keep on saying, are stepping in towards playing onside with the Alibi because she has the 1.5 times scope now.
This isn't looking to make sure that his path is clear to come in from Garage and start challenging. He's going to find Julio inside of Cash. Going to try to hold on to that for as long as possible. I imagine he'll have one. That Muzi out on the Cash stairs as well. And Muzi and Pino keep hitting shots. This could be a very short day for G2. We've just seen DWG KIA beat them 7-2, and they are two players that can just run away with a matchup. Now, the Maverick of Kayak is going to start opening up that east breach, which is going to allow G2 to start moving in. Not terrible in terms of timing so far. Hungry's going to use the asphyxiation arrow there to move the man from the top of the Cash stairs. Citizen managing to get the kill, but traded out by Julio. So not a terrible start for G2. 1 death, 1 kill, and access to the side of Cash at least.
Absolutely. I mean, the opening kill for either side going into a 4 versus 4. This war of the extended hole, one that we're so used to seeing, Tim, as well. A very common one. Kayak stopping up inside the cache with a bit of support on the longer range angles, and Muzi saying, look, I'm here to fight you tooth and nail over this line in the sand, this line in the wall that you've drawn out with the blowtorch. They see the feet, but can't quite get the angle to spray Muzi down. That's a wicked headshot onto Yonka. One more stepping around to the right. He knows that he's here now as well, but G2, they're getting stalled out here and bleeding members in the process. A second one coming in for Muzi. Crouch height. Kayak wasn't ready. 4 versus 2 and 70 seconds to play. This one is looking all up NIP.
2 kills from Muzi on the same doorway there, almost unforgivable. Third on the round, Julio picks up Hungry in the midst. This time, instead of Muzi and Pino, it was Muzi and Julio who did all the heavy lifting for NIP. G2 Des were unable to even step foot into cash room. It's a long time since I've seen that happen. Usually you would expect on that site at least the defenders to be flushed out at some point in the round and for you to be able to move into construction, but NIP just completely immovable.
It's kind of one of those that before the game you kind of saw on the faces of the G2 players. There wasn't as much buzz or excitement as there was there before the game before, and understandably right. It's a tough one coming into it when you've just lost what would have been the game that keeps you in the tournament. And it's like, all right, guys, appreciate you've just been knocked out. Sad time. Sit down and play the next game, please, against a team that has still got that opportunity. It's going to sting a little bit. I'm not at all saying there's no motivation here because, you know, Muzi landing some good shots there out on the extended hold. Pino in the prior round, similar sort of story. But for G2, it is lacking that zip and bite that we've seen for them a couple of times. I mean, look back again at the results that they've had previously with that 7-4 victory over NIP. Where's the zip that we saw on Cafe, the thing that gave them the edge over NIP? We haven't seen it in those first 2 rounds, and I do hope it appears, because we do still want to see a good contest.
Of course we do. You know, we don't want to see any team running away with any matchup. It's always difficult in the late stages of tournaments, particularly where you've got a group phase. There is inevitably, and this is true of any esport, any traditional sport, there's inevitably going to be situations where teams don't have anything really to play for anymore because the progress through the tournament has been dealt with out of the group stages. But G2, like you say, they want a bit of pride, they want to take the opportunity, but it's going to be difficult to find the same level of motivation as NIP. Muzi, he's absolutely ram-packed full of motivation right now. 5-0 in the opening 2 rounds. Look at how he's getting aggressive now. He's playing that Valkyrie, and he's just going to try and put that MPX to use to keep anybody out of that garage door.
Aggression might be the play. Keep G2 at bay. Keep them guessing. Say 1 roam a day. We'll keep G2 away. Or 1 roam around in this case is how things stepping up. Extended hold in that prior one was the big one. This one here is backed away to be a little bit more passive along the lines of what we saw back in round 1. Start getting to work on the old Muzi. Oh, what is this? That's cheeky. Doesn't quite find a shot. That the town that you heard was Kayak running into the electric over anything else. But now that he knows he's being challenged, he needs to be a little bit wary. Good for Muzi, I think, there to drop away. But surely they want someone back up there sooner rather than later to be able to hold up on the catwalk if that's going to be their focus. Instead, drops down through oil and he is out of there.
That's going to be the problem for G2 with Muzi here. If he starts hitting shots, he's one of those players that will get more aggressive as he gets more confident. And as he does, he'll miss fewer and fewer shots. That just goes to say he wasn't even particularly shooting at anybody. He just nearly got very lucky there as it was Yonka who moved across the front of the door and a stray bullet could have been all it took. Now, Julio coming up. I think he's going to have a nitro in hand as well. It's again another bit of a NIP special here, liking to get in the oil pit and launch out those nitros to try and take it down. There's potentially a bit of information going to be coming back in from Muzi as to just exactly where this push is going on. He's still up on the catwalk so he can feed information to Julio and just say, look, hit main door. They're pushing there now and we could see a big play coming out from the KIA.
T4 in hand as well, comes up out towards the door. Not quite the way they wanted it to go. If that had gone through the doorway, potentially a double kill waiting with his name on it. Not going to connect in this spot though, but the contest over Garage is starting to slowly slide the way of G2 with Muzi being taken off the board. Kayak, he's down to look at him. 1 HP on side. Surely you can blow on him and he'll fall over at this point, Tim. But it's Psycho to be the first to fall. Kayak closing out the kill. Smoke's coming through. Kamikaze bringing one back over. Look at the low health bars on the side of G2, Tim. 2 or 3 bullets and this round could be done.
Julio's just biding his time here. Look at that for trigger discipline. Manages to down 1. Not going to be able to find the kill and has to dip away. The problem problem is, how long is it going to take him to get back to site? There's only 2 left alive for NIP, but there's only 12 seconds left to go. Kayak finds a kill onto Kamikaze, Virtue onto Pino. They need to get that diffuser into site because otherwise the time will tick down. They won't be able to. The final kill comes in. Kayak predicts exactly where Julio is going to re-emerge from after that battle in Oil Pit, and G2 managed to get themselves the first round in CCTV and Cash Room.
Real war over the garage there as well was the big focus right from the word go, with Kayak starting to open the wall, Muzi getting pretty aggressive. Touch back on that C4 that we didn't see connect onto anyone. Had that got through the door, potentially a different conversation to be having. But even with all those low HP blinkering health bars on the side of G2, still walk away, they do the job, they get the first round. What slightly concerns me is this is exactly how the last map started, if you remember. Down 1 Kia, took the first 2 rounds, G2 found the third, and from there, the game just steadily ran away from them. Not all suggesting it's going to follow that directly, but NIP in that round, I think, know what would have gone wrong, had the chance to have that discussion, because let's not forget again, they're the ones fighting for a lot more in this game.
And they're moving back to a site that we saw them defend very well as well. Muzi and Pino completely shutting down the attack of G2. G2 made good progress. They got themselves established in blue. They were able to push into sight, but it's just that core of the defense, and that core looked a lot like Pino with the mute shotgun, and that's exactly what they're going to face up to again. So it's something that they need to be aware of. If you're pushing into church, you're likely to run into this man, and he is an absolute demon in those short-range engagements. The triple kill that he pulled out last time showing exactly that. Now Muzi, wondering where he is off. Is there going to be a little peek coming out from him? He's gone up to the top of the blue stairs. He's not going to go as aggressive as peeking that kennel window to try and catch anybody out. Good job that he didn't, as Citizen is well alive to that potential danger. Takes his shots, but Muzi is still at the top of those blue stairs and could look to get aggressive here if the entry comes on in, which it's not going to, as Citizen moves away and he's going to draw an understock door.
Remember yesterday when we had Rin stood against that window in blue? Just waiting.
He stood faced right up to it.
Yeah. We thought it was for the sound light side of it, which I completely understand as well. Stand there and hear the sound on what's going on outside. Pass the info back to your team. 2, 3 players on the rappel, hearing these gadgets there. We know roughly what's going on. We did suspect for a second it might be a jump out, but there were no panels broken out, so a bit tough to do that without first indicating to the enemy team what it is that you're thinking about doing. Zofia, or at least Yonka in this case, in the tried and tested Zofia position, pushing down inside of blue because you have a bit of utility you can burn through to blow through those ADSs. Already a bit of a back away coming in for the defending Jaeger, as potentially Oil is the one now being threatened by Hungry.
Muzi manages to take out that drone, so didn't know exactly where he's going to be playing, but it's sometimes just that pinpoint information. We've seen it used already tonight. You get that Z ping coming in, you can land the grenades on an absolute penny. But Julio, he gets a nice nitro pre-placed up on the rooftop underneath the kitchen. He just waits for the sledge to open it up. It's a little bit of a gamble because if the sledge hits exactly where the nitro is, you're not going to have any joy with it, but it's lucky for Julio. Bang, the hole appears just next to it. Click of the button and down goes Virtue.
Scariest thing is, that opening kill was on the sledge. The one that you rely on so much for soft destruction in and around kitchen, the hallway, for example, to make sure no one can comfortably play inside of Arsenal. But right now, if I'm an IP, I'm fancying holding around Arsenal. I don't think you really have to be forced away from this one. You haven't got to give G2 a free drop for sure. But even if they did fancy doing that, there is the capability for Pino with the C4 in hand, Kamikaze with those 3 smokes to cause a little bit of chaos.
NIP really getting aggressive so far this game. Happy to get up in the faces and to challenge. We've seen it from Muzi a number of times. Julio underneath the hatch here with the Kaid, and again just taking a very aggressive stance to try and defend Moto. 40 seconds on the clock, and G2 have got plenty of time here, and they're doing things right. Jonker moving down into blue tunnel. They've got those multiple angles of attack. That's going to help them massively. It was a great headshot through onto Muzi as well, just using the peak holes of NIP against them. I don't think they're aware that Kayak's in here. He's going to be going for the plant, and Jonker finds Psycho for a second in the round. Kayak likely to get this one down. I'm not sure that there's going to be a challenge can stop him. The nitro is unsuccessful. Julio's shots are unsuccessful. It's 3 versus 4. 40 seconds left to go. Pino needs to find this kill. Not. Yes, he will. Thought he was aiming a little bit high. Kamikaze just trying to help out from the dirt tunnel there. Kayak, he's right on side of the diffuser. Trying to hold a tight angle now. 20 seconds left for NIP to make a move here. Shots onto Kayak. Kill. 2 versus 2. But it is going to be that vertical angle. You're exactly right, Des. And it's Citizen who's on it. And he doesn't miss opportunities like that. Closes out the round. And it's a good win for G2.
Not bad, not bad. I mean, I said for a while, well, they've got C4s, they've got smokes, they can fight against this. But the one factor I didn't really account for in saying that is the Yonka factor. That push up blue from the Zofia, 2 kills found, the Maestro going down, completely ruining any kind of east side control that NIP had inside of Arsenal. Even Dirk couldn't step out because Yonka was sat there holding that longer angle. Really big key round from him that brings us up to 2 apiece.
NIP going to double down, head down to Church and Arsenal again. Obviously confident that they can get a different result out of that one. But yet again, Clubhouse could be slipping away from them. 2-2 now as G2 having a much better time on the attack. And if this doesn't go their way and we see them leave the Mexico Major at this point, there's going to be questions asked about that map choice. There's obviously going there again after losing to DWG KIA yesterday, and I mean that in the sense of going there against DWG KIA again on the second map, let alone coming here and pushing through to Clubhouse again. If that costs them, we're going to be looking back at those map choices.
Just a heads up on the other stream as well, it is Na'Vi versus Furia over there, which Na'Vi are currently 5-3 up on Chalet. Map that I was really keen to see Na'Vi bring here to the Major, so I'm glad to see that that's going off there. Of course, still plenty more games to come on both streams over here. We've got 2 more games to come immediately after this, both featuring Team 1 and their run for a spot in second. Virtue almost being taken out on the spawn peak by NIP, keeping G2 guessing and hot on their feet even in the first 10 seconds of the round.
And I think that's what they need to do. They got the opening kill last time around, but it wasn't enough to secure them the round, so they need to just let G2 know that there's absolutely nowhere safe. There's no comfort here. Muse, big kill onto Yonka there. He had a great round last time, got a couple of big impact kills. He does take some damage, does Muse, for the pleasure, but I'll tell you what, that's not going to matter for a second when he takes a headshot onto Citizen, rips the man out of the server and gets a good advantage for NIP. 5 versus 3 within the first minute.
It's a good start. It's what you want. The early disruption. It's almost like some teams have been benefiting from doing that kind of thing to NIP, and they think, you know what, it's time for us to start employing it too. I thought it a little bit when I was watching G2 earlier on, actually. They were playing quite aggressive on constant when they were defending press lobby. They had 2 or 3 members hard out towards admin, a couple down inside of Visa, for example, just trying to be problematic, and I thought, I wonder if that's something they've looked at from teams like Cyclops here and thought, you know what, maybe aggression is the go-to play. And instead of holds and roams aren't exactly uncommon, but it was more the volume commitment, the number of players that were holding out there that surprised me somewhat coming out of G2.
Reasonably quick progress from the 3 men of G2 here. Kayak getting in there and opening hatches up with 1.5 minutes left to go. Hungry looking to push into blue. The problem is that NIP quite often do this, Des. They get themselves a lead. They'll have that couple of kills from Muse in the first minute or so, and then they just sit back. They just sit back and they let you try to play into them, play into their angles, and honestly, it works so often. We've got the goo mines coming out there, just trying to make life as difficult as possible. Virtue does manage to find a kill onto Pino, but Psycho finds one of his own onto Hungry. That's the Capitao gone. Julio with a late trade onto Virtue, 4 versus 1 now. It's all going to come down to Kayak. He's got 1 minute left to go, but in a 1 versus 4 with NIP digging themselves into sight, it's going to be a big ask.
Yeah, just a little bit there. Some good shots coming out, I think, initially as the push came down through blue, but the response was there from Psycho. NIP, they're the ones in a commanding position. Fire, finding one, but Muzi swings round, finds the headshot with the 1.5. Having another round going the way of NIP. Only 3 and 2, mind you, so it's still staying pretty neck and neck.
It is very close so far. We're likely to see Gym and Bedroom, I think, for NIP's final sight. They had a successful hold there earlier. It was CCTV that they lost back in round 3 that just gave them that bit of a wobble that puts 2 rounds on the board for G2. So they're going to go back there and try to lock it down. I mean, they did so with a man disadvantage as well. Citizen actually got the opening kill on that round. But if you remember, they just couldn't get into cash. G2, no matter what they did, they were just held at bay by Muse and Julio inside of cash. They couldn't get control of CCTV. They couldn't get control of cash stairs. There was absolutely nothing doing for them. So G2, question here is, do they attack differently? Do they try to push hot tub wall? Logistics hatch maybe? Just try something a little bit different.
in terms of too much difference. Not really a whole ton of it coming out of NIP in terms of their lineup. Again, that Frost making a return. Really leaning into the Kaid so far in this half as well, to saying, you know what, Kayak, I hope you're good with that blowtorch, mate, because there is going to be a lot of electrified walls and hatches for you to start dealing with. As you say, we'll keep a close eye on this extended hold here and see if G2 can make any further progress, because in that last round, completely shut out before the site was even a consideration.
10 seconds left.
Muzit has got his shield up at the top of the cache stairs, so I would expect him to be playing in that location again. He'll have the rotation back into cache. I mean, why wouldn't you? They had so much success last time around. It's pretty much an identical setup. Pino was over there last time as well. He's going to start out there with the Kaid. I think it might have been Julio playing on the Kaid last time, although could have been changed out. I know he plays there, plays the Kaid down on Church and Arsenal, but I think there is a little bit of back and forth between them on that operator. Now, G2, as suggested, straight over to the hot tub wall this time. I'm not saying that they're not going to look to pressure CCTV and Cash. I think they probably will, but it's not going to be just the primary focus either.
No, absolutely not here. A bit of variation, I think, is probably the right call as well, given how poorly it went on the last attack of the site. Kayak doing the usual Maverick trick, line across the top, line across the bottom, the reinforcement falls away, and you very comfortably can now blow the wall out. Not really sure who's going to be doing it for them, mind you, given the fact that there isn't anyone on that side at the moment except the Citizen on the Havana. Bit of an odd pick for him. And Kayak being on the support, Virtue's coming across to help his buddies out and say, don't worry guys, I got you. He can definitely get this wall opened up, takes a lick of smoke damage on his way through, but job is done, and he can return back to pushing in through logistics.
Yep, Kayak has remained out on that hot tub side. We've got Citizen on the hard breach who can potentially work over on the east side, but Psycho just playing right in the middle of sight at the minute. Pretty aggressive. Jonker's going to clear more off the potential rotate from the main stairs, so there's going to be no creeping down underneath the map and moving back up there. Jonker into bathroom to try and open some vertical angles. This really is not something that we normally see. It's looking to get some aggression going on into logistics. Not going to have any joy just as of yet, but Ingo's hungry with the Rotero drones. Will manage to anchor it down before the shots come in. Going to open up more vertical angles, but getting opened up is G2 once again as Julio finds Citizen on the entry.
Another smoke with an FMG, by the way, Tim. I know I keep on flagging it, but it's becoming a thing. It is spreading throughout the pro scene. Kayak got it down on his run down through the hallway. Psycho, the one to pick that one up. 5 versus 3 for G2. 50 seconds to play. A couple of red pings coming out. It's Hungry steps his way in. Yonka taken out by Muzi, not aware of his position. Virtue missing a bit of a sitter here. Hungry's in with the pistol. Can't connect. Muzi onto the double. Another round going the way of NIP. Very surely to end the half at 4-2.
Muzi coming out of the first half with at least 10 kills. There could be another one for him here if he finds Virtue, which he will. That's going to put him on 11-6, almost averaging 2 kills per round. Muzi is going big, and this is exactly what we said NIP needed. They needed those gunners to start showing up. They needed the numbers to go on the scoreboard to help push them towards the victories. 4-2 on the half. They move on to the attack now. The big question on everybody's lips is, can NIP keep this rolling? Can they keep the momentum on attack? And can they secure the first victory of 2 that they so desperately need?
This is the painful part, right, though, is Muzi is the only player that's been playing, well, not the only player that's playing well, but playing exceptionally well for NIP throughout the tournament. Julio, the other player with above 1.0 rating at 1.11 and a positive KD. Every other member in the range of -4 to -7 on the KD. And Pino, again, the player that we keep on looking at, currently sat with the lowest cost across the whole team. Hasn't been so good so far, and that's what we want to see stepping up. You keep mentioning the numbers, and it's great to see that it is Muzi playing well. But it still makes me nervous as who else is going to join him, who else is going to support him by putting up the numbers they need when it comes to those big, crucial knockout games. And in fact, this one, you might wager, is a knockout game.
It could be. If it goes the wrong way, Des, it absolutely is. You know, it could be the one where we see NIP knocked out of the tournament and DarkZero and DWG KIA both confirmed as being the teams out of Group C that will go through into the playoffs. A little something in my mind tells me that it's not going to be quite so simple, Des. I think NIP will probably lock this down and at least keep themselves fighting. Like I say, they're very good when it gets to the sharp end. When decisions start getting made, that's when they bring their best performances. It might not be enough here at the Mexico Major, but I'm sure they're certainly going to give it everything.
That is the most depressing part of the game, by the way. When you're a Valkyrie player Get your camera outside.
hate
Oh, it's
it.
a good cam, that. And then someone stands there and looks at you for a solid 2 seconds, and you're like, can you just shoot it, please? Put me out of my misery and just shoot it.
Yeah, I hate it. There's something about it though. You just can't skip off the cam either. You gotta keep looking at
You
it
have to
just
watch
in
the demise
case.
of your babies, mate.
Just in case they don't shoot it. What if they don't? What if they've not seen it? What if they're looking at the trash can behind me? This is clever though.
That's it,
Citizen,
that's it.
once they know that the cam has been destroyed, he sent another one out there, and he may well find that that one actually survives.
I'm somewhat surprised they didn't hear this one, to be honest. Surely he's not thinking about a jump out. Surely we're looking as far as the C4 here, maybe.
Why not?
I mean, he might miss his chance. They've already kind of stepped up. Oh, they did see it. Oh, unlucky, I guess.
A bomb has been
They know
located.
exactly which window he's looking to play on. Psycho being very careful, sees the barricades knocked out. But as long as Citizen is there, he's a threat, and they need to be aware of that. The Flores just passing underneath us there. Psycho moving to safety for the time being, but they need to do something to make sure that they're dealing with this potential threat from Citizen, because you can see he's absolutely itching. He's peeking again, he's looking. I don't think he's going to go as far as a jump out, but he's certainly looking to try and get himself one. Julio will find the first though, onto Virtue, going down in the halfway point of the round. It's 5 versus 4 now.
Citizen sat there for a long time as well, only really worry and not achieve much. Some minor disruption for NIP, shooting out cameras, for example, but he's not really provided a threat. No one's really been too conscious of it, hasn't worried about it, because they know that he won't do anything too crazy like a jump out, as I said. Too many members of NIP hanging out there in which he would be traded, in which case the 1-for-1 maybe not so worth at that point, given you have the C4 in the back pocket. 60 seconds to play. NIP now need to be the ones to step up the pace. You found the entry kill onto Virtue, but thinking about the site is next step. It is number 1. Psycho agrees. Citizen finally put out of his misery after watching so many cameras die. It was his turn to hit the hay.
Took a little bit of time, but NIP just playing it safe, not rushing into that headlong. Jonker going to take an awful lot of damage. An absolute faceful from Julio there, and the contest continues on the kitchen hatch. Jonker just managing to keep his life and challenge on, get the kill onto Julio, wins out in that one. Pino onto Kayak, 3 versus 2. NIP, they're going to have to think about dropping the hatch here so they can get aggressive into sight. Pino looking, checking every angle. They've got Psycho at the bottom of main stairs. Kamikaze actually coming to join him, so it looks like it might just be a rush in through the wall. That's exactly what they tried, but Jonker, important kill from Dirt Tunnel. Pino fails to hold him at bay. He's going to just try and take a slightly more aggressive approach here as Psycho goes down as well. This is a great and resilient hold from G2 as they manage to close out the round, just keeping NIP at bay.
Bit of a spoon up there by NIP, I felt. They had the thermite with 2 smokes in the back pocket, and I thought, oh, drop those down, one inside the corridor, one on, say, dirt, and you're in. That's it. You've done the hard work. You can get the plant down. No utility comes out. They move 2 down to the bottom of the main stairs. And you could see the plan, right? The Flores drone was being used for intel rather than to destroy anything in particular. But as that drone goes through, the man, the Kaid, steps out from inside a shirt, sprays down into the main corridor and catches the planter who was stepping in behind the Flores drone. It's unfortunate, a small timing problem. Also a question mark again around the use of those smokes on the thermite. 4-3 then for NIP. G2 5-6 staging a small fight back in the first defensive round. See how the defense on the top floor goes up. Cash and CC, our next site of choice.
Well, it starts asking immediate questions, doesn't it? It flags that up to say G2 have got themselves a defense immediately. If they lock down CCTV and Cash here, you start straight away thinking there's a potential for overtime. It's going to come down to pivoting around gym and bedroom. If NIP can take that, you get another 4-2 half, and we're going to go the distance. And NIP can afford 1 overtime win, as I've said. They can't afford both games going into overtime. Those points that you drop each time it does, even if you get the win, it's only 2 points instead of 3, and it adds up over time. Hungry, not quite happy with the positioning, wants it deeper into the vending machine there.
Understandable. On the outside, I think a little bit easier to spot, when inside, given everything around it is so bright, then I guess it kind of conceals itself a bit better because of that lovely bright blue ring that you get around the Valkyrie camera.
Could mistake it for a snack.
I don't know if you want to bite into that, mate. Bit of a weird apple to pick up and have a go on, isn't it?
I'd love this black and neon blue apple.
Wow. The latest tech in Apple. New growing techniques. Why not?
Muzi going to be putting the Claymore down at the garage door then. Just preventing any runouts, and probably a good idea because we've seen that aggression up towards those external entrances and exits from G2. We had Citizen sat on a window for a majority of the last round, looking and wanting to get aggressive. You could feel it from him, but he just didn't really have the opportunity. So NIP recognising that and not going to take any risks with it. It doesn't look like they will be challenged from garage door, but interestingly, Hungry's got himself onto the window. He's going to jump out now. Out goes the Nitro. Unsuccessful. No, it's not. He manages to find Psycho next to the air conditioning units, and I tell you what, at this level of play, I think that might be the first time I've seen that one used.
A new one for you. Those are the new every single day ace. Got rid of the Flores. Those drones taken away. The ability to remove any of the defenses that might have been set up here, looking towards those potential electro claws. The Banshees no longer in existence, or just for information, as we saw NIP trying to do in the prior round. They know that one's holding up towards Logi, but can't quite get in through the soft wall. NIP bracing themselves here for a west side push, with Muzi still sat inside a spawn, playing this long angle. It's a patient game. It's like going fishing, Ace. You got to sit there for a few hours, but you might be able to catch a big one.
It will be potentially one of the biggest catches for NIP if they can get this one and keep themselves fighting for that playoff spot. Virtue looking to challenge onto that long angle. Needs to be careful because Muzi, as you say, he's just waiting. He's patiently got his rod in the water and just seeing if he gets a nibble. Virtue does have a little sniff around it, but he's going to dip away. Not going to challenge on too strongly. Gets himself back to the top of cash stairs. 50 seconds left to go. Slight concern here for the progress being made by NIP. That flashbang goes wrong. Not going to clear out the utility. It is still successful for the nade though, so I don't think there was an ADS there ready to pick that one up. Should allow the construction wall to be opened up, which is exactly what Pino is going to do. Yonka finds a second for himself onto Kamikaze. Or for G2 rather, bringing them to 5 versus 3. Kayak ready for the drop of Muzi. Pino has to do something, can't do anything more than one kill. Hungry trading out Kayak, and that leaves us now in a 1 versus 4. It's all down to Julio. He finds one, he's got 3 to go, but he's only got 13 seconds. A man led prone, gonna take a lot of damage, gonna close him down, shut him down, kill him. It's gonna be Virtue closing it out. He's even got himself at an incline there, Des. His feet up on the top of the stairs as he gets the kill.
Man's breakdancing, don't you run about. In lying down, sort of a little spin at the end there, the little trick shot. Not quite the full 360 in terms of the scope, but he himself as the operator absolutely on the move. And NIP understandably are calling the timeout. We came into this game, Tim, saying that realistically for G2, nothing really to play for except a bit of pride. NIP, they were the ones who need this win. And the cleaner the win, the better. There could be a very weird scenario when it comes to the end of today where the round win percentage makes a big difference. G2 are fighting their way back in at 4-on-4. NIP know they are moments away, not so much moments away, but a couple of rounds away from potentially seeing that dream or the nightmare of going out in groups at Mexico Major come into light.
Certainly could be. We're not a million miles away from it. We're 4-4 now. There's a strong possibility that we end up all 12 rounds. There's another possibility that once again on Clubhouse, NIP are stretched all the way to overtime. We've seen them struggling on the attack so far. The last 2 rounds, round 7, round 8, have both been successful to G2, locking down Church, locking down CCTV. To be fair, as we've said it through the season, if there's been anywhere that G2 have struggled, it's been on the attack. The defense has been solid.
That's been really good so far. I mean, it's the thing that's been kind of a theme that has followed G2 throughout the stage of EUL. The defenses have looked good, as is so often the way when you are not a totally fresh team, but I think any coach would tell you, yeah, 2 changes to a team, that completely changes the fabric of that team itself. You don't retain what you had before. A 1-man change, maybe, but given each change is 20% of your whole roster, it can be quite a big deal. And defense is normally where you start doing well, because attack, that requires a lot more on synergy, on understanding dynamic roles in the round, things that you have to carry out and get done. Make sure you're filling what the team needs you to do. Defense can be a little bit more of a simple job. You've got your static setup, you know roughly where it is that you're playing, what you need to be able to adapt to. It's a bit more kind of checklisty on the defense side, I guess, whereas attack kind of requires that higher level of teamwork. So I can understand B2 being down 4-2 at the half, and here they are really fighting back in fashion.
think we're just extending this timeout. Don't worry, it's just looking at dealing with a little bit of a tech issue at the same time. So as soon as we've got that sorted, we'll be back into the game. I don't think that will take all too long. We won't be a million miles away. But, you know, yeah, you're absolutely right, Des. You know, it is about that sort of newness of the roster. And whilst, you know, we talk about checklists on both sides. When you're attacking, there is the checklist theory of needing to take this area, then that area, then move on, get that angle locked down before you can go for an execute. But the point is, you don't necessarily know coming in which checklist you're going to be playing to, because you don't know what the defense has set up. Whereas on your defense, yeah, you just say, right, it's going to be plan A. That's what we're setting up. That's where you need to reinforce. That's where your gadgets are going. So yeah, it's just about that sort of pre-preparation, I think, and just being able to know beforehand exactly what's going on. G2, like I said, looking very solid so far in the first 2 rounds. This is going to be a pivotal site now. If G2 can lock this down, you start worrying a little bit for NIP, because you just think, right, where are the rounds going to come from? G2 find themselves 5-4 up, and all of a sudden they're going back to that same rotation, Des. Can they get Church and Arsenal and CCTV locked down again? Given what we've just seen, I think they probably could.
Mildly excited about Yonka on the Clash, to be honest. Seeing if you get any cheeky kind of... Remember back, I think it was APAC Fnatic who did it first, is what I remember. When you pick up the Clash, you can basically sit and plonk your bottom down in front of a drone hole, and they can't get utility through it easily. It's normally done here on the Cash side, but of course we are on Human Bedroom side. I'm thinking more out towards the west there on the Jacuzzi wall, where grenades are often rolled through to blow up the utility on the other side. But for now, at least, Yonka doing a lot of moving. More Satsil, I think, playing on those default cams. One that we saw left up in the last round, it's worth mentioning as well, on the south side of the map, wasn't shot out by the attackers, and G2 were using it to watch for any movements on the south balcony. Oh, wow. Okay, Citizen, we know you've been dying for this kind of jump out or run out, and this time, he says, forget the route cams, forget the C4s, just get me out that door.
Easy as that impact nade onto the barricade, straight out, and gets himself the kill. Yonka, he's going to have an important role here on the Clash, and it was something that I mentioned at the beginning when we had the Monty ban. I commented on Psycho's Monty play yesterday, but particularly the fact that NIP had struggled a number of times with the shield play of DWG KIA, particularly the Clash, preventing access to the garage area, to the catwalk, and they took the Monty ban rather than the Clash ban. It could come back to bite them. Virtue getting a kill onto Muzi, and honestly, Des, things just feel like they're falling apart a little bit for NIP here. They're getting run out on, they're getting hit as they just run onto the garage stairs.
Yeah.
Virtue with a second from the same location. They can't allow these kills to keep raining in.
I think I know what it is, right? Shas is an absolute genius. Because think about it, Tim. On the timeline, everyone's like, oh, DWG KIA beat the world champions. G2 are like, well, how can we do some damage to the team that knocked us out? We can't go and beat them, clearly. What we can do is show that actually anyone can beat NIP. And that's exactly what they're about to do here, mate. 4-4 on the board, looking to be a 5-4. Suddenly, it doesn't become such a big deal to be able to beat the current world reigning champions, does it?
Certainly not turned up for this major so far, not in terms of the sort of performances that we saw out of them, not only at SI, but through stage 2 of the BR6 as well. They were going very well. Kamikaze finds one onto Hungry, but is going to be pestered by that Clash of Yonka now. Citizen just looking for the challenge onto the window. He's absolutely itching for kills, and I thought it was Muzi at the beginning of the game, which it was, 11-5 through the first half, which is exactly where he remains now. He's certainly gone quieter on the attack, and Citizen's taking over the mantle as he tries to find kill after kill. Julio's going to shut down Virtue. Citizen, as I say his name, another kill appears on the kill feed for him, taking down Kamikaze, and Citizen, he's starting to go big now. Just feels like that frustration is kicking in a little bit, and he's had enough, and he's going to find some kills.
Okay, it's one. And the Clash is still a thing that's to consider here. Oh, he misses the whiff on that one. The Julio could still maybe win this gunfight. Going to try and rotate round. Never mind. Citizen finds him first. Would have been a 1v1 against the Clash, and we tend to know how those work out for the most part. Tim, you against the Shield. Shield does tend to win.
Generally speaking, it's not an easy challenge to make. That much is fair to say. And as we said yesterday, I'll come back to the same point. The more your side dwindles, if you're up against the Shield, the more powerful they become. You lose utility that can be used to deal with them. You lose manpower, you lose options. And that Shield just seems to grow and grow in stature. Round number 10 then, we're going to be heading down to Church and Arsenal. That is a complete defensive sweep for G2, and this could be catastrophic for NIP and their hopes at the Mexico Major. G2 now able to return to sites that they've already won on the defense. They're going to be going down to Church and Arsenal. If you remember last time, it came down to a push through the breach in the soft wall near the double door at the bottom of main stairs, often known as the Ash Rush spot, as that's what used to happen. You'd breach it with the breach in charge and doosh, straight in you would go. Now we don't really see Ash Blade so much, but we're still going to refer to it as the Ash Rush spot. NIP tried to get themselves in there and get the diffuser down, but it just wasn't happening. Jonker, particularly from the dirt tunnel, had a great game, able to shut down a number of attempts to get that diffuser on the grind. The time ticked away, and NIP could do nothing about it.
So far, nothing massive changing on the side of G2, because why fix what ain't broken? It's NIP that have got to do something special here, because 3 rounds on the bounce is a pretty tall order to fight back from. If any more of those teasing little cavalk cams come out of Citizen, the last one just got deployed somewhere around the map. Imagine we're looking for something else cheeky, because where he's been playing on it, it has been in those more aggressive spots. So here's a preview of the kind of cams that you can get from the pro teams. That one that was on the main stairs, one that G2 love utilizing. We've seen Kayak do it before. Remember one game they got away with bullying a team with it. The next game, every single round, the attacking team was checking that exact spot for cameras because they knew how much damage it had done previously.
It just shows how little information these guys can work from as well. You know, quite a few of these cams, you look at them and you think, the view's a little bit obscure. They only need to see people's feet. They only need to catch the smallest glimpse of something to know exactly where and when they need to challenge. So it just allows them to hide them away a little bit better in those tighter spots. Now, Citizen looking to aggress towards bottom main stairs. Now, the difficulty with the Aruni laser gates, we've discussed this before, Des, is they do work almost completely in the favour of the defenders. However, if you're going to try to go for a peek on a door, it really does signal to the attackers that you're coming when that gate drops down. Now, Muzi, he finds Virtue coming, shuts him down with a headshot, and that leaves us 5 versus 4, and there's plenty of time left on the clock here. This could be the start of the NIP fight back. Citizen thinking about getting himself up the main stairs, but after he gets spotted out and has to take a drone out, he thinks better of it. Moves back in. He's going to sit in church for the time being.
Now we shall look at this. Cheeky Hungry lurking up on the top floor. Normally you'd see it being like a Mute or a Mozzie up here, but this one is aiming to catch them by surprise for sure. So big heavy commitment of utility, so for NIP, why would you put the focus on the upstairs? True Stealth Roamer looking to try and have an impact later in the round. Keep a close eye on it and see what comes from it. It's Hungry. Now starting to move down main. If he times this right, there is an Ash. There is a Maverick. That is a juicy prize for any would-be hunter. He finds one. It's the Ash to start. Now the call should be there. Everyone else scatters, but Pino's there to get the trade. Not as effective as maybe he would have liked, but it's still a kill.
50 seconds left to go. Pino will continue his push down to the bottom of main stairs, but there goes Citizen once again. Kill onto Kamikaze, and that is the planter down. Right now, diffuser is in the hands of Julio, so not the end of the world, but it just means things might have to change exactly how NIP are going to approach this site. Out comes the Toxic Babe canister. 35 seconds, that's over aggression from Jonker there. Gets shut down as Julio has jaws open, waiting to snap shut, but Citizen once again, he's going big. This is what they've needed from him. Kill onto Pino, 2 versus 2. Julio is in sight with diffuser in hand, but Citizen, Kayak, they're going to play this patient. They're not going to over-aggress. That's the challenge onto blue corridor that they needed to win. Muzi got the kill. Julio gets Citizen. NIP take us all the way to 12.
When we said before this game, it might be quick, Tim. How wrong we were. 1, it's us casting. 2, G2 not wanting to get knocked out, or not wanting to get knocked out without at least showing they had something to do. A little flare at the end against NIP. 5 and 5. As you say, 12 rounds now are guaranteed. We will finish regulation. That could be going through to overtime, or it ends 7-5 to either team. CC and Cash going to be where round number 11 is going to be established, where the battleground will be formed in the war of Clubhouse that has been waging between these two teams. Quite back and forth, it felt, for a while. G2 having the lion's share of the mid-game from rounds 2 up to 5. For NIP, that's a critical win to get on the board, because it shows now that there is still some fight in the LATAM side.
CCTV, it will be then. G2 deciding to move on from Church and Arsenal, having taken the loss down there. Not the end of the world. They won this site back in round 8, and again, it was very well held by them. Now then, This is an important round because if G2 win this, it's a guarantee of overtime as a minimum. So NIP, as I've already said, can have one overtime win out of the 2 games that they need. But would you rather have that in the first game and then go into the second knowing that it's absolutely 3 points or nothing? Personally, I'd rather get that lockdown now. So NIP, if they're going to do that, they need to be winning here. Valkyrie cam goes out of that kennel window. Get off that so it's not lit up blue at least. It might survive, and that could be some vital information for G2. Will it get spotted out? Julio does turn and check that area. I'd expect that to be gone now.
I mean, maybe? 2 minutes will keep a razor sharp eye when someone next gets onto those cams. Here we go. 1. Flick. 2. Just a 2. I think the third one's in place there, yeah, so he did see it then. To be fair, when you see a break in a window, it's like, gee, I wonder what excuse someone has got for breaking such an obvious wooden barricade. And you find out why very, very quickly. There's always a black eye somewhere scattered out there. Consulate being the most frustrating one to deal with when they are on the outside, because those damn trees.
No opening kills as of yet. Still 5 versus 5. And again, it's no surprise. It's something that we've seen time and again at the Major. When these rounds become more and more important, teams, they don't want to get overly aggressive. They don't want to push too hard and end up losing it for themselves. Pino's going to hold on to that tight angle a second longer, and he might have just had an opportunity onto Citizen, but Citizen was going soundly in the knowledge that there could be somebody on that rappel, so it would have been a very interesting fight between 2 of the best gunners in the world in Pino and Citizen, but this time it wasn't to be. Citizen just playing inside of that red corridor. He's just going to try and prevent any action coming in from the breach. Might have an opportunity there just to clear those Hibana pellets off as well. Help keep his man in the garage just that little bit safer, and time again that is happening.
And how long Yonka can hang on for as well, or if NIP, that's even part of their focus, because given there hasn't been too much going on in garage so far, now we're down to that 1 minute 15 mark. I'm a little bit nervous if now is where they really start turning their attention, because that's 2 minutes down without so much as a sniff in there. Hungry playing inside of Oil, 1 playing up in Catwalk. They've got 2 members ready to try and hold this down, and NIP, if this doesn't work, there are no second chances. They need to get garage control if that is their call. Citizen, the man who almost clutched it up for him big in round number 10, shut down. Psycho, the one to step up and take that one away. Julio breaching 10 kills. Muzi just on 14 at this point. And even Pino somewhat getting himself involved, but quite a game for Kamikaze overall. Somewhat expected, given his history in the support position.
This is going to be a frantic 35 seconds now. Kayak with a great kill onto Psycho. Muzi gets Jonker off the garage catwalk, so that leaves NIP with the access that they should need. But there is a lot of work to be done. Kayak is down here, so it's effectively 2 versus 4. NIP have got to win this. Pino with a big fight manages to win it out onto Virtue, but Hungry, he's going wild. He's hungry for more. He's looking for every kill he can find. 2 versus 2, but Muzi, Julio, it's Muzi with the kill onto Hungry. Julio had already downed Kayak, and that is going to be NIP getting themselves the opportunity to take the full 3 points that puts them in the driving seat.
Understandably, G2 call in the TAC timeout. Their last of the competition here in Mexico. Bit of time for thinking for them. How can they keep the dream alive? How can they try and upset NIP? Because don't forget, this goes through to overtime. That is still not a good situation for NIP. They've still got another game to play, which means going into that position, things will get very difficult for them when you start considering how points will shape up. As a reminder, both teams are on 4 points, but NIP had the 2 games to play, this being one of them. They play DarkZero next, who themselves aren't yet fully clear of things, don't forget. NIP win their 2 games, and then DZ lose to DWG KIA in the last game. DWG KIA would be on 10 points, NIP would be on 10 points, DarkZero would be on 9. They would be out and going home despite sitting so pretty at the top right now. They're on 9 points, bearing in mind that 5-point gap down to G2 and NIP. In that spot, Tim, I think you'd assume you're pretty damn safe, but as history has sometimes showed us, things aren't always that clear cut.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's going to be an interesting 3 minutes. That much is for sure. The best G2 can hope to do now is stretch NIP as far as possible and just make their lives difficult. Just as a reminder for anybody who's joined since the beginning of the game when we spoke about it, if you're wondering what NIP need to do to keep themselves alive here in the Mexico Major, they need to win this game. They need to win the next game against DarkZero. They can have one of those as an overtime win, but the other must be a 3-point win. They need 5 points as a minimum, which would take them on to 9. They then need DWG KIA to beat DarkZero. That has to happen. If DarkZero pick up any points, then they will go through. NIP, they really need to get this done.
I look at those overtime losses they've got and know that is so heavily swinging that second kind of matcher. When it comes round to a tiebreak, it goes, of course, onto the match win percentage and then the round win percentage. They've still lost 3 and only won 1 in overtime. So sure, you can win 2, you'll still be sat at 3-3. DarkZero sit at the point where they are 2-1. So yes, it's going to come down to every single detail to see which 2 teams make it out of this group. It is one of the 2 competitive ones on this final day. As a reminder, the other is Group. I'm looking here. Group D is still quite competitive, but Group A is the other one where Cyclops and Team 1 are still the undecided factors in that. And those 2 teams play each other in the final play day or final game of the day. But first, Team 1 face off against Soniqs next here on this stream.
We move into the action phase of round 12 then. We've got early aggression, and you can guess who it's out of. We see the Malusi icon on the screen. It's Citizen running out again. Just seeing if he can get himself... Of course it is. Seeing if he can get himself an early pick. Won't be successful. No damage done to the side of NIP. They're playing this particularly cautiously. They're not going to give away anything easily. Kayak takes a lot of damage there. I'm not sure exactly what the cause was, but he's down to about half HP.
Wondering how the round pans out. Knowing that as it breaks down into it, there's a focus on this west side. It was NIP on the defensive side who caused a lot of headaches for G2 by hovering out towards that Cash CC side. No such real attempts from the side of NIP to get that attack on, instead focusing on the logistics hatch again, focusing on this west wall, and likely at some point in the round they will want control of that south balcony. But you don't necessarily have to clear out Cash to be able to do that. You can just have someone sit and contest the window. Hungry with a C4 in hand, waiting for that wall to get opened up. Seen a bunch of C4 flying in this round out towards this breach, but none really connecting onto the ideal target. If Hungry can alley-oop it out, if he does right now, essentially gets away with 2.
The breach is open. NIP have got access. Pino moving over there as well. I'm a little bit concerned for NIP here because they're really stacking up Des, and that could cause them a big time problem. It could just be a couple of bullets from G2 that just rain down on them and take kill after kill and stop them getting in where they need to be. Pino looking to just pressure onto construction and logistics as well. He's going to drop down, just being cautious, not going to get a view onto a man. G2 playing this relatively safely, not getting too aggressive after that early attempt from Citizen, but saying that, Jonka looking to potentially... No, he's aware. He's looking towards Pino. This could be catastrophic for NIP. They certainly don't want to lose the entry kill here. Pino just sneaking, trying to see if he can get a little view into logistics, but he needs to be careful because as soon as he approaches this breach, Jonka is just going to shut him down.
Okay. It's gone on now for about 2 minutes, Tim. Elliot bullet fired. Kayak looking a bit low, and finally it shoots. The shooting begins. The C4 comes out. Muzi finds Jonka into a second for Psycho. It's blue, it's orange, it's blue, it's orange, but it's all on Citizen doing the work in the round of 3 versus 2. Hungry finding another. The 2 versus 2 is overtime on the way for us, Tim, because it's starting to feel like it. 20 seconds on the clock. This side of NIP have got to make this happen.
It is now or not never, but they don't really want to go to overtime. 15 seconds, diffuser collected, so that means they can potentially put it down, but Hungry puts them down. 1 puts them down. No, he doesn't. Citizen it is to finish it off, and this is going into overtime. G2 are giving NIP nothing easily here.
That is so serious because, again, what it does to the points that NIP are earning, they'll be kicking themselves because for the 3rd game in a row, they have taken a team they felt confident in beating to Clubhouse, and for the 3rd time, they have gone to overtime. The only 3rd thing missing here in that pack of 3, Tim, is do they lose for a 3rd time in overtime?
Well, history would suggest that Clubhouse Overtime hasn't been their strongest suit so far. DWG KIA able to best them twice in the 15th round and then in the 14th round, doing it even better the second time around. I'm sure that NIP have learnt something from that. They certainly need to have done, because they need to be applying it right now. It is as simple as this. It's down to 3 rounds. If G2 come away with the win here, then NIP are done as far as the Mexico Major is concerned, and you just know that that is not what they want, especially not after such a good win at the Invitational. They want to follow it up. They want some international dominance, Des.
Oh boy, oh boy. I mean, G2 definitely can't go out of groups here. They have the opportunity to shut NIP out here and now. That's what makes it so dicey, so uncertain.
10 seconds to go.
See if they can do it in what shapes to be another small best of 3. NIP the ones on attack to kick things off. G2 carrying on where they left off. Citizen the one starting on the Valkyrie. You know what that means, Tim? That means cameras outside the map. It means aggression. It means trouble. All the usual stuff that we're used to seeing from Citizen. Not rocking up on the Malusi with the impact nades onto the meat doorway this time round. Instead relying, as mentioned, on that C4 and on the cameras.
20 seconds in, and we have got NIP on the drones, trying to find as much as they can out about this defense of G2. Their lives, their position in the tournament very well could depend on it. They need a strong start here. They need to come in with one of those big openers that we've seen. They need that magic moment from Muze. They need him to be the human Uzi. They need Pino to come in and just have that flurry like we saw in round 1 when they were on the defense and they just absolutely swept over G2.
Camera.
There is the camera.
They always
there is
know
the
about this camera.
But they're not going to do any damage.
One of their favourites. They love having it there. They've just seen them walk down these stairs. The entirety was kind of surprised. No C4 came singing out. Both were waiting. They knew it was coming and they read them like a book, Tim.
Jonka finding the kill onto Muzi, as you say, well aware that he was coming down the main stairs and ready for the fight. Virtue onto Psycho. It's starting to fall apart for NIP. You just wonder how much further can they bring this back from. There's got to be that mental block, knowing exactly what happened in the 2 overtimes yesterday. Kayak finds Julio. G2 are doing it. It's too little too late for them in terms of the tournament, but they're at least playing for pride. They're at least showing us that they're capable of beating the current world champions in NIP. There's 1 minute 20 left to go. Kamikaze, Pino, they've not quite got all the hopes of NIP on their shoulders. There is another round that G2 will need, but it will be 1 foot in the grave if they don't win here.
Kamikaze might have to live up to his name and go a little bit crazy here as we get into the dying moments of the round. 60 seconds now starting to play out. They have got the time to take it ever so slightly slowly, but it's a 2 versus 4. And look at the health bars, by the way, on G2. 3 players have been in gunfights here, and they've won every single one. C4 shot out of the air, the advantage of land, but it also enables a quicker peek to come in. That is one hell of a flex shot from Kamikaze, but Hungry gets the kill, moves G2 up to match point. They may yet be the wedding crashers for NIP here, and all they need is 1 more round.
1 more round to spoil the party and to end, or certainly start the end of that LATAM dominance, which could be short-lived. We had 4 teams as the semi-finalists effectively in the final stages of SI 2021. And right now, we're looking at potentially only having 2 go through to the playoffs here at the Mexico Major. It's going to be Furia and Liquid at this rate that are carrying the banner for LATAM, as NIP are just unable to find a way around G2. G2 able to just shut them down time after time in the second half of this game.
Attackers need to locate and defuse the bomb.
It wouldn't be the Mexico Major without a little bit of drama on the final day of the group stage, Tim.
Oh, it's been nothing but drama today. It's been great.
Back and forth, mate. Back and forth. It's the way that it should be. Let's see then how potentially the final round plays out, whether or not G2 can string together a successful attack or if NIP have a response. I'm looking at you, Hungry, on that Capital. Seen it a few times today and the effect that it brings. The smoke spam really helping to get a good, decent plant off. But on the other side, looking towards the smoke, of course, the 2 C4s coming out from the side of NIP and the potential for someone to be playing on the downstairs to deny with C4s later into the round.
5 seconds remaining.
Pino just working on that rotate, getting himself into bathroom. We've seen him play here a couple of times. We've got everything stacked up. If we remember, at a point, this was NIP's best defense, Des. Holding on to Cash and Cash Stairs was just, it was beautiful from them. It was a textbook hold of this area, but then G2 came back and attacked here again, and they managed to work around it. They went an alternative way. They tried to push in through the hot tub wall instead. NIP was still able to lock the round down, so they've got 2 successful defenses here. 100% record inside of this matchup. So hopefully for them, at least for the NIP fans, they're going to be able to hold on to this again. The ADSs are absolutely stacked up to try and keep Muzi in his location. It all comes down to the next couple of minutes. G2 could spoil the party here and now, or we could go to 15. I'm not sure how much more of this the nerves of the NIP players can take.
Well, thankfully for them, Tim, we've only got about 2 more minutes of nerves to endure, and it will all be over. Like a bad dream or a nightmare that's just getting underway. Time will tell which way the compass falls as to whether it will be that nightmare fuel or it'll be elation and a sigh of relief that they are still in with a chance, albeit a slim one.
Still in that droning phase for G2 as they're trying to gain information. We often see that around the halfway mark. You get that initial droning, you get the entry, you get into the map, start taking control, and then everybody settles back, gets back on the drones, and starts to find exactly where the defenders are, because you're now in a position to start doing something about it. If information is fed into Citizen, for example, Psycho sat still, and it could be and will be the death of him as the grenade lands, and that is the first blow to the hopes of NIP. But here comes Julio with a sucker punch of his own, finding a headshot onto Kayak and just bringing them back into it. 4 versus 4. Out comes another nade, surely not from Citizen. He's looking for a second. Julio is on a hard surface. He's absolutely fine in there, but that is now the utility expended from the Iana. 50 seconds left to go, Des. It's all about this. There we go. Out comes the second attempt. It's not Julio he's looking for, I don't think. There we go. It's not going to be successful. Muzi down in the basement. How's that rotation going to pan out? Is he going to hit them hard on the flank?
Oh, but the fire gets locked in the animation. Pino cut down from the south window. That's what you want to see. Coming out of Yonka. Stepping up onto the 2 in the round, but it's a 3 versus 3 whilst G2 started off with a good advantage. NIP have fought their way back. Is it enough? No, because why are you walking out the smoke, Julio? Hungry finds one for himself. A 3 versus 2. 15 seconds to rotate smoked off here to give some coverage. Goes for the bench, goes for the plant. Muzi needs to make a move. 17 kills, but can he stop it all? He sees the man going for a plant, finds one. Can he get another? No, he can't. Hungry with a kill. They shut down the NIP dreams and they may be on the plane home, but they take down the world champions with them, dragging them headfirst into hell.
They certainly take them with them for company, that much is for sure. G2 coming in with what has been probably their best and biggest performance of the Mexico Major. It was just too late, Des. 14 and 13 kills, 27 combined between Hungry and Citizen. It's been a great match from those two. Hearts break in the LATAM region for NIP, the world champions, the biggest possible upset I think we could have seen today. And that is that the world champions from SI 2021 have gone out at the group stage of the Mexico Majors. They will not be there to compete in the knockout stages. They find themselves with 1 game left to go and they are only on 4 points. DarkZero, DWG KIA are on 9 and 10. There is no catching them anymore. Those are the 2 teams that will qualify from Group C.
That's insane. By the time the day is done, we could have all 3 APAC teams that entered the Mexico Major group stage making it out. And I know expectations on NIP were high, but based on how the last few days have gone, maybe we could have foresaw this coming, to be honest with you, Tim. Yesterday wasn't a good day for the world champions. Today, certainly not a good day either. The only win coming for them on the first day against DarkZero in an 8 and 7. I'm sure Jackie's heart is broken. Let's get him back on with us as well.
all of LATAM must be crying out in angst at that, right? A ridiculous result coming in. Potentially now with this, then we're looking at the fact that if there was going to be an NIP era, if there was going to be an opportunity for LATAM to rock up and single-handedly prove that they're the best region in Siege, that's going to have to wait a little while longer. NIP, they've got to be furious. G2 finally step up, Tim, and as you said, they do it when they're already out of the tournament.
Honestly, I'm in love with this tournament, Jackie. It just keeps throwing out surprise after surprise. I mean, hands up, who thought? And I'll include you at home. Feel free, sit in your living room, sit in your bedroom, put your hands up if you honestly thought that G2 and NIP would be the two teams to be eliminated out of Group C. And I guarantee there's not one person that's got their hand up, honestly, Jackie, because even if you thought one of them might go, even if you thought DarkZero might make it through or DWG KIA might have a surprise, you wouldn't have expected that both of these teams exit the tournament at the group stage.
Absolutely not. Something that I didn't expect to see here as well, Des, was the map choice. I was a little bit worried when I saw that Clubhouse was going to be the battlefield for this one. Now we've seen that clearly it wasn't the right choice for NIP.
We were all a little bit rattled and vexed by it, weren't we? We saw it come through and thought, after yesterday, is that a wise idea? But then you look at the numbers, you look at what the paper says, and it tells you both teams have played this map the most. They've got semi-decent win rates on it. Why wouldn't they go to where's comfortable for a game like this? And we thought that G2 might be a little bit downtrodden, a bit downbeaten about it, and to not really be taking the game as seriously as they could be. To be fair to Citizen, that kind of aggression, I can't think of times that I've seen him being that aggressive, constantly looking for picks outside the map, for runouts, to be highly disruptive. Really good stuff, and he is normally an aggressive player on their own, but not that aggressive. Obviously, because there was nothing to play for, they were happy to get out there and say, let's do something a little bit different here. Let's try and surprise the world champions. And my God, have they surprised them and then some.
I think everyone watching the stream should be shocked after that. A ridiculous result. G2 really struggling throughout the tournament, but apparently the one thing we can tell you for a fact is that they are NIP's kryptonite. They made them look mortal. They put them into a proverbial blender on Clubhouse, and they're the ones walking away. Well, probably not too happy with their placement in the group, but at least very chuffed with the damage they've done to Nip, Tim.
Absolutely. I mean, the thing is, like I say, you know, these players are competitive. They don't turn up to lose any game. They don't turn up to lose any round, whether it means something, whether it doesn't, whether it matters for their progression or not. They're just turning up to win every single game because they're professionals and that's what they do. And that is what G2 have done. They've turned up and they've given themselves at least a little swan song there. They've just taken a bow on the way out to say, we had more than we showed.
Absolutely. We've got the stats from this series as well that we can take a look at, and you can see right off the back there was one man for the LATAM side that showed up massively. I mentioned him before the game, Des. He gave it his all. Muzi with 18 kills, but close to 20, still not enough.
You know, I said it before the game. Muzi and Julio, the only two players that were really having a big impact at this competition. The big question of where is Pino was the one that we were asking time and time again. And here, for the most part, he kicked up a few kills in the last couple of rounds, but outside of that, again, nowhere really to be seen. What I will give to him is he was playing on things like the Hibana on attack. He was on a more supportive role. You're not expecting him to frag his absolute brains out, but in which case, you know, Kamikaze is also on hard support. What about Psycho? What about...
Definitely not. Definitely not a performance worthy of the NIP squad that won back at SI. They've proven that they can be the biggest and best in Brazil, but they're never too big for the boot. They lose out versus G2, and that wraps up our back-to-back G2 games that we had here on the B stream. What that now means, though, is we get a little bit more love for the LATAM community. After the break, we come back in with a double fixture, both of them featuring Team 1. It'll be an exciting feat, won't it, Tim?
It certainly will. There's a lot that needs to happen. We're going to keep you abreast of it all, but there's plenty of action yet to come and plenty of excitement and the potential for more APAC teams to qualify.
True, true, true. More upsets are probably what are going to be coming up. We've had an abundance of them, so expect the unexpected. We're going to be back after the break with the two Team 1 matchups.
does it take to create a vibrant, thriving community? Join us on this third episode of I Call Next as we discover how to create inspiring content and hype up an entire gaming scene. Hey pal, press play.
Locked up.
So this is going to get really crazy. I think undoubtedly this is the best game that we had so far today.
Yeah.
Probably the best game we'll have for the rest of the day too, I would say.
Ooh, Damo on DarkZero has me interested later, but
Fair
okay.
enough. Fair enough.
We'll
That'll
see.
be pretty
Yeah, yeah.
nuts. But I mean, IG Empire, like the winner of this is going to at least be in that second place position for now, or for a little while. It doesn't get much closer, does it?
Not really, and I love that we're looking at a scenario where there's still the possibility for Team Liquid to play Spoiler after this game, because
Yes.
Invictus has to play Liquid as soon as this Empire game is done. But we're not there yet, and this one is going to decide whether that game actually has any true implications to it.
Yeah, so this is all still up in the air, which is why it's going to be fun. IG winning would put the power in their own hands if they get something over Liquid. Remember, this is Team Empire's last game of this group stage, so we will know their final point total by the time this is over. It will be somewhere between 11 and 8 points.
Right. So like a decisive win for Empire will be enough to secure it. A decisive win for Invictus will be enough to secure it. If it's overtime win for Empire, that's the only one that leaves it sort of up in the air. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
Okay. Overtime win for Empire is the only way that the next match is going to matter in this group. Otherwise, winner takes it all.
It's a win in regulation for Empire, they're in. It's a loss at any point, Empire's gone. If it's an overtime win for Empire, then we sit and we look at Team Liquid, and both Empire and Invictus just kind of pray that they don't really bring their A game.
Well, you know, it'll probably come into the fact that Empire would have a 2-0 even in an overtime win, because that's what it was in their first meeting. They played on Clubhouse. It was, on Consulate, excuse me, was an 8-6 win for Empire over IG. Now, we're going to go to the veto, but I'm going to set up the veto with discussing this map pool, because it's been very black and white difference between Empire and IG. Empire's played 5 games. 4 of them have been on Consulate. 1 of them has been on Clubhouse versus TSM. They won the Clubhouse game. IG has played 4 different maps, which I do not understand how that works when you have 3 vetoes. How do you play 4 different maps? That is crazy.
Well, I think what it really is Invictus care a lot about this group stage. I think you look at some of the teams up above Invictus right now that are expecting to make it to the bracket, and they want to hide some maps. They want to keep their map pool a little bit more of a secret. You look at some of the teams that are maybe a little bit newer than Invictus, like Damwon, not necessarily worse, but newer for sure. And they just don't have that deep of a map pool. They can't afford to go to this many maps because they just aren't that good at that many maps. They haven't learned them yet. So IG are in a weird situation where they're not not consistently getting out of groups, but they are consistently coming to events. They've been around for a long time. So I think that's a big reason why they tend to go to a wide variety of maps, and here against Empire, we'll see where they end up.
Don't mind the idea of it also being that they simply don't want to give any team that they play a legitimate chance to counter-strat them if there's more than one map played in rotation.
True.
Let's just kind of see how things work out. No Cafe, no Oregon for Team Empire, no Villa for Damwon. There is still the possibility of heading back to Consulate if Empire feels like it, though I don't really know if that's something they'll be that confident in.
Wait, they didn't ban Chalet. Empire never play Chalet. This is new. This is fun. Empire do not go to that map. IG have got a tough decision. They're not going to risk it. They go for the map they know rather than the one that is the outlier.
God, remember back when this was the one map you did not take Team Empire to way back in the day?
Oh, yeah.
We're talking Raleigh 2019, the first time that Team Empire has ever lost Clubhouse to FaZe Clan in the semifinals. That game is incredibly close, but again, only from a legacy perspective. You're not supposed to take Team Empire here, but how are they shaping up these days?
I mean, they've been a little bit weaker, definitely in the history on Clubhouse recently, but man, that Chalet being left up is a giant mystery box that Empire handed to Invictus Gaming. Empire said, you don't know how good we are on this map. We probably don't even know how good we are on this map because we've never really played it.
I want to know what's in the box.
I want to know what was in the box too, but IG said, not going to risk it.
Well, they did play Clubhouse. It was a 7-5 victory for Empire, but it was over a week in TSM, so you'd have to believe that IG saw things in that match that they believe they can exploit.
I believe IG so far at this point have proven that they are legit competition. Empire did not have that against TSM, especially on this map, and they had it against Liquid in spades, obviously. But IG are legit. So don't go into this map thinking it's going to be a freebie or that you have some sort of weird expectation for what, like, if a 4-2 half, a 3-3 or something like that. Empire still need to be the same dominant strategic force that they've always been, but against IG, it will be a tougher challenge. So for the viewers at home, this will be a closer contest straight up.
Yeah, and if Empire actually can get through this group stage by only showing 2 maps, they're going to have an immense information advantage in a best
Soniqs
of threes.
Implications, anyone?
Yeah, that's what Soniqs tried to do, right?
Yeah.
But then they lost. Empire aren't losing, or at least not yet. So this will be a huge advantage for Empire if they can get there. Keep in mind the last time these two teams played a couple of days ago in the groups, it was an 8-6 victory for Empire. And that's the one result that if we get an 8-6 or an 8-7 for Empire, that would put a lot of implications on that Liquid IG game. So, I mean, I agree with what you're saying, Jacob. This is going to be way closer than it looks, I think, on paper, especially before the events.
Yeah.
But it's still going to be tough for IG. It's still going to be tough. I think this is a team that has relied on a couple of players having some exceptional performances.
That's true.
So if they have a couple of slip-ups, especially in the mental department, that could be a little bit detrimental.
Okay, we're going to go through the teams really quick because it was a very interesting map pool conversation that we had to have first. If you've been watching this, you know who the players are. We're going to start with IG very quickly. If you're new to IG, Speakeasy has been, and Hysterics have been popping off. They're kind of the guys to watch on this team.
Yeah, I think Speakeasy, I said it yesterday, I'm going to say it again, has had the best stage of his entire career, and this is not a new player. He's been really having a great time so far here in Mexico, and just an amazing fragger. He's always in the right positions. His coordination with the rest of his teams and the clutch factor or what have you has been phenomenal, and I think he's been the biggest reason why IG have made it this far.
Joe's also had a better impact in his first international environment than I figured that he would.
Sure.
So as a Zof player, that's nice that you have just somebody who's very stable in that capacity. And like IG mentioned in their press conference, they have their roles figured out now. When they had Ysera on the team, there were still a lot of doubts, but now everything is set in stone. And they're now at a point where they have the ability to knock off Team Empire to get into a playoff position. If that doesn't tell you how well-rounded this team has suddenly become in a very short span of time, I don't really know what does. And that's also coming off the heels of a not super hot APAC South season, and they still managed to cruise through that and the playoffs to get here. So everything about this team seems like opportunists with the skill. They just have to put it to use.
I think yesterday against TSM, Hysterics was a player that was in great positions every single time. His flanks looked amazing until he started shooting his gun. And I know this guy can frag. I know he's amazing. And even in the second half of that game, he did step it up. But it felt like at the start of their game against TSM, it was an important game for them. It felt like he was getting a little bit of the shakes. He wasn't playing how he usually does. And I think he's a player that can choke up sometimes, right? And in a game like this, with everything on the line, my biggest worry for IG is that somebody like Hysterics shuts down and doesn't have a big game.
All right. Well, that's it for IG. We're going to get immediately into Team Empire. And production will just catch up with us when we do that. So Empire came in. Let's see here. They did very well in the group stage best of ones at SI. Maybe not so well in the playoffs. Very well. Top team in Europe. So #1 seed. Expect them to go to playoffs. Joystick, maybe the star player of this team. Joystick hasn't had maybe his best event ever. Is that fair to say?
Totally. So far, it's nowhere near the same group stage performance that he had at the 6th Invitational, but he's still been very solid. Alongside Shepard, who has the most clutches, or coming into today, the most clutches and the most plants of any player so far throughout the group stage. He's been playing phenomenally, always on a sledge roll, has been doing great, but it's Dan and Joystick who are the two that I think we're probably going to be looking out for the most right now.
Definitely. Joystick has moved on to a little bit more of a flank watch, kind of roam hunting play style. He's been playing on that Jackal, and I think he's definitely given some of the better operators with the better guns over to Dan, and Dan has done amazing so far in the group stage. He has been their best player this week.
Great. That's it.
That's all.
I really love how you rap got it through all of Team Empire's group stage history when we started. Again, that's another proud dad moment for me.
Yep, Desk Daddy is here.
Let's make that a trend, please. Hashtag Desk Daddy.
All right, well, to get past that as quickly as possible, I think Team Empire is going to win this one, Monty.
Okay.
Because, again, I'm worried that IG are going to shut down with a couple of the players. They are still a little bit of a newer roster. Empire are more experienced. They're the team coming from Europe, so they are coming from a stronger region despite APAC's success here at this event. I got to bet on Empire.
Overall, Empire is still becoming the safe bet, or has been the safe bet for quite some time. Invictus are back on the rise, but yeah, overall, Team Empire just simply makes the most sense currently. You can't rely on solely Speakeasy and Hysterics to make all the impact on that team.
There you go. And now let's get into game. And we've got 2 banger certifiers to certify this banger. It's
They are
Kickstar
certified.
and Intero.
What do you say?
Why are you laughing?
I didn't hear what he said to me about my name, by the way.
I don't know.
Literally like, talking about the throw.
He was just laughing, and then he said your name. Maybe he just thinks you're funny.
I doubt that.
You're really funny.
He is Desk Daddy.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah,
he just bought that just now.
DeskDaddy.com.
Now he owns it.
That's his new custom vanity
URL.
URL. This is a huge matchup. And in fact, it might end up being the last major consequence so far today, depending on what happens on the other stream, because right now Team 1 and Soniqs are playing against each other, and then the last playoff spots that are available are between Empire and Invictus, and Team 1 versus Cyclops. Now, it looks like Cyclops is going to get it, but mathematically, it's still possible that Team 1 can get it. Here, it's pretty simple math. If either team wins in regulation, that's it. The final spot is theirs. It gets a little murky if Invictus wins in overtime, because right now Empire is ahead. If they both end up tied at 9 points apiece, then it depends on what happens in the Team Liquid matchup against Invictus immediately following this. So, because just not to try to confuse you, but that's where things get murky. The basic math and the thing that we're going to keep our eye on right now is if either team wins in regulations, that's it. The spot is theirs. Spoilers for you, and I know this is a live broadcast, but spoilers for you in the previous matchup. G2 dragged NIP kicking and screaming out of the groups. They will both be on planes home. 2 former world champion teams, neither will be around anymore. That means that DarkZero and DWG KIA have locked in their spots in their group, joining the wide variety of other teams that will be sticking around and playing their first match on Friday.
Yeah, I talked about when we were watching that match, Parker, and we're going to go ahead and load into Clubhouse, everybody. We are ready, primed, no more waiting. It's Invictus versus Empire. Let's get this show on the road. But yeah, we were talking about it while we were watching there, and I think that win for G2, yeah, they're going home, but that's substantial to beat NIP and to know that they can do that. It also is a serious martyrdom, taking NIP. They're like, if I'm going down, you're coming with me. And yeah, down goes Ninjas in Pyjamas, the reigning world champions. And they aren't going to lose that title here in this event, obviously, but it's still substantial. So the ban phase begins. Invictus on defense, and they will be the first to ban out Maverick.
This is a tremendously strong map historically for Team Empire, but obviously the Team Empire that we see before us is not the same Empire that has existed from time and space and from long, long ago. We'll let the operator bans go through while I just clarify what I meant about how it gets murky, Michael, because this picture of the playoffs is what's most important. At the moment, Team Liquid are first in the group. They've secured their spot. They have 12 points. Second is Team Empire with 8 points. Third is Invictus with 7. If Invictus wins their match against Empire in regulation and then also beats Team Liquid in regulation, Team Invictus Gaming, they end up in first in the group. They leapfrog over Liquid, and Empire goes out. The only time where things get a little bit sketchy is if Invictus wins in overtime. Empire defeated Invictus in their first game 8-6. If the same scoreline results, but with Invictus winning 8-6 in overtime, then the head-to-head is technically tied. The amount of maps won is technically tied, with Invictus winning 3, to Empire's 3. Both teams are tied at 9 points, and then ultimately what happens in that Liquid game will determine whether Empire or Invictus end up leaving the group. So for those of you that want some kind of certainty and closure here, let's hope it doesn't go to overtime. That's basically the point to be made.
As a reiteration here is that if either of these teams win in OT, that's it. They take the spot.
No.
Done.
Regulation.
Sorry, see, you confused me, Parker, and now I'm confusing everybody else.
If the team wins
in regulation,
and there is no overtime required, the team that wins goes on, the loser goes home.
Right, yeah.
It's that simple.
No, actually, yeah, I just mixed the two.
It gets way more complicated if it goes to overtime. That was my point.
Yeah, hopefully that doesn't happen so that nobody has to scratch their head and wonder. But we have here the first defensive round, and it's going to be IG starting on Jim. I like a start on Jim. I think it's different. It's interesting. It's the word I would use.
It is certainly a fascinating choice, yes. This is usually known as the tertiary bomb site on this map. It is seldom seen unless absolutely required. Now, with it being the first site for Invictus, it absolutely is not required. They could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, and I think that going here just to upset the flow just a little bit, that's a good start for Invictus. I don't know if it's going to work against Empire, to be honest, but I'm looking forward to seeing the result. Extension into cash, and the hold is there with 2 shields, top red. Interesting kind of setup here from Invictus. Mirror window going on to the office wall into workshop. This is you and I's first time casting Invictus, if I'm not mistaken, Parker.
That is absolutely correct.
It's interesting to see some different Siege being played, and I like this setup we're seeing already from Invictus. It's different.
With us casting Invictus, not to make it all about ourselves, but with us casting...
Two Atomic Group A games are coming up next here on the Bravo stream. The last 2 games we're at all going to have here on the B stream. It is the end of groups today, and it'll have to be the end of a couple more teams to decide which of our top 16 will, of course, move on to the playoffs when they kick off tomorrow. We'll reel it in for now, though, and we'll focus on the present. I'll get my 2 boys out as well, Tim and Des, that will be joining me for this one, as we have a stacked double billing. It's like an Emmerdale omnibus, Des. Team 1 taking on 2 different teams.
Hope it's not quite as boring as an Emmerdale omnibus, to be honest with you, Jackie, but fingers crossed, because for Team 1, this is a shot at gold. NIP had it, they threw it away. Surely LATAM can't give that opportunity up twice in one day, because they need to do the double, and they've got to do it as if this were a speed run, Jackie, like they were going for a world record. The less rounds they lose in this first game, the easier the second one should be, but they still got to win both of them.
They also ideally need to avoid that overtime caveat as well. We want games that are in regulation, right, Tim?
Yeah, absolutely that. They need the full 6 points to tie things up with Cyclops now, and then it trickles all the way down to rounds 1 percentage. Now, the important factor to remember there is it's slightly different to round difference. When we're talking about rounds 1 percentage, the fewer rounds you win in, the better your percentage is going to be. For example, 7-1, 7 out of 8 is a higher percentage of rounds 1 than 7-5, 7 out of 12, for example. So you're going to get a better percentage by winning quicker. So yeah, Team 1 need to come in here. They need to have as good a result. We're not going to get into this many rounds, that many rounds, because it's just too complicated. We don't need to just yet. For the time being, all you need to know is Team 1, if they want to progress, they need to just beat the Soniqs by as many rounds as quickly as they can.
Yeah, it's got to be two very cleanly cut games in favour of Team 1. That's the storyline we're looking at. That's the rough cut. We'll start off with Team 1 then, Des. Obviously, the side that have already come out and somehow been able to slip a coastline through the veto. It worked well in one of their games. What more have they got in store for us? And can this team potentially go on to do it?
I think with how things have gone so far, the real honest answer is no. I had concerns coming into the whole thing for Team 1 in general, to be honest with you. You know, Alamau's been the big player that everyone gets super buzzed up about, that we all get really excited for. Ultimately, he's done okay, but also had some really, really quiet games where they just haven't really put out the numbers they could. You know, Cyclops embarrassed them on Oregon, quite frankly, yesterday. So I'm thinking, with how things have gone so far, it's another case of NIP, full of promise, but just not quite delivering in Mexico.
Mexico City has not been kind to a lot of our LATAM teams.
Ironically, yeah.
Yeah, I suppose unless your name's Team Liquid, really, right, Tim?
Been pretty kind to Team Liquid so far. But yeah, Team 1, they've got the odds really stacked up against them here. You know, that's the reality. This is one of them situations where everything has to go right for them. At this point in time, you'd have to say that the favour sits heavily with Cyclops. But if we can see a top performance out of Team 1, we know how good they can be. We know how much of a gunner Alamau is. As Des said, they've just not really shown it to us. Maybe they're saving the best for last. Maybe they're going to bring it out now. Who knows? But they're going to have to if they want to go through.
If that is the case, they are really cutting it close and playing a fantastic game of chicken here at the Major. But I think it's about time that they reveal their true colours. One of the players that will be at the forefront of that, from more of a leading role, of course, will be Lagonis. Calm, cool and collective Des. Whenever me and Tim would speak to him, he was always the stand-up pillar of a man. Really engaged, really focused, always striving to improve. Was one of the first to admit his mistakes and always quick to remedy them. Issue is, of course, fragging is probably going to be the key thing we need to see out of this team, not just smarts.
This is the thing, right? You can be the nicest guy in the world and everyone wants to be your mate and you buzz your team up. That is all well and good, but sadly for Lagonis, he is one of the lowest rated players, if not the lowest rated. I think actually just above Super, the guy that we were talking about just in our little break and about the smack being talked on Twitter. Lagonis is second highest in the game, or second lowest, sorry, in the whole tournament at the moment. He's definitely doing things from the back, but what the worry is for this team and has been for the longest time, Alamau is the guy dragging them forwards, even from a more supportive position on things like the smoke. We need to see more step up. Levy's done all right so far. Kind of a tickle in there as well from KDS. But again, it needs to be a real team effort here. We keep on saying it, Jackie, but it's true. You cannot afford to have a one-man team at this level.
No, absolutely not. You do need everyone stepping up. And obviously, as we've said, we've been putting so much stock into a lot of these key players, specifically Alamau, right? We were hyping him up, Tim, when we had the game back yesterday. We thought we were going to see him having a worldie of a performance, which he normally does, but he just didn't. He looked a bit flat.
Absolutely. Quiet Major by his standards at the absolute least, no two ways. I mean, KDS, you've picked up on him there, Des. Again, very, very good stage 2 from KDS and somebody that Team 1 have come to rely on as well to back Alamau up. Neither of them really putting down big numbers here at the Major, and it is definitely an influential factor in this team's success or lack of it. And if we're going to get anything out of these two games, we're going to need to see those two players go really, really big.
Yeah, and if we're saying Team 1 are the team that needs to win both of these games, their opposition, the team that should be destined to lose, of course, would be Soniqs. Soniqs that have had a rough event, Des. I think that's fair to say.
It has been. Look, a lot of experience being collected for these boys in what for some of them has been their first big LAN outing after quite some time as well. Yeti, the man that you just saw flag up, it's been a while. You know, I think for them it's the experience gathering, and a lot of teams said this coming into it. The APAC teams especially, who clearly are looking a little bit deeper for the experience they want to be collecting here. But I think for them, the experience they've walked away with, the teams that they have faced, what I always love about these big events is think about the ideas they'll have got from playing each other, scrimming each other, talking about the game, scrimming local teams in the region that you've currently gone to visit. It just leads to a lot of cross-pollination in ideas, and I'm sure Soniqs will have a lot to take back with them, lots of things to have a think about, and I'm hoping that again in 3 months, we'll see them coming out of the oven, ready to fire off and show us what they're really made of.
You'd really hope that they have made the most of it as well, right? Because even if you struggle in the group stage, even if you have a rough showing at the actual event, as you've just said, you're there in person, you're in LAN for the first time in a while, you have all of the regions of the Siege globe right in front of you. You can get those pracs in, you can get those benchmarks. It allows you to have more depth in your playbook the longer this team goes on for, Tim. For them, what will they be aiming for coming into this? Obviously, no real pressure on Soniqs, to be honest. Everything's on Team 1. Do you feel like we could see a different style from Soniqs if they go out here and just pug it out?
I mean, it's like I said about G2, effectively. You know, these are competitive players. None of them turn up to lose. It's just not in their nature. They want to win every single round. They want to win every single gunfight. And there's still that element to them. They're going to want to come in and win here. But also, there's the potential to have a little bit of fun. There's the potential to try a few things out and just see how it goes against a top tier team like Team 1. So it's always difficult. You don't know what you're going to see out of a team like the Soniqs when there's not much to play for. A team like anybody, effectively, when there's not much to play for them personally, and it's coming down to pride, it's coming down to performance. That's when you can get the really wild moments, and it just depends how the other team sort of manage and deal with that.
Someone I want to talk about a little bit here, Des, as well. He's a bit of a warrior when it comes to the game, and definitely on Twitter as well. What have we got coming out from Super, a player that we've actually got some highlights for here as well?
A lot of crap out of his mouth, if I'm completely honest with you, Jackie. Man loves talking smack on the timeline or in the venue, apparently. No matter which way you want to go with it. He has got a big mouth, right? But ultimately, I'm a massive fan of personalities in the scene. And if Super brings nothing else, it's a good laugh. When it comes to the actual game itself, I think like Lagonis here is one of the players that does slip his way down the rankings. I mentioned Lagonis is second from bottom. Guess who's at the very bottom? It is Super. So we've got two players here, but you know, Super is a big in-game leader as well. He's the kind of outspoken one for the team. He's the one who's going to cheer them through and when things are going well and drag them back up when things aren't going so well. So two very similar players, I'd wager, in Lagonis and Super in terms of their role on the team. It's kind of a who can drive their troops forward here to deliver success.
Sometimes, though, Des, you've got to lead by example if you want the rest of your army to follow you into
He ain't
battle.
your guy, Jackie. He ain't your guy.
It's rough. It's rough. We'll see. We'll see if maybe, you know, at this point, he might be feeling like if he's going to be giving it, he might as well give it in-game as well, because Soniqs, they just need to get out there and do some damage. I'll tell you what I do really love as well. Just the dapper attire that comes out here. In terms of best dressed coach, I think we found it for Soniqs.
He is pretty dapper, to be fair. I'll tell you what, Tim.
Look at that.
You got a new challenger for your job, mate.
You think? Coming in,
Yeah.
maybe a stronger pattern shirt might take him off the edge, but he's substituting that out and bringing the waistcoat and the tie. So
that's it.
It's a great effort coming in.
Is that what pink are we working with there? Would you say that's like a salmon pink, or is that?
Oh, I think salmon's a little bit. Actually, maybe
it's quite salmony. Right?
It's kind of like a lilac-y sort of vibe though as well.
I love the look.
Yeah, it's very light pink, kind of slight purple.
He does look good. He does look good. Issue is, right, it's not a fashion show, or else we would probably give them the award.
I'm not sure about the tie, though.
No?
It makes you feel, it's quite wedding vibe. I don't know.
Yeah, I suppose as well, if we're going for the colour theory, right, you've got the pink, then combo it with the white and the grey. Where are we? It all gets a bit mismatched. You need something baseline.
Yeah, I feel
level.
like, drop the tie, open the shirt up a little bit. I know Tim really likes doing this all the way up, but, just do it down. Oh, maybe get a zoom in. Look.
There we go.
Right, Tim, give me an out of 10 rating on this, right? What would you, would you be happy walking around like that? And if not, why not?
I'm personally not a fan of waistcoats, just because I find them a bit restrictive. I tend to get too hot in them. But I like.
You are too big as well as the muscles.
Well, this is it. I like the way that it looks. So I wouldn't wear the waistcoat myself, but I like the way that it looks. I like the outfit with the jeans, the pattern on the shirt. I think it's a strong look coming in. I'm going to give him a good 8 out of 10 there.
It's powerful. It's also, to be fair, Des, you've got to think of the animation, right? If they got a big win in, that tie could be ripped off in a thunderous fashion.
To be fair, yeah. He could definitely dress down a lot quicker. I mean, he's got the sleeves rolled up, so he's kind of half ready to party. The expectation's there, but he hasn't fully committed to it yet. I just realised, by the way, it's Joe. It's Jobbro on Twitter. Yeah. I remember following before. Yeah, I just realised. So I was like, oh, yeah.
There you go. Well, that was the fashion review. Let's switch focus and start zooming in on where the actual battlefield could be for this game then. We'll have a look at the veto for this one and see what we're going to be working with between Team 1 and Soniqs. Tim, terms of the maps for this? Is there any strong inkling one way or another?
Absolutely none. All bets are off. You've got you've got the Soniqs coming in, and they're just not necessarily going to be happy to play anywhere, but you know, it probably doesn't matter too much either. Why not try and throw a little bit of a spanner in the works? Just go somewhere that you can have a bit of fun. Team 1, I think, are going to want to avoid places like Coastline. You really don't want to take the roll of the dice on a game this important. 3 points essential, so it's got to be. Team 1 have got to be looking for their absolute best. They've got to be looking for something that they're really confident on. Maybe even something that they've hidden. Maybe something that they've kept under wraps. This is the time to use it.
I'm rolling, I think, on Coast, Villa, Club, Cafe all being banned away. Chalet's already been taken out. I reckon Coastline could be a conversation. Maybe a consulate or
big
coast.
Risk is coast.
That's where I think I'm leaning at the minute, though. Coast or cons is where I think I'm leaning, Tim.
Consulate, I think, yeah, there you go. I mean, it's Soniqs ultimately that take Coastline out. I think had they not, I don't know. I know the Latam teams like Coastline, but it's just a big gamble.
Oh, sorry. I said Coast to get banned. Yeah, Coast, Cafe, Villa, and what else did I say?
Consulate.
Villa Club, Villa, Cafe, Club, Coast. They were the 4 that I thought were going to go away. Because Cafe, despised by the Soniqs, despised by Team 1. Club, despised by Team 1. Soniqs, they despise Coastline, they despise Cafe. I'd love an Oregon, but I don't think Team 1... I know Team 1 do play it a lot. A hell of a lot. All right, maybe... Not a Villa, though, please. You've seen that so much lately.
We have seen plenty of Villa through the group stages.
Team 1 hate Villa. Ban it. Oh, you're kidding me. All right. I mean, they've played it twice in the last 3 months and lost. They lost to Empire, they lost to FaZe, they banned it away 17 times. Teams know they're not that great at it because they've only banned it away against them 3 times.
I think the only factor that I can really say for this as a redeeming quality as well is, I know obviously it was a while ago, but Alamau at least used to be very effective on Villa as a standpoint, but then again, I suppose it's a moot point because he's had a rough tournament anyway, Tim.
Yeah, that's it. You know, we can't even be going on that factor of saying individual players have really stood out and shone, because if they do here, it's not going to be consistent with what we've seen throughout the tournament. In reality, you know, it's going to be a bit of a surprise performance, but there is still that level of comfort, I suppose. You get on a map that you're happy with, and maybe that is the turning point for somebody like Alamau.
Well, let's see if we're all still happy with our predictions for this one. We'll bring them on in and see what our grey gears had cooked up. In terms of predictions, Des, I'll start off with you. Who did you go for and for what?
I must have said Team 1 quite surely. I know, again, what I've been saying about Lagonis and Super being right down the very bottom of the pile, but Soniqs just ain't done it for me this tournament. Again, 3 more months in the oven. Team 1 ain't really done it for me either, but I think there's more to them than what we've seen out of Soniqs so far. Team 1, easy pick, Jackie.
Fair play. It makes sense. The Latam lunacy has completely rubbed off on him, Tim. Tim, who did you go for?
I'm almost certainly Team 1 as well. I'll be backing them just on the basis that who doesn't want to see a last-ditch run? Obviously, Cyclops fans, they don't want to see a last-ditch run from Team 1. But other than that, what a Cinderella story this could be. Tough first few days, and then on the second day, they come back with a big 6 points and manage to win on like round 1 percentage. It's just... the story almost writes itself, so I'm backing it.
It would be miraculous and it would be magical. I went for Team 1 as well, purely just off the fact that I couldn't vote against Lagonis. I don't have it in me. His little face, his little plushie of the Loch Ness Monster, Des, I just couldn't go against him.
That's exactly that, right. I just saw, by the way, that Aniton from Cyclops has put out a tweet saying super cheering party. They're naturally cheering hard for the Soniqs right now because they know
they will be. What's this game?
Oh, that's it. Yeah, if Team 1 lose this game or if it goes through to overtime, no matter what the outcome, Cyclops don't have to worry about that game against Team 1. They'll have done it. That's it. Whereas Team 1, no, this has to be a win. It has to be all 3 points. Otherwise, their dream is done and dusted, just like NIP's.
That's the scary part. When you get left in a group this late into it, last day of groups, and you've essentially left your tournament lives up to other teams, it just becomes so grim to keep your mentality high. Team 1, though, certainly looking like the energy is high there off the back of the huddle, boys. Look at them. They're pumped up, Tim.
They certainly are. Chubb's just firing them up there. The coach stood behind them. And they've got everything they need. They've got the players, they've got the ability, they've got the knowledge. We know that. They've got the energy, they've got the passion, they've got the desire. All they've got to do is put all of those things together. It looks like Alamau's putting a few words together already. He is giving it here. He's definitely sending it across. There was a bit of banter back and forward between these teams previously, I think. All in good spirits. And spirits are high right now.
Oh, yeah.
Giving it
in
at the
Alamau.
LAN
Yeah, I
hall.
remember.
Yeah, giving it at the LAN hall, giving it in the server. That's what we need to see from Team 1, though. They have to win both of these games, but you at home are the real winners because you get to enjoy Tim and Des casting it. Lads, kick it off. Have fun.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Second last time tonight we'll be taking a throw away from Jackie. Tim, Villa, the one we're stepping into. We've seen a lot of Villa lately. And quite a bit of variety as well. Some teams enjoying living library, some not wanting to go there at all. Some preferring to stay near the fridge in the kitchen to get a few tasty morsels as teams come roaming up on Knock, for example. Earlier on, we saw it being pretty good at the start for the Soniqs, but they bled out hard when it came round to the second half of the map. So I'm thinking here, Team 1, you get to that halfway point with a few rounds on the bounce and you feel like you can take the rest. Should be plain sailing for them, really.
I think that's maybe why, that could be part of the thought process for Team 1 picking this, Des. The fact that they've literally watched Soniqs play it a few hours ago. And they've just thought, yep, absolutely. We know what they're likely to bring. We know what they're likely to do. Whether that is what the Soniqs repeat or whether they come out and just do something completely and utterly unexpected, time will tell. But, it could certainly be part of the thought process for Team 1.
All right, bands, to kick things off. I'll actually get up my little tab here as well so we can look at what the bans were from the game earlier on. Soniqs banned away Thatcher, BDS banned Ash Jaeger because they're being sneaky little devils and hiding away all the bans they've got. And Soniqs' final ban was the KIA because why would you want to leave it on side and have it be a little bit of a troublemaker without the Thatcher on side to remove it? You ain't going to be the pick coming out of Team 1. You are going to see more serious bans coming out of them. I'm pretty sure we did see the Soniqs trying to make use of this earlier on to the stage that Rafal brought along the Warden. Valkyrie finally going to go away. And I imagine the final ban here from the Soniqs will be that Kaid.
More than likely. Thatcher, Ying, Valkyrie and Kaid going by the wayside. They will not be available for the entirety of this matchup between Team 1 and the Soniqs. So just a reminder for anybody joining us, anybody who's maybe not just seen the little pre-show, Team 1 need a full 3 points. Simple as that. Nothing else will do. And it is only the first step in the journey for them. They need the full 3 points. Then they need a full 3 points against Cyclops. And they also need to worry about the scores. So basically, the quicker and bigger they can win, the better.
Hopefully it's a big win for the boys. Otherwise, I know I'm going to have you and Jackie coming to me, crying on my shoulder, saying, another LATAM team didn't make it, Des. And I don't want that, mate. No one wants to end on a sour note. It's been a wicked 3 days for us on the B stream. We need to see some pump coming out of these boys. Give us a special one. You saw Alamar giving a bit of smack to Yeti. It's what we love to see. And he's starting off with the Lion on side, something that quite a few teams have been rocking over the last few days. Not enough that it's at the stage where it's highly, oppressive, but still highly valuable to a team because that Gonzix is the secondary, just enough to tip him over the edge to being viable.
I mean, but genuinely, I don't mind who goes through out of this group. Team 1, Cyclops, it's a great story either way. That's the honest truth. What I want to see is just a good mix of the regions in those playoff stages. The ideal would be 2 from each. I don't think that we're necessarily going to see that. There is still the possibility. BDS are already in there. Empire could join them, so we could still see. I mean, how beautiful would that be? A perfect mixture of 2 from each region going into the playoffs. You really start showing how close the regions are becoming. But for me, I'm not biased here. I'd like to see Team 1 get the win simply because of the story for that last match. Soniqs don't stand to gain anything from winning here. Whereas if Team 1 win, it all comes down to that Cyclops game. And I'm just thinking from a purely selfish perspective of we'll know how many rounds do they need to win by, what do Cyclops need to do. It's just going to be absolutely riveting, and I don't want to miss out on that.
It's the dream thing that we come here for. The dream theatre for Team 1 is what Villa is going to be renamed for the entirety of potentially the next 15 rounds. Although I guess once the point gets past the 12th round, it's no longer a dream factory, but more a grim reminder of what could have been. Grenade coming singing towards the back. Gets the shield and the ADS protecting this corner for Rexon. now unprotected, has to use more of the scenery around in the pillars of the building of Villa itself. We've also got Neskin here, sat on a little alternative angle, playing out, trying to watch for the rotates coming through. I feel he might have just missed a man crossing there between the sides as he came out of Vault and moved deeper inside of gaming. On the may come to Rue as the second one also makes the crossing. Takes a little shot here. Grixer on the way through, but not enough to see him taken down. In fact, I think that might have been a team shot as well.
Kansan just opening up a vertical angle there, just having a look down towards the bottom of the main stairs, see if he can catch anybody out if they do try to push up through the south side and try to make a move that way. But Yeti just moving down those red stairs, potentially thinking he hears something underneath. Had a little listen, but I couldn't hear anything. Rexon manages to find the opener onto Lagonis, and it's all going wrong for Team 1 already as Kansan gets the kill onto Neskin as well. Alamau knows that there's one above him, just looking to challenge onto those main stairs. He's looking to try and find the shots onto Grixer, but can't. And meanwhile, Kansan comes down, finds the kill. KDS, Levy, it's all down to them. Levy goes by the by. Kansan, big round. Triple kill from him. It's up to KDS. He is 1v3. Sends in the Gemini decoy to take out the laser gate. Sends in the nades. He's very unlikely to have any joy. Gone 6 takes out the bulletproof camera. Default camera gone. He's removing information, but they know exactly where he is. Look, all guns are pointed in his direction. Nade goes out to try and deal with Vault, but the shots, they're going to rain in any second. That's exactly what happens. There's tracers coming from every direction. It's Grixer who manages to finish it off from the Vault, and that is Soniqs taking round 1 to the bank.
Teams are going to be so useful to trying to push inside of Aviator and getting gunned down from the many different cross angles being set up like that. Good first round from Soniqs and Kansan. Again, I bigged him up in the game earlier on. Really impressed, actually, as the tournament has wore on with his performances. Everyone coming into this was like, Rexon, Grixer, the big two that you got to be excited about. But Kansan consistently impressing, and I'm not saying that just because it's a triple kill coming out, but especially in the earlier games in this group stage, the ways that he'd be sitting there and cutting off rotates or just catching individual members off guard was really, really well played from him. Lots of promise in him, as well as Rexon and Grix are the ones that people have been talking about for the Soniqs, and the ones that rightly so a lot of fans have been excited to see perform well.
You're right, we've been spending plenty of time shouting Kansan's name, and he's definitely one to keep an eye on. He's got big moments in him, plenty of kills, and is an exciting player to watch. As I say, I've enjoyed watching the Soniqs, and generally the brand of siege that they bring in, it is exciting to watch. They will get aggressive, they will go for kills, and it's a lot of fun. So we'll see if they can keep winning rounds here. They are certainly here to play. 1-0 on the defense, and the thing is, there's every single round that goes in for the Soniqs, there will be a big celebration wherever the Cyclops team are watching this. You can guarantee it. Every single one is going to receive a cheer from them, because every single one is one closer to seeing them in the playoffs. It's also just making it easier. Should Team 1 get the victory, the tighter that victory is, the better it is for Cyclops. It means the fewer rounds they need to win to secure the position.
One of these looking at it now, where I think for the Soniqs, that one round, as you mentioned, side of Cyclops are going to be cheering something spectacular. However, looking at how things are shaped up for Team 1, it hasn't been bad throughout the tournament. Like I keep on saying, I don't want to say it's over just yet, especially when there's a double kill raining in from Kansan. A quick update, by the way, is there are other important games going on right now on the A stream. Invictus versus Empire. The winner of that game, I'm pretty sure if Empire win decisively, at least, will be the ones walking through as the winner. They are currently 5-1 up on Clubhouse, and they've just finished their attack in half. In comes Alamau onto Kansan, the man of the hour I was celebrating earlier on.
Super just moving around Astro with Sinin playing there repeatedly on the smoke. It is the usual position. Takes a little dip down, finds the kill onto Alamau as he does so. It was great reactions from Super. Now then, we've got a kill going in either direction. It's a direct trade as Rexon and Neskin take each other down. Lagonis is looking to push in and deal with Super behind the shield. Out comes the peak. Down goes some damage. They're continually getting chipped at here, Lagonis. He doesn't have an option of egress at the minute. He needs to just wait for that smoke to dissipate before he can push back through and try to take an alternate angle. He's just getting absolutely locked down in the bathroom here as the Toxic Babe canisters continue to fly. Challenging onto the deployable shields, not going to be easy, and in a 1v3 he decides to dip away and try to find kills elsewhere, but I don't think he knows about the man that is waiting hard right. He sees him, can't get a kill, misses the shots, and Grixer comes out and finishes things off for Soniqs, and it's going from bad to worse for Team 1 right now.
1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 right now. 1 Oh, boy. I mean, that's 2 on the bounce. I mean, tell me, Tim, I know you got the wonders of wizardry in the spreadsheet. Talk to me about the potential outcomes, because I know that we were saying if this gets to, like, say, a 7-5 in favor of Team 1, what needs to happen in that last game? Because with how it's going, Soniqs are starting strong, and I'm worried that, one, they might not even get over the finish line, but if they do, being at a 7-5 is like the worst case scenario for Team 1.
Okay, let's have a look then. So, basically, let's say we are 2-0 up for the Soniqs. So, let's say Team 1 just run it back in from here and it's 7-2. That's now the best case scenario that Team 1 can find, okay? So, going into the game again, Cyclops, they'll have a 48.21% win rate when looking at the rounds. Going into it at the minute, Cyclops have 54%. So basically, to keep it nice and simple for you, Cyclops, if they won 3 rounds, no, Cyclops would need to win 4 rounds at the moment to guarantee it. So if Team 1 wins 7-2 here, Cyclops don't need to win the game, they just need to get 4 rounds. Because if Team 1 win and they tie it up, it comes down to round win percentage, and 4 would be sufficient to give Cyclops the higher win percentage on rounds. As Soniqs get more rounds, that value will come down, and Cyclops will need fewer and fewer rounds.
Basically, squeaky bum time. If you're on Team 1's team, Team 1 side, time to get a move on is all I can describe it as. Living and Library, the next site we're stepping into, then similar sort of setup coming out of the side of Team 1 with that Lion still carrying in across the rounds. Ever-present Mute and Mozzie, that goddamn Mute Mozzie, still turning up for the side of Soniqs here. Has been carried in throughout the day for a good number of teams. In fact, over the last 3 days in general, I'd argue it's probably the, if not one of, most popular combinations that we've seen coming out.
Still no opening kill yet. We're nearly a minute into the round. Team 1 looking to get themselves into the master closet. In goes Levy, looking to join his teammates. They're looking for top floor control here. They are pushing on to a downstairs site. It's going to be living room and library for them to attack in round 3. So really, 90 corridor and the games room, they're the important areas. Vault as well, that's where your vertical angles are going to come from. But to be fair, we haven't seen vertical angles used too much by the attackers on this site. It does tend to be the defenders that want to try and hold them down and just prevent people moving into corridors and key positions with them.
It builds up into the minute half mark. In shaping, got drone work coming in from Team 1. Once again, want to get a sniff of what's going on around the site. Saw how it played out previously. Well, not really around the site, sorry, more around the top floor, because the assault into vault is what they're looking for here. Mirror window shattered out. Wasn't really of much use because no one was playing inside a study, but can't hurt to have that one open up to catch any cheeky rotates that might come through in a little while. C4 coming in from Grixer to help out with the first, and I coming in onto Levy. Again, Soniqs continuing on well. Another opening kill coming in.
Alamo is going to level that away with a kill onto Wrexham. 4 versus 4. That is not ideal for KDS, though, as the nade bounces back at him. Out comes the Nitro. Unsuccessful, but Kansan using the Vector to find himself a double. Absolutely ripping through them. Make that 3. Can he find 4? Alamo gets 1. Switches over. He's looking to find his kill. He knows that the man's going to move through the rotate potentially, but the shotgun will not serve him well. Alamo managing to find Kansan, but not before he got 3. Alamo, not low health, but certainly not full. Looking to drop down to that lower level and push directly onto site now. He's got 2 kills to find.
3K trades back and forth. He goes, Kansan, I see you. I'll raise you a 4 potentially, because he's got it all to do, as you say, by himself. I mentioned about how concerned I was that it might be a bit of a one-man team, but even he can't do it all for himself. Grixer taking the closing kill. Soniqs have got 3 rounds, Ace. They're 3 away from blocking Team 1 from the possibility of progressing here at Mexico.
And it's getting closer and closer, isn't it? At this point in time, that brings down the threshold for Cyclops. The best Team 1 can do is 7-3. If they achieve that, Cyclops now only need 3 rounds. It's getting easier and easier for Cyclops, and that's why I say they are going to be cheering every single one of these rounds that Soniqs puts on the board.
I've got a replay to show you as well, from what I hear here as well. A replay of the nade bounce coming through, which we'll take a look at just now. It's one that came in from KDS, straight the way through. Unfortunate bounce back off the wall, as you saw. Gets it open regardless. The man behind the bar itself, yet he doesn't find himself going down, but sometimes it comes down to those very, very specific angles that don't always go your way, Tim.
And that's it. You feel like if if they're not going to be going Team 1's way, it's probably not going to be their day. They're already 3 down on the defense. Soniqs are just looking good at the minute. They're looking like they could go 4-2, 5-1. And that's catastrophic for Team 1 is the best way that I can put it. You know, do I think Soniqs aren't going to find a single attack? No, I don't. I think they will find some. And if they've got 5 defensive rounds, they need 1 attack. That's it. And Team 1 are done. The amount of pressure that will be on the LATAM team's side at that point in time is massive. And right now, Cyclops, they're going to be sat there watching this, and they've got to be pretty happy with what they are seeing.
Again, that fan club for Super right now, they're about to name him some kind of like president of the club if this carries on. It was only formed about 15 minutes ago. They will end up lasting for eternity as Cyclops go on and perform some magic here at Mexico. So we'll see first and foremost, because there's been a couple of changes coming in for Team 1. The Jackal coming in for Lagonis, Levy stepping across to playing on the Amaru. Neskin opening up on the downstairs here, working his way in. Might be a crouch straight up side of Red Stairs. Hoping to catch someone unawares. There is someone lurking towards the top, but I think he's hoping for someone to come rotating up from Art potentially to get the close down there.
I feel like at the minute potentially for Team 1 that, and I don't want to be overly critical, it just feels like maybe they know this is the last roll of the dice. You know, they're trying to do something unpredictable now. They've got the Amaru on side. They've got Lagonis on the Jackal. They're struggling to deal with the Roamers, but it's just not going to matter as Yeti manages to find Levy. It's traded out immediately by Neskin, but it's still that war of attrition, and the attrition continues as Grixer finds KDS with a headshot inside a sight. Alemai looking to make a challenge down onto 90 corridor. The Jaeger steps out. Will wish he hadn't as Rexon gets downed and finished off by Alamo. And that leaves us now 3 versus 3, but these battles just come in so early in the round. Out goes the Nitro. Won't reach quite far enough to do any damage to Lagonis, but at the halfway mark, Team 1 take a little bit of a pause. Lagonis looking for that challenge onto Super, and it didn't work out too well last time.
He's too worried about Super coming up behind him here instead of when he goes to the plant. I don't think there's anyone able to cover him at this point. Alamal's focused entirely on what's going on 90. So for the rest of the team of Soniqs, it's a case of just sitting here and waiting for them to make a move and having a response. There are no more C4s, but there is one more smoke canister. That is enough to stop the plant. And don't forget, Tim, all this was kicking off as we hit about the 1 minute mark into the round. There's still 70 seconds to play with.
Alamau drops underneath. I'm just wondering if he's going to look to come and potentially challenge onto Super on the shield. He's going to go to the window that will just provide a little bit of support. It means that Super can't move in there, so Lagonis has the opportunity now to get moving. It's like the freeze is just taken off the game, and here comes the challenge as Neskin finds the head of Grixer. Can he find the second out of the vault? Absolutely not. That is a big kill. Lagonis still alive though and gets the diffuser down and then manages to rip the head off Kansan. 2 versus 1. It's all down to Super. He is full health, but he's got 2 to find. He knows that 1. He knows Lagonis is playing behind the map's desk, but he doesn't account for Almau on the window who can take him down.
I think on our other stream, by the way, just as a heads up, Empire may have gone on to beat IG decisively 7-1, I think the final scoreline, which will mean they go through. We don't have that crazy world scenario that we were talking about of all 3 APAC teams that turned up going through to the playoffs. In this instance, it's going to be just the 2, and the second one isn't yet fully locked in, but is looking ever more likely. 3-1 to the Soniqs, a good start on Villa for the defense, but finally, Team 1 have broken that defense open. They found the answer. It was a little bit scrappy, a good couple of kills coming in once they were inside of the site. Now the question is, can they repeat that stepping into other sites around the map?
Well, with that news reaching us, it certainly is looking like a possibility, Des, that we could have 2 from each region. We could have very even representation in the playoff stages, and I tell you what, that is absolutely mouth-watering. It is tantalising to think that we're going to have multiple teams for each region in that knockout phase. So far, we've got Empire and BDS representing Europe. We've got Liquid and Furia representing LATAM. We've got SSG, and we've got... Who else have we got for North America?
10 seconds to go.
We've got SSG and
DarkZero. There we go.
DarkZero, that's
it's
the
been
one.
a busy day. It's been a busy 3 days. You've got to forgive me. DarkZero joining SSG earlier, and now we've got Cyclops potentially going to be joining DWG KIA, and that is going to be a stacked playoff lineup if that's how it finishes.
Oh, okay. That's if this one still plays out that way. Of course, we don't yet know the full outcome of this group. Does mean that Group D is all wrapped up. The Group of Death didn't turn out to be so deathly. I mean, for TSM, like I said earlier on, maybe it is the Group of Death as they're the ones who have walked away the loser. But Group C was the one that stacked up as quite a hard one for us, and A is looking to be even spicier, with Cyclops potentially causing what many would call an upset coming into the competition. Now in a spot where they are on the brink of being able to get through, but for Team 1, again, it's still their chance to fight back. Stacking out towards the east here, maybe starting to think about getting themselves inside a Master. Rexon off on the roam, same story for Grixer and Alamau. Doing the sort of thing that normally you would see an Iana do here, playing off by himself down to the south side, I imagine, with the intent of pushing his way through and being the one that causes himself to be a bit of a thorn in the side of the defenders.
1 minute in and no entry kill to be found for either side yet. KDS pushing in underneath. Very, very unsure about that hatch being open. He's actually going to move back to the exterior of the map and look for ingress at another point. It's Neskin instead who starts moving into Memorial and looking to clear out underneath. But by the looks of it, at least the majority of the Soniqs are playing up on the top floor at the moment.
Fairly so. So you want to get things off here, maybe have one on the downstairs, but I think that changed away pretty quickly. It was just Rexon who was holding down there for the longest of times. Yeti, I think, is aware of what's Alamau trying to do, but Alamau's been sat on this drone now for about 90 seconds or so, I'd wager. The vast majority of this round, he's got himself on the south balcony, and outside of that, just sat here on the flank watch, waiting to see if anyone gets a little bit cheeky, and he's got the right sort of idea. Drone's been seen, and Yeti now must have the knowledge of, okay, then, now I know that someone's playing on the south side, otherwise, why would they have a drone this far down south? Start rotating himself back towards site here as we enter the final 60 seconds.
Levy just breaking out the window. He's going to rappel on in, just trying to join his teammates inside of the map. KDS going into the Gemini decoy there, trying to just again gain any information that he can. Levy knowing that there's likely somebody playing inside of Astro, so just breaches the floor underneath, forces Super out. He, in turn, just drops down the Toxic Babe canister just to prevent a push coming in from Bathroom, but Kansan will be downed at this time. He's not going to be finished off just yet, but he's unlikely to be collected. Out goes a nade there. Super still playing tight on these stairs. Tries to find one, finds none as KDS gets in and gets the kill, but Rexon finds Alamau at exactly the same time. 4 versus 3 though as the kills rain in. Grixer gets Lagonis and Grixer gets KDS. 2v2. He knows he's going to be challenged again. He's got Diffuser at his feet. He can keep this area locked down, but no, he allows Neskin to get in and pick it up. That could be a bit of a mistake. Neskin goes to get the Diffuser down on the ground. Grixer is all alone. The cover's in place, but he finds the man, and the time has ticked by, and Soniqs, what a play from Grixer. Ultra cool to just get in there and get the one kill that mattered.
You can see the call that came in as well. They thought he'd rotated up through Bathroom, which is why the second man left alive for Team 1 was watching up towards the north side or watching the rotate that came through onto the master wall. Really cool, calm and collected coming out of Grixer. Another big round for Soniqs, 4-1. If disaster could strike, Ace, I'd wager this is it if you're a Team 1 fan.
Certainly looking that way right now. It is all going towards the APAC team of Cyclops. Soniqs need 2 more rounds to guarantee overtime and to dump Team 1 out of the competition. They've got 1 more game left to play against Cyclops, but they need the full 3 here to be able to compete for the playoff spot. And the Soniqs, they just, honestly, they're looking like a different team than the one we saw last time around on Villa.
Yeah, just a little bit. It's a bit of a transformation for what we saw against BDS, which is the game you were referring to from earlier on today. Admittedly, they were against BDS, which, as we know now, is quite a tough challenge for any team. Now, the game at the very start of the day, BDS versus Cyclops, was a phenomenal game on Cafe. If you are just tuning in across from the A stream, I'm aware, of course, the game there has just rounded up, then, hey, welcome. If you are looking for a game to watch back later on today, fully recommend that BDS versus Cyclops one at the very start of the day. Right now, of course, we are watching the other 2 teams showdown. And as a recap on the storyline, Team 1 needs to win in regulation to keep the dream alive. They are 6 points behind the 2 teams in first and second place. That is BDS and Cyclops. Overtime, simply not allowed. But Soniqs, my God, are they making it hard for them right now.
They are. They're really putting them to the wall at the minute and just really turning the screw, making it very difficult for Team 1 to find any room inside of the map, find any kills whatsoever. Lagornis straight up onto that south balcony. Rappel opens the door into study. It's going to be the final defense for Soniqs this time around, and it's going to be Aviator Games. We have seen Team 1 successfully attack this site only once, though. They managed to get the diffuser down. Lagornis able to plant in behind the maps table, but it was a close run thing. There was an opportunity. It was 1v2 come the end for Super, but he just couldn't get in and make the challenge onto Lagornis to get himself started, as Alamau had him held from the study window. Now, the vertical nade's not going to do any damage for the time being. This main stairs has been a sticking point previously for Team 1, and we've got a man once again up at the top.
Here we go. This is such a common contestation point of this map. Main stairs being burnt out by a frag grenade. We've seen teams like Joe on Invictus Gaming actually running down the stairs to challenge once it all kicked off. We've seen teams like Team Liquid belting it back up. No, Liquid. It was a team from LATAM. I have no idea which one it was, but one of them were pelting it back up. In fact, it was Moringa charging with all the way back upstairs once he was getting threatened. So a few variants on the defense. The Soniqs here, a much more defensive one where Super was positioned at the top of the main stairs behind the shield and just saying, look, you want to force your way up, that's cool, but you need to nade out the square shield first. And here we are. Team 1 now have the control they need to start threatening inside of the study or working their way up 90. Alamar with a great kill from below onto Canton, who's had it rough for a couple of rounds in a row now, Tim.
He has. He came out with such a strong start, but then gone a little bit quiet. Still not a terrible performance so far. 7-4 over 6 rounds. He's certainly made his contribution, but Grixer is the man that you're looking towards at the minute. He's going really, really well. 9-1. He's the one that you really need to put down. Rexon manages to get the kill onto KDS. Finds him with a hot headshot and levels things up at 4 versus 4 here. Yeti looking to aggress back up those main stairs, but completely caught out by Alamau, who shuts him down and moves up there himself. Levy onto Rexon, and it's all falling apart for the Soniqs here on this defense as Alamau finds another. Lagornis with the last. Team 1 keep themselves fighting. They get another round. It's going to be 4-2 on the half.
I can't imagine too many know all the stories about Alamau. I mean, I didn't until you told me all about them, Tim. Buck main, smoke main, absolute terror on both of those operators, and showing it in that round with the 3K coming in, ensuring that at least that half doesn't end utterly tragically for the side of Team 1. They are still down 4-2, but they're the ones that step onto the defense. And Soniqs need to show something special here, because in that game against BDS earlier, they did not get a single attacking round.
They did not. And that is going to be something that Team 1 are going to be banking on here. And I know that Cyclops fans and Cyclops players watching this are going to be hoping that that is not the case. They are going to be willing the Soniqs on to get a couple of attacks at least. That is all that is needed to secure the APAC team's position in the playoffs. If Soniqs hit 6 rounds, then the dream is done. It's over for Team 1. But they are not going to believe that that could even be a possibility until it happens. They're not going to entertain the thought. They're going to try and turn dining and kitchen into an absolute fortress here. And Alamau's heading down to the basement, as we say, usually used as a bit of a transitional area more than anything. There's no soft floors to be able to challenge with that nitro. We've got Lagornis on the pulse as well. Quite a common pick for dining and kitchen. We see it used quite often because you're going to get the Soniqs probably trying to get vertical superiority up above them in Bathroom and Astro, but you're also having the potential of Lagornis just dipping down to the basement and looking to feed information on anybody pushing through the ground floor.
I think it's more on the anticipation that he could pop up seemingly anywhere. Now, I can't really imagine you're going to see any of those pests going down into that basement that we spoke about earlier on. For those who wonder, by the way, we had a conversation earlier on, me and Ace, about the callouts that you might find in basement and how we clearly know all of them. The one that you have to know that covers everything is quite simply just basement. Doesn't get any more complex than that. As Bandit bailed out on the downstairs has now been wonderfully shown by medics. If you can name 3 callouts down here, you get a nice big red tick from me as he screams to me in my ear, there are a lot of red carpets. You are right, and that's probably about as far as we can go with that one, medics.
Soniqs still outside of the building, and Lagornis just feeding information in. He's going to know that Kansan is into Closet now, for example. That's all going to be coming into Neskin, who's playing inside of Astro, but he's going to be challenged from the window by Yeti, who just dips himself away. probably doesn't know which operator it is necessarily that's challenging him from Astro, and it is a common one to see Nitros thrown onto that window, trying to catch anybody on the rappel. So doing quite the right thing to dip himself away and just keep his distance there so he doesn't get caught out by the explosives whilst he's droning. Kanzem, he's got the nade in hand. He's going to look to clear out this shield and just make Neskin's stay a little bit more difficult. And Neskin, quite rightly, has to dip away from that one. He's not going to give his life up too easily. He's still going to stay and try to have his teammates back. KDS challenging onto Master. A little bit of support coming in as well. And Team 1 really going heavy on this top floor hold.
Indeed they are. They've dropped coming down through the middle as well. Yeah, I was going to say, just then as you say it, dropped away pretty much immediately. So, this is the kind of moment here where Soniqs will be focusing on trying to chase down ghosts that have already left the top floor. Any hot drone work that might yet be to come out of the side of the Soniqs would reveal that that has been gone and sorted. However, they've only got a couple of drones remaining. Kanzen on one of them. And in fact, Super had one. That's also gone. So realistically, for this last 60 seconds or so, Soniqs are going in blind.
We're going to have to go in and find kills the hard way inside of the ADS, as KDS is going to hold on to that rotate for as long as possible. 35 seconds left to go. He's just waiting for that sound cue. Starts to creep forward himself. Yeti's holding down an angle, but the attackers can't do this forever. They need to get moving. They need to think about how they're getting onto site and where the diffuser's going to go down, and they fall foul. But Kanzen with a great trade there. He's been a bit quiet for the last couple of rounds, but he steps up when his team needs him and keeps us at a 4v4. LMO manages to find the kill onto Rexon though, and that is now a big advantage as Lagonis doubles down with one onto Grixer. This one's fallen apart for the Soniqs. It's 7 seconds left to go. Very unlikely that a diffuser goes down. Out comes the Nitro from a run out, but it's going to be Neskin and Alamo to finish off the round, and Team 1, they keep fighting.
Well, like I say, stepping into the defensive side for Soniqs, the attacks didn't go so well earlier, and that one is the start of what could be a very rough ride through to the end of the fixture. They're starting to close that gap now at 3 and 4. It's only the 1 round difference, and on the defensive side, you'd hope in the next couple of rounds they basically neutralize that lead for Soniqs altogether. Aviator Games going to be the site for round number 8. On the Sonic side, Yeti picking up the Twitch, of course, got a couple of buffs coming in the new operation. Very excited to see those come into effect. Let's see a really cheeky one earlier on, Ace, actually, on, I believe it was Bikini Body's Twitter, where he posted a little video, where essentially from the top of Cool Vibes on Coastline, you could blast a Goyo shield that is basically right at the very far back of Bar. It looks like you've just whacked out like a Spartan laser and just blasted that cannon to high heavens, or the shield, sorry, from high heavens all the way across the map. It's going to be pretty magical seeing our teams make good use of that one here in this round. The mirror on side as well for Levy. Imagine you're going to see those mirror windows pointed in towards Study.
Would be the usual setup, at least in some way, shape or form. You've got the soft wall off to one side, which is going to allow the challenge from Vault, and as you say, the mirror window may be placed there just to allow a little bit more visibility, but at the minute we've got the mirror off towards Master Closet, so we could well see a little bit of utility over that side as well. Levy has moved back now. I'm not seeing a mirror window anywhere over this side, so I don't think one has been positioned there, as you say. I think being saved for Study. Yeah, he's certainly, yeah, you're absolutely right. He's moved back over to, oh no, he's back.
There
he's
they are.
Absolutely all over the place, is Levy. I can't keep track of him.
Man's one of those, what can I say? That should come back down the south side now. You will see him rotate back down and drop that in. Easy peasy.
20 seconds into the round before that final utility is deployed, but it's okay. Soniqs won't be able to move in quite so quickly, so nobody's going to get caught out there. That's absolutely fine. A lot of rotations, a lot of lines of sight, a lot of renovation done inside the Aviator Games site, and now it's time for Team 1 to try and hold on to it. They were pretty mobile, or at least a couple of the players were pretty mobile last time around. We had Neskin up on the top floor, we had Alamo absolutely everywhere, to be fair, and as you can see, there's a few players over on that northern side, but right now, Soniqs, they're stacking up for a push towards the main stairs.
Just managed to get these 2 discs out. Want to go and practice his frisbee rather than his ping pong in his spare time, but in comes the push up. That is indeed going to be the Gemini, and Alamal's like, you know what? Being concussed don't sound so fun. Get me out of here. Works his way back up the top of the stairs. The smoke coming down to help support him on that retreat up. Very usual thing that we spoke about, like in the prior round, where the focus is always on those main stairs, getting control of them and working your way upwards from there.
Rexon looking to use those vertical angles, and as Team 1 come across to try and check the bottom of main stairs, there will be a little exchange, but it is those that come out superior. Team 1 with the height advantage, finding a few shots onto Rexon and just taking a little bit of chip damage away from him. Kansan opening up the hatch, just trying to see if he can get a view onto anybody in study, and he's just going to challenge that same angle again, and they're getting right up into the face of Alamau now. KDS is there in support of him as well, but Alamau gets shut down by Kansan, and here comes the rush. Kansan tries to push on, but KDS doubles down, finds another. Grixer manages to get the kill, but it's 3 versus 2 for Team 1. 1 minute left to go, and we just have an absolute slaughter in the mid-round.
The murder of main stairs, you can probably call that one, Tim. Everyone just piling their way up, looking for trades. Bodies are falling left, right, and center. Here with the 2 versus 3 on the go again, you start thinking for Soniqs, it feels like this is not going to be the kind of round they can walk away the victor in, unless there's some magic they can deliver, because there are no smokes left, but there are 2 C4s on the side of Team 1. They have got planted on if they need it. The Soniqs really need to be stepping in here and winning a couple of gunfights, but I think they've still got the mirror window to contest this inside of game. That's why they're pushing here up towards 90, I imagine.
Grixer gets taken down by Lagonis. 3 versus 1 now. Team 1 looking like they're about to secure another round and level things up at 4-4. It was 4-2 on their defensive half to the Soniqs, but they haven't been able to win an attack yet. There's the round finished off from Volt. Team 1 looking much better here on the defense than they did through the first half.
Absolutely. I mean, Soniqs looking even rougher on the attack than arguably Team 1 did, and understandably so. Tactical timeout called in by Soniqs. They want a good chat about all these things that are not working out so well for them right now. They want to see how they can nick a couple more rounds away from the side of Team 1. Also understand that those of you on the A stream are joining us whilst your next game gets ready, so welcome over. Quick catch up on the story. We are quite far through. We're on like chapter 17 now. If you haven't done your homework, you are going to be a little bit far behind. Team 1 need to win this game in regulation and the next game in regulation in as few a round as possible. Soniqs have already taken 4 rounds. They've put themselves in a good spot to do some damage to Team 1. So the fan club of Cyclops Athlete Gaming that are sat at home, well, not really sat at home, they're actually in the hotel, sat watching this game now, are going to be pretty pleased with how it's playing out so far. If Soniqs get Team 1 to overtime, the dream is dead. Team 1 go home, Soniqs go home, and BDS and Cyclops will be the ones progressing through to the playoffs. So a lot on the line, and we've just seen 2 rounds back-to-back for the side of Team 1 on their defense. Soniqs yet to put together a convincing attack. I hope you enjoy what you see of the next few rounds before your games get back underway.
In round 7 and round 8, we have seen Team 1 defend Dining and Kitchen and Aviator Games so far. So their third choice site is going to be Trophy and Statuary, I think. We will get back into the game as soon as we can. I think we've just got a little technical issue that we're going to deal with at the same time. It's just going to be a little extension of this tactical timeout. I don't know what the issue is, but as soon as we can get it resolved, we will do. And we'll be heading back into the game. So Team 1... they've got the wind beneath the wings now, Des. They've started. They've got takeoff. They're ready to go. They are flying towards the result that they need. They've managed to level it up. It looked like it was going to get seriously away from them when the Soniqs were at 4-1, and it was becoming a real difficult struggle. But now they've got themselves leveled. They're 4-all. They need to push on and get this. Nothing short of the win will do. As you say, it has to be inside 12.
Point. We'll wait and see what's going on. We'll be back into the game, I'm sure, in the next couple of minutes. When it does get back underway, Soniqs need to have had a good long chat here about their attacks, because as mentioned, they've not looked good. That last one, a bit of a storm up main stairs was really the only point of ingress they had. No real pressure coming from elsewhere. You saw Jaeger on the main stairs pick up a couple of kills. The smokes rain down afterwards, and before you know it, when the dust has settled, it's a 2 versus 3 for the side of Soniqs. Nothing else comes off the back of it. So more angles, I think, needed in these attacks, more pressure to be brought through. You see the conversation going on here. I find it quite interesting. And do you reckon that's part of the attack from Chubbs? Cover the mouth so no one can see what's going on, or what? I mean, here now he's showing your mouth again, so I don't know. I'm confused, but we'll take it.
I mean, it's a serious approach. You know, if he's covering up so that there's no lip reading going on or anything. I mean, for starters, you'd have to speak Brazilian Portuguese, you know, to be able to understand him just from, you know, straight off the bat. So it's not going to be easy, but I tell you what, you never know.
You never know. What secrets can we take if they do make it through, is what the other teams are no doubt thinking at this point. Thumbs up suggests that probably things are back underway, or will be momentarily. As mentioned, it was a tactical timeout that turned into a technical one. Fist bumps all round, which means the game is back underway, and the sounds in my ears confirm to me that we are indeed back into the action. Let's see how round number 9 plays out. Tim, whether or not Soniqs could have used that time off to come up with a plan to get something on the board.
See if it is going to be trophy and statuary. That was the initial pick. It looks like it is going to be getting locked in. That's what they're going to be sticking with. Team 1 bringing along the Echo here. Always an interesting operator, one that we like to see, but not one that we see too often on Villa, Des.
Not an absolute ton, no, but we'll take it. See how just how effective it can shape up to be. Otherwise, it's the setup towards the north side on trophy and statuary. We keep mentioning about this being the kind of off-site the teams are stepping into more and more, with dining and kitchen being the more preferred step into for the most part. I'm wondering about the roam game that's going to come out of Team 1 as well. How far south down they're going to play here, whether it's going to be a hold like we saw out of a couple of other teams. I'll never forget Nesk and his 3K playing inside of Aviator and the tags that he got down onto the south door onto TSM. Even when it felt like TSM had barely even looked at the building and already were bleeding members.
Alamau just roaming round underneath. We've seen this from him a number of rounds now, getting out on the Mozzie. He's just going to be working in and around Piano. It's an area particularly popular with Julio from NIP as well. Likes to really patrol around there, gets a lot of nitro kills on the vertical, picks up those entry fraggers, but Alamau's going to keep himself more mobile than that. He's going to get himself off into the rest of the map and just try to create some surprises for the Soniqs as they look to move inside.
Mentioned about that Echo earlier on as well, Tim. You are right. Isn't so much picked up anymore since the Yokai drones are, of course, visible. Have been for quite some time now. That's when they used to be invisible back in the good old days. IQ often required to deal with that. And interestingly, I think despite those kind of changes coming in, some teams today have still picked up the IQ a good number of times. So it isn't just about the Echo and the Yokai, it's about other things. So look at that. Little plant pot on his head there, Alamau. He's got a drone sat in the plant pot right above him.
I don't think he's going to be picked up off that drone, but it could have been after we left the viewpoint. So Soniqs need to be careful, make sure that they are fully drawn in. They're going to spot KDS inside of Aviator, so he's going to dip out of there. In comes the Rotero drone to clear out utility. We've seen some great use of the Flores Rotero drones. We've seen everything from utility to moving defenders to opening up lines of sight. It's a really versatile gadget now that we've seen it in the hands of the pros, and it's always a fascinating one to watch. Halfway through the round, 1 minute 30 left to go, and no opening kills as of yet. Wrexham picking up the footprints of KDS, but he's back in Astro now, somewhere that you would expect there to be a player anyway, so not really the best information from the Jackal track.
It's like trying to herd sheep with a sheepdog, just constantly trying to say, right, stay back in your pen, as long as you know where you are. No concerns at all. And indeed, most of these members on the defensive side are back in the site at this point. A couple looking to maybe rotate the way up, and look at that. On these cams, you're going to know what's going on here. Alamau's the one coming up for a flank. The challenge, oh my god, Alamau's just better. Finds 2 kills for himself and shuts down 2. Big round here, potentially coming in for Team 1. A plank coming in there from Super on the north side while the focus is elsewhere. KDS going big from inside of Astro. Not challenged at the right time. Soniqs not pushing as a unit and paying the price for it. Kansan left in a 1 versus 2, 40 seconds to play. I think we've seen this one before, Tim, and we know how it tends to play out.
Almost certainly. He's super low health as well. He's going to send the Rotero drone in, maybe just to gather some information and see what's going on, maybe trying to force these defenders out of the positions and into his line of sight, but he is less than a breath away from death. 1 graze of a bullet is going to be all this takes. The challenge is almost certainly going to come in as soon as he pops his head round to try and get this diffuser, because that's exactly what Team 1 are watching. Somehow he manages to pick it up. He's moving in towards the statue. First of all, he takes the challenge. He's going to move himself through into trophy. He might just get himself one. If he'd have popped his head round that door, he's going to try to stick the diffuser here, and he might get away with it. He's just switched up the plant spot. There it goes. He dips himself around. He gets one. No way does. Neskin manages to find him across the middle gap, and that could have been an unbelievable play from Kansan, but Neskin will have all the time he needs to get that diffuser disabled. Team 1 take another, and that is now 4 in a row for them, and it brings them back to 5-4, and they are in the lead that they desperately need.
I say, mate, squeaky bum time when your player can clutch out in a 2 versus 1 or a 1 versus 2, gets the plant down and starts to progress forward from there. Close, but no cigar for the Soniqs. 4 rounds, maybe all that they find. It is or was looking a little bit closer because there's a bit of a kerfuffle down towards the south side around 90. This time round, Team 1 Look at that, by the way. Alamau at 13-6 at the top.
Absolutely unreal. This is what we said. We said we needed to see him step up. If they were going to get themselves through this and they were going to keep themselves fighting into the Cyclops game, we needed him to step up and do the job that we know that he's so capable of. And he really is doing. He's bringing everything here. He's not leaving anything out. He's roaming, he's flanking, he's finding the kills, and he is all so important to this Team 1 defense right now.
Okay, the Warden also being brought along here in anticipation of the smokes maybe coming out, or the Ying being kicked in. Various options that we're looking at there. Yokai's returning once again, and Alamau staying on that Mozzie, likely looking for a bit of a cheeky rotate away. In fact, yeah, the Warden was banned away. Is it not the Warden? Sorry, the Ying was banned away. So I wonder why on Levy's side has brought it along here specifically. I remember, like Citizen said for a while, you know, we need something to play a shield. Warden's a little bit crap, therefore I wanted to play smoke with the FMG, and I was like, all right, seems pretty legit, and now everyone else is starting to do it. Clearly someone didn't give Levy the memo, though.
In comes the attack once again. The Soniqs so far unable to get a single round on the board, and Cyclops players must be sat biting their nails right now, just not able to take the tension. That's if they're able to even keep watching this. They will have been so happy to begin with, but it all feels like it's just heading in one direction, and that is the direction of Team 1 right now. Really, I think Cyclops would be happy even with Soniqs just getting one more round. Of course, if they can do the job for them, all the better. But for every round that the Soniqs get, it gives Cyclops a little bit more safety, because this could come down to the percentage of rounds won. We'll try to get that confirmation for you once we know the final score here as to exactly what the position is in that last matchup.
We've got a nice little 15-20 minute break between games, Tim. I'm sure we can sit down and get our heads together with the admins and figure out what's going to happen in the outcome of that next game, so we can come and give the fans a definitive scoreline that Cyclops need to better, because we'll be counting the rounds for them in the same way we've been kind of doing it for Soniqs here, saying, oh no, it's 1, oh no, 2, 3, they're at 4. Disaster could strike. May not even be able to get there at all if Team 1 are that unfortunate, but time will tell. KDS playing on the top of main stairs here, knows he's going to find himself with a challenge or two coming through, given the focus is, of course, in living and library. They want to get them away from the top of these stairs. They can comfortably play on the bottom side. Otherwise, it is going to be swing city for KDS. Find the chance to take pot shots whenever he can at anyone trying to push inside a library on the south side.
All holding on the same door. Need to be careful, because they don't want to be getting themselves shut down with a spray of bullets from one of those Team 1 guns. And we can see they've just spread out a little bit now. Much better. Kanzen's going to be moving in, looking to breach that soft wall, get a bit of access into sight. There's the yellow ping just letting him know somebody's there. Super's not messing about here, Des. He's getting that plant straight down, and this could be a big moment for the Soniqs. He's going to be successful. 5 versus 5, and somehow they've got away with a plant. They've got away with every single life. This is not good for Team 1. We're potentially going to see 12 rounds here. They need at least 2 or 3 kills surely before they can think about disabling this diffuser. And with Echo on the board as well, there's the Yorkai's unable to impact on the plant. Rexon finds KDS in the post-plant hold. Neskin steps up. Alamau steps up. Grixer and Super go down. Rexon with them. 4v2. There's 10 seconds left for Team 1 to do this. They need to start that disable process. Kanzen gets 1, gets 2. Alamau shuts him down on the trade, goes straight on to try and get the disable on the diffuser, but it's Yeti who comes in with an unbelievable kill at the right moment for the Soniqs, and that could be heartbreak for Team 1. This battle continues, and it's getting more and more difficult for the LATAM team to find their way into the playoffs.
Spicier and spicier, because Soniqs, this is where it gets down to the punch moments now. A single round for Soniqs. Yes, it won't guarantee them the game win, but it will guarantee overtime at the very least, and that is the disaster point for Team 1. There's no turning back then. They now need to get 2 rounds on the bounce if they want any hope at all of being able to go into that Cyclops game and having something to fight for.
It's going to be all to play for, Des. It's going to be... I just needed a breather for a second there because this is pushing me to the absolute edge. How many games have we seen on the Bravo stream come down to 12 rounds? How many have we seen go beyond that? And that is not something that Team 1 fans can stomach. I bet they were worried when they saw it on the Bravo stream, Des.
Oh, just a little bit, yeah. It's one of them where I think about it, though. That was the offside for Team 1. It was the awkward one to play. Here they get Aviator. They get Dining and Kitchen. They've got the choice of Trophy and Stat Tree if they want it. I don't think they'll feel too nervy about it because Soniqs' attack onto those two sites previously was pretty poor, to be completely honest with you. Whereas Living Library, they managed to sneak away a cheeky attack, and I'll give them some credit. They did a really good job of one masking the sound with the Zofia concussions coming out. They had the flashbangs flying over, sorry, the frag grenades flying over as well. Enough to zone away the members of Team 1 so they couldn't come round and take some pot shots while the plant was going down. And by then, it was already too late. No Yokai is present, apparently, to do the damage that they needed to. It was really well played by Soniqs and really well figured out where the weakness was in the Team 1 setup.
So even if Team 1 do win this out and go on to that Cyclops game, we've got to consider, as we said, the rounds that they have won and the percentage of rounds, particularly, that they have won along the way. I'm not going to overcomplicate it, but coming in, we said, basically Team 1 needed to win in as few rounds as possible. So without Team 1 losing this game, this is about as good as it gets for Cyclops now. If Team 1 are going to win it, winning 7-5 is like the worst that they could do in terms of what Cyclops needed. So that is perfect if you're a Cyclops fan, player, supporter, neutral, anybody who wants to see the APAC team making it through to the playoffs. Team 1, they're doing everything they can. They're not interested in the rounds won and lost right now. They're just interested in 3 points. That's what's important. They need to get these 2 next rounds. There are no more room for mistakes on the side of Team 1. KDS, he's getting aggressive, looking for that opening kill, trying to get something going on that study balcony where Rexon, he's underneath on the book, using that yellow ping information, trying to do exactly the same thing.
Always about the spot for KDS as well, consistently playing up here. Here they're actually doubling up as well, where you've got Alamal playing behind a shield on the stairs on the Wamai. So double the dosage, double the power playing on the main stairs to see what kind of contestation they can deliver. Surely the Soniqs are aware this is where the push needs to come in. Hopefully we don't get another red wedding, another war over main stairs that ends in bloodshed on both sides. That was a little bit chaotic there, and you're relying a little bit too much on thriving in the chaos, I feel, for that to be a reliable setup.
Still no opening kill yet. We are 2 minutes into the round, and both teams just trying to be a little bit cautious, I think, here. In comes the nade. That's going to be... No, the utility is not cleared out. The shield is still there. The ADS picks up the second. That is big for Team 1 in terms of this round. It's going to make main stairs very, very difficult to take. Alamau's going to keep himself locked in behind that shield, and he's just going to try to keep the Soniqs out of there. There was a Selma device applied to the study wall, and we can see the Soniqs just rotating quickly now, looking to get themselves up red stairs. Grixer already on that side of the map. This is going to have to turn into a maps push. Yeti can hold a long angle through the hole in the wall of study to try and get something going, but the Selma device is jammed out. I think there's a mute jammer just in its way. It's not been cleared out by the book, so this gets difficult. The kills start to come in. Yeti finds Alamau, but KDS finds Yeti in return as a trade. 12 seconds left to go. Super's getting the plant down once again. Are they aware? They are this time. Levy from the vault finds one. Levy from the vault does not find another, as it's Lagonis who manages to get that kill. Rexon has no choice. 0 seconds, tries to get it down. It's Neskin who manages to close it out. Team 1 have the opportunity to find the win that they so desperately need here at the Mexico Major.
One of those rounds I look at and just think, what did Sonic spend 2.5 minutes doing? Because the members of Team 1 weren't moved at all. Alamau sat behind a shield the whole round. KDS did a bit of footwork around main stairs, but was never really challenged. Everyone else just sat inside a site and waited and thought, okay, they're not pushing main stairs, therefore they must be coming from the north side, therefore we have no real reason to move. Yet he couldn't do an awful lot when he came in from the south side off a study balcony. Just a little bit too comfortable, I fear, for Team 1. And sure, Soniqs almost managed to get away with getting the plant down, that smoke cover. Becoming increasingly powerful, it seems, for a number of teams as things progress. But I'm sat in a spot where I just think for Soniqs, this is proof that on these sites that they aren't comfortable with, Living and Library being the only one so far, they're going to really struggle to take an attacking round win. And Team 1 might just save themselves by the skin of their own teeth by getting this over the finish line at 7-5.
Talk about last ditch, talk about last gasp Des, this is the last throw of the dice for Team 1. They have to close this down. They're going for that ground floor site once again. It's going to be dining and kitchen this time. They are looking to close it down. Last time they were on the ground floor, it was, of course, down in library, where Super was able to get in and get the diffuser down on the ground. They can't have the same sort of outcome this time. Alamau, certainly one to watch. He's had a good game, 15-8. He's on the roam on the Mozzie once again and needs to find some kills for his team. Team 1 need a strong start here.
That's it. It's very special. Not even just a strong start for Soniqs, but I need to see something magic come out of them in this round, given what we've seen from them in the previous few. Taken one round in this whole half, whereas Team 1 have come back from the 2-round point to be at 6. They're 4-1 in the second half of the map and looking to end on 5-1 if things repeat themselves as they have done historically. Let's not forget, though, as well, that Team 1 did battle back and find themselves 2 rounds that we didn't necessarily think they'd get for a while, because Soniqs, they kind of stonewalled them for a while. Very little they could do to fight back into it, Team 1, but they did find a way.
Bricks are on the drone. Going to be a red ping there, just giving away the position of at least one of the enemies, but you will lose the drone generally in return for those red pings, because it's just notifying the player that they are being spotted out. Lagonish just feeding information back in. He knows that there's a number of them inside the laundry there. Grixer just looking to check, see if there's anybody playing hard on that corner, but there isn't. If there was, then as that Zofia nade went in, it would have detonated immediately. Levy, big kill to open things up onto Yeti. He overexposed himself on the door, I think, a little bit there. There was a nice long angle being held. Rexon, however, finds KDS, but is downed in the process. Kansan looks like he's going to have the opportunity to pick him up, but they need to be careful because Alamau is below them, I think, from what I could see. Not going to be an opportunity for a Nitro, I don't think, in that position. I think it's a hard floor above him, but still, as soon as they try to move, if Alamau is aware of that, he could well catch them out inside a Master.
What worries me is already it started out rough. You had an Iana pushing through a doorway and a man, I think, trying to air quotes trade an Iana Gemini. I kind of get it. If they're going to shoot the Iana Gemini first, then maybe you win the gunfight. But sadly, took the angle that got him sprayed as collateral alongside the Iana Gemini. Sure, it's a 4 versus 4. Soniqs again have got themselves down to the 60-second mark. They can't get these walls open. They're still trying to do some work on the top floor, and their drone supply is slowly dwindling away from them, Ace. I'm worried for Soniqs, but for Team 1, this has got to be feeling pretty good.
It's looking good right now, like you say. Wrexham, very low health after being collected. Logonis finds Grixer. He's had a good game himself. Some important kills have come in from the support man of Team 1. He's on the pulse and low health, but still doing the business at the minute. Super looking to pressure onto the windows with the Iana, but right now it just doesn't feel like the Soniqs have got a way in. But as I say, that Wrexham, even on low health, manages to finally go on his take the pulse down and take the information with him, leveling things up. 3 versus 3. 20 seconds left to go. This is what it all comes down to. 3 days of intense play at the Mexico Major, and the fates of at least one of these teams is decided now. Soniqs, they're already done, but Team 1, they can keep themselves fighting. Neskin gets the kill onto Kansan. Super's getting the diffuser down, though. I'm not sure if they're aware. Levy looks to challenge. It's successful, but he gets the kill as Alamau finds Rexon as well, and that's plenty of time to go in and disable the diffuser. And Team 1, with the last breath of the game, keep themselves fighting, keep their dream alive at the Mexico Major.
It means it all comes down to this, Ace. One last dance for Team 1 against Cyclops Athlete Gaming. If you're a Team 1 fan or a Cyclops fan, a bit of disappointment that you didn't see this one go through to overtime, but again, saving themselves by the skin of their teeth. They'll keep themselves going here, and that means that last game still matters here in this group.
It's been an unbelievable day so far. We looked at the matchup yesterday, Des. We looked at the fixtures that faced us for today, and we said there is every potential for it to come down to that very last game between Team 1 and Cyclops. It's not quite as straightforward as whoever goes through wins, so we will get you the information about just exactly what different variables there are, what different possibilities. It's very complicated. We just need to we'll have a look at it over the break. We just need to let it all settle, see exactly how it stands at the minute, and we'll see what the possibilities are coming in. But it's likely to come down to rounds if Team 1 are able to do it.
Well, like I say, many Team 1 fans will be delighted right now. I know a Team 1 fan who we should get on air with us right now. It is Jackie, the man who's been back in 4 LATAM teams to finish in the top 4. Jackie, the dream is still alive.
It is indeed. It nearly died, right? There was a moment there where I'm thinking, ooh, the one scenario we didn't want to see. Overtime. It looked like it was on the cards. Somehow Soniqs, I guess with the pressure alleviated, they were just feeling it. It was a good start into the game, but it started to trickle downhill. We do see them win it, and we do see Team 1 keeping themselves in a position where potentially they can make it out of groups. They still haven't made their bed yet, though, Tim. A lot more to go, of course, because after this, after we come back in, they'll have a couple of minutes, then they've got to take on Cyclops, so it only gets harder.
That's the thing, there's not much of a break for Team 1 here. The tension's going to be high in the team. It went all the way with the Soniqs to 12 rounds. They've won it by the narrowest of margins that they possibly could, and now that leaves them in a more difficult position. I do know that for fact. If they come in and get the win against Cyclops, they now have to win by a much greater margin than had they done that against the Soniqs, so it's not going to be easy for Team 1.
It's terrifying as well because it really did look like the Soniqs were actually going to be able to take them down. Team 1 at the start looked a little bit sluggish, took them a few moments to get into the game. They did come online, they did start to pop off, and one man that certainly did this time around, theirs was Alamau.
Yeah, I mean, look, I hate to keep on making it sound like it's the only storyline for this team because it's certainly not the only one, but if Alamau doesn't play well, this team doesn't play well, and thankfully for them, Alamau played well. Big on the book on the attacking side of things have fought for them as well. Not really getting the results they wanted in terms of the actual round outcomes, but 2 turned out to be enough on the more defensive side. That's when you saw him really popping off with 2, 3Ks here and there, dragging some rounds over the line. A good game from him. We've got to see that repeat performance next against Cyclops, though.
We do indeed. It can't be a one and done performance from Alamau. When I saw it was Villa, I was thinking, all right, you know, in the past, it's been a map where he's been able to flex his muscles a little bit. We saw it again this time. That's great, but it's only one piece of the puzzle. Let's have a look at the rest of the team then. We've got the match statistics for this one. We can break it down a little bit and see if there's any hidden nuggets that would be buried in that, Tim. In terms of performance, was there anyone else that stuck out for you, Tim?
Brix is a name that sticks in my mind on the side of Soniqs. Played very, very well. I would expect to see some good stats for him. Kansan as well, another name that we were shouting a lot. And yeah, it was a solid performance from the Soniqs. I was impressed.
Yeah, it wasn't bad, honestly. I mean, it did feel like they kind of let themselves off a little bit. They went out there, they were playing quite loose Siege Des, and it worked for a good part of it.
It did, yeah. And, you know, Ace has mentioned a few names there as well. I agree with much the same. The 2 new gunners that we were always looking out for were Rexon, Grixer. Kansan was the one for me that in the 2 games we've seen of him, he's done quite well. Overall stats for the tournament, not super well, but I have noticed him popping up here and making impacts in quite a few rounds, which is always a good thing to see. Like I said about them before the game as well, I didn't expect them to go super far at this major. It was going to be another 3 months in the oven kind of project. Give them a bit of time, see them at the next major, and maybe you'll see a different Soniqs coming back to compete.
Issue is, though, for Team 1, their time is now. They'll have a short break, then they'll be coming straight back in to take on Cyclops. That is the last game of the day here on the B stream. That's the last game of the B stream as a whole, because we'll be done and dusted after that, and it will just be the A stream for the rest of the tournament. You won't want to miss it. It will be a send-off from all of us here on the B stream, so come back for that last game after the break.
What does it take to create a vibrant, thriving community? Join us on this third episode of I Call Next as we discover how to create inspiring content and hype up an entire gaming scene. PayPal. Press play.
piece of wall. You could still see the whole wall, and you can deny. That's awesome.
And there's a mute jammer on the single panel into Jim Michael that will confound them. And the colleague does not do the trick on that one. Looks like they might have got the Maestro cam, by the way. Jordan taking too much damage from that toxic canister.
Yeah.
Opening up the killing is Speakeasy. 30 seconds remain. PSK patrol the one window that's opened up, and he'll look with the ult in his hand to do some significant damage. Jim is now free for the taking as some more of that reinforcement's been opened. And
Attackers have recovered their
just see
diffuser.
Invictus eyeing it, but they are hesitating. And the problem is that they will have to vault in multiple windows to get this engagement off, and that is very easy for the defenders to sit on. Speakeasy going for the plant right in the doorway. Again, nobody from Liquid seems to be any wiser. PSK's position given away, but Lunar Metal puzzlingly loses out on that gunfight. Nesk, the very first kill for Liquid. The wall will break open right in front of them. Lunar Metal is still down, bleeding out, which means that in terms of numbers, it's an advantage for Team Liquid. They're looking to go 3-0 on this rotation. On the window, down goes Lunar Metal, and Nesk is going to sit there. Moringa there as well. On the diffuser is PSK, and Invictus had no idea. They lacked critical information. Team Liquid are up 3-0.
It's free, Parker. They're giving it away.
Come get your damn land.
Secure that diffuser. All right. 3 rounds in a row for Liquid. Invictus, the best round we've seen from them so far through this map. They get the post plant, and Liquid, as you said, none the wiser. Once that plant comes down, though, Invictus loses all of their control on the balcony, which means that they can easily be corralled on Jacuzzi. Once that happens, you're looking at a very difficult retake on your post plant for Invictus. Now, the typical solution to that is going to be to play on the big balcony, where you can see the diffuser clearly, and there is nowhere for the enemy to long arm you. But Invictus did not make that shot call. They had the manpower to do it, by the way. They could have done that while still having somebody watch the server window. So it's plenty viable. Could have done that while having somebody also watching the runouts. Also viable. But that call is never made. Liquid force retake, they lock down the breach, and they long arm the diffuser from a safe zone where no one from breach can see them. And it's all thanks to that one player dying on the big balcony. And yeah, you know what? I don't think I said it in the last match.
Just say it.
But it was relevant in both. Invictus, I have mentioned that they aren't playing their game, and that's true. But they're going a step further, and they are playing, frankly, scared.
Well, I mean, I would find it hard if I was Invictus to get much motivation in this matchup. It's not like you can impact or affect the standings at all. And after that last match, which it's so different. If it's a close match and you lose it, then that's okay. You can be kind of proud with that. But for Invictus to deliver their worst performance of the entire event in the most critical matchup of the entire event for them, that's going to sting. And I don't know what kind of mental situation you find yourself in after that.
The BGM was still up on that wall, by the way, in case you were wondering. But there's enough of a gap there, even pre-nerf, to mute, for it to get opened up, I guess. So there you go. You've got that Jacuzzi balcony wall open for Invictus, and that's great. Ooh, Sexy Cake finds Joe on rappel. First kill is in, and there's the second as Palu supports Sexy from the master bedroom. And Palu will be downed, but Nesk is there to support Palu in turn. It's massive amounts of teamwork here from Liquid, and it's just Jordan and Hysterics now.
Picked back up, so now Team Liquid will be fighting at full strength. They're looking for a potential 7-0. It's brewing right now, as a 4-0 seems exceedingly likely. We talked about how operator bans should have shaped the last matchup between Invictus and Empire, and it's doing the same thing here, albeit with Thatcher in place of the Hibana ban.
It's a much more definitive effect, I'd say, because it's the Maverick and the Thatcher. I mean, forcing Hysterics onto Kali for 3 rounds in a row. Yeah. That was pretty rough. And I did say they would give up on that when they decided to go directly for fragging, and you could see that that has happened. It's just all about frags now.
God, I miss the days of Hysterics wiping the floor with people, just as Sexy Cake wiped the floor with him. A flawless round definitely looks possible now, and Sexy Cake will do it. What a sexy shot. Couple sexy shots in a row. 4-0 Team Liquid.
So Hysterics there. I want to point focus to one thing that really encapsulates all of what we're witnessing. Hysterics sees that there is someone challenging from mid-main stairs, pre-fires it, backs off the angle, but stays on the angle while simultaneously disengaging, but he clearly doesn't want to fully disengage, he just wants to get distance? That puts you at more of a disadvantage, and he gets fried by Sexy Cake because of that. your chances there are, your options there are disengage fully, which he could have done. He had plenty of opportunity to do that. Or force engage, push down that hallway, take the fight, be the one peeking, and possibly have an advantage in the heads-up gunfight. Those are your options. Hysteric chooses to hover between both and dies. And that, to me, kind of sums up what we've been seeing from Invictus today. You know, this is really sad because, and I'm sure it'll be talked about on the desk, Invictus has been trying for so long to get out of the groups.
10 seconds.
Never successful.
Before they were known as Invictus, they've been going for so long.
The only victory at an international event for this team was all the way back when they went under the handle Aerowolf. And they beat the team that at the time was known as Giants Gaming, who would then become Rogue. And Giants Gaming would then move over to Aerowolf. Imagine smacking a team on land so bad you physically take their org from them.
Actually legitimately take their org,
Actually
too.
legitimately
The
take
timing
their org
worked
from
out.
them. That's exactly what Aerowolf did.
Yeah.
And you and I actually got to cast that in Tokonami, and it's the only time that this roster has prevailed in an international event to get from whatever they are in to the next level, be it from the 8th place up to a semifinals, from the groups to the 8th place, etc.
And they've had a lot of tries, Parker. They've had a lot of tries. Invictus have been going at this for so long. And I really thought with Joe, because he seems to be a great addition to the roster, that this might be where they start to prevail.
The thing is that, I mean, not that we want to take anything away from Invictus, because Invictus has looked mighty fine in a number of these matches, but they got a significant hand up from TSM's implosion due to the roster moves. The landscape of Group D likely looks completely different if TSM is playing with their 5 players on this roster. It's still likely that Liquid walks away with the group, by the way, because Liquid have been so strong and so consistent all year, but that means that there could be different results in matches with Empire and Invictus, and especially those involving TSM. That's why we called Group D the Group of Death. Did not come to pass.
Yeah, just didn't, Parker. Didn't materialize how we expected it to. But Liquid trying to one-up Empire. We'll see if they could do it. 7-1, maybe Liquid can get the 7-0. At least that appears to be the mission. Hard breach onto that lone wall in Garage that's going to support the player in Rafters. Nobody's died yet from Liquid, despite the control that Invictus has, because Liquid decided to just leave their roam instead of trying to force commit this time. Playing it safe, I like that. It means they really want to get that 7-0.
Nitro Cell gets tossed up, but it doesn't go in front of the 3 players from Invictus who are all lumped up. That's an explosive demise for them. PSK Lord's down below, but what exactly can he do? He'll have to watch that hatch. Lunar Metal seems to know he's down there, and you'll provoke a fight with the sledge. The utility that's going to go on the wall can continue to be shot away, though. That's the greater issue right now. Invictus stalling out because with the 30 seconds left, they'll need to open up that construction wall, and PSK is a thorn in their side. Finally, it looks like Speakeasy is going to be able to do it. The smokes go off, and they'll have clearer passage into Cash. Well, Sexy Cake, who's been so fine through these last couple rounds, will be the one to try and hold it off. Speakeasy's getting the plant down, by the way, in the corner. Moringa seems to be the only one who's aware of this, and IG are going to get away like robber barons on that one. Speakeasy's still sitting over top of it as IG cleans up through the site. Liquid want that 5-0, but they've only got 3 players, and make that 2 as Palu walks into his death. Neska's an extraordinarily talented player, but a 1v5 is especially difficult when you're playing on a site where there's very limited soft destruction. Down he goes, and PSK, he'll prevent the flawless, but how much more is he capable of getting? None. Invictus finally picks up their very first round. A perfect 7-0 for Liquid denied. IG have one more round on this attack to begin to put up points before they swap sides.
Good for them. And let's not undersell that round. It was a very impressive round from Invictus, considering all of the hurdles that were presented to them by Empire. The fact that they were able to isolate the window in server as a plant position really shows, honestly, nothing other than the negligence from Liquid. They had players in cash. The construction wall was not open. You could just peek that from cash. That is an option. So, Liquid not having anyone in that position, it seems, able to read the situation. Invictus will take a round as a result. Well done to Invictus for seizing upon their only opportunity. Because, again, Liquid was really denying everywhere else. We'll go back up to Jim. So no beating Empire here. At best, they can tie.
Well, I wonder what we're going to see out of Liquid as they move on to attack. Their attacks against TSM were especially unorthodox, and a couple of their players on to roles that we were not accustomed to seeing them play on.
Yep.
I mean, we saw Glaznesk.
I think they were just having fun with it.
Attackers sometimes out to locate a bomb.
Sometimes guys just want to have fun.
No, we're playing.
Why are they the only ones that want to have fun? Look at guys have fun. They write a song, girls just want to have fun. What about the dudes, okay?
Guys just want to have fun.
It's just as catchy.
It works, you know?
Cyndi Lauper, you take your music and you get out of here, okay? Liquid wants to have some fun.
I'm going to become a celebrity through my voice.
There you go. You kind of already are.
Oh, you know, I didn't think about that. But it's very
Like
small.
F-list.
Yeah.
G-list celebrity.
G-list, bottom tier.
The G stands for good. Final defense for Liquid, by the way. They have looked mighty fine in this matchup. I'd like to remind you that there is a match presently being played on our sister channel, twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo. You're welcome to go over there if you'd like to listen to it or watch it. You know, the supple tones of Desichu, Jackie, and Ace to take you through the action. As for us, we've still got 2 more matchups here. They'll center very...
We approach the game in a very aggressive way. Every action that we have a lot of concepts behind.
I think they have a pillar which is made up by 2 players. It's Alemão for sure, because he's a great mechanically skilled player. He's a very intelligent player. And Lagones, he's the guy who studies the game so deeply and makes everybody very comfortable.
Alemão and Lagones, but both are all healthier. That's a great kill though.
Against Cyclops, they are a very aggressive team. It's good that we can scream against an effect team here in Major, so we can a little bit more use it to them playstyle, because it's a very unique playstyle.
Some of AGATA's accolades from Stage 2 will speak for themselves. Equal top in the league for player rating, equal top in the league for KD, equal highest for successful clutches. He is the 2nd highest survival rate in the entire APAC league, behind Anaton, who by the way is his teammate. They have so many solid performers to show up for CAG, and that's a big indicator for their success.
The final game of the B stream, a group stage matchup that will go down in history, because within the form of 2 rounds we'll be deciding which squad advances. If Cyclops will be able to withstand and just pick up a couple of rounds here and there to leave Team 1 in the dust, or if the LATAM side can bust out of the groups and somehow cause a ridiculous upset. The stage is set, the teams are getting ready, and the 2 boys that I can only imagine are going to be sweating by the end of it are ready to join me. Tim, Des, we'll break this one down and we'll put quite a bit of spice into it, because it's a very important game and there is a lot we want to make sure the viewers understand for this one. Isn't that right?
It is, and I said during that last game, Des asked me at a bad time, to be fair. I said, I'm going to make it simple, and then I really didn't make it that simple, to be fair. But it was a tricky time because things were changing. It depended on the score. Now we know the score a lot easier. So my understanding of it is basically Team 1, they have to win. They have to win inside of 12. And then it depends on the score, because it comes down to the round win percentage. So 7-0 or 7-1 will see Team 1 go into the playoffs. 7-3 or worse will see Cyclops go into the playoffs. 7-2 will see a dead heat tiebreaker.
Hey, it's like my graphic.
There we go. It's a nice graphic. It's exactly what I've said.
Yeah.
Super simple. You can't throw me on Twitter again.
Simon done this.
I don't know. I assume
sure.
so.
I'm not sure.
I assume so.
Simon.
Oh, Jacob.
Oh,
This was all
Jacob on the
Jacob.
replay is hitting us with the
You put
graphics.
Simon and Jacob in the same room and fireworks go off. It is magic in a good
Beautiful.
way as well. Fair play
Beautiful.
to you boys.
So basically,
The magic has been made.
So look,
basically
Tim's put it for you
any-
in words and made it sound hard. Here's the graphic that makes it really easy
Well,
for people
I
like
didn't
me
know- I
who
didn't
like
know that we
colours.
were gonna have a
Look,
graphic, but I
unlike
made it easy.
7071 green, 737475 red, 72 bad. If you're a player, of course, but.
Dumb.
There are so many fans baying for blood on Twitter right now since Sewer going at it. I think Lycan was in there as well.
They
were
want the 7-2.
Tiebreaker. They want it, right? Because we haven't had one before in Siege history. It's always come down to quite a decisive outcome. But that 7-2 would mean a clean replay, a total reset. But Team 1 need to pull off what I think is an impossible feat. I just don't see them doing this to Cyclops.
I've got to agree.
Well,
In honesty, it breaks my heart. But given the performances we've seen from Team 1 so far, I'm not sure that they've got a 7-1 or a 7-0 in them.
Yes, Tim.
No,
Yes.
I will. I'll call it as I see it. I genuinely don't think. And to be honest, as much as I'm heartbroken for the team, you know, they're a fun team to watch. There's some real talent in there. At the same time, I really do like this idea of 2 from each region progressing into the playoffs. It tickles my fancy. It's tantalising. It's just
Tim,
chef's kiss.
Tim,
you're being too proper, mate. Because like, just do what Monty said, right? You haven't got to be liked. You've just got to be right. And just say it as you see it, mate. Cyclops are going to do this. Believe with me, brother.
No, I do. I think they
look
will.
at both
I think they
of
will.
you. This is ridiculous.
Jackie's having none of it.
Tim, I don't know what's happened to you. The Tim that I know, be standing up on his seat, screaming about Brazil. You'd have a Brazilian flag. None of it's there. A, I'm disappointed. B, the future isn't decided yet. So let's talk about the team that have it all to do. Team 1 have to come out and win this game. As we showed with that graphic, it's a very, very thin margin. This is probably one of the hardest games we will have throughout the entirety of this event, purely based on the amount of weight that it has to it. Tim, I can't believe you have zero faith in them.
It's not zero faith, Jackie, but
7%?
probably a bit less than that, in honesty. I just think it's such a big ask for them. Cyclops, let's not forget who they're playing against. Cyclops have been playing extremely well so far, and they're going to just make life difficult. They're going to, I would imagine, try to go to it. Basically, you're looking at a map where they don't successfully defend for 2 rounds. Like, it's just, I just can't see it, Jackie. Even a normal half of 3-3 for Cyclops, that's it. It's done. It's done. It's locked up. There are literally 2 scorelines that will see Team 1 go straight through, and that's 7-0 or 7-1. That's it. Anything else at all, and it's Cyclops or a tiebreaker. You know, that's as easy as it gets, and it's a big ask. It really is. We haven't seen very many scorelines of 7-1, 7-0 at the major. There's a reason for it. It's because everybody's a good team. You know, so many times Des and I sit here and it's 4-0 and we're talking about going to overtime, and that's what we've been seeing. And in that case, forget about it. It's Cyclops that go through.
Yeah. I suppose obviously as well, if we put it in a petri dish, right, and look at what we had with the previous game where Team 1 have already just played, Des, it was ridiculously close versus Soniqs, right? And obviously if we're weighing them up man to man right now, Cyclops look head and shoulders above Soniqs. So I suppose the facts are kind of pointing that this isn't going to be happening, but if someone can make it happen, it would be this man, Alamau. He finally had the godly performance we have been touting him for. He hears a big star fragger, but there's, even with him going nuclear, is that going to be enough?
I don't mind being the bad guy and saying the line that I've said quite a few times today is my big fear for this team is that he is the one-man army on this squad. Okay, yes, Levy currently coming in positive as well at 50-43, but Alamau is built a little bit different. He's currently 56-40, whether on Smoke, whether on Buck, whether on Mozzie, whether on Twitch. He's played it all. He doesn't care. He'll bring whatever the situation calls for. But think about what he's coming up against on the other side, Jackie. He's coming up against the like of Black Ray, of Gatarada, the Monty Dropshot King in Anaton himself. There are so many names on the side of Cyclops that have tormented teams, tormented Team 1 on Oregon previously, that I'm just thinking, he might be good, but he's not kind of a 1v3, 1v4 god kind of good. That's my big concern for him right now.
Well, let me catch what you've just thrown at me there and give it right
Jackie's
back.
having none of that, I'll tell you now.
I hear about Cyclops. No, them. I want to know more, because the thing is, what I love about this is we kind of do have a good little dynamic. I'm in the middle just bobbing and weaving, poking you both like sleeping bears. I wanted Tim to be the one back in Brazil. I wanted you to be the one back in Cyclops, Des. Tell me why I should be out of my mind excited to see them going into this game.
All you got to do, my man, is look at their history throughout this tournament. It's not just DWG KIA, and sure, DWG KIA have done an amazing job beating down NIP, but Cyclops have pulled off some incredible feats of their own along the way. There's a reason why they're sat in second place. It's why they took BDS all the way through to overtime earlier on today. They're a fantastic team from start to finish, and we've been saying in APAC for a while, since the turn of the year, since they brought in Fuji and brought in Hybrid, who, by the way, said our podcast yesterday got him going, so I was buzzing about that. They have completely transformed this team to start of this year. No roster changes. They've stayed exactly the same. They've gone from this slow, lethargic team 12 months ago to one that is full of venom and bite and pizzazz, and people in APAC struggle to touch them. Now the same story is happening on the international stage. Undefeated in APAC North, 12-0 in their national league, and now here to take on the world at Mexico. You cannot stop them.
The madness that is erupting in Mexico City. It's crazy. One of the players that does have an awful lot of bite, a very strong jaw on him, Tim, Blackray. He has been looking absolutely outrageous going into this game. Is it just going to be another walking Blackray highlight reel?
I mean, it certainly could be. The thing is, I think Cyclops are going to be reining in the aggression. They're not going to want to go too big on this because you don't want to get yourself into a situation. The thing is, they don't really need to do too much here. They just need to win a few rounds, you know, so you can do that by playing safe. Do I think Blackray is going to find kills? Yes, I think Blackray is going to find kills because that's exactly what he does. He's going to go in there, and I think there'll be some impact moments from him. I think what you'll see is as soon as Cyclops hit that 3 rounds, if they hit that 3 rounds, then the leash is going to come off, and I think, yeah, you're going to see, you know, the excitement, the fun. They'll know that that's the threshold. As soon as they get there, it'll get more aggressive. I think it could be a bit cagey to start.
Well, we've got 2 players that we've had to keep a leash on in case they bite each other's faces off. They have been going off the whole tournament like wild animals. Let's have a look at our head-to-head for this one. 2 big fraggers that we're expecting to see absolutely give it out on the server. Des, so much firepower on these teams. It's going to be like a fireworks show, mate.
It is, mate. It's not even just down to 2 players, like I say. I mean, Alamau is the one again that we're talking about on the one side. We've seen some others stepping up in the occasional round. KDS quite pleased with his play in the previous fixture we saw just a second ago. And Blackray, he's got to be the man on Cyclops that you've got to celebrate. Earlier on against BDS, sure, things were a little bit dicey at points. I don't quite believe that's the scoreline, is it? That was a bit blown out of proportion towards Alamo. What's this all about?
These are from stage 2, Des, not including the major.
They're from stage 2. I swear Blackray got more than that in stage 2. That's the kind of thing you drop in a single map. What's this all about?
Oh, very true, yeah. 67 kills on Blackray there.
I tell you what, I can get you the actual numbers because the man's got it right up here in front of him, to be fair. Blackray, actually, no, they are the right numbers. What the hell? I'm really surprised. I thought he'd have way more than that across 7 maps. I've been exposed. But I tell you what, with how things are shaped up for him, he was a terror in the season as well. The kind of guy who'll be running around the map causing chaos. He did it against BDS earlier on today as well. The kind of guy that will be lying down at a window. He'll pop up in the mid-round, kill 2 or 3 because you left a single tiny doorway undroned, and he'll pop and cause absolute chaos. So really, him versus Alamau for me is the big showdown that you're going to see in this matchup. Keep a close eye when they clash in the mid-round.
Man, well, there you have the head-to-head. We've given you the facts. We've given you the win conditions. We've given you the players that you should keep your eyes peeled for. But the last thing we have to do is figure out where exactly this decisive best-of-1 is going to be going down. Let's swiftly move on over into the veto and see what we're going to be left with, Tim.
Well, here we go. I think, again, nothing too wild here. You're certainly not... Well, I won't say certainly not. I'd be very surprised to see a coastline coming out here. I think it's going to be, yeah, keep it simple, keep it, you know, where we know, where we can lock it down, where we can get a few solid defences more than anything. I think...
I do like this, Tim. Anaton currently in the lobby, he's giving it. He's coming out saying, we won versus Liquid on Consulate. Be careful. Consulate is my home.
Starting the mind games already. You've got to love it.
Every lobby, he's been in there giving it large. Not in a way that's disrespectful or attacking, but he's in there all caps going off. I absolutely love it. Hi, Uno and Jenga noob. What? Who's he calling the noob at Uno and Jenga? I don't know what's going on.
It's good.
I love it.
It's strong. It's strong.
He's giving it, man. He's giving it. I love it. Consulate is my home. It's like saying Consulate is my city. That's how the meme can start. But the last 4 in the pool, Consulate, Cafe, Oregon, and Villa. Don't think we'll see Oregon. Cafe's taken out, understandably, because Cyclops are absolute terrors on that map. Yep. I'm thinking Villa or Consulate feels like it's going to be the play, to be honest, Ace.
Yeah, I think we could find our way onto Consulate. I think Canada maybe just giving that away there as to exactly what's going to happen given the opportunity. I don't think Team 1 will be particularly scared of either map, but it is going to be Consulate, and what a throwdown it's going to be to finish. Honestly, I don't think that suits Team 1. How often do you see teams come away 7-0 or 7-1 on Consulate?
Anaton has warned them. He gave them the smackdown. He gave it the lip in chat and said Consulate is his home. Will they be homebound and safe, advancing to the playoffs, or will there somehow be an upset from Team 1? They only have 1 round of buffer that they are allowed to lose. Lads, strap in for this. It should be a bout that we'll be remembering for a very long time. Enjoy yourselves.
Thank you very much, Jackie, for the last time. The last game on the B stream, ladies and gents. It has been one hell of a 3 days. I'm sorry, Ace. It is so. We've had a wonderful time these last 3 days, and we looked at the games at the start of the day and said, what game are you looking most forward to today? And we said in this last game, we wanted it to be the one that decides the spot, and that would be arguably the game of the groups. You got Team 1, a team that many had a lot of high praise for. Cyclops, who many would have written off coming into this tournament, and now they throw down with Cyclops with a massive advantage to determine who takes that second spot in this group with BDS to make it through to the playoffs on Friday. Let's get into Consulate, Ace.
Well, it will be map number 19 over the 3 days, Des. It's been an absolute pleasure here on the Bravo stream to see out the groups here at the Mexico Major, and there is one last decision to be made on the Bravo stream, and it is who goes to the playoffs. Team 1, another LATAM team, or Cyclops joining the ranks of the APAC teams that have gone there in DWG KIA. Cyclops, they're going to be very keen to do this. They banned out the Thermite, so that's straight away a bit of a play. It's going to potentially impact Lagonis, although he's happy to play Hibana, but it is going to make that garage a bit more difficult. I was wondering if we were going to see potentially there's a book ban just at a straight up target at our mouth.
Oh, mate, they're rattling people. Vamos, says Iagator, because that glass ban coming through is the respect mark they were looking for. This is a team that will play glass and use it to pretty good effect. If you recall earlier on, Ace, they had that wicked smoke plant inside a cocktail on the top floor of Cafe that left BDS rattled. One worth watching back. I wonder what else they're going to ban away. The Valkyrie, no big surprise. We always say do not give these APAC teams Valkyrie on maps where it's going to be valuable to get those cams outside, or they are going to terrorize you.
Final ban will come in. It'll be our last defender. Probably, oh, we've got a Melusi. Okay, then. That's just going to mix things up a bit. Take the Banshee off the board. Melusi's ban rate plummeting after the changes to those Banshees, now that you can shoot out the middle of them, but still can be quite oppressive if used in the right location. Of course, you're having to take your ADS, you're having to take your focus away from maybe where it needs to be.
What I love is at the time people are like, oh, going to be useless now. You're never going to see her picked. Yet teams are picking her still all the time. Not enough that she's banned away, but she does get a good, decent pick rate coming through. Of course, the change that came in means you are able to shoot the gadget once it has been opened up.
She'll get a good pick rate just because she's a good roamer. She's quick. She's got a good gun. She's got a nitro. You know, there's plenty of reasons. There's plenty of reasons to still pick Melusi.
Exactly. Now, as a reminder of what we said to you before, this game ends 7-0 or 7-1 to Team 1. They make it through to playoffs. 7-2, a tiebreaker. We replay a full match. 7-3 or worse, Cyclops are the ones who take the spot. So Team 1 are very limited on mistakes, Ace, and we know against teams like BDS what Cyclops are really good at exposing, and that is mistakes in a team's lineup. Let's keep a really close eye on these first few rounds because they are going to be pivotal.
Certainly. Oh, like we say, we need to see basically the best performance that we have seen out of this Team 1 side yet. That is the reality. We haven't yet seen, we've seen, let's have a look, 17th of August, interestingly, guys. You know what the score was, though? It was actually to Cyclops, but it was 7-2. I'm just reading through. I'm like, oh no, don't do this to me. But it was Cyclops who got the win. We haven't seen at the major Team 1 pick up a win anywhere near the sort of value of 7-1-7-0. It's just not something they've achieved. So it's going to have to be by far and away their best performance yet. They're coming in on the attack onto Consulate, and they will be trying to beat down Cyclops here in round 1 and send a message, because as soon as Cyclops get 2 on the board, they at least feel comfortable that they've got a guaranteed tiebreaker, if nothing else.
Indeed. Well, let's see how things shape up there. Mute Mozzie on the side of the defenders, all looking to cause that information blackout that we've been seeing throughout the tournament continuously. We're saying it every single map because it is just that present. On the side for Team 1, 2 pushing up towards the north. Lagonis and Levy focusing on getting these walls open inside the bathroom to try and force Suzu's Sheet out of playing in bathroom. Sat on the Echo, quite an important operator to keep alive, but here with everything reinforced off, by the way, the majority of their reinforcements being committed inside of the bathroom. A shield in there, the Yokai's in place to feed information. I love that, by the way. It's like a periscope. He's got one inside the bathroom with him to feed information over the top of the walls, where he's opened up a line of softness across the top.
Beautiful, isn't it? It's just that innovation. It's just little things inside a Siege that I love to see that just get done differently. Now then, we've got the Rotero drone being sent up to the top floor here. Oh no, it's not a Rotero. Sorry, Flores isn't on the board. It was a regular drone. It just looked like a very big regular drone.
Had a threatening aura about it, Ace.
Certainly do, unless it was one of the Yokais. Could have been one of the Yokais. Neskin, he has a threatening aura about him as he shuts down with a headshot on to Anaton, taking down one of the key players from Cyclops so far.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a terror. He's the psychological warfare player on this team with all the smack he was giving it in the pre-game about coming on to Matt. We beat Liquid here. You best be afraid. We've already beat your boys here before. And they're like, yeah, we don't care, mate. We're going to the Matt whether you like it or not. And he's like, okay, then. I'll settle down now. We'll play it a little bit more normally. What I do like from Team 1, though, by the way, is they're doing what BDS did in their first 4 rounds of Cafe, which got them the wins in them, is taking it slow. They're not charging in and getting themselves kind of exposed to Cyclops madness. They're just saying, we'll take it slow, one at a time. Neskin, another one from the south side of the map. Really good start for Team 1. But Tim, I'm slightly wary of the clock. We are down to the final 35 seconds here in a 5 versus 3, and that Echo is still on the board.
Team 1 looking to find their way in 5 versus 3. As you say, there is still utility to be dealt with, and this could be the sticking point for them initially, but Lagonis has got himself in, and Diffuser is going down. 3 seconds to go, and that will be successful. Cover in place from Levy, manages to do it. 5 versus 1, Diffuser planted. Team 1 looking good so far. That is absolutely electric inside of round 1. Black Ray looks like he might just go for the peak. Does take damage off Neskin, but unfortunately for him, won't find the kill. Very little he can do here. 23 seconds in a 1 versus 5 if he's going to leave himself time to be able to get the Diffuser. Chip damage off another. This time KDS on the honor as he drops down through that hatch inside the round desk. He's just peeking, trying to find anything he can. There's a man pushing up the Visa stairs. They're hunting him down. The kill is going to come in. It's going to be Alamo, and it's a flawless round to start us off. And Des, you're going to have to excuse me. I'm going to get excited at the beginning of this game because who knows how long this storyline might last. This could be the Cinderella story to end them all. Team 1, they have done it. 1 out of 1 so far.
I think really we should be counting the losses, mate, because there are a fair few of them to focus on. They get towards that 2 mark. That's the tiebreaker point, and then we hit the turning point. Really, though, that was a great round. Neskin, I'll give a full shout out to him. Not a player I've mentioned, I don't think, even once so far at the whole of the competition. We're doing big from the outside at long range on that sledge. 1 onto Anaton upstairs. The second coming in on the downstairs. The 5 versus 3. Team 1 get the plant down with a flawless round. Really good start on those hopefuls for a tiebreaker. My little heart can't take it. I will happily say I really want Cyclops to do this for the story, but by the same token, tiebreaker as a fan would be one to behold.
Until we get to 2 rounds, every round is a final to me at this point. That is the reality. Until Cyclops put a 2 on the board, this is just... everything is on the line in every single round. They're going to be going downstairs this time. Cyclops, they're going to be defending down in garage and cafeteria. We've got the deployable shield up on the boxes. Pretty standard there. Triple wall reinforced. We've got the Echo once again. A second deployable shield actually on the pipes as well. ADS is in there, so I'd expect to see quite a heavy hold coming in from the bottom of yellow stairs for Cyclops. We've got Anaton on the alibi, is it? No, Anaton's on the Jaeger this time. Black Ray on the alibi, just putting those. There you go. Gets himself the ping, and it's a clever place to put it because you can't see through that window, Des. If you try to take the challenge thinking there could be a peek there, you can't see if there's actually anybody there. So you get a ping for free.
It was nice and cheeky. It's a nice thing about those, although they're not, I would argue, not as valuable as frost mats. And, you know, back in the day, it used to be a bit of a meme if you stepped in a frost mat. These days, it seems to happen once a map where the frost is being brought along. They do serve as good. And speaking here again about the alibi decoys, is that if you step into them, you do get yourself pinged out. So even without shooting them or being baited into it, still of great use, like you just mentioned a second ago. Gatorado in an interesting spot, playing on a mirror, by the way. Not really where you see a mirror stood in the open. Normally, it is cowering behind one of those black mirrors. Grenades coming in here, burning through these ADSs. Oh, that one getting eaten up by the ADSs around the corner. If it had fallen a little bit shorter, they'd have got themselves a mute. Oh, no, the third one as well. They're chewing through the mace. They have got 6 frags to play with, mind you. So still 3 in the back pocket. But the problem is, those ADSs will come back online.
They certainly will. A lot of them burnt there, and that's great setup from Cyclops. And this could be interesting, Des, because, of course, the thermite was banned out. It's important to remember that. Usually we see that triple wall opened up massively, but maybe not so this time, as we're working with an ace and the limited number of Selma charges. Could make life a little bit more difficult when they try to go in, but how about this? Instant rush into yellow stairs there as the alibi decoy is taken out just as the man is repelling in. KDS established now, can start to push down. Gatorada inside a bathroom. We haven't had a challenge yet. He gets picked up. They know that he's there. The decoy coming in. The Gemini seeing him, but there's nobody following it just yet. 1 minute 5 seconds left to go, and as I said, these teams, they don't want to give up early kills. We expected KJ, and KJ is what we get him. They're just fencing. It's all just about the gentle touches of each other's defense, attack, seeing who can outmaneuver who. KDS looking to get that kill onto Gatorada in the bathroom. It's gonna be a Lemo on the knock. Manages to get things started. Anaton taking damage, shut down. It's going towards Team 1 again. 5 versus 3. 35 seconds left to go.
They're playing this so well. It does feel a bit cagey and a little bit nervous, but as soon as those first couple of kills come in, you see Team 1 fill with confidence. They burst the way forward. They start stepping in. Positions being assumed by the members of Cyclops. Black Ray, the main challenger, holding off towards Spiral. Alamal, the one holding outside of the breach. They've got the numbers. They've got everything they need here, Tim, to make it work. Another one for Alamal, the man stepping up. One coming in for Black Ray. Got to watch out for Yellow now. Wins that trade as well. The Yokai comes in, gets one blast down. Final 5 seconds. The drop coming in. Alamal, sorry, Black Ray, the one into the 1 versus 1, gets the spray. Can't find the second. It's into a 2 versus 1. As Suzushi, the last one left standing, but can't do anything. The EMP came out and disabled the Yokais. Gonna have to try and turn this one into a 1 versus 2. That's exactly what it's going to become. Suzushi with it all to do. The support player for Cyclops, not normally known for big clutch situations, but if there's any time to do one, it's going to be now. Some pings coming through for the team. Can't see Levy lay down. Team 1, 2 rounds back to back.
Perfect start for them, and the dream is still alive, Des. The dream is still a possibility. It could be turned into a reality as Team 1 find themselves 2-0 on the attack. Successful so far into press and lobby, successful into garage and cafeteria. Just able to get in there. I won't say they made it look easy. Alamo stopped planting 3 times because of the Yokai drone, but ultimately the charges run out, the Thatcher's available, there are ways of dealing with it, and the diffuser goes down on the ground and the kills come in. Team 1 lock it down, but it's getting closer. That's the point. It was flawless in round 1. This time it was down to a 2 versus 1. It's getting closer. Cyclops, they're going to be aiming for that first round. Even 2 defensive rounds will guarantee them another chance here with a tiebreaker.
I don't want to get too excited too early on, Tim.
I do.
Insufferable. I was already
too late
to be insufferable, saying there's just no way they can do it. I'm going to stay that way. Don't get me wrong. I've put my opinion out there. I'm sticking behind it.
What point do you start believing, Des? What point do you start believing? 4-0? 5-0?
We get no. If we get to the second half and Team 1 win the first round, then I start believing.
So what if it's like maybe 5-1 and then they get 6-1?
I'm already believing by then, aren't I, mate?
You're believing in that? Okay.
I'll believe in the 1 round win on the other side of the map, because Cyclops are normally really disruptive on the defense, but their attacks can be razor sharp as well. They've got some stuff they can whip out. Thinking about the Monty, for example. That's what I'm keeping an eye on.
Okay. Well, we'll see how it progresses. For the time being, Team 1 have come in and they've got themselves the first couple of rounds. Sometimes, Des, and you know, this isn't, I'm not trying to cast the curse, but sometimes things like this can almost be self-fulfilling prophecies. You get these really difficult thresholds for teams to win, and you know, I'm a traditional sports fan for the majority of my life, and you just see these things happen sometimes, and you just think, you know, that's almost unbelievable. And right now, Team 1, they're still on the path, but there is a long way to go. Cyclops have shown that they've been an unbelievably capable team so far. They've been so enjoyable to watch at this Mexican major, and I'm sure that there are a lot of neutral fans that have taken them on board as their team and will be looking to see them progress, and that is still a strong possibility. But Team 1, they're doing everything they need to so far. They're going to be attacking this time onto the top floor, I think we're seeing. Or is it back into press and lobby? I'm just getting so carried away, guys. It's press and lobby. I'm just getting so carried away. I'm missing the menu screens. I'm just excited that it's 2-0. They're going to want to take top floor control regardless. Lagona straight in, joins Neskin inside of Copy there, and just looking to get established now. But Gatorada's feeding information in. There's Nitros below them. Ayagator is there as well. Need to be very careful. There's not going to be much movement for them. We're waiting, but they move away. I know that the Pulse wasn't in position to, but Ayagator was. Doesn't have his Nitro there, so I don't know if it's been deployed and left or whether he's already used it.
Probably deployed and left, I would have imagined it comes out, which is when the drone game then starts to get focused in for the side of Cyclops. Again, we get towards that final 60 seconds. No one's been picked off. It's been pretty peaceful, all things considered. A bit of maneuvering and posturing for either side, squaring each other up, but no one yet going down. Allerton did take a few shots, but not enough to take him out of the match just yet. There's the first blood being drawn once again. Allerton, same as in round 1, is the target, but KDS is the assailant this time.
And so it begins. Team 1 find their first kill once again, find that man advantage, but this one just feels a little bit different to me. Cyclops holding on better. 40 seconds left to go, but no shutdown from the hatch. Ayagator can't give them away like that. Levy manages to find the headshot. Vertical superiority proving decisive once again. 30 seconds left to go. Team 1 need to get moving, but they've shown an ability to get the diffuser down a number of times now. Both rounds so far. Black Ray with the Alder gets shut down. Lagonis is inside. He's about to start putting that diffuser down. Almost certainly going to happen. KDS finds Suzuki, and this is it. Round 3 looks like it's going in the direction of Team 1 as well. Gatorada manages to find one. Almost certainly impactless. Finds a second. 1 versus 3 still. Diffuser down on the ground. Throws out the Nitro, looking for anybody who might be playing the vertical angle, but he's not going to find them. Moves into the bathroom, can't find his angle because the hatch is open. Has to challenge in through that double door. He's going to be shut down as soon as he does. He finds one, knows the man's there, can pre-fire, but out come the shots, and Neskin shuts him down on the sledge, and the dream is still alive for Team 1. It's 3-0.
It's insane. I mean, after those 2 kills that Gatorada got, it did reduce the impact a little bit, but prior to that, across 3 rounds, Cyclops have got 3 kills. This is not the impact that we're used to seeing out of Cyclops, and understandably so after 3 rounds of emptiness and despair. Cyclops call themselves a tactical timeout. They want to pause the flow here. Team 1, dare I say, it looks a lot like what BDS did earlier on. They are playing this so patiently and slowly and carefully. It's not really what we're used to seeing from the big major regions normally, but Cyclops here, and to some extent other APAC teams, are forcing a different style of play. They know that these teams like DWG KIA and Cyclops have got this aggressive play style that's quite fluid, agile, rapid. What's the best thing you can do? Just slow it down, to slowly decrease the size of the pen, the area that you give Cyclops to play in, find the kills in isolation, and push your way forward from there. Really big start for Team 1, and this is where I think fans start to get excited, Tim, because 4 more rounds, and Team 1, if it carries on at this kind of pace, would be going through with Cyclops going home.
Team 1 are playing it perfectly so far, as you say, but genuinely, Des, I'm getting excited because of the game. I'm certainly not jumping on board Team 1 and saying, you know, I want them to careen through and get it. Cyclops have got the ability. Cyclops just need to take a breather here. I think there's a twist in this tale. I don't think Team 1 come through with a 7-0. I think we're at least going to have that position where there's no more mistakes left for them to make. But the question is, at what point does that come? If they have a 6-0 half and Cyclops then manage to get one attack, they're fighting against that every single time, and it's going to be really tough for them to front up, for them to face up to. And Team 1, they just need to keep the pressure on. But the thing is, they don't want to get carried away with it. You've said there, you know, the thing that they're doing right is taking the time, moving in slowly, getting the kills, and just making Cyclops feel like there's nowhere for them to move. It's just this ever-decreasing sort of ring around them that's closing in on them. If they start rushing, that's when the mistakes will come out.
It's exactly it, right? It's like a caged animal that you're trying to kind of slowly let out a little bit, but it will burst out if there's even the tiniest crack in those bars, because Cyclops can be that wild animal, as Jackie described them back on the pre-desk. Feels almost like Cyclops want to try and match that pace as well. A bit more of a passive comp coming out here, looking at it, thinking towards the smoke. They've got the Clash on side, the Maestro. They're saying, all right, guys, you want to play the slow game? We'll show you a slightly different side to our own style of play. I guarantee, though, you are still going to see Blackray getting out around the map and looking to cause trouble. And Tim, look, there's another victim of the spreading curse of the FMG smoke, because Alligator is bringing that along as well.
Certainly is. We'll keep a close eye on that and see how it goes. Now then, I'm always interested, Des, when you get the Clash pick coming in, Anaton's brought it along. I just start looking at it, we know how capable Cyclops are with shields. Normally, I'd be saying, is this a little bit of a desperation move? Are they thinking, you know, God, we need to close this down. Let's just bring a shield. Let's just make life difficult. That's not the case for Cyclops. They are way confident with these shield operators, and they use them as part of their regular arsenal. I think this could be the perfect time for them bringing the Clash along.
I mean, this is cheeky. This is the kind of thing they would do on the attack, if you remember. Try and play in behind. Listen, ult for the first time. They found the opening kill, but really because the focus is coming in onto the Clash. A little slip of attention coming in elsewhere, and Alamau, the player that you want to be bringing down. And guess who strikes? It's Blackray, his nemesis, his rival in this fixture.
Huge start there. Absolutely what Cyclops needed. And the thing is, it's just about that Clash taking focus. Alamau was trying to deal with it. We had the stun grenades coming in from the Zofia that he was playing, and that is where his focus was. And that is something that Clash does fantastically well. It's not just about defending. It's not just about the electricity or the information. It's about that being a magnet for people's eyeballs. People want to keep an eye. Where is the Clash? What's the Clash doing? Where are they trying to front up? What information are we giving away? And it's already struck at the beginning of the round. We're a minute in. It's 4 versus 4. Don't lose focus on the fact that Gatorada went down in that exchange as well. So Team 1 keeping themselves level. This is tense as everything slows down in round 4 after 2 openers.
Reminds me again of the BDS game earlier on, where in the rounds 5 and 6, when they started losing members relatively early on, that's when the wheels started to come off, because parts of that 5-point plan involving all 5 players fell by the wayside. It turned into a 4-point one. They didn't quite have anything to complete everything they were looking for. I feel like they found the man there, Blackray, using that for pretty good effect as well. The constant ping coming through and takes the long-range challenge. ADS now starting to square himself up around the bottom of yellow. Such a key power position. We've seen so much damage done from this location, and we've still got 70 seconds to play with, let's not forget.
There is time on the clock, but that is one of my concerns for Team 1. The executions have been coming quite late in the round, last 30, last 20 seconds, and you only get one chance at it. We saw Alamau fighting with that Yokai drone to get the diffuser down in time, for example. You can't keep rolling the dice like that. 45 seconds left to go. Lagonis only just opening up the breach on the triple wall to allow him in to get that diffuser down. He's got Levy on the cover, and Team 1, I think they're going to go for this here and now.
Blackray's still on the move. You know what he's like. You can't stop him when he's moving around. They see him stepping in as well. They know about the Evil blasting him away. They can't do much else. They can see him on the lower one. Lagonis going to find himself getting burnt out here. He has to come around for the challenge to get rid of the Evil Eye. That's the big one you want. The smoke comes through. Lagonis down to about 30 HP. Make that about 30 actually now as it bleeds down to that mark from about 40. Plan being stuck with 8 men still alive on the field. How does it happen, Ace? There's nothing they can do. Cyclops now got to stage a retake on one of the hardest sites to pull off a retake in the game. Netskin bringing down Irrigator. This could be that 4th round they're looking for, but Anaton strikes back, sick and tired of being the opening kill in rounds 1 and 3. He wants something to do. Blackray, another.
Do it behind Anaton.
Can he do it by himself? They can sit here behind the shield. We saw this earlier on, but he finds him. Gets round the side of the shield. They've got 20 seconds. Blackray has got to nail this. They need to make it work. He's going for the defuse on the back. Shield back out. Now you've got to protect the man. If he weaves this round again, there is going to be trouble. Can't quite get the bullets through. The Clash has done the protection job for them. That is 1 one of the 2 rounds to guarantee at least a tiebreaker.
Cyclops coming out with a great defense there. I love what I see from Anaton. Des, I couldn't believe the shot that Levy made, though, on that first attempt at the disable. He threaded the needle down the side of that class shield, found the man and took him down, and I started thinking this might just go wrong here. And then you could see the confusion setting in. You could see the panic on the side of Cyclops. You had Anaton flipping around, shield on his back, thinking I'm going to go for the disable, but no, the other man does it instead, so he has to turn around, and I'm thinking this is the time to strike, but Levy just couldn't get into position before that class shield came out, and Cyclops get it over the line, and that is it now. No more mistakes for Team 1. They have to win every single round from here, otherwise the best they can hope for is that tiebreaker match.
I've not cast a game this tense in a long time. There have been some close games, but this one just feels something quite special. I'm nervous for the players. Sat here casting it, you feel like you're part of the fixture, you're part of the story, and we are. You're either on one side of history, seeing 2 APAC teams making it through to the playoff stage of a major. We will have complete parity in representation from each region around the world, which itself is amazing. But on the other, Team 1, who have just got that sliver of hope, the string of possibility that seems almost impossible. But after those first 3 rounds, you feel like it could be on the way.
I believe the A-Stream have joined us as well. You're probably familiar by now with the circumstances that we are facing, but Team 1 have to win this in regular time. I just want to give you an idea of the stakes. Alaman comes out big with an opener onto BlackRay, who was trying to get aggressive. It sounds like an air jab was triggered there as well, potentially. We'll keep an eye on whether that's left anybody high and dry. But the stakes of the match. Team 1 have to win. They need 3 points. But the score is also important, because that win would bring us down to a tiebreaker on round win percentage. So basically, Team 1, they have to win 7-1. Cyclops have got 1 round now, so that is the best that Team 1 can hope for. They can't lose another round. If it's a 7-2 finish to Team 1, we would have a tiebreaker match. Anything else, Cyclops go through. That's it.
What I want to point out, by the way, with this opening kill, Gatorada was the big disruptor in the previous round, and Alamal was the opening death. I'm not going to say it's down to 2 players, but those 2 being off the board or on the board has such a massive impact on the round outcome itself. It feels like it was an ending 3v1 for Cyclops. Sure, Levy found one to bring it down to a 2 versus 1, but there was a bit too much work for him to do from there. Now that BlackRay's off the board and Alamal is not, this is where I really start to favour Team 1 in taking the round this early on.
Yep, Team 1 getting themselves established inside of admin, and look how switched on they are, Des. We've got KDS, he's inside of admin, he's sat on top of the reinforced hatch so that he can't get hit with a nitro from below. They are thinking about everything here. They don't want to leave themselves exposed any more than they need to. There's kills that need to come in, but there's plenty of time to find them. And Team 1 have shown an ability in the late round to move into sites and get the diffuser down. As I said, they don't want to roll that dice every time, leaving it too late. If the opportunity is there to do it with a few more seconds on the clock, then all the better. 1 minute left to go.
A bomb has been located.
Absolutely as well. A very shield-shaped hole being opened into that wall, which is one you look at and go, huh. There's a shield on side, it would make a lot of sense, but neither team has a shield. There is no Monty, there is no Clash, nothing here worth getting worried about walking its way through that mammoth-shaped hole that has been opened up. Cyclops still skirting their way around here, looking up and down Spiral, constantly keeping the side of Team 1 guessing. I hope to God they've got some flank drone cell, because we've seen what they can do when they aren't in place. Damage coming on to KDS. Alamal also at half HP, but they're in. They're going in for the plant here, but there's a shotgun. Welcome to the APAC special. They love themselves a shotgun. It's the only way I can describe it. C4 goes off. Lagonis having to back himself away, and now going to go for it again. He's got a shotgun below you, my man. You've just heard about it as well. But it's Anaton to get the kill. The denial game coming in pretty strong. 15 seconds still to play, and Iagate on the downstairs might yet find himself another.
The problem, obviously, for the diffuser going down is the holes that have been opened up that leave lines of sight onto those desks, so they just have to take the risk. Alamau in once again. We've seen him with a successful plant already, but the attempt comes out. You see him, he gets him with the pistol. It's going to be a Cyclops win. Des, the dream is at least almost over for Team 1. That guarantees now the best they can hope for would be a tiebreaker rematch here if the teams were to finish as they are now, 7-2 to Team 1. It would be a dead heat, and we would have a rematch, effectively, a tiebreaker. I can't see that being the case here. Cyclops, they've found that momentum that they needed. There's Team 1. They've had the wobble. They just, for me, if they were going to do it, it was 7-0 or nothing. It was, you know what I mean? It was come in and just win every single round, because as soon as Cyclops got one, they were going to get more.
Yeah. They're a team that really start riding off that momentum. And for me, again, the big key in that round was BlackRay was the first one dead, and they still managed to deny. It's one thing that we've observed over the last year and a half, Tim. APAC love shotguns. I'm thinking about the countless supernova kills inside of church defenses on Clubhouse. I'm thinking about the bandit shotguns we've seen in some maps like Coastline. We've seen all kinds of craziness come out of the region, and here, the Pulse-Attack shotgun, ready to deny, C4 in hand, pistol for the little finish-off job if they needed to touch it around the edges. Just beautiful stuff coming out from them, and Team 1 now need 4 rounds on the bounce.
Well, I tell you what, Des, there's a lot of people at home around the world that are thinking, come on, 7-2.
I mean,
they're thinking, we don't want any more rounds to Cyclops. Team 1 have just gained a lot of fans.
Chat are just like baying for blood at this point, I'm sure. Like,
they just want to watch the world burn.
They
just want to watch the world burn. Team 1 have just gained tens of thousands of fans who just want them to come through now with 4 consecutive rounds and to finish this off 7-2. But given what we've seen out of Cyclops, I don't want to be the one to disappoint. There's a clash on
this
side.
Is horrible.
There's a clash on side, feeding information in.
But think about it. If someone were to step up from behind that clash at a moment's notice and hit on that spawn peak with the intel being fed, you can't ever look away from the clash, but you can't kill it either. That's pretty clever. I mean, now he has stepped away fine, but it's the constant fear of what if there is someone waiting behind it for him to sidestep and us to get banged in the head.
Absolutely that. And I think, like I say, with Cyclops bringing the clash along, we've already seen it successful so far. It was touch and go, but I just think this is the moment for Cyclops. And, you know, it's time now to start getting excited about the APAC team, Des. We've given Team 1 their moment. They've had their chance, and the mistakes have come in. They've unfortunately lost the rounds. The best they can hope for is that rematch. This is now about Cyclops. This is about their ability to show that they can compete toe-to-toe with arguably the best region in the world. And APAC, they can go away no matter what happens in this tournament, heads held high, because they have convinced a lot of people of their quality, and it's time for Cyclops to double down now and really show what they can do. KDS finds one onto Suzuki. Lagonis gets one onto Ayagator. Team 1 are still fighting. They're having absolutely none of this. They don't want to throw it away, but Anaton needs to be dealt with.
I mean, that grenade came singing in. Anderson was like, where the bloody hell are you throwing that, my dude? Not at me, apparently. Completely missing it over. Another one looping over the top. That one does some damage. Oh! BlackRay goes for it, but the answer was there. They were ready. C4 in hand onto the outside of the window. No one was that close, but there is one inside a bathroom. Gadarada finding one. He was already in the clutch situation earlier on. Window or sight has got to be his choice. Connector apparently is the answer. Can't quite find what he needs to, and now he's flanking in behind. Neskin somehow kills Lagonis. Neskin gets down. Can that be it? Can he hold on? No, he can't. Levy comes in from yellow. It's another round going the way of Team 1 Ace. It's still a long way to go, but you're seeing that yellow brick road starting to lay itself before us.
You really are. And that gives us the 4-2 half for Team 1. Cyclops moving on to the attack, though. And as you said yourself, there's Cyclops, a team that can be very sharp on the attack. Very good at disrupting. Anaton, Ying, Monty. He's just playing into mind games at this point.
God damn it. I've just had a look at chat and the sort of stuff that's going on in there, and there are some great copy bastards that go, phone emoji, hello Team 1, NIP here, we are at the airport, don't be late.
I see chat being as understanding as ever, Des.
When is it not? It's a beast that cannot be contained, much in the same way that it is becoming increasingly difficult to deal with Cyclops. Those 2 rounds that they found, yes, they're on the board. One more guarantees them that spot. So for Team 1, we keep on saying it, but nothing short of perfection is allowed. Very demanding employers here, Ace, is the only way I can describe it.
Certainly is. It's going to be down to Team 1 now. They're going to be defending Archive and Tellers, and the thing is, it's not going to be an easy site for them to hold down. It's the split site. We've just seen them struggle to get in there and attack it to get the diffuser down. It wasn't the site for them to attack. They were unable to do so. They were shut down with the final pistol kill that closed out the round. And I'm going to try to do the same thing here. Cyclops need to get into the top floor, need to just close down the angle, close things down, and need opening kills. They've got Anaton on the Monty. That is a point to the credit for Cyclops.
And of course, in the round that might just be the nail in the coffin, you bring the steel coffin himself, Anaton on Monty. The resident APAC main, for those who aren't aware of Cyclops and what they're all about. The stat that we've peddled a few times in the Japanese league, which, by the way, had a $310,000 prize pool this season. Ludicrous for a national league. Monty was banned away 30% of the time. A lot of that on the back of Cyclops and just how good Anaton is at this operator. They often pair it up with someone stepping in behind him. He sidesteps or someone takes shots around him. Can be absolutely lethal. They managed to get their way in on the downstairs at the very least and look like they're trying to go for this lateral push on the ground floor. Forget about trying to go for a full top floor clear. Just work your way across down into the archives and look for that plan.
Anaton diffuser in hand, just working his way through cafeteria, but he's going to need some support. Look at the angles that are being used here. Gatorada just trying to find something through the drone hole, but won't have any success. 1 minute 45 in, still 5 versus 5. The ping's coming out just to let Anaton know that there is somebody ahead of him looking to block up and challenge from that Pico, just forcing the man away. Cyclops getting aggressive here. Black Ray going in. I'm not sure if they're aware of the man inside of Archives. He's going to wait for his moment. He's going to find his moment. Gets the kill onto Lagonis, but KDS did get the opener onto Suzuki. We've got Black Ray on low health here. Anaton takes out the cam. Going to have an opportunity potentially to get the diffuser down. There's a lot of distraction going on right now, Des. 2 versus 4. He might get away with this.
Oh,
the Nitro misses. The plant is there. This could be the moment for Cyclops, but it won't be easy. 2 versus 4. Anaton going wild on the pistol. He's got the shield. He's using the jiggle. There's a couple of kills come in. It's 1 versus 2. Gatorada. He's full health. He's got everything he needs to do this.
Seeing over the planet, sees the helmet, surely just sees it, goes for the head, gets the down as well, rotates out to the hole. Gatorada can do it here for APAC for Cyclops. No, he cannot. KDS gets it, and they've got time. The diffuser's going to come off. It's 5 and 2. 2-round stand between Team 1 and a tiebreaker rematch.
I don't believe what I'm seeing right now. Cyclops able to... I really don't. Cyclops able to get in and get the diffuser down, and I can just feel the tension's palpable right now. Not just in the game, but everybody enjoying it at home, everybody enjoying it in the chat. I just know that everybody is on the edge of the seat with this one. It is one of the best games that we have seen in a long, long time. Team 1, 5-2. They are looking for 2 more consecutive rounds to keep the dream alive.
This is the thing, right? It's the story surrounding the game that makes it so riveting from start to finish. They're really doubling down on trying to slow down this Monty, by the way. The cap can coming out, you got the laser gates, the smokes, the yokais, everything they can think of to try and impede Anaton. Worth noting for him, by the way, very impressed by those 2 pistol kills that he got in a 2 versus 4. Like, that shouldn't really be a thing. A Monty normally keeps the shield up, but Anaton finds a bit of a fragger when he's got the shield out. That pistol doing a good bit of work for them. 2 more rounds for Team 1, though. Again, we need to see perfection, Ace.
Really do, and like I've said, the Team 1 that we've seen so far is not one that we would expect perfection from. They've certainly been beatable here at the Mexico Major, but Jackie and I have kept saying that we know there's better in this team. We know that there's better performances, and sometimes it's just consistency. And right now, the consistency that they showed us was unfortunately those poor performances, but a lack of consistency is starting to show itself with a great one coming out now.
Okay, let's see what the approach is this time round. Because, of course, it's not going to be identical in terms of push. It is the press and lobby setup, which to me just suggests you go direct to site here. Easiest way is going to be by the front door. But Anaton and co have a different idea. They're working their way in from the back. There's 2 pushing out towards the east. Monty, Anaton, he is the VIP here. He's the one with the shield. He's the one with the diffuser. Want to keep an eye on. You may find him heading his way in towards Piano for the potential plant. What they need to be aware of, though, is where these other members of team want to play. And there are 2 C4s on side. There are these cap cans. They could bully someone out, but the upstairs control is there. Maybe you find someone looking to play downstairs cheeky through, for example, the garage hatch. You've got all kinds of options, or just playing through the soft flooring. In comes Anaton. Where do they go from here, Ace? Because we're only 50 seconds in.
In comes the big shieldy boy looking to put some pressure on. Ooh, we have an early challenge there. Black Ray just looking up those Visa stairs but cannot find the man. We've got the Yokai drone looking to just get the view of Piano. It's going to stick itself to the ceiling there. Levy just coming off for the time being to make a challenge if necessary onto the yellow stairs door. Have absolutely no idea which way this is going to go. It is just so difficult to call. KDS goes out of the window. He gets one onto Ayagator. Can he make it back in safely? I'm sure Cyclops might be scrambling, but they're all on the wrong side of the map to be able to impact on KDS. Gatorada tries from the rooftop, manages to find some shots. Black Ray's been down. It's falling apart. Team 1, they are looking at getting another round on the board. Suzushi, though, manages to get a kill. 4 versus 3, 3 versus 3. It's bouncing backwards and forwards. 1 minute 15 left to go.
Blackray 8-2 Capcans in this round and found himself going down there on the spiral stairs. Unbelievable. Just goes to show, same as with Frost, even if it only works once a match, you've just brought down one of the most deadly threats on the side of Cyclops. That's the kind of kill that you want. But Monty still stands, Tim, and as we always say, as these numbers dwindle down, the value of that Monty only grows further.
It really does. You know, the fewer that you're facing up against, the more difficult it is for those remaining players to fight against that shield, to create a situation where there's a crossfire, to create that exposure, to be able to land shots. Gatorada misses his opportunity. It's fleeting and he can be completely forgiven for it. Never easy to hit those momentary shots. Now then, Neskin just finding the exposed leg of Levy there on the door.
I mean, speaking of Levy, dropping down to about 45 HP there. Grenade tickling him from the bottom, but Anderson's in. Feeding information. We know how much he loves to go for his kills. Oh, the drops on Monty! Not for the second day in a row.
It's 1v3,
Neskin,
it's 1v3.
last man left standing. He's going in for the plan. Can he do it? Lagonis is down. He's got to clutch it out. Suzuki loses the shot. Addington, it's the Monty 1v1. You don't win these, I'm afraid, team.
Got to pick Lagonis up.
The C4 can do it. No, it cannot. He won't be able to get Lagonis up, Tim. Oh, no. No way. No way does he get him back up. They could do this. They've killed him. It's a quadra kill. We're going to round 9. Team 1 round away from a tiebreaker.
This is heartbreaking to watch for Cyclops right now. Twice they've had that diffuser down. Twice they've had the man there available to try and fight and get it over the line. And twice they've been unable to do it. Neskin just coming in clutch for his team. Picking up Lagonis, winning the fight. Disabling the diffuser. I can't, honestly, Des, I can't believe what I'm seeing.
I'll tell you what, Tim, I was feeling tired in our last 3 games today. We've done 32 hours of casting in the last 3 days. I am cream crackered. But this game has got me feeling like it's game 1 on day 1 again. I'm absolutely buzzing. It's not the coffee I've blasted my way through. This game, we sat on desk and said there is just no way it works out to be this way. They're 1 round off pulling it off, Tim. 1 single round.
Attackers need to locate
this
and defuse bombs.
is potentially a historic moment in Siege, Des. That's the reality of what we're looking at here. That's the scale of the accomplishment, potentially, of Team 1 here, but they haven't done it yet. There is one more site for them to hold down, and there's going to be a lot of pressure on the shoulders of this team right now, because they know that one mistake, any one of these individuals overpeaks something, exposes themselves, makes a wrong move, it could be the end of any possibility of doing this. It has to be perfect, and it has to be now. Cyclops on the attack once again. It's been tough for them so far. It's not been easy. We haven't yet seen them win an attack. They're gonna have to buck that trend.
This is ludicrous, Tim. Honestly, ludicrous. They choose this round to be the one they step away from the Monty. Anaton moving on to the Capital with those smoke bolts. And what does Lagonis bring along? It's the Warden. There's an Echo onside. You can just see so many things that are going to ruin Cyclops' party on this attack. There is so much to count on with those 2 rounds going back to back to the favor of the defenders. Cyclops need to pull off something special here, Tim. It's kind of the air quotes offside stepping in. Maybe that's why they stepped away from the Monty here, thinking repel on windows sounds pretty good to me. We'll play for that for this top floor plant. It's all going to come down to the small things in this round, and right now it's going to start with an execute onto KDS, who initially was in yellow but has very quickly backed away.
Martin with the Capito, looking to work the yellow stairs window. This is, of course, an attack onto top floor, just clearing out goo mines there. Black Ray on the Twitch drone. Won't be able to get up the stairs. He could well find himself. There he goes. Look at that angle. There's absolute beauty. He loses his drone afterwards, but it allows others in. 5 versus 5 still, 1 minute 50. Cyclops trying to get control over the yellow stairs, so they're likely to go for a plant inside of the console office, behind the desk or even right up on that reinforced wall against Connector. But they're going to need some kills. They're going to need a little bit more control before they can do that.
Been so tense the whole way through, and it feels like it's reaching the peak here, Tim. Gathering up on the console windows, yellow stairs the focus, skylight someone was sat upon as well. Slowly, these members of Team 1 have pulled themselves back, forming a defensive line halfway across the map. Enough to challenge, but enough that they don't feel too exposed to the members of Cyclops, almost chasing their tails here, trying to find someone to kill, and to date, not yet able to find anyone. There's a couple pushing in. Neskin, that, honestly, this guy is having the game of his career right now. Massive opening kill onto Irrigator.
That is big. There's no other way to describe it. That's the Ash off the board. Team 1, 55 seconds left for them to survive, to be able to take this over the line. They've got yokai drones, they've got utility, they've got manpower, they've got everything they need to be able to close this one out. Suzuki just looking to get inside of the building still. Not even there. Going to be heading up to the balcony. It looks like, for me, Cyclops are just unsure, Des, of exactly where to push here.
They're not sure what to do because Team 1, it's like chasing shadows. They can't find them. Lagonis gets another. It's happening. Suzuki, one to Levy. Black Ray goes big and brings down Lagonis, but Alamau still stands. Neskin, one back onto Anderson. 3 versus 2. Team 1, numbers advantage with them. You've got Suzuki. You've got Black Ray. Can they do it here for APAT? Tim, 10 seconds. He goes down. No way have they pulled us to our first tiebreaker in Siege Esports history. Yes, they have. Vamos, Team 1. It's a tiebreaker ace.
The LATAM region keep fighting, showing why they are so entertaining. Unbelievable from Team 1 there. They were 1 round short as of just taking the whole thing outright. But there is a lot to be sorted out now.
Oh my word. Now, someone told me the noise that you're hearing on the stream is unbelievable. We don't hear the noise, but I can only imagine Team 1 screams as that game built up to a fever pitch. That is something special. A tiebreaker. Cyclops are going to be rattled. But I guess the one nice thing is, like you say, the self-fulfilling prophecy. They knew that 7-2 was the tiebreaker point. You could see the Cyclops were nervous, but I will give everything to the side of Team 1. They played that so patiently. They didn't rush to race their way in. And just to remind you guys what this means, the score is 7-2. And here is the graphic that will showcase to you exactly what we were playing for here. It's almost like you spun a wheel of fortune, Tim, and it has landed on the $1 million prize. That 7-2 scoreline means there is a tiebreaker match that needs to be played between Cyclops and Team 1. No handicaps. The best part is Cyclops beat them 7-2 on Oregon yesterday. Now Team 1 have come to Consulate and beat them 7-2. What's going to happen in this next map?
Well, I mean, I did point out that scoreline before we started.
You did?
Won it 7-2. The thing is, like you say, now it's a straight-up fight. There's no win conditions anymore beyond win the game. That's it. Whoever wins it, takes it, goes through to the playoffs. It gets super simple now. As simple as it gets. I just get... Honestly, Des, I'm just absolutely astounded. What a performance from Team 1. They've saved the best to last. It's the absolute last minute possible, the last second possible to keep themselves in it.
Jackie, my man, you were the only one that had blind faith. Me and Tim stepped away from Team 1, but you stayed in the light, brother. Fair play.
The boys themselves, I told you, I couldn't look Lagonis in the face and see that little glint in his eye and not go, yeah, I can see a 7-2. But, I mean, honestly, if I'm picking out one player to give the props to, it's got to be Nesk, right? That was a life game. How on earth,
honestly,
was he able to pull off any of those clutches?
I was tracking the entry the whole way through. 8-1 they ended on. 8-1 on entry. Neskin finding 2 of those, but it was the impact he was having throughout the rounds, Jackie. The long-range kills absolutely played his brains out there. Fair damn play to him.
He did. He wouldn't even let them process a fort, Des. All he was doing is put a bullet through where their forts get processed. Absolutely rinses them. Ridiculous quad kill. That round was balmy, by the way. That was it. I was thinking, all right, you know, they've done well. They've got it close, but they're not going to be able to get it over the edge. How on earth have they outplayed him? The C4 going over the Monty. I'm sat there, Tim, freaking out.
It's just... It's... I don't even know what to say. I'm lost for words, Jackie. I've never seen anything of the like. How Team 1 have been able to get themselves inside of the server and get that job done is just beyond me, especially after the performances that we've seen so far.
It's crazy. It really is. Because that's the big storyline, right? As we were looking at this, and we had firsts that were available to us. One of them being, if Cyclops won, we would have 2 teams from each region going to the playoffs, which would be history in Rainbow Six. That can still happen, but they have to win the now tiebreaker game, the extra best of 1. You enjoyed the stream so much, we've added another game onto the B stream, Des. We get to cover it right here, right now. It's going to be crazy.
It needs it. It sorely needs it. But my brain's just like, whoa, breathe for 5 seconds. Get oxygen back through your circuits, because my God, do I need it. That first time in history, just saying, made at Mexico. Whatever, you guys carry on. I can't do it.
No, it's ridiculous. Like, I'm not surprised. You would be at a loss for words off the back of that. That game had everything. That was a staple game. History is in the making. And right now, it looks like Team 1s are the ones that are right in the history book, Tim. They've done it once, and there's something weird about the B stream. For some reason, we consistently have these repeat results whenever there's back-to-back games. Could it happen, Tim? Could we see Team 1, after all the groundwork they put in, somehow steal the spot from Cyclops?
Absolutely we can. And the thing is, I'm going to tell you another thing. This game now is almost certainly going to overtime.
Oh yeah, because that's the thing, right? There's no boundaries, there's no limits.
There's not going to be any.
There's
not going to be any 7-1, 7-2. It's going to go to the wire now.
Like, we were sat there with really a game that was kind of cordoned off with red tape either side. We had so many little caveats to how Cyclops could win it. Even with those factors, they couldn't get themselves 3 rounds. It's got to be a howler of overtime, Des. It's you and Tim. It wouldn't be right without it, right?
No, mate. It seems to haunt us. Every event we go to, overtime stalks us. This was just one of them games as well. That for my money is probably the best of one that we've ever seen in Siege history. Crazy, you know. All the big historic moments are normally parts of best of 3s, best of 5s, but for my money, a short 9-round game packed with that much tension is unbelievable.
Oh yeah. The storyline there from Team 1 is crazy. I heard you talking about it during the game, Tim. The fact that obviously we used to kind of tout these guys for being unbelievable, having skill, like we did akin to Furia, right? We'd always hype them up and say, just wait. One day you'll see that result that makes you realize they are unbelievable. And we finally saw it. We'll finally get to see as well the actual conclusion to this, because of course we have that tiebreaker game that's going to be going down on the B stream. If you've missed the game, this is the result. It was a 7-2 on Consulate. Cyclops warned Team 1. They said, do not take us to Consulate. Anaton was talking a big game, but in the end, he was silenced by Team 1 with a 7-2 victory, Tim.
I mean, just looking across those stats there, Neskin KDS really stepping up. 25 kills, 13 and 2 from Neskin. Absolutely huge from him. We saw some really important kills. It's not just about the number, it's how important some of those kills were. That shutdown onto the balcony window onto Black Ray, for example, when he was trying to peek out. Things like that just really closing it out. But what I'm amazed at is the performance from Cyclops. There's so few kills across the board. It just shows what pressure can do. It shows what pressure can do.
No, this is the thing, right? As I think day 1 coming into this event, so many people were shocked by the play style of APAC. Again, this kind of team-wide, loose, aggressive style that wasn't like... It's not like a bunch of rank guys running around and terrorizing you. They're just coordinating as a team really well in a way that most people aren't used to. Yesterday, still shocking a lot of people, but I imagine a lot of teams were learning. And then today, you're seeing even more of that learning coming in, because I've seen 2 teams today, BDS and Team 1, play into Cyclops really, really well. They've learned, they've adapted, they've slowed down their own game to deal with it. It's genius. Really smart call by the teams.
Well, school is in session, so let's see who's going to be learning a very harsh lesson. We'll be coming back. I can't speak because it's all getting far too hectic. We'll be back with the game. The tiebreaker's coming up. Grab yourself a drink. Come back because it is going to be Siege history. We'll see you after the break.
What does it take to create a vibrant, thriving community? Join us on this third episode of I Call Next as we discover how to create inspiring content and hype up an entire gaming scene. PayPal. Press play.
Okay, while we're breaking all this stuff down, I honestly just want to ask you this. How surprised are you that Team 1 were able to beat CAG, and not only beat CAG, but they walked into the match knowing that if they got more than 2 rounds, that they're completely out of the tournament, and they achieved that. 7-2 victory on Consulate.
Not necessarily, as we're going to see, though, that rematch still needs to happen. So.
Tiebreaker, by the way.
Yeah.
The first one we've ever had in Rainbow Six Siege history.
That is more than likely. We don't have confirmation of this just yet. That is more than likely going to be happening over on our Bravo stream, but we will let you guys know, hopefully once that decision is finally made, what the plan is going to be to broadcast. As I know a lot of you at home are definitely going to be wanting to check that one out, as that has huge implications for this tournament, where, like we said, this match unfortunately does not have that going for it here. This one's, for the most part, just for fun, and maybe some SI points for NIP.
Yeah, most definitely. This is just going to be something for, I'm going to try and see exactly what they can do up against each other, but again, just remember that those SI points do matter at the end of the day. That's the one thing here. But besides that point, DarkZero have finally achieved making it up to the top of this roof. Their best impression of bouldering inside of this cafe building. So now that they've gotten up here, they'll begin their drone spins and start getting them in towards this area. Julio, though, is already going to strike true with his Nitro Cell, taking down NJR. Don't exactly see where that ended up going down, but either way, that will be the loss of the air jab wielding Nomad.
Hyper continuing to work on the drone game here for the rest of DZ as they continue to clear things out for themselves. And IP will also maintain their position. Sounds like an air jab going off over there, and it looks like it was, as BC is able to catch the player that tripped it up. That's Kamikaze going down. That's no slouch as far as the utility is concerned either. All 3 of the toxic vapes, those toxic gas grenades that Smoke brings with him, now goes down onto the ground with Kamikaze's death, and a huge amount of delay potential for NIP in the late round no longer exists.
Well, Evening things out here in between these two. Obviously, the earlier loss of NJR cannot go unchecked, but we'll always be able to pick up Kamikaze. That is great. As John was talking about, not having that smoke utility is going to be impactful later on here, but Ninjas in Pyjamas usually good for gunfights when it comes down to it, but this has just been one of those lands where it's just been very awkward to see what they're going to do. They've never really been able to get into their right mind and to see if that's going to affect them here up against DZ. Speaking of DZ, BC specifically will be taking some heat as he's knocked down below 25 HP. DarkZero still trying to find an answer to this top floor hold, but they're starting to lose bodies. Eclipse swings into heaven, currently sitting on the plateau area. Will possibly get something done here if he swings off the balcony. Pampazu will get the initial one. They're trying to find the frag, but oh, it's some beautiful shots from Psycho. He'll win it out with the SMG-12. You don't see that thing get used that often anymore. So, nice frag from him. Brings it down to a 2 versus 2.
Eclipse will continue to hold that position after trying to frag things out here. The record built up by him so far, but the numbers getting low. DarkZero be careful with every step they take. Thankfully, it's a quick work to join up both Eclipse and BC and try to allow them both to carry on forward, further out and closer to the site. That default plant position just on the inside of Library. First attempt going to be made. No Nitro Cell counter, but there is going to be a flank because Julio runs up. Excuse me, Muzi runs up, and Julio gets the final shot to finish off Eclipse. BC gets the case on the ground, but he's now locked inside of a cell with no easy way out. And he's not even going to be able to start that way, unfortunately. Muzi takes him down, and an IP claim a quick second.
Strong round there from Ninjas in Pyjamas, but even better from Muzi. Perfect timing there on the Brown Stairs rotate. It goes unchecked until the very last second from Eclipse. When he gets taken down, DarkZero down 0-2.
DarkZero struggling a little bit here, but again, keep in mind the very tricky situation that is currently put before DarkZero themselves here, considering the fact that their position in the group is already assured. There's a very good chance, as with a few of the other matches we've already played out today, they don't have really heavy implications being played into it. There's not really much incentive for DarkZero to play into this so heavily, such as reveal anything new they might have been saving for this tournament.
Yeah, we hate to be the bearer of bad news.
Yes, DarkZero and more than likely NIP as well, just as a result of the current standings and that NIP cannot go any further. These teams are probably going to play this as pretty straightforward as they can, so as not to give anything away.
As default can possibly get.
I think this is a good opportunity, right?
No,
Some people at home might not be happy with this. This is kind of a hardcore match. We might have some viewers out there that are newer to Siege. Let's try to enlighten them on a round-to-round basis here. Let's try to explain some newer mechanics for the folks at home, because I think this is a good game to do that.
Well, you know me, John. I love the nuances of Rainbow Six Siege. I'm always down to talk about that ad nauseum. So we'll have to see exactly what's going on with that. And we can actually start off already with this Mute, Mozzie, and Vigil combo as to why it's so very effective and as to why going forward, Mute's probably going to end up getting a nerf because he's so very potent. The biggest thing with this blend of operators is the fact that you have really, really good info denial, and info is the king of Rainbow Six Siege. For all of you that are a lot newer to it, you don't want to just be walking into a building without really knowing where the positioning of the defenders are, because that's how you end up getting these early picks, and DarkZero are obviously going to have to deal with that. The crazy thing about this setup as well for this operator lineup that they have is that it actually counters out quite a bit of the utility from DZ. Not only the drones, but the Mute Jammers as well will actually turn off the Gemini if Hyper gets close enough with it.
So essentially it is perfect at denying most of the drone utility as well as, like we said, the Gemini utility that DarkZero would normally try getting in this first minute or two, making it a very annoying process, and oftentimes forcing, in this case DarkZero, whoever the attacker may be going up against this setup, to try and send their players in, which normally in a lot of other shooters you would expect that, but here, considering the low TTK, that often can be a very dangerous decision, as you might be walking right into someone who has their crosshair trained right over where your headshot's going to be, and that more than likely means death for the attackers in most situations, unless you have some absolutely insane aim.
And we can already see it working out here. Psycho's going to get his own drone, and he really doesn't even have to worry about moving it. That's another thing that obviously Mozzie gets with those pests, is when he does grab one of those drones, he actually gets to use it himself, but Psycho's not worried about that. Instead, he's worried about getting rid of all of this info utility because they don't know his positioning. The best way to explain this to you guys at home is that if 5 seconds passes and you haven't seen somebody, that information's useless now. That comm or whatever was said, no one's actually going to respect it, and that's how you get those, you know, those little weird moments that happen inside of your ranked games and stuff like that, where you called somebody 30 seconds ago and then you get yelled at because that guy all of a sudden, you know, oh, I don't know, has legs and can move. So, you know, it just becomes very frustrating sometimes. But either way, though, Ninjas in Pyjamas have legs, and they're going to start their rotations now. You can see they've actually all came to a single point inside of Diamond. dining, simply waiting for DarkZero to start pushing forward, but it's actually DarkZero to strike first as they'll take down Pino.
You might have noticed there's not much that actually spurred NIP on to do that fallback itself, other than DarkZero slowly encroaching upon their positions and taking control. Keep in mind that the second floor position that NIP was fighting from is not the primary site position itself. That is purely a play to waste time on the overall round clock from DarkZero. We're on the minute-and-a-half mark. NIP made the call that they succeeded in that goal and are now falling back to secondary defensive positions inside of the site itself to play out this remaining minute on the clock. So far doing a good job of that, but down a player, it is going to be a little bit tough, and those defenses will be stretched quite thin because they're going for a full floor hold right now.
Well, we'll try and get back into some more of the analysis after this round as well, folks. This is where the rubber hits the road, as we like to say. 40 seconds remaining, and that means something has to give for either side. And with only one body on the floor, being a Ninjas in Pyjamas member, that means DarkZero at full power. Doesn't mean Ninjas in Pyjamas can't fight back, though, and this is where this video game becomes interesting, specifically for me, because this is where all the action is inside of this last minute. You can see Muzi trying to prevent anything from happening on Whiskey. He's going to start pushing the envelope, though. Decides to back off, but not before Pyjamas takes down Kamikaze inside of VIP. Some nice shots back and forth. Pyjamas will get traded out here for Julio. A cycle will go down. 15 seconds remain for DarkZero to try and get something done. Julio with some beautiful shots. He'll knock down 2 with the SMG-11. Has the secondary shotgun, or a primary shotgun, actually, with the M590 to take him down. But doesn't mean DarkZero can't try for this plant attempt. Muzi sitting inside of bunker right now. Can indeed prevent. It's 0-0. He's got to go find the head of this planter. Can he see it over the sink? He can. He'll be able to take down BC, but he'll be able to at least get the 1v2. Julio moves in through the Whiskey door. He'll take him down inside of that kitchen double. And wow, what a fantastic round there for Ninjas in Pyjamas. They'll bring it back and keep DarkZero away from getting their first round.
And you could see there, despite the fact that they managed to win that one, they were very spread out and nearly lose it. It's only because of the heroics from Julio there. Once again, those SAS operator picks we keep bringing up there, that kid is so strong.
Dude,
between the SMG-11 and the M590. It continues to give us these amazing clutch plays, as we just saw there again from Julio, who picks up the quad kill. Arguably more important, though, his teammate also inside of there, making sure he shuts down the planter the moment the case goes on the ground.
All right, so let's get back into a little bit of this explanation as to the minutia of Rainbow Six Siege, because there's a lot of stuff that's going on. It's obviously not just like kills and utility. There's a bunch of different stuff going on. Like you were talking about in the last round there, John, time is a very big thing inside of this game as well. You know, DarkZero abide for map control that entire time there. They're able to get a lot of pressure, get the initial frag, but can you tell me why with 30 seconds remaining they still lose that round?
Well, I think it's just Julio more than anything. But
well, also Ninjas in Pyjamas holding a lot of map control on the bottom floor that prevented DarkZero from actually pushing in. But yes.
See, this is why you're the color. This is why you're the color caster.
I love you so much, dude.
We are at a quick pause here, real quick, ladies and gentlemen. Here, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like missed half the questions. I was looking at the operator picks, but anyway, taking a look here now. I believe this is a tactical from DarkZero, but we'll get confirmation of that in just a second here. Because obviously DarkZero having a really tough time. Like the early to mid round buildup is perfectly fine. They're playing everything correctly. To be fair, yeah, in the first round they did try a little bit of a weird attack procedure for themselves, but overall, for the most part, things are being played properly by DarkZero. But it's that last like 30 seconds or so where NIP continue to just completely flip the script on the round and somehow win it out 3 times in a row here.
Yeah, that's to be expected on a map like Cafe. In comparison to the other maps inside of our 7-map pool, Cafe is one of the more difficult ones when it comes to clearing as well as the utility because of the amount of areas that are choke points around the map, and those usually end up getting reinforced. Not actually reinforced, but more or less set up with deployable shields and a lot of utility surrounding those to make these areas where the defenders can play safely and try and combat the offense working their way into the building. This is going to lead to the offense losing time, and it makes it where those low time executes. If something goes awry early, they're screwed when it comes down to it. You're not going to have enough time to make an adjustment. You can't try and go and hit from the other side of the building or something like that. You practically just lose, and that's what Ninjas in Pyjamas have been very solid at, especially inside of that last round. We saw their delay on those top 2 floors. They come down to dining. They're going to drop down. They'll end up losing a singular member, but as I was talking about before, instead what they're going to do is they're going to hold map control on that bottom floor, wait for DarkZero to start pushing down, and try and choke them out around those staircases.
All right, guys, well, here we go. Another 3rd floor defense coming up for NIP here as they're going to re-attempt that site now that it has been unlocked for play. As a defender, you have the choice of site, but if you win it, it is locked away for 2 additional rounds before you can repeat it again. We just reached those 2 additional rounds after the last one was played, so NIP can now go back to the site, which they won back on the 1st round.
All right, well, Ninjas in Pyjamas An opportunity here to go up 4-0 against DZ. Will DarkZero finally get onto the board? Either way, I'll be really honest with you. I'm actually kind of enjoying this game right now. It's actually been pretty fun to talk to you guys about like the little things that go on inside of the game. And this is a perfect example of one of those defensive setups that we were talking about. Yes, there's reinforcements here, but they're going to put a hole through that wall and start adding some discs and other things around that are farther out into the room. Because here's a big thing about Wamai as well in comparison to Jaeger. He actually burns the utility with the ADSs when they go off, but whereas Wamai, it actually captures it out of the air, pulls it to the disc, and then whatever it is goes off. You can have track stingers go off in random spaces. You can have Capitao bolts go off in random spaces. You know, he's a pretty interesting operator at the end of the day, and that's why, like, if you guys were watching earlier on the Chalet game, for the defensive setup that they put up at the top of the blue stairs, when the Wamai disc caught that grenade, it eliminated the rest of the utility around that shield, but just not the shield
itself, because it was not close enough, unfortunately, for the damage to spread. Now, Wamai does create a bit of a double-edged sword in that you need to a little bit more carefully actually place those magnets if you put them in spots you know,
as well as stay alive.
Yeah, as well as stay alive. You need to, obviously, if you put them directly in front of you, if a frag grenade comes, it's still going to, you know, magnet itself to right in front of you and still kill you. So, unlike the ADSs, which actually destroy the utility, you need to be a little bit more well planned out with your Wamai placements there. But obviously, at this level of competition, that is not much of an issue for our professional players. We've already got some of the members of DarkZero inserting themselves into the site. In the meanwhile, Eclipse right now on this Jackal, trying to look with that scope. You might have just seen him take it off before he switched away. If he can see footsteps through that, and if he gets one of them, he can scan it and get a couple pings on one of the enemy players, potentially sussing out one of the more aggressive ones that we can see roaming around the map right now for NIP.
Yeah, at first I was like, oh, feet, as a joke, right? But bro, I don't really think it's a joke anymore.
It's more the like dirt trail left from the feet. But
these shoes are so unbelievably dirty that you can actually just track them straight to their location.
No one's heard of a welcome mat in this universe, apparently.
I guess not. And if they did, I mean, there is one in this game, but it happens to snap on your legs and you get down. So not very welcoming at the end of the day. Kind of misleading there. But NJR is going to go down a little bit earlier on, guys. Those air jabs will be sorely missed from DarkZero, but they're still watching the staircases, and that's a good thing. That's the biggest thing when it comes to these maps as well, is you're going to have things happen like this with Eclipse. Just going to rotate over, hold on to the white staircase, wait for somebody to try and make a play. It's going to work out for him. He'll take down Psycho on white stairs. Pyjamas going to push it even further, taking down Pino, and Kamikaze will lose his life inside a cigar as well.
This is a much more slow and measured approach coming out here from DarkZero. Much heavier use of the drone intelligence to figure out where NIP is and move in with a precision strike to knock those players out and not give them a chance to react. Trades are coming in from NIP, as we just saw there from Muzi, but only to a small degree right now. Julio as well in a very aggressive position here, all the way up against the bomb chassis. Prime with a nitro cell, ready to chuck one out, but unfortunately no one in range for that, so it's going to be some time before he can really get good deployment upon that. The rest of DarkZero now swinging to the inside of Cigar here. Ramuzi tries to challenge from the bunker setup in bathroom, but loses far too much HP. Immediately has to fall back over to Cocktail, and that puts the pressure on to Julio now, who's ready to fend off the first bits of aggression, but makes the mistake of thinking it would only be one player. Hops over the edge, gives his back away to a member of DarkZero, goes down. Muzi, there's no chance for him to retrieve it, and as we see, DarkZero clean up to finally get their first round.
Really strong round there from DarkZero, and again presenting us new stuff to talk about. So let's talk about some of this control here. Very interesting stuff as DarkZero end up taking map control in a very casual way, but the thing is that we obviously get to talk about it a little bit further because of the circumstances inside of the map. So the cool thing that comes through with Rainbow Six Siege in general, the way that the game works, obviously, is the verticality comes into play. So the big thing here for DarkZero is they have to make sure that there's nobody operating on that mid floor at risk of nitro cells, fending them off, which could end up with Ninjas in Pyjamas obviously going up inside of man count. You really don't want that. Usually you'll end up seeing some drones around that train area here inside a cafe. They like to hide them up on top of that, but there's so many cheeky spots. I mean, I swear, every single time that we watch professional play, there's some new drone spot that I've never seen before in my entire life, and I've played this game for 6 years. So, like, it's always something new with these guys. They're always trying to find something, but either way, DarkZero with really solid map control. Ninjas in Pyjamas not really able to muster anything. We did see that rotation to try and handle some of that mid control, but DarkZero was better in the situation. And again, that kind of map control is exactly what you need, propelling yourself forward through the round.
So DarkZero finding success for the first time inside of this match. We'll see if it can continue, as there's still a potential for them to come back and absolutely tie up this matchup right now in a 3-3 scoreline. You can see that's in the cards for them, though. Certainly a strong adjustment, but also a new site to play into, as NIP have gone downstairs once again, feeling that that third floor went a little bit too one-sidedly in the favor of DarkZero. I would certainly agree. What do we got going on here with the setup? Let's call it out to you.
Oh, okay. So, so they impacted two things here. they impacted one of the mini bars as well as the main bar for the actual long area. And what that does is going to allow the Banshee to actually use its radius throughout that. So that entire side that we call Shaiko, because Shaiko used to play there all the time and just click everyone's heads on Skylight, it's going to make it to where you really can't move through that space without getting read out from one of those Banshees. We like to call them wub-wubs because of how loud they are, and that's going to be obviously a call sign for Ninjas in Pyjamas to know that there's a DarkZero member in the area, and more than likely going to be a possible frag coming in for them as well. And speaking of frag grenades, those are going to start to get used, and they're going to hit their mark as well. Not on a Muzi, but onto those. Actually, did it get both of them there? Can we go back there? I think it got both the Banshees. It did. One frag grenade, both Banshees, 2 birds, 1 stone.
Perfect stuff there from DarkZero. Definitely improving the performance after what we saw in the first 3 rounds here so far. Wait to see if that carries through in the frag department, though. The last round it certainly did. This one's asking a little bit more in terms of the amount of clearing that DarkZero need to do before they can actually commit themselves to a push. And it all starts with the play up here. You can see the setup from NIP already. Muzi being the first one to meet one of the drones from DarkZero and have himself revealed, but there are 2 others, excuse me, 3 others, as there's a 4-man commitment right now from NIP. I missed the Maestro over there in the inside of Cocktail. So a lot to deal with here for DZ. One player did look like they just rotated back downstairs there, but still quite a bit to knock out of the way.
Yeah, if we turn the silhouettes off for the bomb chassis right now, you would assume that it's a top floor defense, but that is surely not the case. It will adjust a few bodies down low, though, as DarkZero is going direct, and that's the biggest thing here. We talked about the map control before. DarkZero is simply going to hold on to Christmas up top so nobody can rotate across to try and get down red stairs or anything like that. So they just cut the map right there. You don't need any extra map control on top unless you want to try and clear across, but they don't need to because they're going for dining, which has no verticality to it at all. It's actually all concrete. It's what Pyjamas is standing on right now. They'll be able to get the frag onto Cyclops, so that's going to clear up some of this utility as well as a player up top. But besides that, Pyjamas still looking for more. Doesn't really have to go any farther, though. DarkZero still figuring things out down low, and Ninjas in Pyjamas need to find an answer to this, but it seems like it's going to be aggression as Muzi swings into Pillar and takes out Eclipse.
Pyjamas upstairs position, certainly powerful right now. It is completely restricting any aggressive movements from NIP through the white stairs, which is the one that they control on this side of the map here. For DarkZero, though, still needs to make a lot of forward momentum, and as we see here, a couple more breaches before they're going to feel comfortable pushing their way into the site. And they only have 30 seconds to at least start the plant procedure for themselves. 2 big pickups from NIP, though. Hyper finds a trade. In fact, 2, as he takes out both Pino and Kamikaze, bringing us to an even battle yet again. Muzi, though, trying to sneak upstairs for an angle that could win them the round if he takes this fight, but at the same time, he's missed the chance. His opponent has dropped down, however. Another angle opening up. Still a lot of play potential for Muzi here as he holds that very important upstairs position. Hyper, though, takes out his only other teammate holding control of the site as he single-handedly dominates things on this round for DarkZero. Muzi, does he have the angle to play into this? Trying to play it up on top. Now going for the breach that DarkZero themselves made. Oh my goodness! I thought he was going to miss that one for a moment there, but at the last minute gets the spray needed to deny the plant and pick up the 4th round for NIP.
Super unfortunate stuff there for DarkZero. The initial plays for Dyna, they start breaking things up over there, but they never actually go for it. Just simply sitting inside of the 90 for Red Hall and trying to see if they can get any more frags into these DarkZero members. Very lackluster offense from him here, and Muzi's going to punish them for a mishap with the wall as well. They end up blowing that to try and see if they can find anybody inside of reading, but it's played back through by the defense to win them the round. Fantastic stuff there from Muzi, and now it's a 4-1 lead here for Ninjas in Pyjamas.
NIP rebounding very quickly after that single successful round from DarkZero attacking the 3rd floor hold. A little bit of a 6-pick going to come in here from NIP. Not really an earth-shattering one, as it just changes a Jaeger over towards a Maestro. So DarkZero will be expecting a little bit more aggressive positioning, but for the most part, they will also pretty quickly read into Psycho's changeup, as we'll be playing into a predictable position behind the reinforced wall at the top right side of your screen. Away from that, though, it'll be a lot of the same. We do have a Castle barricades, or Castle himself with his barricades, being brought in here by Pino to make the job of accessing really Cigar as well as some of the downstairs positions a bit more of an arduous task here for DarkZero. Just trying to waste more and more of that time by adding additional obstacles for the team.
Yeah, all it is layers. That's how you can look at Rainbow Six Siege. All of these operators just provide a new layer of utility, and if you play the proper operators, then it's going to be something that might work better than others, obviously. So that's just kind of what you're looking into. Those synergized operators, kind of like the Mute Mozzie combo that we were talking about earlier. They tagged Vigil on top of that because the less drones that you have, the more potent he is. That ERC-7 backpack can hide him from drones, but it isn't infinite. So being able to limit their drone potential overall makes Vigil an even better operator when it comes down to it. So you have little cool things happen like that. But now that we are actually into the round, we always have to wait for DarkZero to hit the roof first, because that's just how Cafe works. They'll begin breaking down these hatches. Oh, well,
not that.
that was such a good noise. Oh, that was like a happy noise right there.
That's LAN hammer dot like MOV right there. So for those who don't know, the LAN and actual like retail clients that you guys at home play on are two completely separate things. So the reason why he probably made that mistake right there is usually a little bit of a delay when you're playing on the normal client of those hammer swings, but on LAN it's like a completely different beast. And how
you
it
have
reacts.
to relearn Sledge on LAN.
You have to react to the swings a little bit differently, and obviously the member of DarkZero right there, Eclipse, just messed it up a little bit. Doesn't affect anything in the overall round, but it's a good laugh.
If you guys are ever inside of a professional player, a professional player's stream or anything like that, always ask them what their favorite thing that they've seen on LAN is for the LAN client, because there has been so many stories over the years of like crazy stuff that has had to get fixed and all that kind of stuff. But either way, I mean, it's really cool when it comes down to it. Ninjas in Pyjamas playing forward here once again inside of the bunker setup forward bathroom, having impacts on Muzi, so he'll be able to deal with the air jabs that come towards him on white, and that'll make it to where he can swing this door. That's why he's just holding on to these for the time being. He'll be able to play back and forth here like we've seen him do prior. Worried about somebody on stage, but he's going to take a lot of heat, and that's going to get him to back off here and give up this area.
All right, coming down to the last minute of the round here, and DarkZero once again faced with a very, very large amount of work to do here. They have gotten the initial access in towards Cigar for themselves. We can even see Panba has cleared out the bunker setup over on the inside of Bathroom. A good opening kill finally shows up here too, just as we eclipse the first minute, or the last minute of the round, taking down Pino and the castle that comes along with it. Muzi also took quite a bit of damage himself. Still is going to be alive in this situation here as DarkZero look for their opportunity to execute, but have yet to find it.
Well, with only 40 seconds remaining, you guys know what time it is. There has to be forward movement here from DarkZero, which means that the frags need to come in. They've only been able to negotiate for Pino, but Muzi obviously taking some heat, like we talked about earlier, inside of that bathroom position. Ivor will end up ending one life here, but not before BC shoots him right in the back of the head. That was a mishap there. He's going to apologize for that, but he still needs to at least get this case down. Julio will go down, and so will the rest of everybody else. All they need is a Pambazoo, and that's going to be an easy frag for them.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go into a very quick pause here because we have some housekeeping to do, but it's very important housekeeping. If you're currently watching us on the main stream, this game is going to shift over the next minute or so here over towards the Bravo stream. So if you want to continue watching this match here between DarkZero and NIP, head over to twitch.tv/rainbow6, the number not spelled out, Bravo, and you can continue to watch the game. However, here on the main stream, there is going to be a takeover as we have the first tiebreaker group match in Siege history going on, and that is obviously going to be a very exciting matchup. So that will be taking over on this stream. If you want to watch the tiebreaker match, stay right where you are. However, if you want to continue watching DarkZero versus NIP, head over to the Bravo stream.
Okay, let's be honest. You want to see the tiebreaker game.
Absolutely the case.
Ever! You know how long ever is?
Yeah, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Bravo stream. If you are just on the Bravo stream now, we have just taken over from the Alpha stream. If you're interested in watching that tiebreaker stream, go ahead over to the Alpha stream at twitch.tv/rainbow6, as that's where you can watch that very exciting matchup that is getting started right now. However, for us, we go back into the game of DZ versus NIP and continue the action.
I've never been a professional player, but somehow I got relegated. I don't know how this works, but we got sent on over to the B stream, but it's perfectly fine. Our British friends have been handling this one for quite some time, so it's good for us to take a seat over here, get on the back burner, hang out for a little while, and see what DarkZero and Ninjas in Pyjamas have to do for the rest of this cafe. But once again, guys, remember, that main stream is going to have the tiebreaker between T1 and Cyclops. That's a game that you're going to want to see. Again, I will reinstate it. I know we just said it a million times.
Don't you people have 2 monitors?
But don't you people have phones? Like, use something here. Come on. Anything. You can watch it on your fridge. I know one of you has a smart fridge.
I know you got 2 sides of 1 monitor, and that could fit 2 videos in it. So what are you doing if you're not watching both of these streams? But yeah, a big shout out to the UK boys that have been holding up over on the Bravo stream all week here. We're going to take it over for a little bit, let them have some time in the limelight there, and as well, that very exciting match. Incredibly jealous that they get to cast that one. But hey,
I really am.
You know, it's going to be a good one. Go watch it.
It is, but hey, you know what? You guys are going to have to deal with us filthy Americans here for a while.
But we're having fun over here in the meanwhile. Like we said, if you weren't watching at the very beginning of this match, we did explain already that there is unfortunately no in-tournament contention between these 2 teams anymore. NIP is unfortunately already eliminated. They cannot save themselves. DarkZero is already going through, and their position in the group is already locked in. There's no way that can change between this matchup and the next. However, NIP still has the potential to gain some SI points if they're able to guarantee themselves themselves a certain position in the group. There is a lot of complicated statistics involved in that, so we're not going to go too in-depth. We'll leave that to the analyst desk after this game and getting prepared to jump into the next one to explain the details on that.
Thank you for rounding that up, John. I really do appreciate it. But now we've got you guys on board for what's been going on here. And just to let you know what kind of happened for the initial half in between these two, Ninjas in Pyjamas have been very solid on their defense as well as their map control during that time. DarkZero able to get a couple of big frags that really influenced the rounds that they were able to muster. But besides that, it's been Ninjas in Pyjamas winning a lot of these things through frag potential, but also a clutch round coming through on reading where we saw an oversight from DarkZero inside of their 2 versus 1.
Panba waiting in that aggressive position here for the first bits of aggression to come through, and actually going to change up his position to a less predictable one. I say less predictable, but we do sometimes see this played out quite often. That deployable shield serves a double purpose. He can hide behind it, but at the same time doesn't want to reveal himself to the window that's a little bit further up on your screen over in the corner of the building there, so he plays on the other side of it to some extent as well. NIP's focus, though, right now is mainly on opening up these top-down angles. Mainly, that's Pino's job on the sledge, as he's essentially an infinite number of swings on that hammer there to open up all of this flooring and potentially make it a much easier job to either force the DarkZero members out of the site or outright kill them.
Please don't bait, sir. It's 25 charges, okay? 25
That's why I said,
charges on the
I did
hammer.
say virtually infinite. Like, when have we ever seen someone run out of the hammer swings, right? Like,
you want to dry run real quick? I can run out of the hammer really fast. But no, never inside of a match have I ever seen actually anyone run out of charges on that hammer. It's just such an absurd amount, but that's exactly what you would expect from a sledgehammer. Oh, Pino, a very nice frag grenade coming in. Obviously not from that site that we saw from, excuse me, Kamikaze actually, working that verticality there, being able to get that stun grenade down into the laser gate and disable that. So DarkZero end up losing BC, but very minimal time now for Ninjas in Pyjamas to get into sight.
NIP continuing to hold on to their position, and in the meanwhile, unfortunately will lose their first player in the midst of this round here. DarkZero finally battling it back a little bit, evening us back up into a 4v4. And now Nip are out of time here. They need to swing downstairs here, and unfortunately have not been able to get the intel or the control they would want before committing to that. So they're going to go through the barbed wire, try to push onto the site, but I mean, you guys can probably see it for yourself. They just have no positioning to really play off of. They're not even close. DarkZero will handily win that round and take control of one for themselves.
Yeah, quite a similar round to what we saw from Ninjas in Pyjamas on their defense of this exact same site. Ninjas in Pyjamas takes a very long time clearing out the 2 initial floors, and ending up losing a body at pretty low time. It's going to slow them down just a touch, and then once they go downstairs, DarkZero just have so much control across that entire bottom floor that they simply have to try and funnel in down the staircases, and it does not work. Way too many DZ members in the area, and all of the gunfights go their way.
So as a result of that, we'll see DarkZero continue to close the gap between them and the current NIP scoreline at 3-4 right now. Only 1 round away from tying it up. 6 picks going to come in once again for both squads. Not a real huge change up for the DZ rosters. They're just going to bolster their anti-drone capabilities by bringing a Mozzie into the fold here. And as well, Psycho going to change out the Zofia for a Ying, adding a bit more of that explosive execute potential with those Candelas, which send out pretty much infinite flashbangs to the area.
Right, well, Ninjas in Pyjamas have to try and find an answer for these defenses. DarkZero will obviously be going to a new spot here. Is he defending the top floor now? They have a Rooney inside of this lineup. They do indeed, so we will see the castle barricades stacked with that just to make it more difficult to clear that overall. That's actually going to be on 2 separate sides here. This one a little more awkward, I'll be honest with you, as it will be on the back end, but obviously it's going to work in very similar ways. We're actually going to end up putting all of those on the windows instead of the castle barricade there for the double, so it's just going to make managing these window games for Ninjas in Pyjamas quite difficult, as when it comes to Christmas, you're always going to have people rappelling on these, specifically Ticket, as well as the South Stage window. Very, very important.
The DarkZero roster here, closing out this round, is going to serve as big importance for them. As NIP will inch very, very close to victory. If not to mention, of course, once again, trying to still maintain the lead over the DZ roster itself. But DZ has found some solid footing off of what we've seen only in the very first round of this defense, too, completely zoning out NIP, not even letting them get on the same floor as the site by the time ran out on the inside of that last round there. So a lot of work still to do here for the NIP attack. If they want truly to find success here, push themselves those 3 more rounds further that they need to claim this map and this match.
All All right, well, Ninjas in Pyjamas are beginning to dissect this top floor and see what DarkZero's doing. It looks to be the rush strat as the Candelas flood in from both sides. They're going to take over Cocktail here, but actually isn't able to get through the rotate as of right now. Muzi will take down NJR. The Shadow will give away the Ying as BC will rip the head off of them. Those ones outside on the balcony as well, but not able to get the shots to land. In trouble from behind Long Bar. Kamikaze will win out that fight as DarkZero's looking worse for wear going into this. Kamikaze floods right into the back of Cocktail here. Starts his plan up as Ninjas in Pyjamas are waiting on DarkZero to try and rotate back in. Hyper will get one, but Muzi in a cheeky spot on Trash will be able to get two. Making a triple for him on the round. Getting get the quad. Has the gunfight, but doesn't even need it. Kamikaze from Cocktail will take him down, and the rush strat will work out for Ninjas in Pyjamas.
And NIP basically replied to the answer on the last round there. They say, okay, you guys want to play hyper passive? You guys want to sit in your setup and think you're all cozy? Cool, we're going to rush you. And it works out pretty dang well for the NIP roster there. The Skylight Hop, usually a death sentence for anyone who attempts it, makes it work out there for NIP as they take control of a fifth.
Well, it's the last thing they're going to expect, right? As it usually fails.
Especially in this situation.
Especially with those smokes going down either. You just chuck Candelas and jump down the Skylight. That's always such a scary thing to do. My favorite Skylight clip of all time is Iconic from Disrupt. This happened like 2 years ago. And he's playing Monty, and he just jumps in, plants the case inside of smoke. And by the way, he's just blaring music the entire time.
He starts banging his head and everything.
And like, it's the best part. He rappels back out of the Skylight, guys. He rappels back outside. And it works! They win the round! It's one of the dumbest things I've ever seen in my life. But I love David so much for that clip, because it's just something special. But either way, though...
Someone send it to us so we can retweet it real quick.
Yeah, dude, don't worry. They're going to be on that one. Somebody's got that thing saved 100%. But either way, though, we're 15 seconds away from getting back into the action here. DarkZero, they're going to reading and dining for this defense, trying to muster something here after that rush round from Ninjas in Pyjamas. And they're going to continue to change things up as well, as Psycho will bring in Monty, just like we were talking about with that clip.
Well, let's see here if they're going to bring that crazy play to the table that we saw from Iconic. Certainly not, considering the environment we are currently in, but also considering this match does not have a whole lot of implications to it. Anything is really possible as far as NIP wants to play this.
As long as you put your imagination.
I mean, truly it is.
I mean, just ask APAC. I mean, how long? It wasn't that long ago they were like, oh, the APAC play style, so aggressive, how dare you? And now we're all like, dude, APAC is fantastic. All those players are cracked. Every single one of them. But either way, Ninjas in Pyjamas finally make their way to the roof of Cafe. They'll begin breaking up these hatches, as well as focusing on Christmas. Need to begin their clear here, get some pressure around the area and get some semblance of information as to what DarkZero's overarching strategy is. And, well, double SAS operators more than likely playing a little bit closer to the chest in this one, all except for this top floor defense, obviously. The double shields here from Goyo are going to be assisting as well, and that's something that's very unique to him. It's changed up quite a bit of the defensive meta when it comes to these positions. Simply because, like I said, he gets 2 deployable shields. They are explosive, but he carries more of that utility than anybody else on defense, so it's very, very important.
All right, so for NIP, not seeing that straightforward hop in. Instead, the Montaigne being used a lot more strategically this time around for NIP. They've already ventured forth with all the soft breach they brought to the table into the freezer, taking a dangerous amount of control away for the DarkZero roster here. Panba still trying to play into aggressive positions up here on the 3rd floor. Does have support, but it's on the other side of the hallway, so it would normally come in a post-mortem sense in the event that he should fail to win his initial duel. Muzi, though, starting to clear out those players sitting on the other side. They might be forced down through the support hatch in just a moment here if they're not careful, because that Montaigne is swinging his way all the way up Whitehall right now. He had a supporting player with him, but no! Psycho gonna have to try and do it with his gun instead. It's so chaotic as Panba ends up accidentally knocking out Eclipse after he saves Eclipse's life, taking down the Monty.
That was the worst scenario for DarkZero there. They have really got to stop stacking and shooting each other in the back of the head. This is getting to the point of just being absurd.
Am I wrong to say like the large majority of team kills I've seen have been from NA teams?
Yeah, don't say that.
Right? It's like I'm only just noticing that now. But I am noticing it.
Statistics you shouldn't say on air. You can tell me this after. Don't make me hate myself
Maybe I'm
now.
Wrong. Maybe I'm
You're
wrong.
not wrong. That's the bad part. I know for a fact that you're not wrong. Oh, man. Either way, though, Ninjas in Pyjamas have 20 seconds remaining. Obviously, they've lost their shield player. That doesn't mean that they can't get this done instead of the 4 versus 2. They just need to find a home for this case, and that's what they're trying to figure out now. NGR, though, he's seemingly aware of this. He's going to play very forward here. The shotgun going to assist him and immediately downs the other player. there, trying to stack up on top of him. Knows where the other one is. That range on the M590.
He just has to chill now, that's it.
Oh my! Can he get it from above? I don't think that he can!
And JR does it again, ladies and gentlemen, as the big clutch comes out from DarkZero, and they take another round for themselves, sending us into the 10th round with still a close matchup between these two teams.
I need to see this one right here. How much health was on Muzi in that? Wow, the pellet luck on that. I just want to remind you guys that when it comes to the M590 and the shotguns in this game, that the pellets are random. The count is the same, but obviously with how shotguns work in real life with pellets, the spread is going to be slightly different depending on whenever you shoot. It's just how it happens. So, to be honest with you, he got pretty damn lucky when it comes down to it on that shot.
I think he might have had a TCSG slug hiding in there or something.
Yeah, just
we
double.
We gotta get the admins to check the equipment real quick.
Yeah, guys, this got 00 buckshot, just like what is one slug in there, just waiting for anybody to creep up on him. But either way, that's going to be the round there for DarkZero off the back of NJR's efforts, and he's been having a heck of a land, so that's honestly to be expected.
DarkZero inching closer as these teams have gone back into the seesaw that we've seen from so many of our other matches here today. And what is that from Eclipse? I just noticed that.
What? Sorry, I was looking down.
Look!
What is it?
He's got the shotgun.
Oh yeah, so they actually buffed it recently.
Oh, okay.
I believe it got a couple of new scopes, but the other thing here is that, John, we were just talking about slugs. This is a drum-fed shotgun that has slugs. That's what this thing is. So when they initially put it in, I was like, this thing could be pretty cool depending on what they do with it, but it was kind of crap, I'll be honest with you guys. The damage just wasn't there how you really wanted it to be, but they've buffed it recently, and we've seen a couple people at LAN here use it specifically, but here's my argument. Alda. That's my
why
argument.
I was like, why are you using the shotgun when the Alda exists?
Listen, they hated Jesus because he was correct, but I'm just saying. Like, the Alda's great, man. You have to use the 81. It's a little biased, but I'm just saying, I don't know if I'm a believer of the drum-fed shotgun yet. I don't know.
Well, we'll see what DarkZero can leverage with it as Eclipse clearly wants to have a little bit of fun on the inside of this round. Honestly, I can see it working out considering we're on a kitchen defense here. There's a lot of tough corners that he could just slap himself into, where NIP are going to have a really tough time pushing him out if that shotgun is as strong as Stokes just explained it now with the buff coming in. So we'll see that in the next few moments here. How exactly DarkZero are able to leverage that, potentially give them an advantage on the inside of this round. For NIP, though, it's the slow roll as usual. Focusing on the drone work, DarkZero have committed themselves to a horizontal take, so we've got about a minute and a half of a whole lot of nothing here, unfortunately, as NIP gets that free clear of the second and third floors. They obviously don't know that it's a free clear, but they still have to be careful taking that extra time to make sure with their drones that there's no one lurking around from DZ.
Absolutely. It's all about maintaining control of these top two floors and reinforcing that with the air jabs on the stairwells. You don't want any of these DZ members allowed to try and rotate up behind you while you're working all of these angles, because you guys will see later on, once they've broken up a lot of the stuff in train and mining, I mean, there's just an absurd amount of things that you have to manage. You can already see it starting right now. There's only 3 holes that are set up, and it's at a minute 20 as we sit. By the time this is over, it's going to look like extreme home makeovers inside of this area.
So we'll see here now. Is Psycho still alive? I don't even know where he is right now.
He didn't know where he was.
We go blind, he goes blind, but apparently he comes out seeing the kill against NJR as he fails to hold on to the inside of Coach Check right there. Psycho barely surviving that, to be honest, so he will have to rotate back outside very quickly to take up a new position as he only has a tiny sliver of HP remaining.
Yeah, Psycho's third eye open for that one because I was blinded with my 2.
I thought he like jumped back out at first, and that's how he survived, but apparently not.
Oh, well, we're not going to see the slug shotgun here, my friend. Apologies on that. Psycho will get his second one of the round. Pino going to double down on that, and hopefully another kill coming through here, but obviously Psycho cannot push the envelope as he's very low HP, but Pyjamas definitely can. Instead, though, he's going to hop right back into Coach Check because Hyper's taking a lot of heat inside of sight. He's adjusted over to Rice. He has the possibility of getting the entry here, but Kamikaze swings it for the flawless round, and Ninjas and Pyjamas jet forward ahead once again.
DarkZero tries to have a little bit of fun with that round and clearly pays the price for it as NIP are deadly serious about their assault, working their way in incredibly quickly, starting off with that wild push into Coach Check and following it through with a very quick small bake push that completely deteriorates the DarkZero defenses. Match point now for NIP. Still best of ones, of course, here in the groups if you haven't been following the rest of it. So one more round is all NIP need to clean this one up, claim victory, and inch closer to getting to that point where they will be able to gain the potentially the SI points necessary to qualify for that event coming up in the future.
Well, it's going to be a bar cocktail defense here for DarkZero for their possible last round here on Cafe. possibly the last time we get to see Ninjas in Pyjamas as well, sadly. So Psycho got the 6th pick off of Zofia here, but what is he choosing? He's been picking so many different operators today. Is he just going to simply sit on the Zofia? No, he's not. He's going to bring in the Twitch.
Been seeing a lot of teams bring in the Twitch towards the late portions of the game here, in part due to the proficiency of the F2, but also can find quite a bit of usefulness out of the Twitch drone if you can sneak it in there. A lot of teams have had problems dealing with the utility setup, and the Twitch drone is oftentimes a sneaky way to try and deal with that.
Yes, indeed, as well as some new things coming to Twitch. And the biggest thing to stand out here, and the reason why you guys are seeing Twitch a little bit more often inside of the meta, is because of her secondary utility. She has smoke, so that just makes it where you can work her in, especially when you're not trying to use Thermite as your hard breach. Thermite's downfall is that he has to walk up to the wall to get his task done, whereas all of the other hard breachers, besides Maverick, obviously, can do it from range. And so in order to try and give him a little bit of a boost, they took the smokes away from Ace and gave it to Thermite, just so that you could have that. But in order to get some other smokes, you have to look to other operators. Twitch is one, as well as Jackal that we see very often inside of that slot. But either way, some other cool stuff coming to Twitch in the future that's currently on the TTS. If you guys do enjoy Rainbow Six Siege, make sure to download that if you do play on PC, because you get to test out all of the new stuff before every console peasant. It's fantastic. So the good news is that Twitch is getting a buff, and it's going to be to her drones. The craziest thing about it is it's basically infinite range on the Twitch drones right now. I don't know if they're going to change that up at all, but I can tell you that we're seeing some crazy clips, especially from your boy Roy, if you guys have seen any of his Twitch drone trick shots today on cameras across a myriad of different maps. So we'll see what they want to do with that in the future, but definitely go check that out. But we're still inside of this round as things are starting to ramp up. We're about 45 seconds in here. Ninjas in Pyjamas getting set up for Christmas. They're going to take up NJR, as his position has already been exposed inside a cigar.
About a minute gone from the round here. DarkZero still continue to wait out very patiently, but not so passively, as we saw at least on their last third floor hold here. They extended positions out into both the cigar, small room, as well as the lane cigar with the Christmas tree inside of it there. Going to cause some issues for NIP trying to take this initial control, which normally they haven't had much of an issue taking cigar here. So DarkZero trying to get directly in the way, even putting the laser gates on the repelled window to try and slow down the process even further for Psycho and the rest of NIP. JR will get spotted out in just a moment by that first bit of a drone. In fact, it actually went by him, so I think that drone...
They just know he's there. Like, let's be honest, they don't need to see him. Like,
the drone did do a little double take, though. As you saw, I was like, huh? Did I just see a deployable
shield
shield there?
We know it's you, Mr. Krabs. Give it up. Like, you know, so that's basically what it is. It's like, where else is he going to be in there? This entire setup was meant for him to hold down this area, and oh my goodness. Looks like NJR end up using that toxic smoke to its fullest potential. He'll take down Muzi. Ends up getting down, but he is inside of Hut. Safe area if that hatch is open, but obviously not. Kamikaze will be able to clean that up. They're obviously going to know that, as well that he is inside of Cigar now, since he was able to clean up that kill. Ninjas in Pyjamas with a staging ground to propel themselves forward.
Pino, I don't even know if Pino was expecting to get anyone on that one there, but chucks a nade, lands perfectly on top of Hyper, continues to deteriorate the defensive numbers available here for DarkZero. Panma, young member here for DZ, gonna start to fight back a little bit as he takes out Pino. BC jumping in as well, even as Panma gets himself hit by an air jab. It matters not, as Psycho now left alone here in the 1v3, only to fall into the hands of Eclipse yet again, as he mops up the last kill of the round, and DarkZero will hold on for at least one more.
Well, it would be Ninjas in Pyjamas at this LAN if we didn't somehow almost get to overtime. So we're going to go to
it wouldn't be DarkZero at this point.
Yeah, you got me there, didn't you? Okay, you
at least as far as the
round.
NAL is concerned.
How much do I owe you? 10, 20? I don't really know.
Nah, just give me a quarter.
Oh, okay, fair enough, fair enough. Either way, DarkZero going to push us to the maximum that regulation has to offer here. Going to be changing up sites, obviously, as that successful defense of the top floor goes off without a hitch. Obviously, a few bumps in the road, losing some members, but the overarching strategy will work out for them. So now they're going to be going to the mid floor here, and some adjustments coming in from Ninjas in Pyjamas. They want to make DarkZero second guess, so they're going to pick the Lion first, then 6 pick off of that into the Monty, and try and see if Psycho can possibly muster them around off of this play.
DarkZero, it's now a must to pick up this play in winning fashion for themselves here. We're going to see a bit of an extension on their site play as well. We're going to head over to the mining and dining sites for DZ's final regulation round defense here. They need to close it out as NIP pushed ahead earlier on. They still sit in that match point position. This will be their second attempt now to close it down. And if they succeed in doing so, this will lead to the end of the match regardless, and NIP will get those very important points. Important to note as well here as far as them trying to maintain a high position in this group, even if it isn't within in the top 2. Obviously, if this goes to overtime, less points going their way, and potentially, possibly less SI points they get at the end of this tournament as well. So winning regulation right now is actually very important for NIP.
Again, when he was talking about this thing being complicated earlier, he was not wrong.
There's a lot of plays, so I don't want to go too deep into it. Like I said, we're going to leave that for the analyst desk.
Yes.
Because they're the experts. We're just casters.
And not only that, they have infinite time to talk about analyst stuff. We're not analysts, we're casters. We cast things. So, round now started here for Ninjas in Pyjamas as they'll be out and onto the field. Just remember, guys, this is our last round inside of regulation here, so Ninjas in Pyjamas still have the opportunity to win this just with this round, ending us 7-5 here on Cafe. Again, with the 6th pick here into the Monty, so we'll see if this gets some more longevity here inside of this round, because Psycho not been able to really get too much done when it comes down to these plays so far. We saw a pick earlier that happened, but it was actually in favor of DarkZero. The only issue was that he stacked on top of each other and actually ended up trading each other out instead of using that pick to their advantage. So we'll see if something similar happens again.
And JR is going to spot this Monty push in just a moment here. Psycho will be wielding it yet again to move right forward. And this is what's great about the Monty. You're basically invulnerable from the front side unless someone's got a Nitro cell to throw at you. So Psycho going to be able to move forward. He's checking that corner out just to make sure here, as we can see that Alibi inching just close enough, or at least as NJR thought, close enough to try and get the knife swing out. A little bit too far range for that, however. So we'll still maintain this spot, try to survive until later in the round. But it's looking like Pino going to fall first here as the aggression weighs out behind that shield. I believe Pino was supporting the push from the Monty, and now Panda will take him out.
We've been talking about this a decent bit when it comes to this LAN and what happens with Monty. Ended up going down a gun, but has a possibility here to get the pistol whip. Kamikaze will at least get one, but also the manage here by NJR. Has to constantly go back and forth with the shield, and this is the most problematic thing, trying to deal with the Monty without 2 people, and that's why they have Pambazoo rotate up white. DarkZero making a heck of a run here at the last round, and it looks like it's going to work out for them. It's Muzi instead of a 1 versus 4, and if I got to say it myself, it looks like we're going to overtime.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty safe bet at this point here for Muzi, stuck in a 1v4. Oh my goodness, no intel to act off of, and we can see that coming in there as NJR just swoops right down for, I believe, a quad on the round. Beautiful stuff from NJR. Definitely the most standout player at this LAN from DarkZero, and a huge piece of what's been allowing them to excel so much here to push out of the group in such a strong position.
Yeah, I have been absolutely eating up his play. NJR has just looked like an entirely different version of himself at LAN, and this is something that we see happen sometimes with players, John. Sometimes players online aren't the same players they are on LAN. When those shots are 1-to-1 truly, I mean, that can make a very big difference, even when ping is down to like 20. And you also have to remember that for us inside of North America, obviously, we are indeed on LAN, so has a little bit of extra experience with this going on as well, and that's something that NA offers. It's also pretty cool.
I think that was like a big question coming into this LAN, is whether the fact that NA has been playing on LAN now for like 7 or 8 months at a minimum was going to be any sort of advantage. I would honestly say, across the board, not really.
I was going to say, ask the Soniqs and see how they feel about that.
Because it's not conclusive. You could argue it for some teams like DarkZero, but I would generally trend towards the no side of that answer based on what we've seen just looking at the whole region at this event so far.
Yeah, I would say that it doesn't seem like it has the effectiveness that anyone thought that it was going to.
Yeah.
Especially when you take APAC teams and what teams they have to play on sometimes. Like, I have seen some absurd numbers over the years from people screenshotting, like, actual games and stuff like that where people are playing on pings of, like, 80 plus and stuff just because they have to try and, you know, play with each other across the country and stuff like that. It's very, very difficult for them. But either way, though, we have reached overtime here, folks. And just as a quick reminder for those of you at home that don't know how our overtimes work, it's a best of 3 rounds, and they're going to switch sides every single time. So DarkZero has 2 attempts at defense, 1 attempt at offense, and Ninjas in Pyjamas vice versa.
So for NIP, swift spawn for them, and they're going to work their way more than likely up towards the roof relatively quickly here. At least for Pino and Julio, that'll be in the cards. You'll note that they're going to do that slowly. The defenders usually have access to quite a few angles where they can either just from inside the windows, or if they want to take a risk and hop outside, try to take out one of these members of NIP early on. It happens relatively rarely, but obviously NIP still need to keep a watch for that, as we saw them watching those side angles as they were rappelling towards the top here. You can see one of these more aggressive angles right now, not necessarily meant to punish the rappel, of course, but as NIP start to approach the skylight on the roof, that's where we'll potentially see some play come out from Eclipse.
Okay, well, cool, calm, and collected right now for DarkZero. Waiting for the next strike here from Ninjas in Pyjamas, and most of their offensive rounds have been well, back and forth in between all-out aggression as well as sneaking up on DarkZero. We've seen quite a few crouch walks through this top floor just to try and get some, slide positioning on these defensemen and make their life a heck of a lot more difficult. Just remember how important it is for information to be gathered inside of this game. Eclipse having none, and he'll end up losing to Pino on the swing across the map. This is going to give up a little bit of map control up top. Hyper now the lone soul here for DZ inside a cocktail.
Hyper took out the first drone that was sent his way. He knows the second one somewhere around, and actually getting a little bit scared now because that one hasn't been killed. Doesn't know exactly how close NIP's push was. More than likely could have tried to stick around for a bit longer, but considering DarkZero are already down a player in this situation, probably would not have been the smartest move to make. So he's going to play for the long game here, falls back, takes up that late position on the inside of the site. For NIP, though, he's continuing to move forward here. There's the opening of all those top-down angles that we talked about before. Instead of just going to the second to the first floor, it just works in the third, down to the second.
All right, well, Muzi, here's the Nitro Cell tear. The telltale sign that something is going to explode here in the next couple of seconds. That tape rip. That's exactly why Ninjas in Pyjamas start rolling around here. They do not want to be standing still, especially with BC having that cardiac sensor. You can make it to where this actually ends up landing. And more than likely taking out one of these NIP members. Although, still have a lot of top control here and have an opportunity to look for a plant attempt. But you can see DarkZero's already prepared for this. They've already adjusted one of their players down low as well to go for that round rotate eventually. But now Ninjas in Pyjamas get yet another body as NJR falls.
Attacks from NITV continuing to look strong, especially inside of an early round situation. It's always a late round. We're seeing the evolutions, though, but might not be happening this time. DarkZero quickly go from 3 to 1. Panba, oh my goodness, as you can see, he's completely overwhelmed there just a second later as well. And that'll be the end of it. NIP take very swift control of another attack as he's continuing to look very, very clean.
Yeah, don't really have much more to say about that round. That was very straightforward. Ninjas in Pyjamas work all of the angles, and that was more of the home improvement that we were talking about from those previous ones. There was so many angles for DarkZero to try and worry about here. Great angle work from Pino there to be able to get that, as well as the frag grenade coming in for the triple. So good stuff to Ninjas in Pyjamas. They sit one round away from victory.
See if they can get it done, however, as they've been in this position once, if not twice, already back in regulation. Now, keep in mind, they have lost some overall points that they would have normally gained as a result of winning it in regulation, but they still certainly want to look for that win if it can be presented to them. DarkZero, of course, playing for the spoiler a little bit here and to really try to secure as strong of a position in the group as possible. What's up?
Hyper on Buck. This is something that...
He teased it earlier, but didn't end up doing it.
So. We, never see him play Buck. Ever. This is the Zofia player, and that's really about it. We don't really see him go too far away from, that side of the fence. Maybe every once in a while in Ashe, but even then, I can't even think of the last time that I saw Hyper play Ashe, so this one definitely a standout pick for him.
Yeah, certainly the case. Like I was saying there, he did tease pick it earlier. I think it might have been like the first or second round of the match, actually. We saw him swing over towards that. It didn't end up locking it in, as it was a 6 pick and it ended up going towards a Yana instead. So we'll see if Hyper bringing the buck here is going to increase the potential. I would agree, because the last time it was almost probably going to be on a third floor take. Probably not super useful here, but again, against the second floor take, gives you that extra bit of security when it comes to your soft destruction. If you lose either Hyper or Eclipse, the other one can back up the other's role quite easily. Not to mention the fact that Hyper has some quick play potential if there's going to be any soft walls left alive down on the second floor too, for him to quickly dispatch of and allow for the team to push through.
Yeah, that's honestly one of the coolest thing about Buck's kid is his ability to transition from that skeleton key over to his AR so very quickly. So it's kind of a surprising thing, some of the angles that he can create and almost immediately have an influence over, and something that you should always be looking into. One that you guys can use at home that's a pretty cool angle on this site or on this map in general for Buck, really anybody at the end of the day, but Buck can use it especially well with how instantaneous we were talking about it before, is the bathroom up top inside of Christmas. If you pop the wall right to the right-hand side that looks to the door, you can actually see the top of white stairs, and that's an angle that's abused very, very often by a bunch of different players on the offense, because it just makes the white hall so very difficult to play. But enough angle talk here. We're about a minute in here now for DarkZero as Hyper's trying to get out of this containment zone for his drone. He cannot get away from the glass like a fish caught inside of, well, fish globe. Not really much more to way to put it. So that's about it. That's all I got, John.
As we continue to see the play unfold out now for DarkZero, we'll have to see them look for control over the NIP hold here. NIP again, though, still with this extended position out and about. Muzi maybe one of the ones trying to challenge that, and actually will go for a bit of a direct challenge over towards the cigar position here, but quickly has to back away from it. He's got other forms of utility there to support it, most notably in the toxic bait that was just thrown out from Kamikaze. So Muzi's got plenty of other things that he could potentially worry about.
Ninjas in Pyjamas sitting on their hands right now, waiting to see what DarkZero's next move is going to be. It's looking somewhat similar to what we saw earlier on here. This might just be the Christmas control right into the dining take, but we'll have to see. They will pop the wall for that, but now Psycho simply walks on up. No one aware of the situation in the slightest, not on a drone, nothing at all. He'll walk in, take down BC, and now Ninjas in Pyjamas understand the situation, especially with the positioning of DarkZero inside of mining.
Psycho going to be a little bit lower now, so more than likely play to these pixel angles where he takes a shot and gets hit, would more than likely instantly die regardless. Panda, though, turning some of the favor for the frag earlier against Kamikaze, or rather against BC by taking out Kamikaze and bringing it back down into an even fight yet again. Muzi has not been detected, and no one's even aware of his position on the inside of Freezer. He gets away with a free one so far, but overextends out into the open, where NJR will be able to punish that and push it even further now with a double. Psycho still in the fight as well, though, like I said, playing those pixel angles, he takes down Hyper and keeps the numbers even at a 2v2. Eclipse was ready to push in and start the commitment towards a plant, but they're going to need the case to start that first. NJR a little bit unsecure with his current position as he lurks back over to grab it.
Well, lots of issues now for both of these teams, but it's going to take 15 seconds to see if we're into another round. Eclipse, the rest of DarkZero just being NJR, need to get this case down. NJR currently coming down white, but he's being shut down by Julio. He tries to flick. Eclipse is there for the frag, and Eclipse is there for two. Ninjas in Pyjamas can't get it done, and we're going to the maximum round required to finish this game.
For a match that has virtually...
Literally zero, nothing. You get SI points,
You know what the
Snip.
funniest part was,
You get
right?
SI points, Snip.
Remember that Navi game earlier? That also didn't really have any implications.
Dude, I told you. We were cursed with overtimes. I tried to tell you this, and you're like, no, it's not that at all, Sam. It's not that. No, we're cursed, John. We are indeed, my friend. But it's okay, because we get to have fun. I hope everybody else at home
I'd love to
has fun
hype
as well.
this up. Be like, oh, DarkZero is so close to going to the playoffs. But it's like, no, that's already done. So.
Yeah, we're just trying to be as candid
that was
as
12
we possibly
hours ago was all that excitement.
Yeah, exactly. We're trying to just be as candid as we possibly can with you guys, because realistically, this is all about those SI points for Ninjas in Pyjamas. But again, for those of you that are just joining the B stream, that'll be explained on the analyst desk after, because it's quite complicated, and we're not smart enough to give it to you.
A lot of it is very hypothetical at this point as
Yes.
well, based on my understanding of the situation.
Yeah.
So, very nuanced discussion will be on the analyst desk when we get them back a little bit later on the show after that tiebreaker game as well.
Yeah, and I'm a Sith, so I only speak in absolutes. That's all I can do. I don't know, man. I'm ready for this game. Just
Where did the Star Wars reference come from?
Well, I don't know. I just felt it. I was feeling it in the moment. How are you going to do this? Either way.
Right, we're just thrown off by that one. Either way, we've got NIP.
He's probably a Star Trek fan. That's probably what it is. You're disgusting.
No, only TNG. That's the only Star Trek I watch. But anyway, for NIP. Still looking to shut this one down, and they get an attacking round to do it. I would argue the attacking side has been the stronger one here from NIP. They've had some absolutely dominating rounds where they've just thrown raw aggression at DarkZero, and DarkZero, for the most part, hasn't really had a grasp on it. But the good news for DarkZero, they seem to have planned for this. You can see all of the Arunian laser gates, the denial as well coming in from the pests, even castle barricades blocking so much of the first tier access that NIP will need to clear out to even get close to the inside of this building and have the capability to assault the site.
Well, Gun 6 going to end up taking out that castle barricade. And that's a piece of utility that we actually haven't talked too much about at this land, because mostly we haven't seen a lot of people carrying it. That's the craziest thing to me, honestly. But the Gun 6, still a pretty useful piece of secondary utility. It is going to eliminate the possibility of you having a secondary that you can actually frag with, like a pistol or an automatic or something like that. But it's going to give you one explosive round to get rid of utility around the map, and it's something that Ubisoft provided us because of the amount of explosive utility on defense, like castle barricades and all of these other things. Obviously, castle barricades working a little bit differently because you can sledge them, but you can also sledge a couple of other things inside of those explosive utility departments as well. But we're about a minute in now, though, as things are still pretty quiet around the map. 0 damage dealt to either of these teams. Ninjas in Pyjamas trying to muster something for Christmas.
And so now, it's DarkZero yet again playing themselves back, relying heavily on that extended utility to try and save the necessary time. So far, done a great job of it. But as we have seen in past rounds as well, NIP has been great at working things on the rappel itself. But this time, not really going to happen too well at the beginning of the round. Great Nitro Cell placement comes out from DarkZero, deals with Pino before he even get into the building here. Also removes that sledge capability, which would have been nice to have here. Certainly not necessary on side of this round, though. All they really needed the sledge for was the hatch work at the beginning, and aside from that, it's kind of optional past that point. Kamikaze, though, has a player locked into this corner. Can't get him out to the open. There we go. The spam coming in. It's actually going to be a different player going down. BC did get down himself, but NJR trades that out pretty much instantaneously onto one of the members of NIP.
Forward position choice there for BC, but it works out for the rest of DarkZero as the frags are starting to come through. Kamikaze starting to fight back as well now as he'll knock it down into a 3 versus 2, but this is still favoring the defense. Kamikaze now up inside of Whitehall. Since there's more than likely someone around this cocktail area, and it's actually 2 people. I'll have Muzi in tow here. He's starting to push forward. Lots of time here, but the hot ping is starting to come in, and Ninjas and Pyjamas not knowing what to do now, as they simply can't get rid of any of this utility that's currently marking them. They don't even know where it is. They go down to the next floor, try to get a breach here and see if they can possibly get something done. Muzi, it works out for him. Pambazoo has no idea what's going on. He's been gobsmacked, and he gets shut down. It's a 2 versus 2 now. 15 seconds remain. Muzi gets 1, and the refrag! Kamikaze and Ninjas and Pyjamas off the back of some insane breaching round plays, win the cafe, and beat DarkZero.
Now look, that's cool and all.
What the heck was that?
But I'm going to come in here and be the bearer of bad news. Unfortunately, it's all for naught. NIP still going to be going home. But hey, some great play still coming out there from the world champ. Some great aggression at the end of the round, showing us that attacking prowess that we were hoping for a little bit more of earlier on in the tournament here.
I just love that Moose is like, huh, well, they're hot pinging me. What can I possibly do? I guess I'll just go and blow the hatch and see what happens.
Let me just open up the hatch. Maybe I'll get lucky. Maybe he's standing on top of it. He opens his like, hey, I was right.
The best part is that he looks away and he's like, wait.
Oh, he's like, oh, wait,
he's
actually there. Hold on.
There he is. It's like, oh my gosh, talk about a freebie. The poor guy just gets dropped right down the hatch, chat. I mean, not really much you can do in that situation for Pambazoo. I really feel bad for him.
Yeah, he didn't even know what hit him, unfortunately, there, as he's probably expecting just to be safe in that position. Didn't even know that there was likely anyone actually in the downstairs spot there, and suddenly the floor literally falls out from beneath him, and there's nothing he can do to react to it quickly enough. Goes down to his own devices there. So that is going to be a nice, successful victory coming out for NIP. Didn't really expect it to go that way either. DarkZero bringing all of that utility into the fold on the final round. It did its job perfectly, delayed NIP to a massive degree. When we got into that 2v2, you said it, they were locked in Whitehall. Did not have a way to directly push onto the cocktail hold there. Looked like it was over, but still, the great plays for Muzi, able to counteract that and give them a win.
Yeah, it just sucks that we didn't get to see much more action from Ninjas in Pyjamas, as once again they are out inside of groups. So we say goodbye to the SI 2021 champions and hello to DarkZero at the main stage.
DarkZero continuing to excel, pushing themselves further forward on the inside of this group. That'll give them a couple more points. But in the meantime, guys, we've got a very exciting game going on over on the mainstream. So we're going to throw it over to them now to continue the first tiebreaker matchup in Rainbow Six Siege history.
And throw it away, and this time they do no such thing. Alamo not able to have any impact like he did last time around. It's a good round for Cyclops to win. I still feel like they need another. They can't go 6-3 down. It'll be too much of a margin to give Team 1.
Not just one more, Tim. They need one more, and then another, and another.
They need a few
of course, to be fair. They need a few, yeah. One round for Team 1 would guarantee them overtime at the minimum, and that is where things will get dicey. I know we've been hounding and calling for overtime since we knew this game was going to happen. It's really befitting of the first tiebreaker that we've had in all of Siege history. But I agree with you, Team 1 are the ones who have been running away with it so far. Sure, Cyclops have got those 3 rounds, so there is still hope. Don't lose heart if you are an APAC fan. There is still time. I'm just a bit nervous about how it might shape up. I think actually the KB for Suzuki might be the big play they're looking for here, because if you are trying to go aggressive into the building, having those phones ringing out, knowing where a couple of players are nearby, what corners they're on, someone's waiting the other side of a window, you're going to hear that, Jackie.
It will give you away, compromise your position, and with how quick we've seen the shots being from Cyclops already, you've seen it from their POV. The aim is precise, pixel sniffing, fast flicks, they're all about it. Devilish cut angles that have been coming out from them. If you leave yourself in a position where they can again find another 2 entry frags for free, yeah, maybe this game does start to change sides.
Electrical is just used there to hold down the hatch and the connector wall. We're going to have a lot of utility on mezzanine. You got the deployable shield, the mirror, the reinforcement, the 2 ADSs. Just shows how much weight Team 1 are putting behind holding on to that. The mirror window, of course, facing into library, so they really want to have that locked down. This can be a really brutal setup as well. Lagonis with the mirror onto the double window inside a site. He's got the plant area covered. He's got his peek off to the right, to the left. They never know where he's coming from.
Well, it steps into, at this point, about 2 minutes 15 in, and no one's gone down. So the early aggression contained somewhat by the side of Cyclops, but Team 1 don't really appear to be looking for it too much. You can hear a couple of those pings coming through as the drones are whirring, getting to work for the side of Cyclops. Anaton almost losing his life as well. One more shot, and he's off this rappel. And not forgetting, no down, but not outstate. If you get tagged whilst on the rappel, you just lose your life outright. So got to be super careful of that, and also found himself tagging onto those alibis, position revealed. So the side of Team 1 know what's coming. They've got a nice hold inside here, by the way. I love that Banshee on the front door, plus some ADSs, a mirror window, and the shield. They are really committing to holding on to mezzanine.
They had a good read on the situation. When it came down to actual practice, they messed up a little bit. Blackray, Buckles, taken down by Neskin. So the first frag falls in favour of Team 1 on the defence. This is a little bit different than what we've seen in the past 2 rounds, Tim.
It is. Levy just holding onto those libraries there. There's a lot of damage from an explosive there. Tries to step up and challenge onto Gatarada, but thinks better of it as he takes a bit more chip damage. Lagonis finds Anaton, and it's sliding into the favour of Team 1 right now. Cyclops, they've got to find a way to dig their heels in here. They're all working on windows. They just don't seem to have too much presence inside of the map in the areas that are critical to this attack.
It feels like they've kind of acknowledged that as well and want to just say, look, step away from the windows, get ourselves in the building elsewhere and go for a challenge. But you've got Lagonis on site itself, of course, no kit in hand. So they can't just say, ignore everything and push for the site. They need to go and recover this. Sure enough, some movement coming in from the side of Team 1. Another one comes their way, a 2 versus 4 for Suzuki and Gatarada. They've had a great game so far, but can it be enough? They find the one. 30 seconds on the clock, Jackie.
Gatarada, the Lanimal himself, has been let out of his cage and he's starting to slay. Takes down another man as KDS gets popped in the brain. This isn't looking great for Team 1. If they want to keep themselves sane, they need to lock it down here. 2v2, 15 seconds on the clock. Diffuser needs to be recovered. They scarper their way over towards it. The drop down on the Dockerby. Knows he's on the close angle, but can he hit the shot? Flicks in, it's Gatarada to do damage. A triple kill so far. 16 in the clip and 1 in the hole. Gatarada makes their bodies turn cold.
How about that belief from Cyclops? The decision was clear. Leave the diffuser. We're going for kills. And they had to find them. And boy, did they. What a round from Gatarada.
Unbelievable 4K coming out of him. And I can't believe they left the diffuser. I thought, surely you're in a 2v1. One of you can cover, the other can plant. But no, they made that call that we see from a good number of teams. I think of BDS, I think they always love thinking about, let's go for a plant. That's our focus. It's why Breeday is often the top planter. But they made the call, forget it, go for the kill. And they found it. That is a huge round from Gatarada. A 4K in the close.
That's crazy. As rounds go, if you're talking of unsustainable rounds, ones that aren't repeatable, that kind of hits it directly on the head. Beautiful play though, sick reactions, the shots were tasty, and it leaves us here. 5-4. We were saying how there's no limits on this game. There's no caveats, not like it was on Consulate. No, you only need to win 2 rounds. No overtime for a possibility. Here we can get it all, Tim. And it looks like we're going that way.
Well, it's as straightforward as it gets, Jackie. Whoever comes away with 7 inside the 12 rounds, they will win. If it goes to 6-all, it's on to overtime and a best of 3 to see who will ultimately take the win. Lagonis just putting that electrical in position again. It's going to activate and electrify that north wall to prevent the breach coming in from the big garage.
Nah, Alamal's not.
He's going for it. He's going for it.
He can't. He can't. Nah. That's all. Look, it's not Tim's ponytail, but keep them sound effects away, Jackie. Come on.
Sorry, that's my bad. I'll respect it in future, Des.
You got me on that one, man. Right, let's see how things shape up there. Nice little cheeky play coming out with the C4. Nets nothing for the side of Team 1. Would have been nice to catch the Ana off early on, but it is what it is. We'll play with things from there. As he backs away now, dropping down a couple of those mute jammers in his wake to make sure he's not been pursued by any of those pesky drones that have given them a bit of a nightmare in a couple of rounds.
A couple of hot potatoes being dropped out from Gatarada. He'll find his way in. Yeah, a little bit of a tag there. Probably took one of his feet off, but, you know, at least it's cheaper to buy shoes now.
I mean, he's going to need it for walking for the rest of the round. We'll see how he gets on. He seems to be moving all right for the time being. It's not done any harm. He's Looking to push forward across this top floor, but he needs to be careful as he approaches Piano because Alamo is holding down an angle there. It looks like Cyclops looking to get straight into the basement now. Maybe just forgone that top floor clearance a little bit, but they need to be careful because if they do, there's still two upstairs actually, so they are still paying some attention, but they need to be careful. Alamo's up there and we know how dangerous he could be on the flank, but it needs to be time limited as well. You can't just give up half of the round, 2 minutes of the round to clearing the top floor when you're attacking onto the basement.
I'm looking towards Alamo up on this top floor around Mezzanine again. He had the jammer down on that kind of double doorway that leads in towards Piano, so no one could drone him and get the small pixel angle onto him, but he would always have it back onto his would-be aggressors. Here we go, though, and getting things opened up. So says, yeah, you know what, forget about the Electro Claw. We know that it's not here where we can deal with it, so let's just get the Maverick on the wall and get it open instead. I mentioned about these long angles before as well. Really good for the attackers, but then it's thinking about where the plan comes in, because on the other side, I'm seeing 2 C4s, Jackie, and that always makes me a bit nervous.
Oh man, some of the C4 kills we've seen throughout the group stage leave a lot to be desired. Ooh, no more desiring for Black Ray though, as he is busted clean open. Levy getting loose as he slips into the site and really causes a hoot. Everyone's going down. It's just on Gator, Rada and Anaton. The flicks are aggressive and they're backing it up. Can they somehow pull this one around? No!
Lagonis and Levy, they are the two Latam lovelies that Team 1 needed in that moment to get themselves on to the match point. This is the opportunity. Team 1, not only have they fought back today, guys, they have fought back after 2 torrid days that have not been easy through the group stages. They came in with a very slow start. Coming into the beginning of the day, think about exactly what this team had to face up to. We need all 6 points. We need to beat the Soniqs. We need to beat Cyclops. We're going to need to beat Cyclops by a certain amount of rounds as well. And then they find themselves in another unexpected rematch. And they're doing it. They're fighting back. They're showing us their true colours at this point.
2 rounds Cyclops need to get to keep this one going through to overtime. We've called for it, but Team 1 might just be living up to the name and the number associated with them. Team number 1 in this fixture. The one-eyed man on the other side can't seem to do too much about it. We'll see how this round plays out now. That downstairs site has been an interesting one. Team 1 walking away with the win in both, and Cyclops won kitchen dining and bar gaming off the back of that. So Team 1 only having the 2 defensive wins. If those are the 2 wins that they have just found, and Cyclops can carry on in these next 2 rounds and get the win and send us to overtime, oh, it is more than just a storyline at that point. It's a story in itself, Jackie.
It's not a story anymore. It's an absolute movie, Des. All 5 of them are living their movie. And it would be a dream come true. 1 more round is all they need. The Mexico Major madness would come to a conclusion because they'd know they've got playoffs locked in. Lagonis, though, he's prone and ready to see if he can do some damage this time around with the C4.
Alamo didn't have any joy last time, but he's going to potentially use the same angle. I don't know what he's waiting for specifically. Out it comes.
Oh! Oh! He's just blown him sky high. Left 1 injured. Suzu C blown to smithereens, sent to the moon. Anaton at least will be recovered, but that's going to sting because that's the Decabi being taken out there, Jackie. You want that to deal with those that are being aggressive around the map, and suddenly their Roma hunting technology, it has failed. It has been removed. That could be the thing that snowballs, pun not intended, into an avalanche to win this round for Team 1.
Oh, mate, it was the APAC space program. He sent them off to the moon. Team 1 with a hell of an opener on what is the most important round of Chalet up to this point. They are sat pretty 1 round away from locking this game down, getting out of groups and making it to the playoffs. The best of Brazil maybe have a new contender team.
Mentally, that's massive for the team as well. When Lagonis can come out with such a big start and you see that pop up on the kill feed and you just know that the man has gone down, you know that he's hit somebody. Oh boy, it really does set you up for the rest of the round. 5 versus 4 now. We've got Anaton on low health as well, and they could be cruising towards the playoffs. The time is ticking by. We've passed the midpoint of the round. Cyclops yet to have any answer, yet to find themselves a kill, yet to really find themselves established inside of the building. Gatorada making his way onto the mezzanine. Black Ray finds Alamo. That's a great starter for Cyclops. 1 minute left to go.
what more they could do with it. Gatorada's still alive. We've seen the clutch factor that he can bring out a couple of times already. And Blackray doming Alamau. He's been pretty quiet this map overall. 4-9 Blackray currently. Looking for him to get involved, get himself in the mix and make something happen in this game because, my God, do they need it? Lagonis! They hear the shotgun blast. There's one below, one on the window, off to his left, and they bring it down to a 3 versus 3. Neskin, once again, turning into the god form that we know he can be and brings down Blackray 3 versus 2. 2 more to go, Jackie, and that'll be it.
More trades than a schoolyard with Pokemon cards. Everyone's taking each other out, and we're left now in a 3 versus 1. Levy getting the job done. It all comes down to Gatorada. Clutch or bust. If he dies, that's it. The dream's dead for Cyclops. Team 1 will become Team 1, and they'll make it to playoffs. Gatorada sideswipe by Levy. It's done. The MP5 takes him out, and we know who makes it out. Team 1 have done it.
The Cinderella story is complete for Team 1 here. They come into the major and they struggle to show us their best. They have shown great resilience over the last 3 days, particularly able to come into these final moments and take the rematch by the scruff of the neck and win it 7-4. What a performance from the LATAM team.
It's absolute heartbreak for APAC, for Cyclops, for the players especially. The tension between those two maps was something ludicrous, but my God, a great map to come. We saw Cyclops showing what they could do as well and bouncing their way back in, but Team 1, I've got to give it to them. I was saying before, Alamau's the man that if he doesn't have a good game, the team doesn't do very well. Neskin, Levy, KDS, all making themselves heard in those last 2 maps, and that is what you want to see.
Making themselves heard inside and outside of the server, Des. They were giving it top of their lungs, screaming. You can see how happy Chubbs is, Tim. Look at him. The man's practically walking on air.
He is going to be for the next couple of days. That much is for sure, certainly up until the playoff game that Team 1 will now be playing. But let me take the break there. Let me just say, we can't just shout out Team 1. There is another team here who has played a very important part in this matchup, and I want to send out my respect and just thanks to Cyclops for the entertainment that they have provided us at this tournament. It's been a pleasure, and honestly, my heart breaks for them not making it through after what they've shown us so far, and in the manner as well. It was never going to be easy for either of these sides to lose the game, and Cyclops, I know that you'll be back bigger, better, stronger, and this is not the last time we're going to see you on LAN.
Absolutely not, and there's so much more to come from the region, right? Down 1 Kia are still here. They're still in, giving us a good war. They carry the hopes now of the whole region. And what I love about a lot of the APAC teams, you get the same kind of brotherhood that you see coming out of LATAM. When Cyclops were playing their games yesterday, Down 1 Kia were outside cheering them on the whole time. It's wonderful to see. And now that torch passes on to Down 1 Kia. They are the sole representative for the region. At the start of the day, we thought we might have 3. We end up with just 1. And that's a whole lot of hope playing there for a whole part of the world.
It does really feel like the Mexico Major has united the Siege community. Every region has had their opportunity to shine back on LAN, to make the streets of Mexico City loud with the screams of excitement for all of our Siege community. It's been beautiful. It's been absolutely miraculous. The APAC support's been incredible, but the LATAM boys in the end lock it down. Team 1, back-to-back wins. They had to play 2 best-of-1s. If you're only just joining now and you were confused about the premise, before we got here, we had to play a deciding group stage game where they had to win without dropping 2 or more rounds, Tim. They did it, and somehow they've gone on to do this as well.
I mean, let's not forget, they had to beat the Soniqs in the game before as well. This is 3 in a row for Team 1. They have just kept themselves there, and, you know, you can look at it both ways. Obviously, fatigue is not really going to become an issue inside of 3 maps for these guys. You know, they're going to be playing best of 3s in the playoffs in a couple of days. So, you know, it would be hoped that they can manage through that. But mentally, they've been under a lot of pressure for a good 3 hours plus there, you know, but also they've kept the momentum well. They've not panicked. They've not been rushed. They've gone about their business and done exactly what they need. A beautiful nitro coming out from Lagonis there. Seeing that once again, it was the catalyst in that final round for them getting it locked down. We've got the stats. What a performance on both sides.
You've got to remember looking across this as well, really. You know, for the side of Team 1, big team effort. Everyone stepping up across the 2 maps and making themselves heard. On the other side, Gatorada, massive on the 12 and 8. Black Ray a bit quiet in this map compared to what we've seen before. And a similar story coming out for Gator, who was the top rated player in APAC North in Stage 2. We've seen some really good stuff from the boys. I'm glad with what they've achieved here. And no doubt when it comes round to that next major, they have taken so many lessons back home with them. But at least this time round, it's Team 1 that progressed forward. And I believe they are the 8th team, the final one, locked into playoffs that starts on Friday.
No matter what, Cyclops, as a benchmark, they've proven themselves. They'll always have these games to look back on, and they'll always have next time. But that does mean, of course, that Team 1, they still have the present. And it is a gift. The fact that they've made it to the playoffs, they'll be competing on that big stage. They'll still be in the mix. Oh, Tim, my brain's already getting giddy thinking about the fact that we could have some Brazilian on Brazilian matchups in the playoffs. All sorts of carnage kicking off.
This is the thing we've got to remember. You know, we're all, you know, I'm like trembling coming out of this game because it's been so exciting. This is just the end of the groups. We've still got the playoffs to come.
It's madness, right? I mean, looking at it, LATAM, as expected, the only region with 3 teams going through. Maybe not the 3 teams we've come to expect because NIP World Champions aren't going to be here. That's probably the biggest shocker of the day for me. On APAC side, that one representative that we mentioned earlier on, DWG KIA. I tell you what, I don't really fancy being the team that gets matched up against them in the first round of the quarterfinals because you know they're going to be bringing some heat.
I mean, there's one thing we do know for a fact, at least. It's not cold in Mexico City because NIP wasn't going hard this event. Let's have a look at the group stage, though, and see who has gone hard, of course, in this specific group, because now we know who's been able to find their way out of it. With Team 1 taking these 2 back-to-back wins, we've got the fixtures, we know how it's shaped up, and what a crazy group this has been, Tim.
It really has. You know, it's come down to the absolute. It's good. It's gone beyond the wire, Jackie. There was a wire there was a finish line, and these teams said, actually, no, we want a bit more than that. We want to take it even further. And, you know, it's just been, what a wonderful story. What an enjoyable, you know, I just feel honoured to have been a part of it. It's been absolutely fantastic. Team 1 ultimately able to take it based on the rematch. BDS locking it down. They've been solid so far. BDS definitely a team to watch out for when we get to the playoffs. But Cyclops and Soniqs have played their part as well. Cyclops particularly, you know, what a performance from APAC. I've got to say, I do feel for APAC a little bit, only bringing 1 team forward. It really seemed like it might be more.
Yeah, it looked like it was finally going to happen, Des. Obviously, you know, we've never had 2 teams from each region make it through a major. This was it. This was the fabled one, but it doesn't happen. Cyclops, the side that you even altered your predictions for, Des, not making it.
No, that is very, very true. And you know what? Again, next major, we might have a different story. Because for years now, APAC have been that region that they're a bit aggressive. They're a bit over the top. They're not really playing the same game as everyone else. But I feel this is the first major that teams like Cyclops have stepped up and said, here's how we play our game. You need to learn how to play against it rather than us learning to play your kind of game. May not be this year, it might be next year. You will see the likes of Cyclops and other APAC teams really starting to fight tooth and nail against some of the best in the world, as they have done here at the major.
Well, they've proved they can do it. I think every region has proved just how far Global Siege has come since the last time we were having regular lands, right? You know, obviously we had SI and it was kind of a flash in the pan of what can happen, what our teams are looking like, but Mexico's been where it's really at. Hands down for me, this has been pound for pound the best Siege that I have seen, and we've seen so much of it. Let's have a look at the schedule and recap exactly what we've been covering over the course of the day, because boys, we started on the B stream, somehow we've ended up on the A stream, Tim.
Well, you know, this is the hand that we were dealt. This is ultimately that final game coming down to it. It is, as we've said, countless times Siege history, and you know, it had to be shown off, didn't it? You know, it was just how it felt. But it didn't disappoint in the slightest. And, you know, I want to echo what you've said there, Jackie. Honestly, the Mexico Major, I won't necessarily say it's the absolute best event because I'd say it's tied. You know, there's been so many good Siege events, but honestly, this Mexico Major, I have been thoroughly enjoying it. The results, the players, the community, you've said it already, there's been so much positivity in the community for it, so much support for teams, you know, everybody coming out and having people backing them, and I love it and I can't wait to see some more of it.
It felt like people really needed this. That's the beautiful thing about it. We've seen it from the community. Everyone's had so much fun. We've had so much fun. It's finally catching up with me. It's 3:20 a.m. Des. We've been going loud. We've been going hard for like, what, 40 hours in the past 3 days or something?
I was counting it up earlier. Yeah, we're at about that 35 mark now. Yesterday was like a 10 past 4 finish. Today, thankfully, ain't quite as late, but you know what? It's been worth it every single step of the way. Absolutely. You boys have been amazing. Had a wonderful show from start to finish. I'm not going to say I wish you could do it all over again starting right now. There'll be problems there with my own personal health, but we'll take it. Maybe in the future, we'll see what the magic brings.
Oh, man. Right then, I suppose it's time that we wrap up and say our goodbyes. Of course, the A stream will continue on. You'll be joined back with Monty and the rest of the gang. I'm sure there'll be some Death Flute action going on. Don't worry about that.
Get me out. Get me out.
Don't worry, Des. I'll let you go in a minute. School's nearly finished. Tim, any final words, mate, on what has been an incredible major?
No, honestly, I'm just so excited to watch the rest of it. We've covered 20 games here with the extra one on the Bravo stream. It's an honour, it's a privilege, as it always is at these events, to be able to add my voice to the crazy action that the players managed to bring. So from me, it's just a big thank you to everybody who makes it possible for me to do that. Des, Jackie, you've been a pleasure to work with as well, and I'm looking forward to sitting back and just enjoying some crazy playoff games now, and I hope everybody else is as well.
Des, give me your big send-off.
Similar sort of story, really. Big shout out to the guys behind the scenes, by the way, that have been here with us. A guy called Reese, based in the UK, working with Facer. He's been here with us every step of the way. Boys over as well in Mexico, talking about Simon, Jacob on the replays. There's plenty more behind the scenes that have helped out with this. It's not a one-man effort. It's not just those that you see on the screen. This has been super, super cool, and I really hope one day, maybe not so much do it again remote. I'll very happily not sit in a sweaty square room anymore. I'd rather do it on site. We'll get there one day, boys. I'm sure of it.
Oh, one day we can have this British freeway going in person, but for now it has to be online. We are done and dusted, though. We'll get you back over to the regularly scheduled programming and let the A stream continue. Thanks so much for allowing us Brits to hijack the A stream for a bit. We'll see you later on.